Hey, what's up, guys? Welcome to Law Splaining the Interwebs. I am your host, Nick Ricada of Ricada Law, a small law firm in central Minnesota. What is up? Let's go. We have coverage tonight, of course. Tonight, what depends on what part of the world you're in, I suppose. Coverage, of course, of the Johnny Depp and Amber Heard case. We're here for day 17. I hope you enjoyed my little trailer that I did, and that it maybe got people to some semblance of being mildly caught up on this thing as we go into the next day. Let me get right out the gate here. Let me get the... Oh, whoo. Let's get this thing pulled up. That's what she said. Get the volume boosted. Proper boosting of the volume. Camille Vasquez. Oh, okay. They were just showing her walk in. I guess now they're going to show the arrival of the parties. Prepare to have your eardrums annihilated. When they do that, I'll turn it down a bit. They do this weird thing. They're like, oh, yeah. We'll switch over here. Here we go. Here's Johnny today.
Thank you.
Oh, no, it's Amber. She rolled up in a different car today.
How are you? Morning.
She rolled up in a black SUV. Was she trying to confuse them? Maybe if I roll up in a black SUV, they'll cheer for me too. Oh, the mullet man was Johnny's security. Yeah! No wonder he was in there.
So sweet. People will talk. They see us together again. Let's get it this time more. There you go.
Morning. How are you?
Look at how smart this man is.
How you doing?
Every single person. All of them. Treating them like people. Being personable. Okay, let me crank the volume back up. Camille is wearing white today, which is weird because she's clearly not a virgin after that raping she gave Amber Heard yesterday. Woo-hoo-hoo-hoo. In fact, put that out on a tweet. I don't think Camille Vasquez should be allowed to wear white after what she did to Amber yesterday. Should I tag Camille in this? I will. At Camille Vasquez. I think it's Esquire. Maybe it's at Esquire Camille Vasquez. Dang, I can't remember. Hold up. If I type in shyster lawyer, Oh, there we go. I should fix that. But no, I have it in my Discord. Someone sent me the screenshot. At Camille M. Vasquez. Okay. Oh, her Twitter's protected. Well, she should be able to see it anyway. Wowza. All right, there we go. You got to have fun tweets, right? You got to have fun tweets. Are you early or was YouTube the late and gay with the notification? Am I early? No, I just squeezed in before this thing started. Fighting, of course, the undying tide of fatigue with adequate medication. Whew. Okay. Real quick. There's some I'm trying to keep up with some super chats today. It becomes an impossible task if we want to hear the trial at all. And I still prefer to read all of them. I know some people flash them up on the stream. I don't know if they read them all later. There's no way. I think they have to do the makeup shows or something. Look, I saw the number of chats coming in on Emily Baker's stream. I think she got 3,000 chats yesterday, something like that. There's no way that she reads them all. But I or not during the stream, I mean. Love Emily, by the way. Love to see that much support going her way. She's fantastic. She taught me the difference between a $30 and a $50 steak. Although I think I disagree with her on the outcome. That's a discussion for a different day, and we shall have it at some point. Mega Bail Chen says the cross came right out of the gate, full force, and took her down. Brutal. This turned into a psyche val. All hail Saint Camille and Dr. Muffins. Kate 4394. What do you put? They seldom read the chats if they put them on the screen. Yeah. That is their way. I will do it my way. What do you put Johnny's chances of winning at now based on the little bit of cross from yesterday and the reports on the jury? Just curious since your guess has been lower than most. Outright winning this thing, I'll say 55%. I know it's a conservative guess. It's a very spicy take. Most people are happy to say like 75 or whatever. 80%. I'm not so sure. But I'm happy to be wrong on that if Johnny ends up winning because as I undercut his chances or underestimate his chances, I think that would be just fine by me. Give the man a link. Oh, Legal Mindset? Oh, yeah, baby. Let me get him in here. Go. We got let's see. I think we got it. Got some people invited here. Who is this guy? Oh. Okay. Sent invites to Legal Mindset and Mr. Branca for now. We'll send some more out in a little bit. Hey, brother.
Hey.
How you doing this morning?
Woke up to a broken water pipe.
That's just
What's going on, guys?
Hey.
up, man. How you doing over in Koreatown?
I'm doing good. I've got my makgeolli, so I'm switching up on alcohols today.
All right. Do we have any preliminary matters before we have the jury? Of course we do. That's fine. Come on.
Of course we do.
Judge Moranis is upset.
Man, the Camille Sim squad is going to be out in full power today.
Dude, she deserves it.
I'm not saying she doesn't deserve it.
She cleaned some house yesterday.
Man, they got her in the sun again. Our little angel.
Well,
She's wearing white, gentlemen. That should be illegal.
allegedly, there was a point at which during the time when she was like destroying Amber, where there was a thunderclap, and one of the jurors actually like laughed at the fact that like the divine justice was on the side of Camille smiting Amber.
Oh man, that's no good. No good for the jury.
Is she allowed to wear white after the way she effed Amber Heard yesterday?
She is, but all the old ladies in the audience will be talking about how inappropriate it is the whole time.
It's righteous indignation. It is clearing the temple, if you get the biblical reference.
Yeah, no, it's Andrew. Wait, shit, that's both of you. Legal mindset.
Don't do that. Yeah, go ahead.
Legal mindset. I haven't talked to you since
Good.
since this week came back. So
Sure.
what's your take on yesterday?
Fantastic cross. The directs, like you could see the mask peeling back when she was actually fighting Elaine, and it was the little interactions, the little sassiness, and I think the fact that we saw it fully crack, we saw the mask actually crack, and we saw the side of Amber that would clearly, you could see in your mind this woman gaslighting you. I mean, I think if you're a guy, especially, and you've dated a crazy woman like this, and I'll just use crazy woman on my channel. I'll use another word instead of woman that rhymes with witch. But
bitch.
Yeah, there you go. Thank you, Ricada. I forgot.
You don't have to worry
never
about
mind.
that here.
Crazy bitch, right? If you've dated a crazy bitch like this, they do stuff like that, like confuse words, like twist words, like pledge and donation. That's the sort of thing that everybody in their common mind knows there's a difference between those two words, but yet Amber Heard decided to twist them. And she was doing that as part of the relationship. That was an ongoing behavior, and that's a pattern of abuse. And we were able to see it. Everybody saw it. And most importantly, the jury saw it.
Yeah, I think that was, you get into this thing, I think, as a witness. And probably particular party witness. She's been in this shit now for 6 years. As some stripe, of course, only sued for a couple of those years, but going through the UK thing where you get in your mind that you have done something clever and that you are ahead of the ball, so to speak. It's like when you see those dudes who are really good at dribbling in soccer going down the field, and then they'll like do a move and they'll just not execute it just right. And they'll keep running and the ball's like left behind. That's what I feel like with Amber Heard on the donation/pledge thing. She's like, no, I donated it. It's like, lady, no one in that gallery thinks that you actually donated any money when you didn't write a damn check.
Right, but they're not trying to F her. I mean, Amber Heard gets away with this her entire life because the people she's normally talking to are trying to F her.
Yes. And here's the thing, too. This whole line about enablers, Johnny Depp is surrounded by enablers. Once again, everything, and I've got a whiteboard today, so I'm going to hold up a lot of stuff. But one thing I'm going to hold up is fucking projection, because so much of this is projection. Amber Heard has been surrounded since she was young because she's pretty in a pretty blonde girl. She's been surrounded by yes men and enablers who've allowed her to get away with shit her entire life. And for the first time, Johnny Depp is holding her accountable for the bullshit she's gotten away with, for the lies she's gotten away with her entire life.
And now she's got to try to sell that bullshit in an adversarial process, which is a little more difficult than her norm. Frankly, I mean, I was a little disappointed in the cross yesterday. I thought maybe they'll follow up on this today. I mean, they only had an hour and a half yesterday. But when Amber Heard started freaking out about being called the victim, I would have slammed that with a sledgehammer until the judge made me stop using the word victim.
Judge, how can you stop me from calling the defendant a victim?
And all these, another thing I didn't really like is all these claims, of course, of Johnny beating her. Sometimes Camille would say, well, this alleged beating or whatever, but sometimes she wouldn't. And man, I would pack all those words into every single question. The alleged, purported, claimed, supposed attack on you, with maybe a little smirk at the end.
That's you, Mr. Criminal Defense, all day, every day. I mean, that's you know, these poor civil lawyers aren't so used to it. But no, I'm looking for well, let me ask you mindset. What are you looking for Camille to do today specifically? And do you think she'll go all day?
No, I think she gets half a day. I think her cadence is beautiful. Her tempo is perfect. Keep up the tempo. Keep it on yes, no. I think she can wrap this by lunchtime. I think lunchtime is what we should shoot for. Even frankly, even a little bit before lunchtime would be fine. If she just hits the high points, hits some of those lies, let's take it back to Australia. Let's go into a little bit of blaming the teacup Yorkies, Johnny being obsessed with poo. Let's hit that real quick. I mean, there's so many different lies that she's brought up. Let's just hit them. And once again, do what she's been doing, which is bring it up, make it a yes or no question. If Amber doesn't agree with you, it's fine, move on. And she's been doing that. So just keep doing that. The thing is, like Bronca said, there's a lot of other facts that need to get in here, right? We need more to get in here. I totally agree with that.
Yeah, I'm kind of curious if they can pull it off in half a day. Oh, she's back to wearing boy suits. Terrible.
By the way, I mean, channeling Dr. Evil, Kim Jong-un, and Mao is not a smart look.
I still think it's her best look she's done so far. I don't care what anybody says.
It was to pander to the Asians. It was to pander to the Asians because the majority of people on the jury are Asian. She was trying to pander to the Asians. I'm not even lying. I think she was going for that. She just doesn't realize that the Asians in America, they left that part of Asia because of people wearing outfits like that.
We'll see if she holds her hair up with chopsticks. We'll see what happens.
Well, I think the interesting thing is if she finishes in half a day, that puts them somewhere around a 10 to 11 hour advantage on Amber Heard, because when they went into the break, they were already at, I think, a 4 hour advantage.
Mm-hmm.
If I'm not mistaken. Okay, so no, that wouldn't put them at a.
How strictly is that police though, Ricada?
Very
okay.
The judge seems to be counting the minutes. It's amazing.
They literally are. They have, those speed chess clocks,
like the chess clock. Yeah.
Yeah. There's a person in the courtroom who has a clock for direct. They hit it. For cross, they hit it. For sidebar, they stop it. And then sidebars and neutral time subtracts from both parties' time equally. Mm-hmm. And then they've built in a bunch of time for that already, but they have a specific number of hours. And Rob, the law and lumber guy, practices in this county in front of this judge, and he says she will cut you off even in front of even mid witness. She'll just say, your time is done. I gave you this. So closing arguments are going to be on the 27th. By the way, I'm trying to work it out. Announcement to the chat and to you guys, in case you want to be stupid with me at any point. I believe I will be doing a 24-hour stream on Friday the 27th.
Ricada, you are a fucking beast. How do you feel? Because here's the thing. When these trials roll around, like I'm doing a pre-show and a post-show, and then I'm streaming, and for me, it's like my nighttime. But yeah, I always I'm on during my daytime in Asia, which is you guys' nighttime. And I see nobody's on except for this crazy motherfucker. I'm not talking about Bronca. Sorry, Bronca.
Yeah, I know.
I'm talking about the guy who's above that guy, Nick. And it's like, what is this guy doing awake? I'm like, doesn't he have to sleep at some point? Like, at some point, does he not have to sleep? But no, the grift never sleeps, and I appreciate that. Rick.
It never sleeps. If I can work it out, I have to verify with the lady. But I would love to do. I'll start before court. We'll get the full-on 24-hour stream going, and we'll be on verdict watch, basically.
All right, are we ready for the
majority of Friday?
Yeah, happy to pop on. I'm not going to commit to 24
No,
hours, but I will
no,
definitely
no.
pop on and say hi. Yeah.
No, I was letting people know so that they could pop in and out at their leisure, but that it would be, you know, for more than the trial day. And it should be a fun event. There should be, if I get to do it, there should be a whole bunch of people watching and rolling. Some crazy weirdos will do the whole thing with me from start to finish, like monsters.
Degents.
Let's see. Okay. Legal mindset. Mr. Branca, I would ask you, but you haven't been watching the whole trial. Mindset. What do you give? What do you put the percentage chance of Johnny winning right now? I know percent.
Well, I heard you talking shit about people, but I'm going to give the rating that you talk shit about, which is I'm 75% Johnny.
All right. Next question.
What? Oh my God, Judge! Fuck.
What the fuck?
The
No, that
judge
was Amber's
microphone.
chair.
All right. Let's see. Oh, let me crank up the
Our
resolution.
little angel of cross.
Good morning, Miss Heard. Good morning.
The nicest words she'll hear all day.
Your relationship with Mr. Depp began in October of 2011, right?
That's correct.
And you previously testified multiple
Here
times
comes.
under oath that the first year of your relationship with Mr. Depp was the best of times, right, Miss Heard?
That is correct.
You testified that as far as you could tell, Mr. Depp was sober that first year,
That is correct. That's what I used to believe.
and that the first year was, quote, magic.
Yes, I always estimated it was about a year.
But now you've told this jury that Mr. Depp was being violent with you throughout 2012, haven't you, Miss Heard?
No, he took a break in the middle of 2012 when he was sober.
You told them that he was hitting you in 2012, though. Is that right?
He was hitting me in 2012. He just took a break in the middle.
Oh, shit.
His arms got tired.
He was smashing things around you, right?
He did.
And you told them that Mr. Depp was in and out of sobriety in 2012.
That is correct.
You told this jury that, quote, in 2012, I was in the beginning stages of this, just learning these patterns. I was learning that drinking kind of correlated with the violence, end quote. Is that right?
That is correct.
So it was during these cycles of violence in 2012 that you gave Mr. Depp a knife as a gift.
I gave him a knife, I think for a birthday present early in our relationship. I believe it was around 2012, but I'm not certain.
We've seen a picture of that knife, but I think we should bring out the real thing.
Oh,
Master
baby.
Deputy Halusa, Master Deputy Sheriff Halusa, may I please have you show the knife to Miss Heard?
Master Deputy Sheriff?
Master Deputy Sheriff.
I feel like that's some
Ooh.
40K
Yes, that's it.
terminology. It's like God Emperor.
That's the
Sheriff.
knife you gave to the man who was hitting you,
A
right?
knife, as Crocodile Dundee
I
might say.
wasn't worried he was going to stab me with it when I gave it to him. That's for certain.
But you gave it to him while he was abusing you, allegedly.
I gave it to him that year.
Master Deputy Sheriff Halusa, will you please show the knife to the jury? Thank you. This is the knife you gave to the man who would get drunk and violent with you, right?
This is the same knife that I gave him as a present in
Don't
2012.
wrap
Yes.
him off for charity as the bitch blade.
Now, Ms. Heard, I'm going to need to talk to you about what happened in Australia in March of 2015. You've testified that at some point during the incident you described, you witnessed Mr. Depp bashing a phone against a wall, right?
That is correct.
You testified that the phone was breaking into pieces.
I was watching it disappear.
And Mr. Depp smashed it, I think your
why
word
there's
was smithereens.
No pictures of it.
Yes, that is correct.
And according to your testimony, this was a wall-mounted phone in the bar area.
That is correct.
Let's take a look at Defendant's Exhibit 1820. I believe this has already been admitted into evidence, so if we could have it published.
Oh, they're going to show the fully intact phone the next day that's sitting on the counter.
Yep.
Just pick apart all the hyperbolic nonsense in the stories and let the jury infer that the rest of it's hyperbolic nonsense.
Miss Heard, that's unicorn
You
blood.
saw this
you're
photo
drinking.
during
Isn't
your
that
direct
true?
examination, right?
That is correct.
And you testified that the wall-mounted phone that you saw Mr. Depp smash is on the wall on the left.
That's correct. So if you were looking at this picture, the wall-mounted phone would have been behind you on the left-hand side of your shoulder.
But it's not depicted in this photo, correct?
Whoever took this photo standing right in front of where that mounted phone was.
That's convenient. Pieces of the phone Mr. Depp smashed aren't in this picture either, right?
You don't see it because it's whoever took this photo standing in front of that.
Whoever took this photo, it's Mr. Ben King, correct?
That's what I believe.
Yeah. Mr. King testified under oath in this trial, right?
That is correct.
And he testified that there was no wall-mounted phone smashed to smithereens that he had to replace, correct?
I didn't hear him testify to that, no.
You didn't?
Refresh your
not-
recollection. Refresh your
counsel
recollection.
I disagree with that representation.
You also saw this picture. Actually, can we please bring up Defendant's Exhibit 1821,
Elaine is under the
which is
bus.
also admitted into evidence?
Well, at least she didn't wake up and decide.
You
"I'm
also
gonna
saw
be
this
nice
picture
today."
during your direct examination, correct?
That is correct.
And so this is the bar area to the right of the wall-mounted phone you just described.
If you were facing in that direction, if you're facing this direction, it would be behind you.
This phone on the counter isn't the phone that got smashed to smithereens, is it?
No, they brought that out during my testimony in the UK as well. And I said this in the UK trial as well, that is not the phone. Obviously, because that one's not smashed and it's not wall mounted.
Yeah, so there are two phones in the bar area.
That phone could wall mount easily.
There was a wall mounted phone. I don't know if it was decorative or what, but it was what, like it
A
looked
decorative
antique.
large
Large and antique.
Of course.
And what the large and antique one that's not depicted in any photograph, including ones you took, is the one that Mr. Depp damaged, correct?
Oh, look at her face.
That is correct. I only took pictures of the mirrors.
So there's no picture of that damaged phone.
I didn't take a picture of it, no.
So back to the phone
Convenient.
snatching. You watched Mr. Depp smash the phone, right?
That's correct. I watched it.
And you testified that you were, quote, watching the phone every single time he pulled his hand back, end quote.
That's correct.
And according to you, this is when Mr. Depp lost the tip of his finger, right?
It is my best guess. I didn't notice his finger come off, obviously. I was watching him smash the phone and watching the pieces break while he was doing it.
Well, it's not your best guess, Ms. Heard.
That is my best guess, yes.
Okay, let's go back to my questions. You submitted a declaration under the penalty of perjury in this case. Do you remember that?
That is correct.
Okay, let's look at that declaration.
It's not your best guess, is it? Because you have other under oath declarations that say something different. You think he cut it off with a knife or whatever.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
That's a big stack of paper.
If we could direct your attention, Ms. Heard, to the page 14 of the declaration.
And Camille's got lots of energy. I could hear it in that breath out, that nervous energy. Not like I'm terrified, but I'm in it. I'm excited. I'm ready.
Is that your signature?
Yes, it is.
And your signature appears right under the statement, quote, I declare under penalty of perjury, under the laws of the state of Virginia, that the foregoing is true and correct.
That is correct.
And this is dated April 10th, 2019.
Correct.
Now let's look at paragraph 16, which is on page 5. Specifically line 10.
Yeah, it's like they didn't feed
Well,
Camille last night.
Right. Testify
I'm
under
even
oath.
hungry this morning.
Make her
While he
mad.
was smashing the phone, Johnny severely injured his finger, cutting off the top of it, end quote. Did I read that correctly?
Yes, that's correct.
So you testified in this courtroom that after Mr. Depp smashed the phone, he held you down on the countertop by the neck. Do you remember that?
I'm not quite sure of the exact sequence of things, but yes,
Oh.
both of those things happened.
Well, we'll get to the sequence. And this is when Mr. Depp supposedly assaulted you with a bottle, right?
On the countertop, he assaulted me.
So Mr. Depp was able to get you on the counter, right?
He held me down by my neck.
and hold you down by your neck.
That is correct.
And
Allegedly.
he grabbed a bottle, according to you, while holding you down by the neck, correct?
I'm sorry, can you clarify what you're asking me?
While Mr. Depp is holding you by the neck against the countertop, he grabs a bottle. That's your testimony.
No, those two things didn't happen at the exact same time, no.
What?
Oh, I'm
While
sorry.
so he's holding the bottle. Is that your testimony?
He
While
was holding
holding
my-
you down by the neck?
Sorry. What was your question?
Oh,
The
She thinks she's
testimony
being
is
smart. She
that
thinks she's
either
being smart.
He has the bottle before or after he's holding you by the neck on the counter. Is that your testimony?
He held me by the neck on the counter.
Where's
when
the
did
bottle
he grab the bottle?
that he
At
assaulted
what
with
point?
while holding you down by your neck?
When he was assaulting me with the bottle, it was in his hand.
Was it in his hand before or after he holds you down by your neck?
I was being held down while he assaulted me with the bottle.
So when did he get the fucking bottle, you dope?
When he puts you on the counter, does he have the bottle in his hand? Yes or no?
As I have always said, I don't remember exactly what happened first, or I don't remember the sequence. I just remember being aware that I was being assaulted by a bottle while I was on the countertop.
So he penetrates you with this bottle. But you don't know how he got the bottle, right?
That is correct.
And he did that right after he lost the tip of his right middle finger.
Again, I don't remember the exact sequence of those events.
We'll get to the sequence. And while he was on 8 to
worry.
10
We got
MDMA pills, right?
Yes.
8 to 10
Bullshit.
MDMA
That's someone going
pills.
bullshit.
This is the sequence of events you testified to in this courtroom. That he smashed the phone to smithereens and then assaulted you, lost the tip of his finger, and then assaulted you with a bottle. Yes, that's the sequence of events that you testified to in this courtroom.
To be clear, you're putting it in order when you say words like then. I have never claimed that I can remember the exact sequence of these things. This was a multi-day
Thinking about
assault
her.
that took place over 3 horrible days.
Ms. Hurd,
Multi-day
Ms. Hurd,
assault.
we're not,
Remember
Ms.
the
Hurd,
exact
that's not my
sequence.
question. My question isn't about the 3-day assault allegedly that occurred. I'm just talking about the sexual assault that you now allege occurred.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's correct.
Let's talk
Yeah,
about
now-
Learning a lot more allegedlys today. I like that.
And again, there you necessarily have
testified.
put a sequence down. He held me down, then violated
Yeah,
me.
I know. I just realized that.
Something had to happen. He had to get a bottle at some point. Maybe he grabbed the bottle after violating her with it. Maybe that's what happened. It's
Maybe
like
he
you
was
said.
already in there. Maybe he was saving her. He's like, "Where's my drink?"
It's like you said, legal mindset.
Yes.
She thinks she's being smart.
She thinks she's being smart. And this is so disingenuous. And people on the jury, they get frustrated with this because she's
Day
lying.
16? Yes, of
Court
my
transcript?
deposition.
Yes. No, of the court transcript from this trial.
Oh,
Yes.
I didn't realize that. Yeah.
Okay. Let's look at the transcript. So you testified on page, I'm getting there, 4506.
Yes. I'm guessing we're going to read back her timeline of the assault, which is
Yep.
she clearly made a timeline of the assault. But now I don't know. I don't know what was actually what order. Hey, there's DUI guys front row today. He's right.
Yeah, I
right
heard
back
that
there.
Runkle and Lawn Lumber did not make it in. That's
Yeah, they got
There? Okay.
they got cucked right out
And
of it.
the reason that we need to go through this, Ms. Hurd, is because we understand that these are very serious allegations that you're making, right?
It was horrible. What happened to me? Yes.
Okay, so let's go through them. Page 4506, line 2 through 3. I sit here now. You testified on page 4506. This all started when Mr. Depp took 8 or 10 pills of MDMA, right?
That is correct.
Then, directing your attention to page 4518. Line 19. You talk about Mr. Depp smashing a wall-mounted phone, correct?
That is correct.
Then on page 4519, at line 3, you testified that while Mr. Depp is smashing the phone, he is screaming, quote, "I fucking hate you," end quote, right?
Yes, he was screaming that among other things.
And further down on page 4519, same page, lines 12 through 19, you talk about how you watched Mr. Depp smash the phone to smithereens, right?
That is correct.
Then, continuing on same page, 4519, line 20, you say something really important. Quote, "At some point, he's on top of me. No phone, but screaming the same thing," end quote, right?
I just remember the sound. Yes.
You remember, and you testified to the jury, that he didn't have the phone in his hand anymore.
When he was assaulting me with the bottle,
Right.
he had the bottle in his hand. When he was punching the wall with the phone, he had the phone in his hand. When he was punching the wall next to my head, he had me by the throat. He did a lot of things that night.
He
So you're
had you
acknowledging,
by the throat
by
the
the
whole time,
sequence,
apparently.
not my words, your words, Ms. Heard, that you testified to this jury, that Mr. Depp smashed the phone to smithereens before he assaulted you. That's the sequencing in which you testified, correct?
I have never testified to a sequence.
Keep talking about that sequence. Then on page 4521,
Again, you told a
Starting
story
at line
about how
3.
this event unfolded.
you testified to
Are you gonna
being
say you-
bent over backwards on the bar, right?
Backwards.
Okay.
They're asking about approaching. Well, she never testified to the order that it's in. She just testified the order that it happened. Again, this is the weasel stuff that people try to pull. It doesn't sound smart or clever. You told a story about that day to the jury, and what happened? He grabbed you by the neck. He slammed you against the wall. He bashed the phone against the wall. He put you on the counter with the broken glass, and then he violated you with a bottle. And then later you stood up and walked back to your room bleeding from your vagina. That was your testimony. That's a story you painted to the jury. If you're going to suddenly now say, well, I don't actually remember what any of that occurred in, you've undercut the whole meaning of the story, and it just doesn't make sense. What? So he violated you with a bottle, then stood you up, then smashed the phone on the wall? Like,
And can we
Here's
change
the-
the subject to what happened over a 3-day period, please?
yeah.
And here's the thing, look at her body language. It just focused off of her, but when it was on her, you can see she's oozing this smug reassuredness. She believes, I believe she genuinely, Amber Heard genuinely believes this is helping her. I think she genuinely believes she's getting a W here, because especially in places like LA, especially amongst Hollywood elites like that, these sort of snarky, smart remarks, they're viewed as little W's, but here they're complete L's because they're completely disingenuous.
Directing your attention,
and they're
Ms.
out
Heard,
of
to page
reality.
452.
Her normal life is that she
Line
lies to people. They know she's
Testified
lying.
to
She
being
knows
bent
she's
over
lying,
backwards
and
on
she
the
gets
bar,
away with it
right?
anyway.
That is
So
correct.
she has no qualms
And
about
then feeling
obviously
the pressure
lying.
on your pubic
That's normal
bone,
for her.
Mr. Depp was punching you.
Yeah.
Yes?
That's what I thought.
And then further down on page 4521 and on to 4522, you testified that you were concerned Mr. Depp was using a broken bottle on you. Yes?
That was my fear.
Okay.
That's what I remember
Oh.
feeling.
Ms. Heard, I'm going to show you Defendant's Exhibit 1.
It goes from no to feel.
Which has already been admitted.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. You saw this picture during your direct examination, right?
I did.
And you testified that this is a picture of the bottles that were next to Mr. Depp on a desk when you found him drinking in the morning, right?
That's correct.
And this was the morning after Mr. Depp had allegedly sexually assaulted you, right?
It was the morning after he did assault me. Yes.
And if I understood your testimony correctly, you testified that this is the Maker's Mark bottle that Mr. Depp sexually assaulted you with.
I was never sure it was, but it was definitely that shape.
You're pretty
Felt
sure
like
the
that
other day.
shape.
But you testified in this courtroom that you had not seen this bottle until Ben King provided these photographs, correct?
Not in the course of the trial. I hadn't seen the photograph.
Oh. Wait, what?
You claim you had serious injuries after
No, she
this
said
alleged
she'd
incident,
never
right, Ms.
seen
Heard?
it.
Show her the bottle.
Depends on what you would call serious. For me, having a sore jaw and some bruises at the time of my relationship wasn't that serious.
Okay, let's testify.
relative.
Let's focus on the testimony that you gave about the injuries. Mr. Depp, as you testified yesterday, wears rings on every finger, right?
Sometimes, often. And certainly in the later part of our relationship, that was more normal than not. But if he's filming or something like that, of course, he's not going to have his
When
own
he's
jewelry on.
beating you.
Your testimony in this trial was, quote, I don't know if I've ever known Johnny not to wear rings, correct?
You need to put your microphone on, Miss.
It's not an improper impeachment.
Get
Improper.
your shit together,
We're
Elaine.
going to ask her a question, then she has to show where that was, and then
I'll overrule the objection. Go ahead.
She does not have to show it.
BTFO.
Your testimony yesterday was, quote, I don't know if I've ever known Johnny not to wear rings, right,
That's-
Ms. Heard?
That's what I testified to, yes.
Okay. And he was wearing rings on every finger in Australia, correct?
Not all the time, not literally every single ring, every single day, but he often wears rings.
Not often, Ms. Heard. Your words are, I've never known Johnny not to wear rings on every finger.
That is what I testified to.
And you testified that you bled as a result of this sexual assault, correct?
That is correct.
All right. And you testified that your forearms were cut
My forearms and my feet.
and your feet were sliced up.
That's correct.
And you testified you had a bruise across your jaw.
That is correct.
And there is not a single medical record reflecting treatment for any of those injuries, is there, Ms. Heard?
I didn't seek treatment.
And the day after you sustained all these injuries, Dr. David Kipper came to the house in Australia, right?
Well, he came the third day along with security.
The day after you sustained these injuries, Dr. David Kipper came along with nurse Debbie Lloyd, correct?
Well, that fight went into the morning, like early hour morning. So technically that last day.
Dr. David Kipper is Mr. Depp's, or was Mr. Depp's physician, right?
I believe he still is.
But he
Yes.
was at the time.
Yes, that's correct.
And he was also your physician.
He also saw me.
No, not saw you.
Not
He
saw
was your
you.
physician, correct, Ms. Heard?
Johnny was the client, but he also treated me.
All right, let's please pull up. Do you remember giving testimony in this case in a deposition, Ms. Heard?
All right.
I do.
Here we go. Don't make me impeach you.
If you're going to be a stupid bitch.
Pull up the deposition transcript, day 2,
Nate, the lawyer, mentioned it yesterday. The strategy is to get through cross,
at
Like, not-
589 lines
not
6
sit
through
and
8.
try and fight with the cross examiner, because they're going to tell the story that they want. You let your lawyers rehab it on redirect, and you just don't give them anything.
Your Honor, we're going to play Ms. Heard's deposition for the jury, line
Uh-oh.
day 2, page 540, lines 6 through 9. We have permission to publish it.
you got to give me.
Excuse me, I'm sorry, day 2, page 589, line 6.
What I meant was he was pledged as my
Of
doctor.
course,
589.
I'm sorry, what were the lines?
page 589, lines 6 through 8.
Stop stalling, Elaine, you fucking boomer.
589, lines 6 through 8.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
I have no objection, Your Honor.
And he was your doctor at this point, right?
Yes, he was.
Oh,
There, done.
Debbie Lloyd also came to the house that day.
Yes, she came with Kipper.
Miss Lloyd is a nurse, correct?
That is correct.
Malcolm Connolly also came to the house that day.
Yes, that's correct.
Mr. Connolly is one of the security guards, correct?
That is correct.
You had known Mr. Connolly for years at that point.
Yes, that's correct.
You flew back to Los Angeles the next day with Ben King. Is that right?
I can't be certain if it was the next day or the day after, but somewhere around there, yes.
If it was
And the
the
day
next-
you arrived back in Los Angeles, you saw Travis McGivern, correct?
I don't recall seeing Travis, no.
You don't recall Mr. McGivern picking you up from the airport with Ben King?
I don't remember that, no.
And the same day, you also saw your own nurse, Erin Barem Filati, that day, correct? The day you arrived in Los Angeles?
I don't recall if I saw her that day.
You saw Ms. Filati's testimony in this case by video deposition, correct?
That is correct.
And you heard her testify that she saw you the day you arrived back from Australia on March 9th, 2015.
I believe she testified that she came to dinner where I was with friends. Yeah, I believe that.
So she saw you that day.
I believe that evening I saw her at dinner.
And then you saw Aaron Barantholotti again the next day for a private meeting, didn't you?
I'm not sure if that's what she testified to. I'd have to just see the records to know.
I don't recall.
You heard her testify. According to her notes, she met with you privately on March 10th, 2015.
She met with me at some point upon my arrival, but I don't remember the exact date.
And when you were in Australia, Ms. Heard, you didn't take any pictures of the injuries you claim to have sustained, right?
I did not take any pictures, no.
But you did take 2 pictures.
Of the mirrors. I took 2 pictures of the bathroom mirrors. That was the master bathroom where I was.
Let's please pull up Defendant's Exhibit 374, which is already in evidence.
Are you in the mirror?
Yeah. Yep.
It's covered in a bunch of bullshit, but
You took this picture, right, Ms. Heard?
Yes,
It's written in her handwriting.
And this is a mirror in the bathroom in Australia.
that's correct.
And this black paint on the mirror is from Mr. Depp.
That is correct.
He wrote on the mirror in black paint after his finger was cut off, right?
Yes, I only know that because there was blood as well as paint.
So you
where?
took this picture after Mr.
Where?
Depp had injured his fingers, correct?
This was while I was packing when I was leaving.
That's a
That's when I
yes,
took the
right,
photo.
Ms. Heard?
What's the question? I'm sorry.
You took this picture after Mr. Depp had injured his finger.
That's correct.
And you took this picture after you had allegedly been assaulted by Mr. Depp, yes?
That's correct.
Yet you didn't capture yourself in the mirror, did you?
I don't see myself in the mirror, no.
Let's please pull up Defendant's Exhibit 375.
this is a woman with thousands of pictures of herself.
You took this picture as well, right, Ms. Heard?
That's correct.
And this is from one of the bathroom mirrors in Australia.
That's correct.
This is also a picture taken after Mr. Depp had injured his finger.
That's correct.
And this is also a picture taken after you had allegedly been assaulted by Mr. Depp.
That's correct.
You didn't capture yourself in the mirror in this picture either, did you?
I do not see myself in the mirror in that picture.
Is that because you didn't have any visible injuries on you?
It's because I was taking a picture of the writing.
Let's talk about the writing on this mirror.
Yep,
So the
let's
writing
talk
in
about
black
it.
paint is from Mr. Depp, correct?
It's all from Mr. Depp.
And it's your
Uh-huh.
testimony under oath that you did not write the red text that says, quote, call Carly Simon, she said it better, babe, end quote.
That's correct.
Because if you did write that, it means that your husband was walking around the house bleeding from his amputated finger and you're writing snarky messages to him on a mirror, right?
I don't know what your question to me is. I'm sorry.
Let's please take a look at
Well,
defendant's
it wasn't really a question.
30.
Yeah, it was more of a statement to the jury, not really to you. I don't care what
I
you say
believe
to
this,
that at all.
this picture is also admitted into evidence.
Camille smiles. She's like, I think you know exactly what I'm saying.
This is a picture of the same mirror, right?
That's correct.
But you didn't take this picture.
No, I did not.
This is the one that Ben King took.
And I don't see him in the mirror either.
I don't believe he
That's
claimed
not
he
the
had injuries,
question.
though. Is that right?
I did not hear Ben King talk about his injuries, no.
So you would agree, Ms. Heard, that the black text on the mirror says, quote, she loves naked photos of herself. So modern, so hot.
I had not read that yet. I mean, before, but yeah, that's what it says.
But you were taking pictures of the text, but you had not read that before?
I haven't seen this. It didn't make sense to me at the time when I read it in person.
Again,
You
Mr. Depp wrote that.
I don't know who else would have.
Well, maybe
So
you.
Ms. Heard, just to be clear, it's your testimony that Mr. Depp also wrote the message in red about Carly Simon saying it better, right?
That's correct.
You know Carly Simon sang the song You're So Vain, right?
I was told that.
So it's your testimony that Mr. Depp was writing messages to himself in the mirror back and forth.
The best I can describe it is it looked like a crazy conversation. It was on the walls, it was
With
on
himself.
lampshades, it was on cushions.
It's your testimony the crazy conversation was with himself.
That's what it looked like from the bloody messages I found.
And you would agree with me that in this photograph, the red text has been smudged with black paint, right?
Yes.
Let's please pull up, if we can, Defendant's Exhibit 375 again.
Shame Bad says, I know this is only $2, but I pledge $1 billion.
That's the meme.
Plus
I
my
told everybody that's the meme.
picture that you took, right?
That's correct.
So Mr. Depp must have not liked his own message to himself.
I'm not quite sure what was happening when Ben took his photograph. No.
Let's please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 343, which is already in evidence, and play the portion from 1:57:21 through 1:58:54. It's a recording, Your Honor.
It'd be great if that recording was her quoting Carly Simon. Oh, shit.
To get out of a bad situation while it's happening. It gets worse. In Australia, when we had the big fight where I lost the tip of my finger, at least 5 bathrooms and 2 bedrooms I went to
avoid talking to me, to
To
avoid
escape
working it
the-
out. That's
to
the
escape
problem.
the fight.
You don't escape the fight. You escape the solution.
No.
You escape the solution.
No.
You escape figuring it out. We cannot work it out if you run away to the bathroom every time.
Listen to me. Listen to me. A boxer can't go 12 rounds without a fucking minute break.
I'm not giving you a minute break. You do it at minute 3 at the beginning of an argument.
No. There are rounds, man. And when it gets too fucking hairy, the ref splits them apart or whatever. But
I've
all
lived
I'm
this
saying is
experience.
You can't have a solution if the argument just keeps mounting and mounting and mounting.
The argument becomes the purpose.
I fucking go to
That's
the
exactly.
bathroom and sit on the floor. Bam, bam, bam. Here you come. I come out. Fight. Crazy. Escalated. I split again. I go to another fucking bathroom or a bedroom or something. Knock. Bang, bang, bang. You kept coming to get me.
Every
Ooh,
This is what really happened in Australia, isn't it, Miss Heard?
no, it's not.
I did knock on a bathroom door on the first night.
Not a bathroom door, 5 bathroom doors and 2 bedrooms. Isn't
Johnny
that right?
is not an accurate historian of what happened during
Miss Heard,
that
Miss
period
Heard,
of time. I'll guarantee
Miss
you
Heard, that's not my question. 5 bathroom doors, 2 bedrooms. That's what you knocked on.
that.
That's what actually happened in Australia, isn't it, Miss Heard?
I was there.
So that's a
I
no?
remember it. I knocked on
Wanna
one
answer the
bathroom
question?
door. I came on the first night after he decided to take the bag of MDMA.
Miss
and I went
Heard,
to check
Miss
on
Heard,
him.
Motion to strike
you
that.
strike everything after I knocked on one bathroom
She
door.
can't do that. She's answering the question.
She is not
quite,
answering
so
the
I will
question.
sustain the objection. Just answer the question, okay, ma'am?
This judge doesn't strike.
Answering the
very
question
many
is not
cases.
saying whatever you want.
Exactly
She's
what
been
happened in
she's been
Australia.
striking though, Rakeda.
Mr. Depp lost the tip of his finger after you threw a bottle at him. Isn't that right?
That is incorrect.
You're the one who assaulted someone with a bottle in Australia. Isn't that right, Miss Heard?
I didn't assault Johnny in Australia. I didn't assault Johnny ever. I couldn't.
And then after he was injured, he had to hide from you, right?
That is
In
incorrect.
5 bathrooms, 2 bedrooms.
That is incorrect.
And you would pursue him
That is incorrect.
because he was avoiding talking to you, right?
He did that first night when
he was
I tried to
avoiding-
talk to him about the drugs.
And he was avoiding working it out.
No, he was avoiding agreeing to not fight about the drugs.
You weren't scared of him at all, were you?
Mm.
I have a mixed relationship with Johnny, and one in which I'm scared, one in which I love him very much.
I'm not talking about your mixed relationship. That night in Australia, after you cut off his finger with a bottle, you weren't scared of him at all, were you?
This is a man who tried to kill me. Of course, it's scary. He's also my husband.
That's not an answer to the question.
Yep.
That's right. I'm going to show you what's been marked as Defendant's Exhibit 371. Do not believe these have been admitted into evidence.
No, I don't.
Okay.
I don't have them.
If we can scroll down, please. No.
Ms. Bretterhoff, if you don't have your microphone on, I cannot hear you. You still don't have it on.
Take that cat out of your mouth and use the microphone.
I need to take a look at the unredacted for a minute, Your Honor. Just bear with me.
All right.
I'm not admitting it into evidence yet. I would like to just
Okay.
talk to the
yes,
witness about it
Go
if I
ahead.
could. Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Hurd, I'm going to show you what's been marked as Defendant's Exhibit 371. Do you recognize these text messages between you and Dr. Cowan?
I don't recognize these, no.
Who's Dr. Cowan?
He was my therapist that was recommended to me from Dr. Kipper. He and Dr. Kipper worked together.
He was your therapist at the time, correct?
That's correct.
And you had been seeing him for almost a year in March of 2015?
My guess would be about 6 months at that point.
I think Elaine's stalling with the mic.
Your text messages are in gray, correct?
Your Honor, I'm going to ask that she show her the unredacted so that she can see the text exchange back and forth.
If you
If
can-
she wants to talk
Absolutely.
about
All right, we'll
moving
pull
the
that up.
unredacted
Sure.
later.
Go ahead.
Thank you.
Pull it up.
Let's see. Richard S. says,
Seeing these unredacted messages, just this
Leighton
fresh
Breithoff.
recollection that these are indeed communications between you and Dr. Cowan?
no, I don't remember these.
Yes, that's correct.
Doctor, your text messages are in gray, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And Dr. Cowan's are in blue?
That is correct.
Do you see the text message at the bottom of the page from March 8th, 2015 at 8:29 p.m.?
Yes, that's correct.
March 8th is the day that you were allegedly sexually assaulted by Mr. Depp in Australia, correct?
That is correct.
So on March 8th, 2015, you were in Australia,
That is correct.
and Mr. Depp's finger had just been cut off, right?
That is correct.
And you write to Dr. Cowan, quote, "I feel so lost. I can't talk. I don't know if I'll ever be able to change," end quote. Did I read that correctly?
That's correct.
You weren't able to change, were you, Ms. Hurd?
I very much wanted to leave the relationship I was in, but I didn't have the power. I didn't feel I had the power to leave. I knew I was in a very toxic relationship with Johnny, and I knew I needed
that's
to
true.
change that. I knew it was, at this point, horrible for me. And I
I'm gonna
talk to
move
my
to
therapist
admit-
often about that.
Defendant's Exhibit 371 as redacted with just Ms. Hurd's messages.
All right.
Your Honor, I object because she has left out the next two lines from Ms. Hurd that clarify even further, and I also think
Ms.
that Dr.
Bredehoff,
Cowan's.
This is-
Your Honor, may we
Yeah,
please
let's go.
approach?
Let's-
This is
Elaine has done this several times.
She's
where
testifying.
she testifies on behalf of Amber Heard from the bench or from the table. This court clearly does not allow speaking objections, yet she'll do it constantly to narrate what's going on. Steph Dev says later than
It's been
Amber
called
Heard.
out.
Oh yeah, and that's why she's going to the bench right now. Your Honor, can you tell her to knock this shit off?
This bitch has got to stop, Your Honor.
Sanction it.
Steph Dev says later than Amber Heard's divorce settlement donations. Austin Olson, here's my first installment payment for the Rekieta Law Learjet. I'm pledging 10 million, so you can go buy that jet right now.
It's the best. It's the best. That is the best super chat meme. Is the pledge versus donate. Like that'll last for a long time. That's a good one.
Richard S. Wouldn't be late if you were using OBS. Chininator, you're late. I want to speak with your manager. Winged Paragon, yesterday was brutal. Bring on the blood, Camille. Richard S. Morning, Shyster. What's the over-under on Elaine's psychotic break today? Elaine's over there just religiously popping Prozac. She's got just a bowl of Prozac and milk. Your Honor, this is improper. Your Honor, this is improper. Romo Drummer, wake up, you shyster lawyer. Stalky Pixel says, I need help, Nick. I went from stalking my ex to stalking Camille Vasquez, but I swear it's for science. Also, they should replace Jack Sparrow with a black android. That's great storytelling and not a race swap. Oh my God. This is brutal. Poor Lofty.
So, Your Honor, I'm going to move to admit Defendant's Exhibit 371 as redacted.
All right, 371 in evidence as redacted. Over objection.
Oh,
Yes,
shit.
ma'am.
Over objection.
Over
Publish
objection.
that to the jury.
Over
Thank you.
objection. Yeah.
You couldn't get that into the
So
rule
you
of
write,
completeness?
Ms. Heard, to Dr. Cowan, I feel so lost. I can't talk. I don't know if I'll ever be able to change. Right?
And I said, I clearly can't figure this out, meaning the relationship.
What's that software they're using
I
there?
did.
No?
Not the relationship. Your text messages. Clearly, I can't figure this out. I feel
Windows
so lost.
ME.
What I was saying to him
No,
is
Ms.
clearly I
Heard,
can't
Ms.
figure
Heard,
this
Ms.
out.
Heard,
as in
that's
the
not my question.
relationship.
The text, just the text.
That's exactly what I was
text-
saying.
What you texted. Clearly, I can't figure this out. I feel so lost right now.
That's
That's
what I
right.
was saying.
Okay. Thank you.
It's a trial presentation software. Someone sent it to me a long time ago. It's really cool. Yeah, you highlight something
you
and then it
contend-
Your
blows it
Honor,
up.
just for clarification, so those two next lines did come in.
They are in the redacted
Okay,
copy.
good. All right, thank you.
Ms. Heard, you contend that there's another incident of abuse in March of 2015 after you and Mr. Depp returned from Australia. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And incident took place on March 23rd, 2015?
That's correct.
And this supposedly occurred in the penthouse at the Eastern Columbia building?
That's correct.
You had found text messages between Mr. Depp and another woman, right?
That is correct.
So you confronted him about cheating on you.
That's correct.
And this was about 2 weeks after you had returned from Australia.
That's correct.
So this is shortly after Mr. Depp supposedly sexually assaulted you with a bottle, right?
It was 2 weeks after he assaulted me, yes.
And you decided to confront him about cheating on you?
I didn't decide to. I wanted to.
What?
Mr. Depp's finger was freshly injured at this point, right?
He had a cast on it.
The top of his right finger had been cut off 2 weeks prior.
That is correct.
And he had a pin in his finger, true?
I don't recall when the pin was placed.
A skin graft?
I'm not quite sure. He had several different procedures and they were kind of spread out over a period of time. So I don't remember what happened and when
One of those
exactly.
procedures was to treat the MRSA that got on his finger too, right?
At some point, I knew he had an infection.
And his right hand was in a bandage, right?
It was casted.
Unlike
So it's
you.
your testimony that Mr. Depp was able to attack both you and your sister with his hand in that state, right?
That is correct. He had a hard plaster cast on it.
Debbie Lloyd was present in the penthouses when Mr. Depp supposedly attacked you. Isn't that correct?
That's correct.
In fact, you claim that Mr. Depp threw a Red Bull can at Miss Lloyd that evening.
Yes, that's correct.
And
Why
you
didn't
put
you
in a
ask her on
sworn statement
cross?
to that effect in the UK case, right?
That is correct.
But that's not true, is it?
That's what happened.
You know what a deposition is, right, Ms. Heard?
I've had several. Yes.
So you know it's when someone provides testimony under oath.
That is correct.
You're aware that Miss Lloyd was deposed in connection with this case, correct?
That is true.
And Miss Lloyd's deposition testimony was played earlier in this trial, right?
I'm going to object, Your Honor. May we approach?
All right.
Your Honor, this is harmful to my client.
Very harmful. Your Honor, I actually really oppose her bringing in anything from the record in this case. I think it's highly improper for her to do so. Exhibit view. Someone mentioned the software might be exhibit view, and that sounds right. I don't remember specifically, but yeah, I remember there was some trial where they were using it, and I was like, that is so freaking cool. They highlight something and it just pops up bigger.
Well, I mean, Rakita, you've been streaming trials nonstop, so I mean, you're the best person to testify to this. The use of technology is so much more fluent and smooth in here compared to the Potter trial, compared to a lot of the other trials we've seen, where it's just like booming.
So in a deposition, Ms.
24/7.
Heard, you know it's when someone provides testimony under oath, right?
That's correct.
And you're aware that Miss Lloyd was deposed in connection with this case.
That's correct.
And Miss Lloyd's deposition testimony was played earlier in this trial.
Yes.
So you heard Miss Lloyd testify under oath that Mr. Depp never threw a can of Red Bull at her.
I can't remember if she didn't recall that or if she said it didn't happen. I don't remember.
You might remember
vaguely sense she didn't recall anything.
something being thrown at you.
So it's your testimony that Miss Lloyd would forget that Mr. Depp, a very famous patient of hers, threw a can of Red Bull that nearly missed her, according to your version of events?
To be fair, I just don't remember if she said when she testified that she didn't recall that incident or if it didn't happen. I don't remember what she testified to, but I have a vague sense that she didn't recall much at all.
Oh.
She recalled and she testified in this courtroom that Mr. Depp never threw a can of Red Bull at her. That was her testimony, wasn't it?
I don't recall what her testimony was with regards to that one incident.
Play it.
You actually
Wait,
filed a
do
complaint
it.
against Miss Lloyd's nursing license right before she was supposedly deposed in this case, didn't you?
Ooh.
No, I don't believe I did.
Are you aware that someone filed a complaint against Miss Lloyd's nursing license in connection with her care of Mr. Depp for failing to report abuse?
No, I had no idea. You're the first person to
Bullshit.
let me know about that.
It's your testimony under oath. That wasn't you.
That is my testimony. I didn't even know about that until now.
Travis McGivern was also present when Mr. Depp supposedly attacked you, correct?
He walked in at some point.
And you heard his testimony that it was actually you who punched Mr. Depp. Isn't that right?
It's always been my own testimony that I hit Johnny.
And you who was throwing things at Mr. Depp.
I hit him in defense of my sister. I didn't have anything to throw at him. I never threw anything at him. I hit him when he attacked me and my sister, specifically when he moved for her. That's when I hit him.
So it's your testimony under oath. You threw nothing at Mr. Depp. Mr. McGivern's lying.
I have thrown things at Johnny.
No,
to be clear, but not
thrown
that
things
occasion.
that evening.
Not that occasion. Not on that occasion.
So it's your testimony, Mr. McGivern. Imagine that you were throwing things at Mr. Depp from the mezzanine level.
Look how flustered she is.
Where Mr. Depp and Mr. McGivern were standing.
Well, he certainly wasn't going to say it about his client.
Why? People testify against their clients all the time.
Yep.
They're under oath.
You and Mr. Depp kept a journal together, didn't you?
Yes, we did.
You wrote each other messages in that journal, right?
That is true.
If we could please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 91.
McGivern, the base
I'm only going to be showing you
Scotsman,
certain portions of this, so
He was
came
amazing.
across pretty.
please call this Plaintiff's Exhibit
pretty credible.
91A.
Look at her cheeks today. She looks bruised. Camille's bruising her.
Is she drinking Pedialyte? Oh,
This
it's
is
Fiji
the
water.
journal that you and Mr. Depp
Pink,
passed
though.
to each
Meal.
other in electronic form, correct?
That is correct.
And if we could scroll
Fiji water
through,
and
these are all
pomegranate
entries that you
vodka.
made in the journal, correct?
Tom Grawl says Amber Heard's eyes are as dry as Ralph's woman when she looks at him.
Is it done? Yes.
The guns.
I'm going to move for the admission of Plaintiff's Exhibit 91A.
It would be funny if
and
over
I've
the
gone
course of
ahead
cross,
and
Amber's
drafted
face gets
Mr. Depp's
increasingly bruised.
writings.
Till the end, she's got a big black eye.
Okay.
Okay, so now we have an objection to Amber's statements, or we'll see. So they share a journal back and forth for communications, and they're trying to admit the journal, and Elaine is objecting.
Look, Amber Heard's so tired of this conversation. She just wants to go and get her facial and her nails done. She's so tired of having to answer these questions from this stupid little bitch in her white outfit.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, because the questions are hard. No, I talked about all of this. Well, let's talk about your testimony. Well, I don't want to talk again about it because that might not line up the same way. Dredd says, will this be the unbreaded cross we've been waiting for? I might miss the beginning because I need breakfast. Buy a good brunch on me, Nick. Hey, thank you. Stephen Cooper says, when are you getting sponsored by ProVigil? This stream brought to you by ProVigil. That's why I can't stop talking. Blossom and Gin says, a couple of coins thrown your way for my favorite shock jock, very unbreaded. We've got the mic back on. Are we going to actually hear it?
Let's start with the first page.
Okay.
It's a picture.
Your Honor,
It's a picture.
they haven't given me the pages yet.
Writing them down.
That Star Wars girl says stream doesn't show up on my tabs or on your channel.
That was happening for me too with my streams.
Anyway, Camille looks great. People will make memes of her as an angel saving Johnny and smiting the wicked. I guarantee it.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Yeah, all right.
If you could please publish this to the jury.
We need some memes of Camille like a Valkyrie on a unicorn with a sword held above her head.
There already were some of her
This is a
like as
picture
a femme Thor.
That's on the inside
Okay.
cover of the Love Notebook, correct?
That's correct.
And this is a picture of you and Mr. Depp.
That's correct.
You're in Australia in this picture, aren't you?
Yes, but that's much later once we returned.
You can see that Mr. Depp's right hand is bandaged, right?
Yes, that's correct. That was after it had recovered significantly. That's not what it looked like during the incident we were just talking about.
So this is a picture after the events in Australia in March of 2015, correct?
Yeah, yes, that photograph was taken months later.
We have the jury look at that photograph again, please. Let's now turn to page 3.
Just let it sit there. Look at how they look.
This is a note you wrote in the journal to Mr. Depp, correct?
That's what it looks like, yes.
This is actually the first note you wrote to him in this journal.
I don't remember what the first note was.
The date on this note is May 22nd, 2015, correct?
That is correct. That was during our honeymoon period.
This is just a little bit over 2 months after the events in Australia in March of 2015, right?
That's correct. We were back in a honeymoon phase. That was the period of sobriety I spoke
Back
about
in the
yesterday.
honeymoon.
Honey,
Mr.
back
Depp-
in
after
so
Mr. Depp had allegedly assaulted you with a bottle, right?
It was after the stairs and it was after the Australia incident, yes.
And
And he
it's-
got clean sober and we went back to Australia.
It's also 2 months after you punched Mr. Depp because you allegedly thought he was going to throw your sister down the stairs, right?
I hit him when he swung at my sister. And this is written months later, yes.
You thought he was going to throw your sister down the stairs like he had thrown Kate Moss down the stairs, right?
He swung at Whitney and I had heard
That's
a
different
rumor,
testimony.
a vague rumor about that. And so it's what I thought of.
This first message to Mr. Depp in your journal, you write, quote, "True love isn't about just the madness of passion or instead picking the safety of peace. No, it's about having both, falling madly in love with your friend. That is what has surprised me perhaps the most, that I have seen in you the true bones of friendship and respect.
Literally.
But of course, I still, perhaps more than ever, want to rip you apart, devour you, and savor the taste. Fret not, XX Slim."
Yes, it's a love note.
Did I read that correctly?
Yes, you did.
And you're Slim, right?
That's correct.
Ms. Hurd, I'm now going to ask you to take a look at the very last entry you wrote in this journal, which seems to be from April 8th.
I mean, again, it seems weird. I mean, this hot and cold thing.
It's typical though, Ricada. I mean, this is something like people, especially with these personality disorders, they love that. They love the hot and cold situation.
That would be April
It's a
8th,
pattern.
2016, correct?
I'm not quite sure. I don't see the year written on there and I don't recognize it yet.
It would be a couple weeks. April 8th would be a couple weeks before your birthday, though, right?
That's correct.
Just to confirm, this is a note you wrote to Mr. Depp, right?
That's what it looks like, yes.
And on the second page of this note, you wrote the following. Quote, "I'm sorry I can get crazy. I'm sorry I hurt you. Like
shit.
you, I can get wicked when I am hurt, when I feel provoked, shattered. And last night I was. I felt abandoned about the Lily Rose thing, felt absolutely bewildered about your not coming home on my last night here, and was heartbroken and angry after many attempts in vain on my part to rectify the situation and make amends on the last night of what was otherwise a gorgeous trip with you. I'm so sorry for my part. None of this is meant to be an excuse for hurting you, because the truth is, nothing is. There's never a reason good enough to hurt you. You are the last thing in the whole world who deserves it. Last person I ever meant to hurt. I love you, Steve. I am forever yours, Slim. Did I read that correctly?
That's correct.
Who's Steve?
Johnny Depp. Their pet names are Steve and
Ms. Heard,
Slim.
let's take a look at defendant's exhibit
From an old movie.
423, which is already in evidence.
Hey guys, if you like the coverage and the commentary, please go ahead and click like on the
This is a
stream.
picture of you with what appears to be straight red marks on your arms, correct?
Those are scars from the broken glass.
And they're straight,
Bullshit.
right?
I disagree with how you characterize that, but they are red, yes.
And they're on your left arm?
Yes, that's correct.
Ms. Heard, you have a history of cutting yourself, don't you?
I do not.
Yeah.
You cut your arm once as a teenager, isn't that right?
No, I said I wanted to. When I was put on birth control pills when I was a teenager, I felt crazy. And I said,
No kidding.
suicidal.
Since your testimony under oath that you didn't report to Dr. Hughes, your retained psychologist, that you had cut yourself as a teenager once?
I said I had told my mom that I wanted to when I was a teenager.
It's not what her note says.
Ms. Heard, we heard some testimony from you yesterday about a trip you and Mr. Depp took on a train in Southeast Asia. Do you recall that?
Yes, that's correct.
That was when you and Mr. Depp went on your honeymoon trip, correct?
That's correct.
And that was in July of 2015?
Yes, that sounds right.
Let's take a look at Plaintiff's Exhibit 162, which is already in evidence.
This weird picture.
You were
where
here in
everyone
this
looks
courtroom,
coked
right,
out.
Ms. Heard, when Malcolm Connolly testified to taking this picture?
That's correct.
This is the picture. This picture shows an injury to Mr. Depp's face, doesn't it?
I disagree. I've seen this picture.
Okay, Ms. Heard,
I've seen
I
this
got the
picture
answer. Thank
before,
you.
and
You
he's
disagree?
not injured in it.
He's not injured in this picture.
Mhm.
That's your testimony. Fine.
This one is Photoshopped.
Ms. Heard,
It's
I have your
photoshopped.
answer. Thank you.
Strike.
This is the only photograph from your honeymoon that shows someone with an injury, correct?
That's not true.
We haven't seen any photos of injuries to your face from that train trip, have we?
I don't believe my face was injured on that trip.
Let's take a look at Exhibit 91A at page 46, going back to the Love Journal. This is a note from you to Mr. Depp, right?
That is correct.
This is a note you wrote on July 22nd, 2015.
That is correct.
And it starts off with the words, "My husband, happy honeymoon," right?
That's correct.
Ms. Heard, please take a look at Plaintiff's Exhibit 91A at page 67. This is another note from you to Mr. Depp in your journal, right?
That is correct.
And this one is dated August 1st, 2015.
That's correct.
And you write, "That's enough. You've held this book hostage long enough. Although I can't wait to read my note, I also couldn't wait to tell you how much I adore you. What a beautiful, extraordinary, magical, memorable, wonderful, stunning, surprisingly evolving, and impulsive adventure. I couldn't have imagined a more gorgeous honeymoon. I love you more and more every passing day. XX Slim." Did I read that right?
I got to write that down for my next wedding anniversary. That was pretty good.
Take a look at the journal on page 68.
Well, that was beautiful, Andrew. Yeah, you came up
Got it
with
from a
all on my own.
psycho.
Yeah. See, the hot part is good.
This is another entry from you
A Hallmark psycho collection.
writing to Mr. Depp, right?
That is correct.
And this one's dated August 2nd.
I will eat your
That is
soul.
correct. Yes.
And this one is a longer one, so let's go to where it ends on page 70 of the journal.
Yeah, that the non-cursive text in that last note sure looked like the mirror.
Yeah.
I might just put those pictures up side by side.
And you write, quote, "I hope the things said in anger and pain were just that, and that you miss and love me too. And that is what matters most to you. You may say you stand by everything you said and did, and that there is nothing you can learn from this, but I don't feel that way. And it's important for me that you know that. I love you and I'm sorry. I miss my warm, loving husband, XX Slim.
That is correct.
And sad, the word sad is crossed out.
That is true.
Next, we have a journal entry from you on page 89. This is another note from you to Mr. Depp.
That is correct. The whole book is love notes.
So this is dated August 15th, correct?
That is correct.
And here you write, quote,
So you're testifying you
my
just
love,
lied?
why do we fight?
In all of them?
Ever. Why? I love you more than anything else. Are we that uncomfortable with being vulnerable? Were we scared? Or is it something else? I don't know. But
It's
I'm sure
something
it's
else.
one thing. And if it's that I can't imagine my life without you. I love you. I will do better. I am sorry. X Slim. Did I read that correctly?
That is correct.
Your testimony, this was a love journal.
That is correct. It was primarily love notes and
Apology notes from you to Mr. Depp.
The book was more of a love note book, and part of that communication, obviously, since we fought so much, it was important for me to, try to nurture as much peace as we possibly could. And when things were good, they were really good.
It's amazing when
And
all
there's
of the
also an opportunity
testimony.
for you to apologize to Mr. Depp for your behavior, isn't it?
I think it's important in every relationship to apologize when you're trying to move past fights.
Let's look at an entry from August 17, 2015, starting on page 90.
In every encounter, in every one of them, it's always just conveniently, well, this is just during
Here
the
you
good
write,
times,
quote,
and you got to take
I'm
all
sorry
advantage of the
I
good
shook
times.
the wheels so hard. I'm sorry we've tested the shocks and brakes to this point. God damn, I love you, Johnny. I love you. I am tied to you forever. You know that? So I'm tasked with making this work for that reason and many others, of which there are many. Let me try to fix this.
I mean,
Let me try to patch this.
obviously, she triggered
Let
these
me try
fights.
to make your heart better.
So he would
Deserve
prove
it.
how much he loved her by
Hell,
loving her regardless of
maybe
what a
even I
psycho
do.
she was.
I need you. We need each other. You're my cornerstone, my heart, my all. You are my life. I hate it when we fight. I hate having you hurt. I hate that you're hurting. I love you more than anything. Let me prove it. I need you. I love you. Slim. Did I read that correctly?
Yeah, another example of me trying to fix it. I was always trying to fix it.
Fix it by apologizing for your bad behavior?
I tried everything. I tried apologizing. I tried reading. I tried therapists. I tried everything to fix
But
it.
yet you couldn't change like you told Dr. Cowan, right?
I couldn't change my relationship.
Did you ever consider not drinking?
Let's talk about December 15th, 2015 again. Erin Filati, your personal nurse, saw you 2 days after the incident on December 15th, 2015. Isn't that right?
She did not see me as in a medical visit. She just
By the
dropped
way,
off
folks,
meds.
these psychos
You know,
convince
late at night.
themselves of their
She
version
saw
of
you
reality. If you put her on a lie
She
detector
physically
test,
saw
she
me,
would
but did not
pass.
see
She'll
me in
believe
the
it,
medical
yeah.
sense, the way a doctor might see a patient. She did not see me in that way.
She was your personal nurse, right?
She was a nurse assigned to me. I didn't hire her. Johnny did.
She was assigned to you. And so when she would see you, it would be physically in person in your home and traveling, correct?
She would sometimes see me as like a medical professional would, and then other times she would just drop off meds and physically see me, like as in with her eyes.
You testified that during the incident on December 15th, 2015, Mr. Depp broke the bed, correct?
That is correct.
And more specifically, you described that he broke the bed frame with his boot while trying to get purchase. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Where's Rob?
Let's take a look at Defendant's Exhibit 509, which is already in evidence.
Here we go.
The knife on the bed?
Man, if I broke the bed on my honeymoon, I put a
Have that
plaque on
finished
it.
to the jury. Thank you. Ms. Hurd, this is a picture that you indicated depicts the broken bed, right?
That's exactly it.
And it's your testimony that Mr. Depp caused this damage to the bed with his boot, right?
He did.
Is that a pocket knife on the bed there?
I cannot tell what's on the bed.
Did you use that to damage the bed?
I did not damage the bed. Johnny's boot did when he was punching me. I could feel him slipping.
Mr. Do you also testify that there was blood all over the pillows on the bed, correct?
On the pillow top, yes. That's correct.
On the pillow top?
But you didn't take a picture of that, though, did you?
I did not take a picture of this.
About a week after the December 15th, 2015 incident, you went with Mr. Depp and his children to the island of the Bahamas. Is that correct? To celebrate Christmas?
The incident was on the 15th and we went on the 23rd, I believe.
While you were there, you did a photo shoot with Greg Williams, correct?
A few days later, I think the photo shoot was about 2 weeks after this assault.
Let's please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 99. For Depp's Island shortly after December 15th, 2015, correct?
No, this was taken weeks later.
On the island, on that trip?
It was taken on the island.
On that trip?
Yes.
Weeks later?
Weeks later.
December 15th, you traveled to the island December 23rd? That's your testimony?
It's my recollection that this picture was taken on New Year's Eve or the first day of the year. I think New Year's Eve.
And this is the photo shoot with Greg Williams, correct?
That is correct.
I'm going to move to admit and publish.
No objection?
All right, 99, you can publish.
Can we please have a zoom in to Ms. Heard's face? Thank you, Tom.
No, this was weeks later. I wasn't bruised anymore.
Let's please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 100.
They should have gotten the exact date that picture was taken. They really should have pinned down specifically what date from a calendar
I'm going to move
book.
to admit and publish.
From the guy.
All right, 100 in evidence, you can publish.
Ms. Heard, this is another picture of you from that photo shoot, correct?
Yes, this is the same photo shoot that you asked me about earlier. And
They
this is
must have the dates.
several
So
weeks later.
Amber, I doubt she's lying about the dates here. They
We
would
could
catch
zoom in
her on
on
it.
Ms. Heard's face. Thank you, Tom. Let's please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 101. And I'm going to move to admit and publish.
Any objection?
Can we just have the foundation first, please?
This is a picture from the photo shoot, Ms. Heard, that was taken on the island.
This is the same photo shoot, yes.
Then no objection, Your Honor.
All right, 101 in evidence, you can publish.
If we could please zoom in, excuse me, Tom, on Ms. Heard's face. It's your testimony, Ms. Heard, that you were wearing makeup for this photo shoot?
That is correct. It's a photo shoot.
Notice the dark shadowing under your eyes, Miss Heard. The same dark shadowing you claimed with black eye everywhere else.
Exhibit 102.
That was actually a good photo to show that.
Yeah.
With makeup, she still
Perfect.
has the darkness around her
Ms.
eyes.
Heard, is this another picture from the photo shoot?
I can't exactly tell from the background. It looks like the same thing, but I can't really tell without it being zoomed out.
This is a picture of you, though, right?
It is
She's
a picture
feeling
of me.
trapped now,
I'm
so
gonna
she's
move to
becoming
admit
more
and publish.
ambivalent.
All right, any objection?
I'm not going to object because she identified herself. I just, if she could identify when it was taken, that would help. But I'm not going to object. I'm not
No,
gonna object.
no objection.
objection.
Okay, there we go. 102.
That's what
all
I
that
needed to
matters.
know.
Yeah.
Let's please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 103.
03.
Ms. Heard, this is yet another picture of you from that Greg Williams photo shoot, correct?
That is correct. This is from the same shoot.
I'm going to move to admit and publish.
No
All
objection.
right, 103 in evidence, publish.
And again, if we could zoom in on Ms. Heard's face.
I know people in the chat are saying the metadata from the photos would show up from the photo shoot. Probably not on these. These are probably
And
edited
finally,
photos.
if we could please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 104.
If they even got digital copies of
And Ms.
them.
Heard, this is a picture of you from that photo shoot, correct?
Again, this is the same photo shoot weeks later.
I'm going to move to admit and publish.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, 104 in evidence. Thank you.
Again, if we could zoom in on Ms. Heard's face. Thank you, Tom.
Kind of a grainy image, Tom.
You testified that you and Mr. Depp got into a fight while on the island in December of 2015.
I mean, one weird thing about professional photos like this
And this
is
all started
their
because Mr. Depp
Photoshop
was
as a matter of
on the trip,
course.
right?
I mean,
thought
they're
he was
always
cutting
corrected
them
by the
in a
photographer.
similar
That's part of
fashion
the
to
art
what
of
he
producing
had
the image.
done, the previous year.
And when he nodded off, he spilled wine on you, correct?
Yeah, 2-3 times in a row.
You testified that Mr. Depp's son, Jack, was there when this happened, right?
At the beginning, he was there.
He was there when Mr. Depp allegedly spilled wine on you 2 or 3 times, right?
He was there for that because he offered me help.
You also testified that Mr. Depp then sexually assaulted you in the bathroom, correct?
That's correct.
And you testified that after this, you needed to get away from him, right?
That is correct.
So you ran out of the house.
That's correct.
And you admit you threw something at him, right?
I did throw something at him to get away.
You sat in this courtroom when Tara Roberts testified, right, Ms. Heard?
I did.
She's Mr. Depp's manager on the island.
Yes, that's correct.
You heard her testify that she witnessed an argument between you and Mr. Depp on the island in December of 2015, right?
Yes, that's correct. Yes.
And you heard her testify that Mr. Depp was trying to escape you, right?
I don't know if she characterized it like that, but that was the gist of it. She kind of misrepresented it to seem like that. Yes.
Everybody
She
else is
misrepresented
lying.
it. How convenient.
That's correct.
Okay,
How
and then you kept
convenient.
apologizing to Mr. Depp, right? That's what
No, that's
Ms.
not
Roberts
correct.
said. Begging him to come back to the house with you.
That's not correct.
Clawing at him. She used those words.
That's not correct. When she interrupted us, Johnny had me by the hair.
Yelling at him.
We were screaming, both of us, but I don't know what she would have heard.
Now Johnny had you
And
by
that
the hair.
she observed an injury on Mr. Depp's nose from something that you threw at him, right?
I don't know what she observed.
You also heard Ms. Roberts testify that she included all this information in a sworn statement in the UK in May of 2020. Isn't that right?
That is correct.
You put in a witness statement in response to Ms. Roberts' statement in June of 2020. Isn't that correct? In the UK?
I did several, I think 7 witness statements, and each one contained different information as per recent filings. That's what counsel has you do in that.
And in response to previous filings, correct? Including testimony from people that contradict your story?
Sort of. So what you have to do is your counsel asks you to respond to things and you put it in a declaration of sorts. And that happens back and forth over the course of preparing to go to trial in that country. And that's what I did.
So that was your 5th witness statement submitted in the UK.
I don't recall which one I was asked to comment on Tara Roberts' testimony.
I'll remind you.
Don't worry, we'll get
We
there.
could have Ms. Heard's 5th witness statement from the UK.
Crushing on Curry says abuse has many forms. His career was in trouble before the op-ed. Let's take bets. Which part of Amber Heard's legal team's strategy will she blow up next?
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Is it your testimony that it's your lawyers who cut off Johnny's finger?
I didn't have control over them. They just started cutting.
It's amazing. Again, so now we've gone from the island being a fight where she threw something to get away from Johnny Depp or something to him grabbing her by the hair and dragging her there. The hair is matriculating into every story she's ever
Directing your
told.
attention, Ms. Heard, to page 6 of your 5th witness statement. It's here that you describe the December 2015 incident, correct, on the island?
I haven't read through the statement. I just don't know if I had commented on it before. In a previous witness statement, as I said, there were several.
But starting on page 6, Ms. Heard, you describe the incident that took place on the island, correct?
That's correct, but what I'm trying to say is
I
I'm not sure if
understand.
I'd describe it in full in this statement.
I'm going to show you
Would anybody
Or
going to be
confidential
surprised if Amber Heard was
schedules
next on
and
trial
cases
for driving a carload of kids into a
accompanied
river?
witness statement in the UK.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
I love that she just basically said, well, I don't know that I wrote down the full thing when I was responding by writing to a specific event in preparation for trial as a witness. Well, I left some stuff out. Oh, did you? Okay. But the other people must be
In
lying.
the confidential schedule to your fifth witness statement, paragraph 1 on page 21. You describe Mr. Depp sexually assaulting you in the Bahamas of December 2015, right?
That is correct.
Allegedly.
And that's the first time you ever claimed that Mr. Depp had sexually assaulted you in the Bahamas.
That is incorrect.
You only submitted the confidential schedule in the UK claiming Mr. Depp had sexually assaulted you after Miss Roberts had said that she saw you on the island chasing, clawing at Mr. Depp. Isn't that correct?
That is incorrect.
If we could please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 394. So, Your Honor, this is another recording I can represent to the court. This only contains Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard's voices. I'm going to move to admit the entire recording. I'm only going to play from 1:17:44 through 1:20:02.
All right, any objection?
Which plaintiff exhibit, Your Honor?
394.
394.
I think I have no objection.
All right, I'll go with that. All right, 394 in evidence.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Get your shit together, Arlene.
I think I have no objection.
I say when I say I'm going to try and change the Y&Z thing or network on blah, 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 I can only do those things. And since I've been doing this thing,
What things have you been doing?
working on this thing, not doing this great thing, trying to change the thing. That's last several times.
Hence screaming when I spilt wine accidentally on you for falling asleep and screaming in front of my kids and freaking Jack out. And that's trying.
I would appreciate. Yeah, you're right. You're right, Johnny.
That fucked him up, you know.
I'm sorry I fucked your son up.
No, it weirded him out. He'd never.
I'm so sorry I fucked your kids up.
You didn't fuck my kids up, but
I'm
it
so
was pretty
sorry.
fucking weird for him, you know.
Because I jumped up and screamed at everyone. No, that's amazing.
Yeah.
You're right. I'm surprised, Jason. So you're going for the countdown. I'm sure that's terrifying.
I don't need your
No, you poor kid.
your clever
Use them against me again.
comebacks.
That's so
No,
Your-
you think
your
you're controlling yourself.
Character.
You think you're controlling
Your
yourself.
character has become so clear, especially when you use them. It's embarrassing for you. I'm gonna walk away now because you're actually
Oh wait, now walking away is okay.
making me see even worse. And believing me, I'm not gonna be calling you at 3 o'clock in the morning after having an Ambien and think, oh, I'm gonna just fucking forgive and move on. Trust me, it is gross how you're using your kids. I've done nothing but be there for them in a good way. And if you take that for granted, fine. You're right. Meet a woman who would not jump up and scream if she'd been spilled on 3 times in a row. And I hope you're happy with whoever that is, because that would be a special kind of fucking person. No doubt.
It's you and Mr. Depp in that recording, right?
That's correct.
And you're discussing what happened in the Bahamas in December of 2015, right?
No, that's not correct. We were discussing a part of it.
You're discussing when you screamed at Mr. Depp in front of his children, correct?
No, we were talking about a part of that argument.
Including when you screamed at Mr. Depp in front of his children.
That's not a fair characterization of what happened.
That's what's in the
Mr.
audio.
Depp says you screamed at him when he accidentally spilled wine on you, correct?
I realize that's what Johnny said.
Yeah. And Mr. Depp tells you that this freaked out his son, Jack.
Johnny often used other people to back him up in our arguments.
You don't seem too concerned about that, do you?
I had a lot of concerns.
You don't mention Mr. Depp sexually assaulting you in this recording, do you?
That was not the point of that conversation. If I had gotten into the details of what happened to me with him, it would have been another fight.
You just accused Mr. Depp of, quote, using his kids, right? In that recording.
He would often use other people, yes.
And you challenge him to find a woman who will not, quote, jump up and scream if she has been spilled on 3 times in a row.
That is correct.
Not a woman who would put up with sexual abuse, right?
I was pointing out the ridiculous nature of him expecting me not to react to something that basic.
Your Honor, would this be a good time for a break?
All right, we can do that. That's
Thank
fine.
you, Your Honor.
Right, you have 2 things to complain about. He spilled wine on you, or he raped you, and you complain about the spilled wine. That's the thing you complain about. That's credible.
Yeah. I really wish they would have nailed down the dates on those photos better, though. To me, that part of the testimony fell kind of flat, because she effectively said, yeah, this is weeks later. It's just like, okay, well, what are you showing me? I like the one black and white photo just because it shows how dark
Back at 10:47 then? All right, 10:47.
how dark her eyes are, and I think that's useful. Like you said, Branka, that you might put it up next to the picture of her bruises and be like, so the same dark circles are there in both of these.
But
she can
those are
say,
all ways, frankly, I think this cross is falling short. I mean, I think she should have made that point explicitly. Would you agree that there's dark lines under your eyes? And even if she says, no, I don't agree with that representation, the jury's seeing it.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. The jury sees it. And that's
to make
the
it
trick.
explicit. The same way should have made explicit. So you're telling this jury that during that fight, Johnny both raped you and spilled wine on you, and you chose to complain not about the rape, but about the wine.
Well, the rape this was in the Bahamas. This would have been, let's see, August to December, 4 months later.
After the rape.
4 months post rape.
Oh, okay. All right. Fair enough.
So that's why. And that's why, I don't think this ended on the highest note for going into break because of that too. It's like, this is kind of blunted by that. I actually get what Amber's saying when she says that wasn't the point of this conversation. Like, bringing up the rape is kind of weird. I mean, I think the purpose is to have the jury in the mindset that, yeah, he did this most horrific violation ever. And here she is. And this is what I think was kind of effective. Here she is writing these love notes, making apologies, all of this stuff, and then going to the Bahamas with him. She doesn't seem concerned that she's about to be raped again.
Yeah, I see a lot of people in the comments saying that there was also a sexual assault she alleged right then, in conjunction with the wine spilling event.
Well, she's alleged a lot of. I mean, she's added a lot of sexual assaults in, right? We had the incident that she testified to during direct of the grabbing her by the Trump incident, pretty much. Grabbing her by the pelvic bone. That was new information that came out of nowhere that we never heard before anywhere or from any other source. So I mean, you're right. I mean, Andrew, it's hard to track these, right? It's hard to track all these incidences she's now alleging of sexual assault.
But then they have to do it explicitly on cross. I mean, they can't allow this stuff to remain ambiguous.
True.
Yeah.
The one thing I think she did do good to give a positive part here was I think it was important to play that last little bit of testimony to show, and Johnny had the response. You could hear Amber being evasive. Giving those non-responsive, those sort of smart alecky responses. So you're seeing that her behavior in court mirrors that of in the relationship.
Yeah.
That's very congruent.
And another good thing, she's gotten her to call other witnesses liars. Which, if I had to guess, because if I were running the case, this is what I would do. I'm not them, but Dr. Muffin Mommy is coming back. And Dr. Muffin Mommy is going to re-emphasize that histrionic personality disorder people can never be at fault. Everybody else has to lie. Everybody else's story is always wrong. They accept zero accountability. And if they can powerfully bookend that on Amber Heard, I think that'll be really, really effective because, I mean, this is the problem with her testimony. She is always an angel. The only time she's thrown something or swung at Johnny Depp is because I was running away. I was reacting.
I was defending my sister.
Right. I was defending my sister. And, oh, well, no one else will tell the truth because they all work for him, despite the fact that people get done in by contractors that work for them all the time, constantly. Like, I'm sure these people are well paid and have decent relationships. But at the end of the day, like if these guys are enabling Johnny Depp to sexually assault and repeatedly brutalize this woman, they will go to prison with him. Like, this is not going to be the best outcome. They'll lose their licensure. They'll go to prison. They'll face criminal charges. They'll face civil charges, potentially. I mean, that didn't happen here, but that's the risk of them trying to cover this up. Every doctor, every nurse, every bodyguard, every driver, every hotel staff, everybody ever is somehow just on the payroll of Johnny Depp and also willing to sell him upriver for no reason, despite the fact that he doesn't employ some of these people anymore.
Right.
And if it was true, they wouldn't be selling him upriver. Listen, if I was involved in that circle of people and he'd punched her in the face, I'd be testifying, yeah, listen, I like Johnny, but he punched her in the face. I saw it.
Yeah.
And you know, one person lying is one thing, right? One person is like, but multiple people now, you're saying, yep, they're a liar, they're like, I mean, maybe one person, maybe, hey, they saw it from a different perspective, but to say, no, they said this, that didn't happen. It's unbelievable. Her credibility is shot, which was already a problem with Amber. She already had an issue, and now it's even more lost.
Well, I love that. I think it was yesterday when she talked about her nurse's notes. Wow, there's a lot of things wrong with these notes. Oh, they're all incomplete. It's like, okay, the him, her typo, I think it was male.
The male.
Yeah, it said male versus female. Scrivener's error on that. Okay. But then to use that to say that, oh yeah, those notes left out a lot of things. Like, well, what did they leave out? Like how are you going to substantiate it? You're going to just sing a song about the medical records that you remember everything about them. Now you can't remember anything about anything else at this time from these people. Apparently they're not your physician. And again, like, yeah, it's Dr. Kipper might be Johnny's concierge physician. He's also your concierge physician. And if he does this, if he hides abuse, he goes to prison. His business model, his very cushy business model, gets shot to shit. You can't do stuff like that. Because if Amber Heard came out instead of going after Johnny Depp, this would have been a much more effective strategy if you want to just ruin everybody.
Yeah.
She comes out and says, Johnny Depp beat me for years, but worse, I told Dr. Kipper and his staff, and every time I told them, they left it out of the notes. They shunned me away. They never believed my story. They would ignore my injuries. And
hey, for those of you who've read the op-ed, because I've never actually read her op-ed, but does she claim this massive cover-up in her op-ed? I was a victim of abuse and everybody covered it up.
Andrew, she does claim it's systemic, and she claims it's systemic to protect powerful men. So if this was actually someone protecting a powerful man, like Nick was saying, it would be everybody here, right? Let's sue everybody because it's systemic, right? Because everybody is supporting Johnny. So they're all liable here. Let's sue them all. Why did you not do that?
Yeah, it's nuts. Also,
well, I would make that part across too. You know, if this was part of the dynamic, it's a huge part of the dynamic. It's not just Johnny being bad. It's an enormous circle of people around him facilitating, covering up, accessory before and after the fact, criminal liability for many of these people. And she didn't mention a word of it.
No, because she loved Johnny a lot. She didn't want him to get in trouble. I don't think you've adequately considered, Mr. Branca, that she did love Johnny a lot and didn't want him to get in trouble.
And that's why she took pictures of staged cocaine and sent it to her best friend. That's exactly why she took pictures of that.
Let's see. What the hell?
I still don't. Yeah, that whole cocaine thing. I've never seen people cut lines of cocaine and walk. I mean, I knew one guy who did it for a second.
No, Bronca, that ruins the
his
point.
dog snorted up the cocaine.
Bronca, to me, that's like loading a gun, right? Yeah. Going to the firing range, raising it to fire, and then just dropping it. Like you wouldn't do that. It's just, you don't do that. Nobody who's doing cocaine just leaves a line out like that. You know where you see that? You see it in fucking Hollywood. You see it outside of reality.
Yep.
The thing that I'm still bothered by that part of the testimony yesterday, because I really wanted her to go through all the different versions of the photo that they have. I wanted her to bring up all these different things and just show, because again, she said your common practice is to send staged photos to your friend. It's like, yeah, that was a cool gotcha, but could you show the jury how it was staged by showing them the other like 4 photos with the cocaine box gone, with all these differences? Because show them that Johnny didn't leave the table this way. Like, just show them that. Show them how the driver's license is moved in one part. Show them all of those different things. I think that would have been a much better approach to that. I think that was a little bit of a miss yesterday as well. Listen,
I think Camille's doing a good job. I'm not trying to trash her, but if we're critiquing, well, I think it's a fair critique. I mean, it's not a perfect cross.
Right. And we get the benefit of sitting here without the pressure, without like the mountains and mountains of shit to sift through in our minds. And we go, this is what we would want to see. And yeah, there's no reason for us to just say, oh, she's doing a great job just because we, or a flawless job just because we agree with how the thing is going and the outcome that is being supported. Like, well, at least I do. I open with my biases. I'm in favor of Johnny Depp on this trial. I think he deserves the win from a moral perspective and from a legal perspective. But that being said, we can certainly point out misses, because I would love to see this cross be a little bit more precise on some of these things. And these are just the things that I know about. I know there are people out there with much more encyclopedic knowledge of this case that are probably, even though they're cheering Camille on, going, I really wish she'd do this. I really wish she'd talk about this. And that's what we're doing here too.
Mm-hmm.
Vinny the D says, if Turd had to spend the nights at the courthouse to avoid talking about her testimony, how long before we hear about the bailiffs complaining about the voices at night?
Having to clean up on aisle 5.
Casey Moody was watching one of the Quartering's 500 videos from yesterday. Have you noticed the slightly hetero flexible gay streaks showing up in his beard? I have not been looking at Jeremy's beard.
Skunky.
Nick says Camille turning law tubes into law lumber. Oh no.
Oh no.
BN Legal Mindset is right about the lightning. Amber lied and the stream cut to black for a split second and Amber was looking up at the ceiling. The good Lord made the best attempt to smite her. But there is that separation of church and state. It kept the holy lightning out of the courthouse.
Barely.
Dr. Hired one says, take another look at medical record. How can the last date to be seen in office be 12/23/15 if she was seen on 12/17/15? See the 5th line in the paragraph and date near the top. That's a good question. I didn't catch that. But the in office is interesting because both of those dates, they're on the island. So that, the in office was, I guess, just at the island office, which was the tent. They stayed in the yurt, I think. Death Trout, Ricada Law, the grift never sleeps, should be on the t-shirt. Matthew Perkins, the crap that told out of your mouth again haven't changed. Your brain is still gelatin. Little whisper circle around your head. Why don't you worry about yourself instead? Metallica nailed the turd when they wrote those lyrics. BG Willia says, love the giggle fits y'all provide, but can't go full belly laugh because of hernia surgery. Oh shit. Yeah, no, keep it calm. Keep it tame. Ray Marshall, Turd is snickering while looking at the transcript going through the pages. She can't be dumb enough to think she can change her testimony now to fit being called out. Can she? There was a moment that really annoyed me. Camille didn't press her on it. And I know you don't during cross ask the open question, But she did say this is the first time you've ever told the sexual assault story, isn't it? Or the first time you've talked about it. And Amber Heard said, that's not true. Well, now I want to know when the first time was. I want to know when she told the story other than that. I want to know where that came out, because where is it? Same as these photos that she allegedly turned over. Where are they? What is it? Do you guys have it in your binder? I think these are some of those errors that I would like to see cleaned up, or some of those questions I would like to see cleaned up on this. And I think they're going to leave that one hanging. And I think that's a bad one to leave hanging. Well, if she told the sexual assault story somewhere else, where the hell was it? Who's lying to me? I mean, I think it's Amber, but I don't know. Do you guys?
There's a certain lack of precision here in the cross. That bothers me a little bit. I mean, they've had plenty of time to prep for this. They got to know she's going to lie at every opportunity. You have to be prepared to smack it down.
Yeah. It seems like they've got their narrative, they've got their story, and she's working through it. And at least she doesn't get derailed from it too much. Although I will say today, it feels like the pace is a little less clean than yesterday. I'm not sure it's because Elaine is objecting effectively. It might just be because of the particular questions that they're asking, but it's not flowing as smoothly. I think it's a little bit harder to follow today.
Yeah, I agree. It is harder to follow. Yesterday felt like, like when they have 5 guys around the circus tent spike and they've all got the hammers like plink, 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 plink.
Yep.
Like that's what it felt like yesterday. She's just rolling through. And now there's something a little bit less to it. So maybe it was smart of Amber's team to have them split up the testimony over the 2 days. Maybe that was better because it broke up the momentum. But yeah, I don't know. There's something off on this cross where I feel like they're getting to the 2-yard line on a lot of these things and then not really carrying it across.
Not going into the kill.
Let me ask you guys this. How much longer do you think they have here? Because I mean, I can see them taking another hour or two and wrapping this up. I don't really see this as them needing the full day, but I want to know what you guys think.
They're almost through the entire relationship. They're going to confront her on the bed thing probably again, because it plays well, I guess, the taking the shit on the bed. And then they're going to hit her on the op-ed itself and the drafting of it with the ACLU. But I think this is going to go to lunch thing might be right.
Yeah, I mean, even if they could go longer, and I think they probably have the time if they wanted to use it, that would not be a productive use of the time. I mean, a full day of this would not be advisable.
No, if they had a full day of better stuff coming out.
Yeah, that would be great.
It'd be great. But yeah, to me, today's cross is not as energizing as I want it to be. And I do feel like they're getting to these almost things. And for Johnny Depp, I don't think in a defamation case, you don't want to leave any ambiguity. And I've got too much here from this cross. I really wanted a little bit more. So, do you think Camille is holding back because she has some sort of strategy? No. Again, like lawyers, law school professors hide the ball. Practicing lawyers don't, because there's no benefit to hiding the ball. You may never get to your reveal for whatever reason. You go in.
And if you're getting her to lie so that you can bring in witnesses later, then you really need to nail down those lies. So every single one you have to ask her. So you're telling this jury under oath X.
Yeah.
And get her to say yes. So you can play that back when you get the witness.
Yep. And I noticed that Amber equivocated pretty hard on the Kate Moss thing. So before I thought of Kate Moss. Now it's
okay.
I heard a vague rumor that had happened to her. They're trying to walk that back and repair it because I think they're scared of whatever the Kate
opening
Moss.
The door.
Yeah.
Possibly opening the door.
She's done that a few times, actually, kind of walking back previous statements. Apparently, I would guess for that purpose, to try to close the door.
But she's never talked to her attorneys about this. There's no way they've had a conversation about this.
Yeah, no, not at all. Definitely not.
Never.
Let's see. Antimatter Redneck says, when he did all the bad stuff to me, he had all this bad stuff in his hand. Sounds so banal, like when he was eating a banana, he had a banana in his hand. Well, yeah, that's because that was the most ludicrous line of testimony. It looked evasive. It felt evasive. I think any juror sitting there is probably like, yeah, this Australia story is falling apart. Antimatter redneck, for someone so traumatized by IPV, this is the least emotional testimony I've ever seen.
Be seated.
Everyone I've ever known who's talking about
Next
IPV has
question.
broken down crying or can't get through recounting it. Turd's a stone cold loaf.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Heard, you've testified repeatedly that you were concerned about Mr. Depp's substance use during your relationship, right?
That is correct.
Yes, that's correct.
But you weren't concerned enough to stop using drugs and alcohol yourself, were
Thank you.
There
I
we
did
go.
not use drugs when I was with Johnny, like in his
Bullshit.
presence, aside from the times I testified about with you.
Bullshit.
Or just those
So you
times.
weren't concerned enough to stop using drugs and alcohol the times you testified to in front of this jury, right?
As I testified to earlier, I took drugs in Johnny's presence on those 2 occasions early in our relationship in 2013.
Bullshit.
That's not
So
how
you
that
never
works,
changed your
by the
own
way.
behavior to support Mr. Depp and his sobriety, did you?
I did a lot of changing to support his sobriety. I tried everything that I could possibly think of.
But you drank wine around
Except
Mr. Depp
drinking-
on a regular basis,
Except
correct?
putting
I
drinking
did drink
drugs.
wine.
And you took Mr. Depp to Hicksville to do, quote, laughy drugs like mushrooms, end quote, right?
That's correct.
And you testified that despite what supposedly happened in Hicksville, you decided to take MDMA with Mr. Depp on a plane to Russia in June of 2013, correct?
As I mentioned, those are the 2 occasions.
You
Just or
testified that
twice,
this
though.
is the last time you would make that mistake, right?
That is correct.
And when asked if you would ask Mr. Depp to get you MDMA in Australia, you said that was, quote, ridiculous, right?
That is correct.
Because you had learned your lesson the hard way on the plane to Russia.
Russia, yes, that's correct.
Yours and Mr. Depp's wedding in the Bahamas was in February of 2015, right?
That is correct.
So that would have been after the Russia flight.
Yes, when I did, when we had mushrooms on the island for my hen party, my wet bridal party before. We were not with Johnny. I was not with Johnny at the time.
Was your wedding with Mr. Depp on the island, right?
To be clear, we were both on the same island. We just weren't around each other that evening. We had kind of separate parties, a bridal party and a groom's party.
And your wedding was a month before Australia, correct?
That is correct.
And you arranged to have drugs at your wedding, correct?
Like I said, we had mushrooms for my bridal party beforehand.
As if it's a food item.
On the island for your wedding.
Before the wedding.
On the island?
On the island, yes.
Okay. Can we please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 1262?
See, this is good.
Yeah.
Nail her down on this. No one
Very
believes
good.
she only did drugs the 2 times that she testified to.
Yeah. I like the detail.
This is an email you
Precision.
sent on February 1st, 2015, correct?
I would do this all day.
That is correct. Yes, that's correct.
I'm going to move to admit and publish Plaintiff's Exhibit 1262.
Any objection? Yeah, sure.
And the wine thing. I mean, every time Johnny drinks, it's the monster. Every time. And you're chugging bottles of wine. Bottles of wine. You're buying wine by the case, $500 a bottle, because you just can't stop, can you? You expected Johnny to stop, but you just couldn't stop.
Well, in
Well,
fairness,
hold on,
that's
hold
pretty
on,
good
hold on,
wine.
hold on. Yeah, I was going to say that's fancy wine. It doesn't count, Ricada.
It's never fancy wine when you're drinking it out of a mason jar, no matter how much it costs.
It's
Or a
just,
little
it's,
self-defense mug.
it's all $2 chuck in a jar.
I mean, again, this is the thing. I tried everything. Well, except this, though, except the one thing, which is his problem, which is substance abuse, and you're not willing to do it. Look, if you've got a fresh alcoholic, you need to, and they're trying to get sober, the house has to be devoid. You have to go through like a Jewish gluten hunt, right? Not a scrap of flour cleaning up for fucking Passover, but you have to do it with liquor. You have to get some machine to suck it out of the floor, because they'll suck it out of the wood floor if they can, if they have to, if they think they can get a little bit of that sweet, sweet buzz.
I want to see
cannot
Amber in
have it.
5 years when she's doing a Boone's Farm commercial.
So there's DUI guy right there. And then we got Chalet Painter's nice orange dress today. I'm appreciative of that.
Yep. It's,
Well, that's a good look for her. She looks pretty today.
she dresses better than Amber.
That's the girl
She
you were
was-
saying the lumber guy should go after, right, Rob?
Yeah, I think you should try and
He should make a move on that. I would.
he should definitely get an interview with her. I mean, what the hell?
Yeah.
And then get her phone number.
Your Honor, if we could please have Ms. Heard's email.
Although picking up abroad at a sexual assault trial sounds a little iffy.
You're into this too, huh?
Scheduled for your wedding weekend, right, Ms. Heard?
No, it's not. It's a proposed draft of a schedule. It ended up being quite different.
Do you see where it says 7 p.m. rehearsal dinner?
Yes, I see that.
And the next item on the list says, quote, after dance party and drugs and music, end quote, right?
That is correct.
So you plan to have drugs at your wedding to someone you characterize as a drug addict?
To be fair, we were going to have separate parties, as I mentioned. So a bridal party before
Separate rehearsal dinner?
schedule ended up changing quite a bit. And this is a draft clearly that was sent before there were a lot of changes made. The bridal
So
party
your original
and the
idea,
groom's
Ms.
party were
Heard,
separate.
Ms. Heard, your original idea was to have a rehearsal dinner with your husband, the drug addict, the monster, and then do drugs with your girlfriends on the island after your rehearsal dinner?
I realize that's what the email suggests, but that wasn't
No,
a
it's
plan.
not what it suggests, Ms. Heard.
It's what it
you
says.
said in that email.
Right, but what I'm trying to say is that the schedule ended up changing. We ended up doing the little.
So your
as I
original
called
idea
it,
was
cuddle
to do
puddle
drugs.
before.
Yeah, your original idea was to do drugs on an island after your rehearsal dinner to the drug-fueled monster that you were about to marry, right?
The as the email suggests, there was going to
Email
be
doesn't suggest.
weed on the
Look at
island.
Deb's male lawyer there. I forget his name. He's just nodding his head.
Just reference to you.
Ben Chu.
Ben Chu.
You like to do drugs on special occasions, right, Ms. Heard?
I have before.
And you did drugs again for your 30th birthday, right?
That is correct. That was a huge mistake.
Your 30th birthday dinner was on April 21st, 2016.
Yes, it was the day before my birthday. Correct.
And you testified that Mr. Depp was running late to the celebration, correct?
That is correct.
And you asked Mr. Depp to bring you alcohol when he arrived. Is that right?
So the utility closet where we kept the wine was right by the elevators.
This is a yes
I
or no
also told him
question.
He could bring in a joint. I wouldn't bite his head off if he did.
So that's a yes.
That's correct. I told him I wouldn't be angry.
Let's look at Plaintiff's Exhibit 1263.
Your Honor, I'm going to ask to show, first of all, this one hasn't been produced. This has not, it's a brand new trial exhibit, so I don't have it. I'd like an unredacted copy, and then I'd like an unredacted copy to be shown to the witness.
All right, do you have an unredacted copy?
We can make one, Your Honor.
Okay.
Your Honor, may we approach about
All
this?
Interesting.
Your Honor, this bitch is doing it again.
Probably, actually. She's suggesting we haven't produced this. She said it wasn't produced. She said that they haven't. This is the first time it's a trial exhibit. It's like, you have an exhibit list. It's like a trial exhibit when it's introduced in court, but it's still an exhibit. Like, you have all of this stuff.
Yeah, I don't believe for a moment Camille is just producing this unannounced at the last second.
No, certainly not on cross during the, maybe on rebuttal. You could do something like that if it called for it and if there was new evidence that was sufficient.
Right.
But I mean, like, again, it's the inferences that Elaine is throwing in there. This is probably why people hire Elaine, because I don't think she's all that competent on the technical issues of being an attorney. She didn't seem that great at doing her direct exam of Amber Heard.
She will do whatever the fuck you want, right?
Exactly.
I mean, like, literally, if you pay her to dance with a monkey in a hat with a tambourine, she's gonna fucking do that. Like, that's Elaine.
Well, how much?
Yeah, it's just.
You can crowdfund it.
She's got to pay for those cats somehow.
After the interview, no matter what happens, Elaine, so how are you feeling about your paycheck? All of it's already going to Purina.
She's paid in cats. She just moved into a shelter, a cat shelter.
They just bring her like a shopping cart full of cats. There's a ball of them moving around and mewling. That'd be awkward. But I'd see it happen.
You open up the door of her house and it's like the original Star Trek, Trouble with Tribbles. A bunch of cats just pour out.
But of course, like Trouble with Tribbles, they'd all be dead. There'd be a bunch of dead cats. This one is Patches. This one is Mittens. This one is Buttons. This one is also Patches.
They're so much nicer when they're not so noisy.
G-Man says Hollywood people tell stories out of order all the time. Have you ever seen Memento, Pulp Fiction, Inception? The best stories are a tangled mess.
I like it.
There should be someone in the gallery with a phone with a soundboard. Just every time Elaine talks, just meow, meow.
Probably got taxidermied cats on like little railroad tracks all around her house.
On a train track.
They bring her like a little tea saucer.
Meow meow. Little taxidermied cat like grandfather clocks, cuckoo clocks.
No, she just has all those ones with the cat like this with the swinging tail.
Except
and
it's a real
eyes that
cat.
go back and forth. Yeah.
I'm going to show the unredacted messages to counsel for Ms. Heard on a laptop because I don't have a hard copy.
Okay.
Yeah, let's just pause for a minute. I don't know.
What's that?
Random 11 says, wouldn't it be better to use Johnny on rebuttal to bring in the other photos of the table where Amber can't add testimony explaining away the difference? Johnny didn't take those photos. You can't get him in through them.
Yep.
That's the problem. That's the one problem with those photos is that they're from Amber Heard, but they're from Amber Heard. She took the one photo. She clearly took the rest of the photos. I mean, you gotta bring him in. Is my opinion. Friedland Research says donating $20, pledging $4.8 billion. This $20 is covered by Elon Musk, but please make sure to credit it to me, Amber Heard.
Okay.
Thank you, Elon. I mean, Amber.
So Ms. Heard, I'm
Your Honor, I'm going to object to asking questions while I'm looking at this.
All right. If you could give her a moment, please.
Sure.
Thank you.
Jay Dayhoff, hello from Indiana, Nick and friends. Been watching you grow for years, Nick, and I tip my hat to you, sir. Great channel, great grift, great job. Question, is this the craziest thing you've seen in court or what? God bless. No, I mean, so far, I still put Richie McGinnis as the craziest thing we've seen. The biggest WTF moment in a court case that I've watched so far, I'm pretty sure was Richie McGinnis when Binger asked him, well, how'd you know he was trying to grab Kyle's gun? And he said, well, he said, fuck you, and reached for the gun. And it was like such a, like, I just got that, the fire meme where the dude flies back into his friends. Like, that's what happened.
I've got a better one than that. In the Zimmerman trial, the state had a witness, Trayvon Martin's purported girlfriend, who'd made a contemporaneous written statement about what happened that was very damaging to George Zimmerman. And the defense asked her to read it on the witness stand, and she couldn't read her own purported note because it was written in cursive, and she can't read cursive.
Any objection to 1263 as redacted?
No, Your Honor.
All right, 1263 happens.
So,
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Heard, directing your attention to the Plaintiff's Exhibit 1263. This is a text message that you sent to Mr. Depp, correct?
That is correct.
And you sent this message to Mr. Depp the day you had your 30th birthday dinner, right?
That is correct.
And you write, quote, hey, baby, bring up something to drink and or a joint.
And or.
I'm in if you are. See you in a minute, question mark, XX. Did I read that right?
That is correct.
It never supported
And then the
drug
next day
use.
you went to Coachella and consumed MDMA and mushrooms, right, Ms. Heard?
I did. Johnny was not there for that.
Well, it's
Talk
fine
a
if
little
he's not
bit more about your 30th birthday. You testified about this incident multiple times, haven't you?
That is correct.
But yesterday you told this jury that you were not called upon to provide a detailed accounting of all physical and sexual abuse by Mr. Depp until February 2020. Is that correct?
I testified that I had not been able to do so until February 2020 in outside of the context of a cold deposition.
Actually, I misspoke. February 2022, this year.
Right. Sorry, I did the same thing you did.
Okay.
Kind of like you have borderline
And you
personality disorder.
You did that in something called an interrogatory.
Or histrionic personality.
The interrogatory response was the first time that I could do that outside of the context of being asked certain questions in the deposition.
And you testified about your 30th birthday in this interrogatory, correct?
I believe so, yes.
Nonetheless, you testified to a new detail about your 30th birthday for the first time in this courtroom, didn't you?
No, that's incorrect.
A sexual assault, no less.
I had just not placed when that happened. I was never sure if that was the same time that he did that on the night of my birthday.
You weren't sure when it
In my
happened?
deposition.
You told this jury that the evening of your 30th birthday dinner, Mr. Depp, quote, grabbed you by the pubic area, end quote, pushed you down, right?
That is correct.
This detail isn't in your interrogatory response, is it, Ms. Heard?
That detail is in my interrogatory response, yes.
It is?
Your interrogatory response. You could please bring up.
By the way, I missed a big chat earlier from Von Bismarck. Hit that like button. Let's get to 10,000 likes.
Yes, ma'am.
Also, a great stream like always, Rakeda. Stay unbreaded, champ. Thank you, Von Bismarck.
Thank you.
We'll just pull up your interrogatory response.
Well, I like this. This is what they need to do, just to
Yeah.
literally concretely showing she's fucking lying. Like, we need some proof, like just pinning her to the wall on this and getting her to give one of those smart ass, snarky remarks to show that when she says those, presume she's fucking lying.
We can go to your interrogatory responses at page 57.
And this is another highlight
These are
of,
signed under penalty of perjury, correct?
That is correct.
of the Me
You
Too
testified
era.
again to this jury that this was the
Acceler-
first time you were given an opportunity to write down everything and include all your evidence, right?
That is correct.
Okay.
Accelerating
Let's go to page
claims.
57.
This thing isn't working. I now the claim has to get more dramatic, and you can watch it on every Me Too case, real or fake ones. It doesn't matter. It always starts like this. Well, it was this. Well, no, it was this. Well, no, it was this. Until the scale tips, then suddenly that's the story.
Right. It becomes the whale, and this thing has become beyond the whale. I mean, this is preposterous at this point.
At the top.
I mean,
of
next he would have been
57,
raping her with a
Johnny
Chevy
Depp
Suburban.
place, I begged him to make my birthday dinner. Do you see that?
That is correct.
Okay. So starting on page 57, you start describing your birthday dinner, correct?
That is correct.
All right. On page 59 of your interrogatory response, you write, fourth paragraph down. Johnny grabbed me while holding me down, and I remember him asking me if I thought I was so tough. He asked me 3-4 times up close to my face, "You're so tough. Are you such a tough guy, huh? You think you're so tough. What are you going to do now?" I stood up at some point after getting off the ground. Do you see that?
That is correct.
And then you write after, "I remember crying. I remember feeling exhausted and frustrated. And it hit me, meaning the realization of how sad it was that I was going to wake up tomorrow on my birthday without him."
That's correct.
She said grabbed, so that meant
Where in
grabbed
this
by the
interrogatory
vagina.
response, Ms. Heard, you describe Mr. Depp, quote, grabbing you by the pubic area and pushing you down?
On page 64.
Where?
Page 64, 1, 2, 3 paragraphs down. Johnny grabbed me once, did this taunting thing on the side of the bed in penthouse 3. He grabbed my vagina and held me there. Asked me if I was so tough.
You're not describing what happened after your 30th birthday?
I am. I just had not prescribed it to that date with the limited evidence I had at the time. Only in the course of looking at the evidence, preparing for this case, have I put those two pieces together. But I've always said what happened.
So you didn't know when it happened until you suddenly knew when it happened while preparing your
You were upset that
interrogatory?
Mr. Depp was late to your 30th birthday, weren't you?
I was.
You knew Mr. Depp had a scheduled business meeting or a money meeting that evening, right?
No, I knew he said he did. I didn't know if he had one. Addicts lie all the time.
Oh.
So you didn't
there you
trust
go.
him?
I took it with a big grain of addict salt.
Are you addicted to alcohol?
Mr.
Ms.
Depp
Heard?
texted you that evening to let you
Would've
know
been my
he'd be late,
follow-up.
correct?
Yes, he did text me at some point.
It was a big deal to you that Mr. Depp was late to your birthday dinner, wasn't it?
Yeah, it did matter to me.
And you were upset he was late.
I was hurt.
And when he finally did arrive, you felt, quote, invisible to him, right?
I did.
The day after your birthday dinner, you and your friends went to Coachella to celebrate your birthday. Is that correct?
That is correct.
You made a video driving to Coachella with your friends, didn't you?
That is correct.
I'd like to pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 1264. And for the record, Your Honor, this only has music without any words on it.
And again, it's a new one, so I'd like a copy of it.
It's going to be played. There is no sound other than a song.
Yes, sir.
Although, you know, I think Camille should have been more prepared for that page 64 thing.
Yeah.
Just then. That doesn't look great. She should have been ready with the follow-up questions. So you had this story in the pocket and you decided when it would be most effective when we came down to trial time, right?
Yeah. I mean, she could have done that. Yeah. There's just no reason for her not to handle that better, because the whole point of her argument really is you're just making this up after the fact. You didn't talk about it in the context of that night, and that's still true.
Yes.
But because she didn't frame it that way, she's allowing Amber to suggest that, well, I actually talked about it all along.
Yeah. Ready to mute the song? Nope. We're rolling through it. I'll contest whatever copyright claims come my way.
Oh, they'll come. They will come.
I'm undefeated on copyright contesting.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
All right,
Okay.
1264.
If we could please publish this to the jury
Evidence. Yes,
with a sound.
Still waiting for some right second. Oh wait, that was the Windows sound. I thought there was a... There you go.
This is a video you made when you drove
That's
to
getting
Coachella with your
claimed.
friends for your 30th birthday, right?
That's correct.
100%.
I'm not quite sure which one of us made the video, but that's correct.
You're featured in that video driving.
That's correct.
And it's set to the song Miss You by the Rolling Stones. Is that right?
That's correct.
That was a message for Mr. Depp, wasn't it?
No, that's ridiculous.
You consumed drugs at Coachella, didn't you?
Yes, I did.
You took MDMA and mushrooms at the same time.
I did, yes.
And it made you feel sick, right?
I felt horrible, yes.
So you left Coachella.
Yes, that's correct.
You testified yesterday that when you left Coachella, you left with, quote, your entire group.
That is correct.
And you were, quote, never alone with Starling, right?
That is correct.
You weren't anywhere near him.
Not alone, no.
You sat here when Starling Jenkins testified that he collected you from Coachella when you were sick, right?
He picked up my entire group.
And Mr. Jenkins testified, quote, I collected her, got her in the vehicle. She didn't want anyone else to know that she was sick. Take her back to the Parker, which I assume was in reference to the hotel, alone. I took her to 7-Eleven where I retrieved hydrating fluids, Advil, and let her have those. Got her back up to the Parker, got her in the suite, and then went back to pick up everyone else. You were
He
there
lied.
when Mr. Jenkins testified, right?
Yes, he was wrong.
So it's your testimony that Mr. Jenkins is lying.
He's just wrong. I don't know what his intentions are. He was just wrong about that.
That's
We were
not a
big group of
mistake.
us. I wasn't alone with him.
Isn't it possible that you don't remember correctly because you were sick from taking MDMA and mushrooms at the
No.
same time?
I
Which
remember
is
everything.
precisely
about
the
that.
accusation she keeps making against Johnny, right? He doesn't remember
Played the
because
Plaintiff's Exhibit 1,
Because of
2,
MDMA.
in evidence at 1720 through 2128.
Again, get her to say this about every witness. Get every witness to be wrong. Have her say,
and throw also in there. So this witness
hold on.
is also
There's audio playing.
oh.
If you don't surrender,
temporary restraints.
You're right. You want a divorce.
Nobody's telling me.
Okay, no, you told me.
We're on the road.
No, you told me what you want. You want a divorce. And that's what I came to figure
You're
out.
not going to call your lawyers and say, stop the process. I don't want to divorce. You're not going to do that.
No, not if, especially if you
Okay, I don't want to divorce.
You don't? How, which one is, growing up, which one is?
I don't want a divorce. I never wanted a fucking divorce. I
Really?
never wanted a divorce. I didn't want you to fucking go to Coachella without fucking talking to me. Because I left you because you were fucking, you fucking haymakered me, man. You came around the bed and fucking start punching on me. Why? I love you.
That's what really happened the evening of your 30th birthday, isn't it, Miss Heard?
No.
No, that's incorrect.
Mr. Depp was in bed, and then you came around the bed and started punching him.
That's incorrect.
You don't deny that in the recording, do you, Miss Heard?
I'm not having that conversation with Johnny. I'm not denying anything. I'm not saying anything. I'm not having that conversation with Johnny. I was trying to get out of that hotel room. That was a mediation attempt. That was the recording you just heard. It was us meeting in a hotel.
But you're talking about your 30th
So
birthday.
you're talking to him and you're not conversing.
You're not talking about going to Coachella and
Johnny's talking about that. I am not arguing with him about any of that.
right. You don't deny anything, do you?
I'm not talking to him about that.
Going to publish exhibit or ask that the witness be shown exhibit 1265.
Yeah, and I was going to say, if the theme is all the other witnesses are supposedly lying, you have to keep asking that. So this witness is also lying. This witness is also wrong.
This is you and your friends at Coachella, correct?
That is correct.
I'm going to move to admit plaintiff's 1265 and publish it.
No objection. All right, 1265 in evidence.
Let's see these hoes. Yep.
No injuries to you, are there, Miss Heard, visible in this picture?
You cannot see any visible injury, no.
Just side boob.
Just another one of those. It's not visible to you. Well, then it's
And they should
not
put up a
visible.
picture of Johnny's wallet with a big bloody stake through it.
Miss Heard, you remember during Mr. Depp's examination, a number of recordings were played, correct?
That's correct.
And in one of those recordings, you told Mr. Depp, quote, "I hope to God Jack's stepfather teaches him more about being a man than your fucking left nut," end quote. Do you remember that?
I do not remember what exactly I could hear of that recording. I remember I heard myself make a mention of Jack's new stepfather or potential stepfather. I can't recall.
Jack is Mr. Depp's son, right?
That is correct. And I believe I was referencing a marriage that his ex-partner was going to have or getting into, I suppose.
You were referencing that Jack's new stepfather would teach him how to be a man because Mr. Depp couldn't.
I
right?
don't recall exactly what I said, but it was something to that effect.
Let's listen to some of what happened before you said that to Mr. Depp. If we could please play Plaintiff's Exhibit 397, which is already in evidence. And for the record, it's at 3504 through 3547. And then the next clip is 3635 through 4308.
Fucking suck your own dick.
Everything's fine until it doesn't go your way. And when it doesn't go
Suck
your way,
your own
I'm in trouble. And you know what?
Suck.
I don't need you. I don't want your kind of woman. I don't want your kind of woman.
Suck
I don't want your kind of
Suck
woman.
my
I
Hey.
might have. Suck my dick with you.
Mistake. I wish I had fucking hadn't.
Oh, yeah.
I wish I fucking hadn't. I wish I fucking hadn't bought into any of your fucking lies, your bullshit, your sober fucking presence, your fucking goodness, your sweetness, all the lies. I wish I hadn't bought into the months of you being you. I wish I hadn't bought into the promises. I wish I hadn't fucking thought I could have kids with you. You're a fucking kid yourself. I wish I hadn't bought into any of the lies you sold. Talk about fake bill of goods. You're the biggest fucking, you're the biggest fucking seller of fake fucking bill of goods. Talk about presenting yourself as something.
I did myself as a fake
Suck my
bill of
dick.
goods.
Suck my
I
dick.
fucking you've left nothing and I've left everything. So suck your dick.
Yeah, go on.
Which is probably your next move. What you fucking need. No, I don't want to suck your dick. I don't want nothing to do with your fucking
Oh,
section.
need something.
Well, go get it, man.
Because I need something. Go
Huh?
on. Fucking fuck yourself.
I
No shit, I can't. Suck your dick.
don't want to.
It's gonna be all you have.
No, it's not really true, Amber.
Actually, it's kind of it.
It kind of is. What are you talking about? You really want some
No,
pictures? Oh, is it? What is it?
no, I'm sure Rochelle's available. Call her up. I'm sure she's available.
Maybe she is. But
I'm sure she is.
we'll see.
I'm sure she is.
I'll let you know.
Oh, I'm sure she is. For her yoga blog.
That fake laugh. That fake laugh is too much to take.
No, I'm sure she's.
That fake laugh is so disgusting.
I'm
man.
sure she's great. I'm sure she's great.
I'm thinking that you can give me some
No.
of the best performances in
No,
there.
no, you're right. I don't. It's all about performance.
How am I? I don't regret. I don't regret.
Oh, what else?
I
What
don't
else that you do? Oh, come on.
I don't regret. I
Come
don't
on.
regret.
Lay it on me. What else? What else other things do you want to add?
Can't talk to
You
you when
fucking
you
lying
sound
piece of
positive.
shit. What? Oh,
There's
no,
a
I
picture.
want to know. I want to
Get out your Ubers
I'm
out.
kind of waiting. You go get it.
Yeah, I'll be in the
Wait, is there no other place for you to run your 15 other houses to go run? Come on, go be a real married man. Go deal with your shit the way that a man does. Go run to the next house. Every man does.
Yeah.
Go.
Going
Run
through
away. I know it's
with
hard to
your
look at yourself.
fucking ridiculous
I know.
plan.
It's
Your
hard.
panicked fucking plan.
It's hard. It's hard.
Screwing everybody else
Poor
over to
thing.
get
You're
your
right.
fucking.
I tried.
It was
That's what I do.
You're the most spoiled fucking brat. And you got everybody out here almost full, but it
you're
don't
right.
last
You're
long.
right.
I've
I'm
been out a
sorry.
lot longer
You're
than
right. You got to
because
figure it out.
You don't have figure out what you have to offer as opposed to going out and get your tits out.
You're right. That's right.
Well, yeah.
Okay.
London feels is
You're right. You're right.
excellent choice.
Back to that. Well, I wonder what we else. I wonder what else we can reach for in the last 60 minutes. Oh no, it was 4 years ago. You're right. I'm sure there's other things you can.
Go loud.
No, I'm not laughing.
Or no, matter of fact,
I'm
laugh
not
here.
laughing. I'm not. It's
Oh.
serious. I'm sure you can find other things.
Yeah, that's right.
I know.
That's right, legal.
Thing-
So I watched this weird movie where
Right,
there's
you
a
can
demon.
write a book.
Right? The
You can
demon's
write a
talking to the
book. I
protagonist.
know you can write a book. Oh, is this gonna be good for your book? Oh, should I have you sign an NDA for your book?
You don't need
Your book.
No,
Is this
no.
gonna be good for your book?
Actually, that should be her
Is this gonna
typecast
be good for
role
your book?
in Hollywood. Just play the female demon in all those
Oh.
weird
Yep.
B movies.
Poltergeist.
Have you somewhere of your journals? You don't want to sell out or anything. Let's sell you journals. Oh, wait.
Hey.
Hey, you're not
you
watching.
wanna sell out.
No,
Her
you're
first
not
role is
selling out.
the
Sell
twins.
out.
in it.
Like,
No,
you don't wanna
yeah,
sell
because
out.
no one does 21 Drug Street when they're in their 20s. No, you're right. That's not selling out. No. When you're in your 20s, you should really know what you want. Like
By the
selling
way-
your journals.
By the way, if you didn't know who the fuck I
You're
was,
right. Go sell your journals like a real non-seller. 55-year-old. Or, I'm sorry,
6.
51. I don't know. It doesn't matter at this point.
No.
I don't think
There
so.
we go.
I don't really think so. But you're right. I mean, hey, at least I didn't do like a TV show where I was heartthrob in my 20s. God, that would be like embarrassing. If only I was with someone in their 50s that could point that out to me. Imagine mine. You're right. When you play a non-sexualized object. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Wow. You're right. You got me. You got it all figured out.
You don't even know what movies I've done.
If only I could
You haven't
be
even
like
taken an interest.
If only I could be
You know,
like
but I had to
you. If
watch
only
your
I
fucking-
could be like
I had to watch your fucking direct and you trying to like
You're a joke.
spew out
You're
these
a
fucking
joke.
lines.
You're a joke. You're a joke.
Yeah, I'm the joke in the industry, Amber. I'm the joke. I'm the joke in the
I'm
industry.
sorry, I can't really hear you. I'm sorry. The reruns of all my bullshit are playing too loud for me to hear you. I'm gonna just go and pedal my way back. Sorry, I can't hear you.
Aquaman.
Oh, it's 21 is whatever it was.
I was
don't remember anymore.
I was 20.
No one cares. You're fucking fucking.
Washed up piece of
Oh,
shit.
what?
Washed up piece of shit.
I can't hear you. I can't hear you. Oh, I can't hear you.
Your jealousy's so tragic.
I'm sorry.
Your jealousy's so tragic. Fucking like
I can't hear
thinking
you.
that I'm going on a road with a
Turn on
band.
my head. I can't hear you.
You told Mr. Depp to suck your dick multiple times, didn't you?
Yes, I did.
You tell him to go run to his 15 other houses, right?
That's correct.
Because that's what he would do when you behave like this, isn't it?
Eventually, he would go and stay in one of the other houses.
You call him a sellout, don't you?
I was expressing frustration about his criticism of my career and how many problems that caused within the dynamic of our relationship. Yes.
So you call him a sellout and a joke?
I called him horrible, ugly things, as you can hear. And
Sellout.
We spoke to each other in a really horrible way.
So horrible.
Pretty sure we just heard you speak to him in a really horrible way. You called him a sellout.
I just
right, Ms.
disagree.
Heard? You called him a sellout, right, Ms. Heard?
I called him a lot of ugly things.
And a joke.
I called him a lot of ugly things.
You called him a joke on that recording.
They're down.
Called him a washed up piece of shit.
I think we both called each other that on that occasion. Yes.
Mr. Depp mentions Aquaman, doesn't he?
Yes, he does.
Mr. Depp got you that role in Aquaman, didn't he?
Excuse me?
Mr. Depp got you that role in Aquaman, didn't he?
No, Miss Vasquez, I got myself that role by auditioning.
Sure you did.
That's
Mr.
how that
Depp
works.
says, quote, your jealousy is so tragic.
I heard him say that, yes.
You were the jealous one in this relationship, weren't you, Miss Heard?
I think he was indicating I was jealous of his career.
But now you've twisted it to say it was Mr. Depp that's the jealous one.
Johnny's always been very jealous when I worked, when I did anything, friends. Yes,
Call her a
he's always
victim.
been very jealous.
Ms. Heard, I'm going to ask you to take a look at Plaintiff's Exhibit 120E.
Call her a victim. Piss her off.
She will go
It's a
crazy.
series of text messages between you and Mr. Depp.
That is correct.
I'm going to move to admit and publish these text messages. Mr. Depp's messages have been redacted.
All right, any objection?
No, Your Honor.
All right, 120E in evidence, you can publish.
Starts with a text message from you to Mr. Depp on September 26, 2015, right?
That is correct.
And you write, "Monster is back. This is him." Did I read that right?
That is correct.
And then in the next message, you write, quote, "Ran away, first sign of trouble. This is not the man you promised you would be." Did I read that correctly?
That is correct.
Then in the next one down, you write, "Promised, swore to me you would be."
That is
Right.
correct. The non-monster.
Ms. Heard, you're talking about Mr. Depp running away from you at the first sign of trouble, aren't you?
No, I'm recognizing the clues at this point when he would run away at the first sign of trouble. Often that was a clue for me to know that he was back using again and that we were about to enter the next phase of the cycle.
And you describe his running away from you as the monster, right?
That wasn't what was a monster. The monster was the man who beat me up. The running away was just attached to that. It was a sign, a signal to me.
So he ran away or did he beat you?
As somebody trying to put together clues. that we were entering into that phase.
In these messages, Ms. Heard,
Exactly.
monster isn't Mr. Depp doing drugs, is it?
It was always the man who did drugs and beat me up. Yes, that's always been the monster.
That's not what you're saying in these messages.
That is exactly what I'm saying in the messages.
You don't describe Mr. Depp being violent, do you?
I do not describe that in this text message, no.
So it's a cowardly monster this time.
No.
And going down the page, you write a long series of text messages to Mr. Depp that don't get a response. Is that correct?
That is correct.
You write, come grown, face the shit, and we can do anything. You go on a little later to say, please come home. Let's apologize to each together. And continuing on page 77, you write, not go to bed mad. And then you say, sound okay? Sound like the priority in the long run? Come home. Don't be the monster. Be the man. Please. Please call me. Please. Continuing on page 78. You write, I don't want the monster. I need my man. I need to talk to you. Please, Johnny. Don't force me to be something else to you. Taking me for granted, and I can never stop before this turns into something far darker.
I can never stop.
She's the dark one.
Text message, right?
The exact opposite. I'm trying to interrupt him starting a new cycle where he starts using again.
He's not responding to you, Ms. Heard.
Yeah, that's why I'm trying to desperately stop him.
Please answer the phone, you say. Doesn't this mean anything to you? And it goes on. And I won't read all these messages.
No, read them all.
Please answer over and over again. Right?
It was very important to me. I was running out of time and I was trying desperately to stop him.
He wasn't with you, Ms. Heard.
Exactly, which is how I knew it was about to get a lot worse. He would leave, use, and come back way worse, with way less reality, with more delusions. He'd be more drunk. He'd be
I'm going to
more
move to
under the
strike
influence.
everything after
I was trying to stop
the
that.
answer to her question.
Your Honor, she was responding.
I'll overrule the objection. That's fine.
Thank you, Your Honor.
This is a situation where you were trying to get Mr. Depp to pay attention to you. Isn't that right?
No, I was trying to stop him from using.
And because he ran away from you at the first sign of trouble, you call him a monster.
I was
right?
trying to stop him from turning into the monster. The drugs are the key that opened the door.
Who was the real monster in this relationship, Ms. Heard?
Lives in Johnny, half of Johnny. It's not all of Johnny. The other half of him is wonderful and beautiful and the man I love.
I'd like you to take a look at Plaintiff's Exhibit 120F.
The way she should ask that question is, who's the real monster in this relationship? Pause. Miss Heard.
Oh, I like it. I like it.
There's another set of text messages between you and Mr. Depp. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
I'm going to move to admit and publish.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
All right, 120F in evidence. You can publish.
This is a set of text messages, and it's from October 2015. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
In fact, you sent all of these messages to Mr. Depp on October 22nd, 2015. Isn't that right?
Exactly. Same thing was happening here.
And again, I'm not going to read them all, but
Read
you start
'em.
off again by trying to get Mr. Depp's attention, right? You write, please come home.
I was trying to stop another bender.
You write, please come home, right?
That is correct.
Please answer. Don't break us up. Please answer. Please. And continuing on page 97, you write, give me some piece of your heart. Please, no fight, I promise. Please, no fights. Please, just pick up. Please give me 2 minutes. I'm dying. Please. And continuing on page 98, you write, please come home. Please come home, Baba. I am so sorry. Actually, you didn't say Baba, you said baby. Apologies. And it goes on. Did I read those correctly?
That is correct. That was another time I'm trying to stop another twist off.
You don't mention that, do
This
you?
is what would happen when Mr. Depp would try to take some space from you, right?
No, this is what would happen when Johnny had moved into the next phase of the cycle, decided to use,
No,
and our
Ms.
lives
Heard.
were getting a lot worse at that
Ms.
point.
Heard, I'm talking about your actions. This is what you would do to Mr. Depp when he would leave you. You would harangue him.
I would
Isn't
try
that
to.
correct? You
I
would
would try-
harangue him.
Your Honor, at least let her answer the question. She interrupted you.
That's fine. Go ahead and answer the question.
I do not think I would characterize my behavior that way. I was trying to stop him from using.
You were texting him incessantly. Isn't that correct, Ms. Heard?
It was imperative for my life.
Ms.
It was
Heard,
very
my
important
question is
to me.
much more simple. You were texting him incessantly.
I would
Yes
try
or no?
everything to
Ms.
get a hold
Heard?
of him and
So
to
that's a
stop the
yes.
cycle.
That's a yes, right?
I would try everything to stop the cycle. It was that important to me.
And he's the monster for not responding to you,
That's not what made him the monster.
for
No.
needing space from you.
The monster was not the guy who needed space. The
Not
monster
for
was
doing
who
drugs.
he was when he came back.
Not for doing drugs, Ms. Heard. Not for being violent. Just for needing space. That's when you called Mr. Depp the monster.
Incorrect.
No, that's
Let's
correct.
Listen to Defendant's Exhibit 598C, which is already in evidence.
You don't mention him at all in these texts. Using, hitting, fighting you. Only
Let's not do
fights
this
come from you.
anymore, because I'm really getting frustrated. And I'm really
Oh, Camille's look right there was good.
argument.
Stop. I'm sorry.
Okay, so let me go and you go and I'll speak to you in a couple hours. Okay? Okay?
Stop. Okay.
Why are you saying stop?
Because
May
you're being
I
so-
go?
Please, it causes me so much stress when you leave, when you walk away from me with that. It's like you don't understand how much worse you're making this.
I can't believe this.
Please, you're making it worse for me.
Okay, I'm sorry for you.
Please, I'm only trying to tell you so that you know you're causing me immense stress right now when you walk away like that. There's no reason to be mad.
Well, then say goodbye. I haven't walked away. You're not saying goodbye. You won't let me fucking leave. Let me
Oh my
leave.
God. Stop rushing me! Stop pushing me in the corner and then poking me with a stick and then saying, why are you saying the words you want me to say? Stop poking me! Stop rushing me! Stop throwing me against the wall! I'm going, what? You don't like that wall? You don't like the fucking wall? Stop pushing me!
Remember? I'm not pushing you. I'm not rushing you. I said, I need space. I don't want this conversation anymore right now. I need space. And I will take my space. Whether you like it or not, I will take it. And you will take your space. But if you keep halting
I'm not doing anything
this
to you.
and continuing
I'm
with
not
the rhetoric,
continuing it. I'm begging you to stop.
I don't. Okay, stop.
I'm just.
I'm stopped. Stop. Now I have to go. Okay? So we will speak to each other in a couple of hours. Okay? I hope you have some kind
Not
of
okay.
revelation makes you feel better. You know? I hope I do too. But we'll just see when I get home. We'll just talk, or we won't talk, or we'll finish this, or we won't finish it. But this is not love. This is not happiness. This is not. This is.
Please stop doing this. Please, you're causing so much fucking stress. I'm gonna die at this age. I'm gonna fucking die. You're causing me so much stress. Please stop. Please, I feel like I have a heart attack almost every day. Please stop. Please
what are you
stop
doing? Why-
doing it. Please stop. He's so fucking mean.
Why
You're
are
a
you
fucking
with me?
bully. Stop. Please stop. I've been begging you not to fight. I just said, can we please have a normal argument? Just even a normal conversation, fucking normal argument. And for the last hour, I've been begging you to please just leave it at that. Let's just go on with our night. I would have been able to come in with you. We would have been able to let it go in a few minutes. It would have been fine. It would just, if we allowed ourselves to have fucking normal arguments. Please,
wants to
you're
fight.
killing me with this. You're killing me. You're fucking killing me. Fuck.
Yep.
Sean, could you, please, I want you to just go. I want you to take your medicine or whatever. I'm sorry that I've upset you.
Yeah,
this
I think.
much.
Thank you, Sean. I'm ready to go. Thank you so much.
I'm really sorry.
I'm really ready. Thank
Yeah, that's hard.
You and Mr.
That's hard
Depp
to
in
listen to.
recording, correct, Ms. Heard?
That's correct.
You just won't let him go, will you?
That's not true. We were outside of his studio and he wanted to go and use. It was a pretext. The the claim that he was upset with me was a pretext so that he would go on a bender. I knew that pattern by the time this recording happened.
A 4-hour bender.
But she never mentioned it.
Mm-hmm.
Is your testimony
drugs,
now
no
that you
violence.
were outside Mr. Depp's studio?
I believe that
And he was going to go
recording was.
use?
Excuse me?
He was going to go use drugs? That's your testimony now?
We were outside his studio, his man cave house, if you will, in the car.
Man cave.
I believe during that recording.
And he was going to go inside and use.
That was the pattern. And as you can hear from my voice, I'm very, very, very scared of entering into the next cycle under what I had been conditioned to understand we were at.
I should never
that
mention
point
it.
in our relationship.
That's not true, is it, Miss Heard? Mr. Depp was trying to go inside his house to see his daughter, Lily Rose.
She might have been over that day, but
So
that's
it's
not
your
what he was
testimony
getting out of
now?
the car to do, and that's not what I was stopping him from doing.
Let's play the beginning part of that recording where Mr. Depp tells you that he wants to go inside to see his daughter.
Well, he was lying.
And let's not do this anymore because I'm really getting frustrated. And I'm really, really, really sick of this argument.
Stop. I'm sorry.
Okay? So let me go and you go and I'll speak to you in a couple hours. Okay? Okay?
Stop. Okay.
Why are you saying stop?
Because
May
you're being
I
so-
go?
Wrong clip.
We'll circle back to this, but it's your testimony that you were outside Mr. Depp's studio.
We were in the car.
You were in the car outside of Mr. Depp's studio,
That's correct.
and he wasn't telling you, please let me go inside my house to see my daughter. He was indicating to you that he wanted to go inside to do drugs. That's your testimony.
I know my testimony is that I knew what he was going inside to go do. I knew what stage of the cycle we were in. I knew the patterns by then, and I was desperately out of time trying to interrupt that cycle.
Just like a witch. She can see everything.
Go to May of 2016.
That looked kind of bad, though.
Yesterday, Ms. Heard, Ms. Bredehoff, your attorney, showed you certain pictures from May 21, 2016. Do you remember that?
Yes, I do.
If we could please pull up Defendant's Exhibit 710, which has already been admitted into evidence.
I mean, you had the gotcha on the recording.
Ms. Heard,
that
you testified
claims-
yesterday that this is a photograph taken of you on May 21st, 2016. Do you recall?
Yes, that's correct.
And keeping this exhibit up,
You
we
were
could
thinner
please do
then,
a
weren't
split
you?
screen, Tom, and also pull up Defendant's Exhibit 714, which has already been admitted with redactions. Ms. Heard, you testified yesterday that this is a photograph that was also taken on May 21st, 2016, correct?
Yes, although the one to the right might have been taken the next day. I can't be sure. The reason I say that is because there's light in the background. So it looks like it was taken in the daytime, which means maybe it was the next day.
Didn't you testify that you took different lighting, pictures in different lightings on May 21?
That is correct, yes.
And you're wearing two thin necklaces in this picture on the right. Is that correct?
That is correct.
You testified that these pictures were taken the same night.
The one on the right looks like it was taken in the daytime because I can see the daylight behind me.
But you testified that they were taken the same day.
I don't know if I think I testified that they came from the same incident of the same day, not necessarily taken on the same day.
Let's please pull up Defendant's Exhibit 712, which has already been admitted. You testified yesterday, this is another photograph of you on the night of May 21.
That's correct.
And keeping this exhibit up, can we please do a split screen and also pull up Defendant 713, which has already been admitted? Ms. Heard, you testified yesterday, this is also a photograph of you from the same night, correct?
That is correct.
You testified yesterday that the only difference between these two photographs is that the light was turned on.
That's what it appears to be, yes.
The light is on both of these pictures, though. Isn't that right?
It looks to me like the one on the left has the vanity light, the makeup lights, you know, the more yellow hued ones that go around the mirror on. And then the one on the right looks like it doesn't have those.
Isn't it true you just edited these photographs?
No, I've never edited a photograph.
Didn't you just enhance the saturation from one of the photos to make your face look
That's bullshit.
more red?
No, that's incorrect. I didn't touch it.
You were sitting here in this courtroom when Mr. Isaac Baruch testified to seeing you the week after May 21, 2016, correct?
I was here.
Mr. Baruch testified that he saw you on May 22nd while you were changing the locks of your penthouse. Do you recall that testimony?
I do. I just don't know if he was right about the date, but I do remember him saying that.
He's lying, of course.
His birthday, the day after his birthday.
I believe it was.
Mr. Baruch testified that he saw you repeatedly in the days following also, correct?
That's correct.
And Mr. Baruch testified that he saw no marks or injuries on your face, correct?
That is what he's testified to.
You were also here in this court when Mr. Sean Bett testified to seeing you on the evening of May 21, 2016. Is that right? You were here.
That's correct.
Mr. Bett also testified that he saw no marks or injuries on your face that evening, correct?
I realize that's what he said.
You were sitting here in this courtroom when Officer Melissa Sines testified by deposition about being called to the Eastern Columbia building on May 21st, 2016, right?
I saw her testimony, yes.
And you heard Officer Sines testify that she did not see any injuries on you that night, correct?
I heard her testify she did not consider this injured.
No. Miss Officer Sines testified that she met with you and she did not see any injuries on your face. Isn't that correct?
She did not consider this injury.
Ms.
That's not
Hurd,
what she
my
said.
question is a bit more nuanced.
So is my answer.
All right. She's talking about two different times. Amber is right about what she's saying, but she's wrong about the question that was asked. That's the question of the picture that was shown to the officer at deposition. She didn't consider it an injury. What she said when she saw Amber was that she saw no sign of injury. So Camille is correct. Amber is utilizing a statement made at a separate time in the deposition.
Once again, Amber thinking she's smart by doing things like that, by taking things out of context, by confusing things, by muddling the evidence. It's not engendering authenticity.
We hope. You hope the jury isn't buying it. I don't think they are, but
I don't think they are either. I mean, and that's from what the folks that were inside yesterday were saying. I don't think these type of responses are getting where she thinks they're getting.
right. Let's see. So DUI guy about an hour ago said Amber Heard stated Johnny Depp tried to kill her, but he's also my husband. Juror number 5, extremely skeptical, raised eyebrows for the first time in 2 days of testimony. An hour in, jurors 4, 5, 8, and 9 barely look at Amber Heard when she talks, locked on Vasquez.
Yep.
Yeah, you definitely do not want the attention on the attorney as the witness.
No.
That's outside of the good vibes. Here for Lol says I
Can we
figured
put
it out.
these down, please. I think they might be confusing the witness. My
Here
question
for-
is more nuanced.
Okay.
You sat in this courtroom while Officer Sines testified that she saw you the night of May 21, 2016, face to face, and didn't see any injuries on your face. Isn't that correct, Ms. Heard?
I believe she was testifying about these photographs, and she said
That
that
was
I was
later.
not injured in them.
It was later in the deposition.
Is it your testimony under oath now that Officer Sines testified that she saw injuries on you when she saw you in person on May 21?
Sorry, let me clarify. I was testifying that I know that that's what Officer Sines said, that she didn't consider my red puffy face injured. That's what she said.
No,
Never
that
said
was the
anything about the red
photos.
puffy face.
That was your counsel's question, correct?
That was
She
her
said-
testimony in the UK.
That's unadmissible.
And you know that, Ms. Heard.
I disagree.
It's just inconvenient for you that Officer Sines didn't see injuries on you on May 21, 2016.
It
Isn't
doesn't
that right?
matter what's convenient for me.
Right. Officer Tyler Haddon also testified by deposition about being called to the Eastern Columbia building on May 21, 2016. And he also testified no injuries on your face on May 21, 2016. Isn't that correct?
They both said that they did not consider me injured.
They did not see injuries on your face on May 21, 2016.
Pull the fucking
Isn't
tape.
that what their testimony was?
What their testimony was is that they did not consider what
Nail her
my
with
face
the
looked like
tape.
the injury. They didn't consider what they walked on in the
Well, the
house damage
transcript.
it was.
You were sitting here when Officer William Gatlin testified by deposition about being called on May 21 to the Eastern Columbia building, and he also did not observe any injuries on you, did he? And that's what he testified to.
He didn't even know which one I was.
No, I think we all saw on video camera you identify yourself. Isn't that correct?
I had to because of how far away he was. He didn't even know who he was.
But after you identified yourself, he looked at you. Isn't that correct?
From a distance, yes.
And he didn't see any visible injuries either, did he?
I don't know what he saw.
He testified that he didn't see any visible injuries, did he?
I would believe that he didn't, yes.
We were also in the courtroom when Alejandro Romero, who worked at the front desk at the Eastern Columbia building, testified about seeing you on May 25th, 2016. Isn't that correct?
That is correct. I think he said the 25th.
Yeah. And Mr. Romero testified that he didn't see any swelling or bruises on your face when you were talking to him at the front desk.
He wouldn't have.
No, he wouldn't have, even though he had a habit, because his parents taught him correctly, to look into someone's eyes when speaking to them. Isn't that correct?
I know that's what he testified to, yes.
You testified
Wouldn't have because I was
yesterday
wearing
that you
makeup
sought a
is the
temporary
implication.
restraining order on May 27th, 2016, because you wanted to change your locks. Do you remember that testimony?
Yes, I do.
Those locks were to the penthouses at the Eastern Columbia building. Isn't that correct?
That's correct.
You changed the locks to the penthouses on May 22nd, 2016.
I attempted to.
That's why you felt comfortable having James Franco over the evening of May 22nd, 2016, Ms. Heard?
I do not know when James came over.
Okay, let's remind you. Can we please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 304, which is already in evidence, and play
Her and
from
James making out in the
254
elevator.
through 439?
Johnny's smiling.
He knows what's coming.
Oh, I wanted the dramatic hand in the elevator door, stopping it, him rushing in, pinning her against the wall of the elevator. Big makeout session from her and Franco.
And aroused James Franco.
Women in the
Only
area
in
vacate
theaters.
immediately.
I guess he went down to collect her. Is that what it is?
She went down to collect him.
You
I
get him,
guess.
right?
They smashed in Johnny's place?
Well, and they're all Johnny's places. Amber doesn't really own anything.
Own anything because she's worthless. Yes, I got it.
Don't go back. They're really tight with their evidence callouts yesterday. Today, they have not been. Here we go. Little nuzzle.
So sweet.
Here it's coming.
James Franco should just tweet, "Yeah, I did it."
That's you and Mr. Franco on May 22nd, 2016, right, Ms. Heard?
That's correct.
And you're taking him up to the penthouses, aren't you?
That's where I lived, yes.
And it's past 11 p.m. at night. Isn't that right?
I'm not quite sure of the time it looked like that.
Why don't we pull that
smashing
video
hour.
back up?
We got a timestamp on the video. You loon.
$22:51. Almost midnight, right?
That's
Excuse me, almost 11 o'clock at night.
Exactly.
You knew Mr. Depp was out of town the week of May 21, 2016, didn't you?
I don't know what I knew of his schedule at the time.
You knew Mr. Depp was out of town on May 27th when you went to get the domestic violence restraining order. Isn't that right?
I don't know if I knew that at the time.
Oh, really?
You knew Mr. Depp was heading out on a European tour that week. Isn't that right?
I'm not quite sure what I understood of his schedule at that time.
You knew he wouldn't be back for weeks, right?
No, that's incorrect.
Let's go back to that recording. It's Defendant's Exhibit 598. So you testified that you and Mr. Depp were in the car outside of his studio. Is that right?
Yes.
And you were trying to prevent him from going into his studio to do drugs, right?
Yeah, to effectively
finally
start
find
another
the-
cycle.
Right spot on the tank.
Not that Mr. Depp was just trying to go into his house to see his daughter, right?
His daughter might be one of the people that was in the house at that time, but that's neither here nor there. That
Your
would
testimony is now,
prevented him
Mr.
from entering a cycle.
Your testimony is now that Mr. Depp does drugs in front of his children.
Well, first of all, I know he does. Second of all, it wouldn't have mattered. It wouldn't have stopped him from using with his friends, which is the problem, not whether or not his daughter was there.
Let's play, please, defendants 598 at 4948 through 5035. 5035.
Let me see how upset you are, please.
I'm itching. I don't want to be doing this. I want it just to. Why don't you just say, okay, baby, I understand. I'll go home and you do your thing, hang out with your daughter, and then I'll see you in a couple hours and we'll talk about it. Is
There
it
it
that
is.
difficult to say that? Or you just fucking hate me and you want to be shitty about it? Please. Just fucking, it's not that difficult,
It's not what she wants.
okay? I don't want to stand here in a driveway and argue with you. Okay, well, I'll see you in a little bit, okay? Please? Please. Just let me know if you're going to go somewhere. Just let me know, please, so I know.
Oh, if you're going to go somewhere, let me know. Indicating.
And almost an hour later, you're still arguing with Mr. Depp outside, right?
Oh,
How long that
an
argument
hour of
lasted,
that.
no.
Dear Lord. That's
like
familiar.
amateur hour. That's like Tuesday.
Mr. You
for Amber.
testified about seeking a domestic violence restraining order against Mr. Depp, correct?
Yes, I have.
And how you wanted to do it discreetly?
That's correct.
That you wanted as much privacy as you could have?
Yes, that's correct.
Why'd you
And how
take
you
the public
walked out to a
entrance?
sea of paparazzi and cameras and photographers, right?
That is correct.
There's
And
a
how this
private exit
overwhelmed you?
underground.
It was
at that
overwhelming,
courthouse.
yes.
Because you didn't want this attention on you?
That is correct.
We could please pull up Defendant's Exhibit 800, which has already been admitted into evidence. This is a photograph of you taken inside the courthouse when you obtained the DVRO, correct?
That's correct.
And your friend Raquel Pennington took this photograph?
Yes, that's correct.
Because you needed to document your time at the courthouse getting a DVRO?
She just took a picture of me. I'm assuming it was
Just a normal
in
candid
relation to my
shot.
divorce. Yeah.
Please pull up Defendant's Exhibit 801, which has already been admitted into evidence.
That's how most people do normal candid shots when they're at the courthouse. Looking gaunt. Back
Ms.
against
Heard,
the
this
wall.
is another photograph of you taken inside the court.
Oh, she's so sad.
Isn't that right?
That is correct.
Were you having a photo shoot
Oh.
inside the courthouse while you were getting a DVRO?
What kind of fist bruise is
Not
that?
characterize it that way, Ms. Vasquez.
It's a lifetime.
Mark
It's a
on your face,
lifetime
right, Ms. Heard?
bruise.
Yes.
You didn't use your bruise kit this time to cover it up?
No, it was the only day I actually walked out
fake
of
it?
my house without makeup on. I had to be stopped. My best friend saw me in the bathroom starting to put makeup on and told me not to.
All right.
All right.
Looks more
Please
like a
pull up
zit to
Exhibit
me.
1.
It's got like a little bump and everything.
That's plaintiff's at one.
Yes.
Like
thank
she
you.
got punched by
Apologies.
Tom Cruise.
It's already been admitted into
Yes, ma'am.
evidence.
Or Marco Rubio. Tiny hands Marco.
You wrote this op-ed, right, Ms. Heard?
With the help of the ACLU, yes.
And that's what you testified to in this courtroom, right?
That is correct.
And this was published on December 18th, 2018, correct?
That is correct.
Aquaman was released on December 21st, 2018, right?
Yes, that sounds correct.
And that was your first big blockbuster, big budget role, right?
I disagree, but it was the first time I had like a leading role in a movie of that size. Yes. Well, second time. Yes.
What was your first time?
But the first one was the film I talked about before. I mean, yesterday, Justice League. It introduced the character. So, technically it was the second one.
But you were the love interest in Aquaman, correct?
That is correct.
Now, at least parts of this op-ed are about Mr. Depp, isn't that right?
It's about what happened to me after.
You sat
After
here
what?
during opening statements when your attorney argued that the context of your statements in this op-ed matter, correct?
That's correct.
So let's go through some of that context.
Well, if you're going to do this, you better do it well.
He wrote here, quote, "Friends and advisors told me I would never work again as an actress, that I would be blacklisted."
That is
You're
correct.
referring to your accusations of domestic violence against Mr. Depp in the statement, aren't you?
Can you repeat the question? I'm sorry.
You're referring to your accusations of domestic violence against Mr. Depp in the statement, aren't you?
In general, I'm referring to being associated with domestic violence.
And you're referring to what you claim happened after you got an ex-party domestic violence restraining order against Mr. Depp in May of 2016, right?
Are you asking me if that's what I was writing about?
That's what you're referring to, correct?
Can you just give me the question again? I'm sorry.
You're referring to what you claim happened
Theodore
after
Edgecombe.
you got an ex-party restraining order against Mr. Depp in May of 2016.
That's correct.
You also wrote, quote, "Questions arose as to whether I would be able to keep my role of Mira in the films Justice League and Aquaman." This is also referring to your accusations of domestic violence against Mr. Depp, right?
This is referring to what happened to me after I got my TRO, my restraining order.
Against Mr. Depp, right?
That is correct.
These questions arose only after you accused Mr. Depp of domestic violence in May of 2016, allegedly, right?
Yeah, from the time I got the TRO, being associated with domestic violence, that's what it's in reference to, yes.
You also wrote, quote, "Imagine a powerful man as a ship like the Titanic. That ship is a huge enterprise. When it strikes an iceberg, there are a lot of people on board desperate to patch up holes, not because they believe
The
in or
Titanic
care
still
about
sunk.
it, but because their own fates depend on the enterprise."
Well, it had a real hole.
It's not bad you're saying Mr. Depp is a ship, right?
I'm making an analogy to a powerful man as a ship.
The powerful man you're referring to in this analogy is Mr. Depp, right?
I was talking about a bigger issue actually than just Johnny.
yeah,
I was
sure you
talking
were.
about what we as a country were talking.
Oh, get the
about,
fuck out of here.
Which is
Sorry.
when powerful
I
men in general do something horrible or something they shouldn't, how there is a system in place to protect them, clean up
They're
after them, maintain them.
Literally get destroyed
afloat.
by
You know,
a
this is
word.
a reference to not just Johnny, it was about what was happening as a culture when we were addressing a lot of Me Too issues for the first time.
The iceberg is you in this analogy, right, Ms. Heard?
I would not say that. That was not what I intended to know.
So this is another reference to your accusations against Mr. Depp.
No, this is about what happened to me once I left that relationship and got a TRO and became associated with domestic violence.
But it's your testimony that this op-ed isn't about Mr. Depp, right?
It's about what happened to me after. That's
It's
correct.
about your experience after obtaining a temporary restraining order against Mr. Depp, right?
That is correct, among other things.
But it's not about Mr. Depp.
It is not about him,
Mr. Depp is making it about Mr. Depp, right?
ironically.
It's kind of like that Carly Simon song, right, Ms. Heard?
I don't know what you mean.
Let's talk about the defamatory statements in the op-ed that you also claim are not about Mr. Depp. Then 2 years ago, I became a public figure representing domestic abuse, and I felt the full force of our culture's wrath for women who speak out. This is about Mr. Depp, isn't it?
No.
You wrote this in 2018, right?
Exactly.
And 2 years prior was 2016, right?
That's true.
Okay.
That's correct.
So
It's not about
May of
Johnny. It's about what happened to me
Ms. Heard,
after.
my question was May of 2016 is 2 years prior to December of 2018.
That's
Correct?
correct.
All right.
It's not correct.
May
It's
2016
2.5 years
is when you
prior.
publicly accused Mr. Depp of domestic violence, right?
I got my restraining order at that time.
And you publicly accused Mr. Depp of domestic violence.
Yes, that was attached to my restraining order. So yes,
May of 2016 is when you sought a restraining order against Mr. Depp.
that's correct. And I had to
May-
provide testimony for that.
Right. And May 2016 is when you walked into court with a mark on your face to obtain that restraining order? Yes or no?
That was the day I walked into court with a bruise on my face. Yes.
And you were photographed with that mark on your face, weren't you?
I walked out to a bunch of photographers. Yes.
May
You were photographed by
2016
your
is when
friend.
you told the world that Mr. Depp had physically abused you during your relationship. Isn't that right?
That I had to provide testimony as part of my restraining order application. Yes.
And that's how you became a public figure representing domestic abuse. Right, Ms. Heard?
From that point on, yes.
That's when you claimed you faced our culture's wrath,
That's
right?
when it started. Yes.
But it's your testimony under oath that this statement is not about Mr. Depp.
It is not. It is about what happened to me afterwards. That's the more interesting, was the more interesting thing for me to write about.
The next statement reads, I had the rare vantage point of seeing in real time how institutions protect men accused of abuse. This is also about Mr. Depp, isn't that right?
Not just about him, but he is included in that. Yes.
He's the man you accused of abuse 2 years prior to this op-ed. Isn't that right, Ms. Heard?
Yes, but I wrote this op-ed in the context of many men at the time that were public figures or in this public eye being accused as well. So it was a reference in general to a larger phenomenon, not just Johnny.
How did you see
But
that
also Johnny.
firsthand?
Not just Johnny.
Not just Johnny.
Not just Johnny, but Johnny.
But also Johnny.
And then you write, I spoke up against sexual violence and faced our culture's wrath. This one's also about Mr. Depp.
I did not write that.
Well, you've accused Mr. Depp of sexual violence in this very courtroom, haven't you?
Yes, but I was intending to keep that private when this was published. I had not publicly ever accused him of that.
I'm going to move to strike
What
everything
about-
after the word
What
yes.
about in private, though? What's in her
No,
emails to the
go ahead.
ACLU?
You may not have written this title, but you published it, didn't you?
I did not publish the title. I retweeted the article that included the title in it because that was the article.
Publishing it,
publishing.
baby.
Pull
That's
up, please,
publication.
Plaintiff's Exhibit 3, which is already in evidence.
That's what publication means.
Yeah.
This is a tweet from
It's
your
the
Twitter
word.
account on December 19th, 2018, correct?
That
I
is
just donated that article.
Today I published this op-ed.
Your Honor, I'm-
It
I
says
pledged it. I
published.
just pledged it to Twitter.
It is in evidence.
Thank you.
Yes.
So
I
on
should use the
December
word published.
19th, 2018, you tweeted, quote, today I published this op-ed in the Washington Post. Did I read that right?
That is correct.
And the
She
tweet
published the word
includes
published.
The op-ed we were just looking at, correct?
That's correct.
And you can see that the title of the op-ed in your tweet is, quote, opinion, Amber Heard. I spoke up against sexual violence, right?
Yes, you don't get to change the title of an article you're retweeting.
You can actually disagree
And
with
that's
the title of the article
that
in
you
a
put
retweet.
on your Twitter, correct?
Called a quote
I
tweet.
did not put it on my Twitter, no.
You
You
linked
did.
it to your tweet.
I retweeted the article.
You published it.
I retweeted a link to an article that I wrote.
And you published it on your Twitter account. All right.
I retweeted it.
You testified yesterday that you didn't have any control over the title and just now of the
Retweet
op-ed when you
is a
retweeted it. Is
publication.
that correct?
That is correct.
This wasn't a retweet though, right?
It's a quote tweet.
A tweet? Perhaps not retweet. I'm not quite sure.
It was
I
a
guess
tweet.
Tweet. I misspoke. Excuse me. Tweet, not retweet.
You included a link to the electronic copy of the op-ed in your tweet, right?
That's what I was trying to say earlier, and I might have misspoke. It's like I'm trying to attach it.
Right. So you included a link, right?
Yes,
to the
that's
op-ed.
correct.
Okay.
That's correct.
So you must have seen the title of the electronic version of the op-ed before you tweeted it, right?
No, I didn't.
I may have. I just didn't notice it.
Not very careful about what you publish, are you, Ms. Heard?
I just didn't notice the title.
You didn't need to include the link to the electronic version of the op-ed in your tweet, did you?
How else would I have linked it?
Published it.
Well, you didn't need to include the link to tell the world that today you had published this op-ed in the Washington Post about women who are challenging their rage and about violence and equality into political strength despite the price of coming forward, right?
I couldn't attach it with a paper clip.
No, but you didn't need to attach it at all to tell the world
Oh,
that
I see
you
what you're
had
saying.
published an op-ed.
No, the goal was to tweet about it and to provide a link so that people
Yes,
could read it.
exactly.
The op-ed is in your name, right?
That's correct.
So if you had noticed the title of the electronic version of the op-ed before you included it in your tweet, you could have asked the Washington Post to change it. Isn't that right?
No, that's not.
But you didn't do that, right? You never asked the Washington Post to change the title.
I didn't notice it and I didn't ask them, nor do I think I needed to.
What?
At the
Why
bottom,
would
do
you
you
say
see
that?
that there's another tweet from December 19th, 2018?
Yes, I do.
You didn't
Did
think
she
you
not
needed
notice
to?
it, or she
This
didn't think she
one.
needed to?
It reads, I am honored to announce my role as an ACLU ambassador on women's rights. Did I read that right?
That's correct.
So you announced your ACLU ambassadorship the same day you posted the op-ed on your Twitter.
I think that was always the plan, is to attach the article with the announcement that I was an ambassador.
Your Honor, if I may, would this be a good time to stop for lunch?
No, it's too
No.
early.
Okay.
Sorry. We're gonna keep going at least till 12:30.
Okay, that's
thank
fine,
you.
Your Honor. Thank you.
Let Elaine stop early yesterday.
Ms. Hurd, you testified yesterday about your counterclaim against Mr. Depp in this case. Do you remember that testimony?
Yes, I do.
Your counterclaim is based on 3 statements made by Mr. Depp's attorneys, Adam Waldman. Is that right?
That's correct.
We looked at those 3 statements yesterday, right?
That's correct.
And the first statement was from an April 8th, 2020 article, right?
That's correct.
And that's defendant's exhibit 1245 that's been previously admitted. Please pull that up. Thank you. If we could please publish that. Thank you.
I wish you would have drilled down on that. Didn't think I needed to a little bit more. Oh, you
We
didn't
can
think you needed
scroll
to
down
correct
to
an
the 8th
incorrect
page.
statement?
Mr. Waldman's statement is buried on the 8th page of a 12-page article. Is that right, Ms. Hurd?
I don't know how many pages are here.
Well, this is the 8th page. Let's go to the 12th.
Would you dispute that?
Yeah, if I'm represented to you this on the 8th page, would you have any problem with that? Well, it might be on the 7th.
Let's pull up, please, defendant's exhibit 1246, which has already been admitted.
Oh, come on, folks. A little coordination here.
Please go to Mr. Waldman's statement on page 10. And go on to page 11 of a That's Mr. Waldman's statement, right?
That is correct. Okay. I think it's Mr. Waldman speaking on behalf of Johnny, yes.
You don't have any evidence of that, do you, Ms. Hurd? This is Mr. Waldman's statement, right?
I think it's included in the article as well.
That this is Mr. Waldman's statement, correct?
That a representative or an attorney, I don't know which word it says in the article, that it says very clearly that they're speaking on behalf of Johnny or representing Johnny.
Can we please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 8818?
Speaking on behalf of Johnny, or does it just say the attorney for Johnny Depp, Mr. Adam Waldman, said? Not all of an attorney's words are automatically imputed to the client, only if they're speaking in an official capacity on behalf of the client.
If we could please go to page.
Ever Eden author asked if
8
there's a strategy behind
of this
asking for
article?
the break, or if she's just hungry. She just wanted to break up those 2 parts of testimony before going into this path and then having to stop in 20 minutes.
Yep.
Sorry, Your Honor. May I just
All right.
approach?
Yes, ma'am.
They were on point with the tech. No, you're right. The tech use is still smooth, though.
It's still better by comparison, leagues by comparison.
Yeah. This is just
I mean,
a
the
delay.
fact, let me
They're not
just put it
trying to
that
get
way.
the computer to display on a
We'll come
screen.
back to this. Sorry, Ms. Hurd.
The
I'm
fact
sorry,
that
ma'am.
Camille didn't explain
Um,
tweets.
Let's go ahead and take this down, please. Thanks. You testified yesterday about how your reputation was before these 3 statements were made, correct?
Yes, I did.
Okay. You testified that your career was going very well before.
I think I said the trajectory was positive, yes.
You testified you had a global campaign for L'Oreal, right?
That is correct.
You testified you were waiting on a schedule for Aquaman 2.
That is correct.
You testified you were scheduled to do a press tour for the TV show The Stand.
Press obligations, yes.
And then you testified that after the articles, you were no longer actively involved in the L'Oreal campaign. Isn't that right?
They suspended using my material.
And that you were no longer involved in the publicity surrounding The Stand after the articles, right?
That's correct.
And you didn't hear anything about the schedule for Aquaman 2.
Correct.
Ms. Heard, you have no evidence that Mr. Waldman's 3 statements are the reason you are allegedly no longer active in the L'Oreal campaign, do you?
Well, I mean, other than my awareness that they can't use me because of all of the online attention not generated.
It's all
You have no
online,
evidence
right?
that Mr. Waldman's 3 statements are the reason that the Stand media opportunities allegedly stopped, do you?
Yeah, I know they couldn't attach my name to their promotional materials because of the online stuff.
What
in fact,
online
there was
stuff?
a lot of reasons why you were
Ricada,
active in these endeavors. Isn't that right?
I disagree with that.
Reasons that had absolutely nothing to do with Mr. Waldman's statements. Isn't that right?
I disagree with that.
There was a lot of publicity about your relationship with Mr. Depp around the time Mr. Waldman made the 3 statements at issue, right?
I do not recall.
A lot of really negative publicity for you, Ms. Heard. Isn't that right?
There's been an ongoing smear campaign, yes.
Terrible testimony.
An ongoing negative publicity campaign.
It's an orchestrated smear campaign.
You have no evidence of that, do you, Ms. Heard?
Just look me up, you'll see.
Let's take a look at some of that.
Saying that there's a bunch of statements that cause this damage is not helpful for you. Oh, it'd been going on for a long time. No, you have to pin it down to those 3 statements. Notice they brought in an expert to do this. They brought in an expert to say that the statements from Amber Heard in the Washington Post specifically were to call out the industry, and that's what told the industry that they needed to act. That's when it happened. That's when Johnny's career went to shit. That was the testimony that they got. Amber Heard just saying, just now saying a whole bunch of stuff had been happening. That doesn't make those 3 statements from Adam Waldman or anything linked to Johnny Depp, Johnny Depp's action specifically, cause her to lose her job with L'Oreal. If there's negative publicity about her breakup, if there's negative publicity about the domestic restraining order, if it's just what she wrote in the article that she saw the full force of how the industry protects men, then that's L'Oreal protecting men, not acting on behalf of Johnny Depp or in response to his words or the words of his agent. Did Amber just tell the jury to look her up? Can she do that? She did, but she was being cheeky. She can say that. The jury can't look up articles about her. I mean, they do, but they can't. So next, we have a big chat in from David Todd. Says Amber Heard and Gage Grosskreutz share the same mannerisms while on the stand. The high eyebrows answers are off-putting. Yeah, I noticed some similarities too.
It's the same thing. They both, I mean, Gage thought he was clever. Like Gage really thought he was clever.
Yeah, he's probably a guy who's been told he's smart his whole life. Mm-hmm. And then he was about to get asked a bunch of questions by someone who doesn't care how smart he is.
Yeah, that's right. Yep.
Like legitimately, you can have the dumbest lawyer on earth who's just a wrecking ball, and they don't give a shit how smart you are. They're good at what they do, and that's asking questions to get the answers that they want. I mean, you can be bright and brilliant all day, but if they're good at framing a question, they don't have to be smart. They just have to be persistent.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, people get into that trap of smart versus not smart. Go to law school for 10 minutes. You'll find out a whole bunch of people aren't very smart that end up being lawyers, and a lot of them end up being really good ones.
Fantastic ones. Some of the best, especially trial attorneys. I mean, they were borderline missing a chromosome, and they were still great attorneys.
Yeah. Holy Diver says, Rackets, give a shout out to my friend Alicia, Tim, and Doiney watching together. Hell, toast them or something. I don't care. To friends or whatever, sappy bull. To friends, Alicia, Tim, and Doiney. I don't know why you're watching with Holy Diver, but I'm glad that you are. Although I hope you're watching on 4 separate devices. Cheers. BN. Camille is pushing her closer to the Amber we saw in the UK depot. Departing gaze, drinking nervously, fidgeting with jewelry. Perfection. I wouldn't call today perfection, personally.
It's good.
Yeah, but I think there are plenty of places that could have gone a lot better. Things that could have been pinned down. Some questions that seem, or some responses that seem to not have been anticipated, and not for any reason that you can imagine they weren't anticipated. Again, going back to that, well, she suddenly made the date convenient for her sexual assault allegation. Just having a prepared response to that should have been.
Yeah, I mean, she seems caught off stride sometimes because Amber Heard is denying recalling things that it's ridiculous of her to deny recalling, but the witness can do that, and you need to be prepared for that.
Yeah.
I just realized that, like someone said in the chat, sorry, this is in my head, that Camille does kind of look like Boss Hogg. And you could say that she's trying to catch Amber Heard as one of the Duke boys. Like the reference is there. I like it.
Weekend Warrior. Nick, why does this redacted woman keep looking at the side? It's very annoying and very unbased. Unlike the stream, keep up the entertaining and informative show. She's looking to the jury. She's talking and communicating with the jury. That's why she turns her head to the side to speak.
Yeah, every time it's a look to on the video to the left, it's the jury. To the right, it's Camille, right? So
yeah. And that's perfectly fine. It's a way a lot of people answer questions. There's nothing weird or nefarious about it. It has varying effectiveness, but you can do that. It's okay. It's a strategy. It's also just how some people communicate. They like to look at them and talk to them. And remember, if she's actually histrionic and the whole world is about her, she definitely wants to look to make sure they're looking back. Like that's why she'd be looking at the jury almost all the time. Make sure they're focused on me. I want their attention on me. Please look at me. Please look at me. Please call me Johnny. Please, 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 please. Catherine Smith says, for all the broke hoes, hit the like to pledge all your dough.
Amber can't pledge anything. It's all locked up.
I don't want her pledge anyway. I know it'll never get fulfilled. Automata, Camille, Amber, look at me. Look at me. I'm the bottle now. Oh, shit. Michael Gammon says, Amber Heard, Hollywood's version of the trailer park whore. Damn. Pamela B says, so I love men. Lawn Lumber is gorgeous. However, I'm questioning my sexual preference because of Camille. Tell Rob I'm single. Will do. Look at DUI guy.
DUI guy is like very focused. He's like in the zone.
No. He loses
it. We got him. We got him on the internet. That's it. It's over. And
his career is DUI guy. Your career is done. Yawning in court. Zoom in on him.
Oh.
Pan left. Pan left.
Do it.
Let's see. I'm just scanning the crowd to see if I happen to know anybody else. That'd be weird. Christian,
the guy in the back almost. Oh, sorry. I thought he had a Jack Murphy beard for a second. Never mind. No. Go ahead.
Nah. Christian DeJesus says Amber's testimony goes from I don't remember to I didn't do it to he deserved it. At times it does. Wolfram, all of those injections to Amber's cheekbones is making her look like a puffer fish. She is filled out quite a bit from her Johnny time. In the face. Her face is rounded out.
No one's calling her slim today.
Well, no, they're like, now if Johnny started dating her again, he'd call her slim-ish. Slim-ish.
Is that an E?
Juan, I pledged $20 billion towards Nick's hostile takeover of YouTube, making my down payment with $20. Oh, perfect. I'll tell the bankers right now. Jonathan Sherwood, shout out to that Stephen Cooper guy. I know a guy named Stephen Cooper. Either way, thanks so much, Nick, for entertaining me on my long work days. Also, homeschoolers rock. Hey, thank you. I just found out that homeschooling was racist the other day from a very smart. Racist. Yeah, very smart article about being racist and preventing integration. So I'm glad to find out that that's me now. Jonathan Diaz, lawyer on cross, misheard you went pee poo poo on the sheets, correct? Wonder if we're going to get to questions about the grumpy.
I don't know. We got time for the grumpy. I mean, we've got to post lunch now. It knows that she wanted to go post lunch. So
yeah,
we got time
by
for
the way,
grumpy.
Wrecked you and your little prediction.
Hey, I'm really surprised that she's going to go much longer than lunch. Honestly, I don't think she needs to. But
no, actually, what should have done is they should have tightened up this questioning today, and it should have been done by lunch. Frankly,
they could have. She could have, right?
Yeah, yeah. And to be clear to the chat, she's not doing bad. But there are some things that are just that don't need to be out there on the table, where I feel like the questioning has just gone off the rails a little bit. Igor Slagathor, what's the purpose of a lie detector test if a psycho can pass it and an innocent person can fail due to nervousness? Would you ever advise to or not have your client take one? Why are they used in some high-end security jobs? Well, polygraphs are not admissible in court. It's important to know that the lie detector is a human using the machine. But they're not recognized as repeatable, replicable science that can be relied on for the purposes of evidence. So polygraphs are really only useful for a couple things. Stipulated settlements, where if they agree to a polygraph and pass it, we will then settle the case for a thing. They can sometimes use the results of that polygraph in their public uses for that type of stuff. You can remember that a polygraph would be like many other witnesses that you might pay. It's weird how often the polygraph will favor the person who orders it. It's like, if I order the polygraph for my client, he's telling the truth. If you order the polygraph for my client, he's a liar. So this is a problem with it just in general. It's very interpretive. There's certainly some instance where I could hypothetically see advising a client to take one. If there's an advantage to it publicly, sure. But for in-court use, they're really limited of any kind of value at all. Shouse in the house, notice the total lack of emotion or sadness for her recount of sexual assault. Now the jury will notice that. Jason Angelfire watched yesterday's stream with the wife. She turned to me and said, good to know that ice and arnica cream will make bruises and swelling disappear instantly. Should I be scared or turned on? You should
both.
Run. Okay. Oh, that was a long sidebar, ladies.
Thank you.
We're almost in a lunch here.
So, Ms. Hurd, my last question to you was that there was a lot of negative publicity for you around the time that Mr. Waldron made these statements. Isn't that correct?
I believe that they were made. I believe that the statements kind of kept being attached to new defamatory, articles that were like smear campaign sort of attack articles is what it.
Okay. Let's go through some of the articles that were out in the press. So Plaintiff's Exhibit 1267. Could just publish that just for the witness. That would be great. Thank you.
That'd be great.
This is an article published on February 2nd, 2020. And the title is #Justice for Johnny Depp Trends After Amber Heard Admits to Hitting Actor in Audio Clip. Do you see that?
I see that.
And if we can go to
very inconvenient.
Plaintiff's Exhibit 1268. This one was published on February 3rd, 2020. It reads the title, Amber Heard admits to hitting Johnny Depp in recording.
Yeah,
Do you see
that's
that?
when his lawyer leaked an edited tape.
Oh, it's an edited tape.
Do you see the title? Amber Heard admits to hitting Johnny Depp in recording. Do you see that?
I see the title.
Okay. We could please go to
It's not an
Plaintiff's
edited
Exhibit
tape.
1269.
We've heard you say it in this courtroom on tape, unedited and unbreaded.
Touchdown.
This one was published on March 17th, 2020. Amber Heard slammed door into Johnny Depp's head, reveals new audio. Do you see that?
Yeah, these are more of the PR plans.
Everything's a lie.
70.
Get her to.
This one was published on March 31st.
How do you know this one was a PR plant?
Amber Heard to be sacked from Jason Momoa's Aquaman after Johnny Depp's controversy. Reports. Do you see that?
I do.
Is that a PR plant too, Amber? Ask her. She's going to say yes, but so?
Plaintiff's Exhibit 1271.
Make her say that everything published about her from everybody on earth ever spoken was always a lie. She's perfect.
You see the title that says Johnny Depp says ex-wife Amber Heard sliced his finger off and it, quote, erupted like the Vesuvius?
I just don't know when that was. I've never seen that article.
We can go to 1272. This one was published on May 29th, 2020, and it says, when Amber Heard confessed to smashing a door into Johnny Depp's head, clocking him in the jaw. Do you see that?
I see that.
Going to 1275. This one was published on July 15th, 2020.
Were you a victim of a smear campaign?
Amber Heard stole my sexual assault story. Ex-aide tells libel trial. Do you see that?
This was Adam Waldman as well.
It's not Adam Waldman.
It doesn't say Mr. Waldman. It actually says Kate James also says she often received abusive text messages from Johnny Depp's ex-wife, doesn't it?
I just know because he threw down the article.
Ms. Heard, isn't that what that
Mr.
says?
Waldman threw the newspaper at me afterwards.
Ms. Heard, that's not my question.
What
my
was your
question
I'm
is,
sorry.
the title of the
fucking
article
listening.
says, Amber Heard stole my sexual assault story, ex-aide tells libel trial. Kate James also says, Your Honor, she opened the door by saying it was Adam Waldman.
I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
Let's go to Plaintiff's Exhibit 1276.
Man, there.
Amber
so that's
Heard
why we haven't
admits to
gotten that
hitting
story
fucking
in.
baby. Johnny Depp in court audio. Do you see that, Ms. Heard?
That's correct.
Okay. Let's go to 1277.
So there's a motion in limine on the aide
Published
telling
July 28th, 2020.
she stole my sexual
Amber Heard's
assault.
sister thought she was going to kill Johnny Depp, claims witness. Do you see that, Ms. Heard?
I see that.
And 1278. Published on July 28th, 2020. Johnny Depp was the victim of abuser Amber Heard, London's High Court told. Do you see that?
I do see that.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Go ahead and take our lunch recess then. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll go ahead and take our hour lunch recess at this point. Do not discuss the case with anybody and don't do any outside research. Okay, we'll see you in an hour.
Okay, guys, I'm going to pop off real quick. I got to reset my equipment, but I'll be back.
All right, see you in a bit. Reset my equipment. That's boomer speak for rubbing one out. I gotta go reset
We'll come
my
back
equipment.
at 1:35 then. Is that fine? All right, thank you.
Cross did not end. No, this is just the adequate time for lunch break. She said it had to go till 12:30. It's 12:33. Clockwork says 20 minutes later. Now it's okay for lunch. The judge at the end of last week set out the schedule for this week that lunch would be at 12:30 Eastern time. The first break and the second break are also laid out pretty specifically, and she is, she seems like she's trying to adhere to that. Although yesterday, I do believe she cut for lunch about 30 minutes early. So bad timing in the lunch break. She was cracking. This is why Camille wanted to do it 20 minutes ago. She wants to hammer on this thing. All right. So, thoughts, Mr. Branca?
Well, I mean, it's fine. It's and again, as you know, we have the luxury of watching this, without being under the pressure of having to do that. So I always feel I need to caveat that. But we've seen better cross examinations, and I mean, I'd call this one perfectly competent. There's nothing wrong with Camille, but I wouldn't call it world class. There's definite room for improvement.
Yeah, I thought you had a couple criticisms about yesterday's, but I do think yesterday's cross was better than today's is going. I think that should be evident to just about anybody.
And of course, part of it too is yesterday, you only have an hour and a half going in, right? So you're only thinking about an hour and a half's worth of stuff.
Yeah. And you get to just bring the hammer, and that's what she did yesterday. She opened very strong, and I thought that was great. Today, yeah, for me, she's just leaving a couple things out there on the table, and I really think she should press Amber Heard. She hates being called a victim. So hit her with that. Oh, so you're the victim of a smear campaign. You're the victim of lies. You're the victim of Johnny Depp. You're the victim of everybody, aren't you, Miss Heard?
They're all lying, and you're the victim. I mean, again, as before we even started cross today, that's the point I made. I mean, we know she's sensitive to that victim label. I mean, pound that, smash the subscribe button, right? Smash the victim label. It throws her off.
Right. And say this whole thing, you claim you're not a victim, but this whole thing started that you're a victim of the industry. You're a victim of Mr. Depp, and then you're a victim of the industry because you stood up and they didn't like it. So you're a victim of them. Now you're a victim of everybody who enters this courtroom and testifies against you. You're a victim of everybody who doesn't believe your story. You're a victim of the entire internet. You're a victim of every article that's published about you. You're just a victim everywhere, aren't you? You said you're not a victim and you're tough and you stand on your feet, but every time you talk, you're a victim of something. You're a victim of a lawsuit right now, aren't you, Miss Heard? You just couldn't donate that money because you're such a victim of this lawsuit. You're such a victim of the media. In fact, when you lied about donating the money, now you're a victim of other people misrepresenting your words, aren't you? Like, just hit it over and over. Like, because it's one, she'll probably crack and get pissed off, but two, it shows how ludicrous and like every star is aligned against her. Only all of them, though.
She wants to present herself like some 1950s housewife abuse victim who's dropping her kids off at school with a black eye. I mean, nothing like that is happening here.
Yeah, she has to wear those thick, like they were Marilyn Monroe sunglasses, and then old people got a hold of them after eye exams. And so she has to show up with those every time to hide all the bruises, except there's, never anything being done to hide any of them. But yeah, I think that's a big one. There was I think the sexual assault story snafu was just a weird thing of like, they had to have read that page. They may not have connected them together. And they should have hammered on that. So wait, on page 57, you're writing about this specific instance of abuse, clearly and intelligibly and under oath and thinking about it and being concerned. And then on 64, you're going to write about this other instance of abuse. And now you're trying to just make that into the same thing here. Like, you just couldn't figure out the date until what? You decided it was convenient for you, whatever it was. You could not have a date for this until we got to trial, and it became necessary to plug it into a date somewhere. Right.
And then has James Franco been seen alive since that elevator scene?
Well, and then the other thing, link the grabbing her vagina story to the ACLU and their communications talking about trying to link her to Donald Trump. And it's like, that's pretty interesting that this story sounds a lot like a popular Trump quote, doesn't it? Was Johnny Depp a big Trump fan? Don't you remember the time when... No.
I've never heard of him being politically...
Oh, no. He actually has a very uncomfortable statement about Trump.
Oh, okay.
He said something about, the last time an actor's never been known to kill a president or something like that. And he lost a lot of goodwill from that statement. They brought it up at trial. It's been introduced. So go ahead. And to me, you've got the ACLU in their emails to Ms. Heard, wanting to link her story to Donald Trump. Of course, they can't do it because Johnny Depp doesn't have anything to do with Trump, is a typical Hollywood left-leaning person, even if not politically active. They're going to just kind of stray that way many times. And then say, bring up his statement about Trump and the fact that this story sounds a lot like a very famous Donald Trump quote. Your husband has a famous quote about Johnny Depp, but or about Donald Trump, but Donald Trump has a pretty famous quote himself. Kind of sounds like your story. Kind of sounds like maybe it got ham-fisted in later to fit the narrative of the ACLU.
Well, it's like the escalating claims dynamic that Legal Mindset was talking about, right? This initial claim's not big enough. We need it to be bigger. Well, people, especially actresses, don't invent things from creation of their own mind. They just recall other things they've heard claimed in other cases, and they just incorporate that into their narrative. So everything is drawn from someplace else.
Exactly. Yeah, especially when you're making stuff up on the fly. You have to.
Like, what was that movie? The Usual Suspects.
Yeah,
where the guy's
looking
just
around the room,
weaving this whole story from the little things posted on the bulletin board behind the detective.
Spoiler alert! Good Lord.
Oh, sorry.
The movie's what? It's only like
30 years
20,
old.
25, 30 years old. Yeah. Okay, we do have some more chats, of course. Stanya Gorez says, I'm a newbie. Hey, welcome. Love the commentary. Curious if you believe Camille Cannon will get her previous assault charges in on this cross. Why not? Why and how? Cheers. I don't know that they're going to. The judge seems to have really shut it down. I mean, I can't believe the judge shut down the UK trial testimony of the assistant right there, because they have brought the UK trial into this case. Amber Heard's team has brought the UK trial into this case and what was testified to it several times. And that testimony not being allowed is, I mean, to me, that's annoying. As far as the previous assault charge, the problems with bringing it in are that the charges were dropped. They were dropped without prosecution. The good part about it was it wasn't a report. A lot of times a woman or a man will call the police. They'll report the violence in some way. Police will come up and then they'll refuse to cooperate and then they go home. In this case, Amber was out in public with her wife and she did something that a police officer witnessed, and the police officer is the one who decided to make the arrest. That's why that should come in. But it seems like there's a pretty strong order saying that that's not coming in, even though that they seem to have opened the door on it. But the judge may just say, no, this is entirely too prejudicial and no charges were filed. You're not getting it in. So we'll see. I think if it could come in, they certainly have opened the door for it, but I don't know that we'll see it. Robert Espiritu, Amber is so concerned about not getting thrashed like she was previously that she's very combative and snarky. I hope the jury realizes that in the big picture. Amber is showing how she really is when talking with Johnny. Yeah, I mean, what that lunatic recording that they played. I don't even know what was said on it. You know which one I'm talking about? Where it was one you were commenting where she should just play every demon from every upcoming Hollywood movie. I mean, again, I don't even know the substance of that conversation. I couldn't follow it because she sounded so unhinged. She sounded horrifying.
Yeah,
The
I
entire
mean,
time.
snide, snarky, fake laughing, insulting, belittling.
It sounded like she
Basically
was
everybody's first wife.
Sounded like she was either drunk or on a substance. I don't know if she was. She was just being so sing-songy about the fight. It was horrifying. Ugh. Jay Lama says, do you think Amber might have just identified as a man and that's why the records are so messed up? I don't think so. Look, a doctor or a nurse writing male instead of female or female instead of male could be a transcription error. They could be using voice dictation and it just didn't pick up the fee. Lots of doctors use voice dictation for their notes.
Yeah. Yep, that's what it is. Very, very common now. They use voice recognition, so they just talk into a microphone and it captures all the notes. And it's very easy to see how female, if the fee part is spoken softly, could be captured as male. Simplest thing in the world.
Yeah. And because, so doctors take copious amounts of notes every time you visit. They're always busy. You know this. They're always on the move. And they, so they get done with the visit. Patient is this, females, blah, 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 and they'll go through and then they'll walk away, and they don't commit it to writing. The software does it, and they just have to go. You'll find tons of that type of stuff in doctor's notes. I don't know if, again, maybe that's something they should have seen, flagged, and gotten testimony on, but at the end of the day, I don't think it's that big of a deal. Eric Miller, Camille, quote, "You didn't provide any evidence of the assault, did you?" Elaine, objection. She pledged it. Hashtag show me the money. Levi the welder, Camille is using that maker's mark as a strap on, and I love it. Angel's Envy is great, by the way, and only $50 to $60 where I live. Let me know if you need some more. No, Angel's Envy bourbon is $50 to $60 where I live too. Angel's Envy finished rye is the $95 bottle, and it's fantastic. It's better than the bourbon, in my opinion. And the bourbon's good. Joe Everyman says Heard has never been called on her BS, and it looks like it physically hurts her.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yep. And you guys have met this person. Everybody went to high school or college with this person. Everybody has dealt with this person in a workplace. They tend to be attractive. They get their way. Everything they do. A lot of times it's women. Sometimes it's men. They're either attractive or charismatic, and they get away with everything.
Yeah, and it's a self-reinforcing cycle, because the people who won't let them get away with stuff just go away. They disappear from their social circles, so they don't continue to encounter resistance. Because
it's so irritating watching the person always get whatever they want, and anybody else who does anything gets hammered to the ground. Chatmart says the cats are relieved when Elaine has a court day because the house smells better when she leaves. Brutal. Constant Vander Westhuizen says she looks like Jodi Arias talking about her demeanor. Yeah, a lot of people have made comparisons to Jodi Arias. The Dragon's Treasure says, liking what you're watching, support Rackets and get yourself some lovely anime themed teas at the Dragon's Treasure. Amber Poops in Beds is the promo code. No more order delays from today forward. So thedragonstreasure.com. If you like tea, if you like anime, you can go there and use promo code Amber Poops in Beds. Chris, as a non-attorney, I feel like Camille is leaving so many things hanging. This is normal procedure because it's kind of frustrating. Like Andrew said, she's providing a very competent cross-examination. There's a big difference between a competent cross-examination and a world-class stellar cross-examination. I think some of the cross-exam we saw in Rittenhouse from like Shirafisi was at times world-class. At times it wasn't.
Right.
And that's just, going to be a whole lot of different things going into it. But you saw some really good cross-examination in that trial and some not so good stuff. Here today is competent. There's stuff left out. And if it was tightened up, it would be, it would be perfect. And that would be great. But our criticisms are pretty mild though. When you've got the disaster that is Amber Heard on the stand, I mean, we're just looking for things to comment about and criticize, and just saying she did great over and over and over again isn't really super helpful. In my opinion. Oliver, right. Oliver Waldis says, love you guys, and all simping should be illegal. Love you too, Oliver. Thank you for the very large donation. Sorry I didn't grab it earlier. Clones of Steve Dreamkiller says she wasn't having a conversation. She was pledging verbality. Preacher says, I need a young priest, an old priest, and a touchdown. Ace says, a fake laugh that puts DSP to shame. Wait, who's fake laugh? Amber's, I guess. Goji, this recording has me 1000% convinced she's an abuser, has done this before. The other people who've been abused as well know this weird, mocking, sing-song tone used by abusers and their targets in private. Dude, I hated that recording. It was so grating to listen to. It was so offensive, so dismissive. And again, you got the impression, I think it was great audio to play, even though I still don't know what was said on it. It was great audio to play because you got the impression that this is how every fight with her goes. If he wants to leave, she begs and pleads him to stay. If he stays, it's belittling, degrading, and berating every single thing. Oh, you're so cool. Oh, yeah, you're Johnny Depp, top of the world, biggest man around. Oh, big movie star, can't keep his dick up. Big movie star who can't keep track of his money. Big movie star, but you can't control the drugs and the alcohol. Big movie star, but you vomit all over yourself, you stupid baby. You have to be taken care of. Oh, your guards have to care for you. Oh, yeah, you're a man. You can't even go outside because, oh, you're afraid of the paparazzi. You know exactly how those conversations go. And it was grating and infuriating. Oh, God. Ace of Spades says she looked like she's trying to cry again. I remember I got myself to cry on demand when 2 drill instructors told me to cry or I'd have to do the whole obstacle course again. Surprised them when I got tears to come out. Marines, FYI. But at the end of the day, the drill instructors still won because they made you cry in public, and now you are forever tarnished. Forever. Sorry, brother. Semper Fi, or maybe in your case, since you cried, Simper Fi. Damn. Roasted. Blaine 20, objection, Your Honor. Opposing counsel is flaying my client alive on the stand. Ovid, she really needs to bring up and hammer over and over again that her testimony now is Johnny runs, comes back, beats her, but we only ever have evidence of her literally chasing him down, banging on doors to continue the fight. Yes, and I liked that conversation in the car where he's like, just say goodbye so I can leave. Oh, it's so much stress. You're running away. You're running away. He's like, I'm not running. I'm literally sitting here. That was interesting because he's like, just let me go. Give me permission to walk out this door so we can end this conversation and we'll pick it up later. We've cooled down. I'm going to go do my thing. You go do yours. And I was saying, I think I got cut off by the rude court, but he did say, and let me know if you're going to go anywhere, which indicates that he actually had an intention of meeting back up with her shortly thereafter. Whereas she's testifying that, oh, he's about to go on a bender. I know him. He's about to go on a bender. Like a couple hours is not a bender. Usually a bender is days. Like nonstop booze, drugs, passing out, getting up, partying.
Yeah, a couple hours is waiting for your flight to take off.
Yeah, it did not ring true to what she was saying, and I thought that was great audio.
But I will say, I joke about my first marriage all the time, but this was a very common dynamic in that marriage. I mean, she wanted to fight all the time and I couldn't just walk away. I mean, you'd be pursued relentlessly. I mean, I'd go sit out in the car in the driveway to get away and she'd be banging on the glass of the car.
We need to talk about this. We need to talk about this. Like, give me 10 minutes.
It's already been 4 hours of arguing. I mean, I got to go to bed. I got to go to work in the morning.
Yeah. God, that must have been hell.
Yeah, it was pretty bad.
But that is abuse. Like that's the abuse. It's the control. No, you can't be done until I'm done with you. It's like, well, but this is a partnership after all. And if one partner needs a minute, they need a minute. But yeah, I thought that audio was really good to play. Also, right after those text messages and knowing that those were really similar. I do wish in either of those cases, Camille would have said, you didn't mention the drugs. You didn't write down the drugs in your text messages. You never said the monster, you're going to come back drunk. You're going to come back high or wasted. Never once did those words come out of you. Never once.
I'd make her say it. I'd make her say, can you tell us where in that recording you made any mention of drugs? Nope.
Yeah. Well, it was understood. No, tell us where you did it. Because it's really convenient now for it to be understood. But at the time, you didn't say it. Well, Johnny knew what I was talking about. How would Johnny know what you're talking about? He doesn't seem to indicate knowing what you're talking about. Where does Johnny say, yeah, I know it's about the drugs and not what you're bitching about me leaving?
Right. Is it possible it wasn't really about the drugs? You just want the jury to believe that here today?
Yeah. Is it possible that over the years you've made it about the drugs because that's convenient for your story? But at the time you didn't really mean that. Jess Harmon, it's like finally watching the mean pretty girl from high school who thought she was better than everyone because she was the first one to show the guys her boobs, held accountable for the first time. Hashtag enjoyable. God bless that girl. Chemical Hazard says, on behalf of all high school men everywhere, God bless that girl. Chemical Hazard says, last time I saw a beating this bad, LeVar Burton was screaming Kunta Kinte and Roots. Oh my God.
You people are terrible.
I love you. Never change, chat. Never change. Geno Fast. Let's see. Geno Fast says, on the tape, she says, you're killing me. You're killing me. This is absolutely undeniably a quote from Kristen Stewart as Bella Swan straight out of Twilight. Amber Heard wails in the exact tone and inflection as Kristen did. That may be true. They're not going to be able to admit anything like that. But that, oh God, that you're killing me, that manipulative nonsense. This is so stressful on me that you're going away. You don't understand how hard it is for me when you leave me. Just let us finish a conversation. Just a normal fucking fight.
I mean, just reverse the genders, right? Imagine if Johnny Depp was punching her in the face with all those rings and saying, you have no idea how much this hurts my fist.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. Let's see. Oh shit. Nate the lawyer asked for a link. I've sent it. Hopefully he sees that. Nate, if you're in, I don't know if you're in the audience, but if you're there, buddy, I sent you the link in Twitter DMs. People are telling me to check the UI guy's tweet. I've invited him on. I don't know if he's going to pop on here. If
You
he's
got
going
some
on.
nice tweets going. PJ Media mentioned you.
Oh yeah. Yeah. Megan, Megan Fox.
Unfortunately, not Megan Fox. Oh, it is Megan Fox. Wow.
It's Megan
I was
Fox,
thinking of
but
a different Megan Fox.
It's not the same Megan Fox, but it is
Right.
Megan Fox. She's great. Yeah, she wrote a great article about me and Rob, the
That's
lumber
what I'm
lawyer
looking at.
yesterday.
Yeah.
Yep, it's fantastic. I hope to I'm going to have her on for an interview sometime really soon, probably for one of the night shows this week.
That'd
She
be
seems
cool.
pretty cool. DUI guy says juror number 8 lit up a couple times when Vasquez would publish a new exhibit. He says yesterday, towards the end of the direct examination, the judge seemed quite bored. At the end of yesterday and all of today so far, she appears alert and paying a lot of attention. Well, the judge is getting over her bender from that judicial conference.
Oh, you know what they do at those conferences? It's all weed and illicit sex.
Yeah, they all pull up the robes and show there's nothing underneath. He says when Vasquez tried to get Amber Heard to admit that she was referring to Johnny when she was talking about the powerful man in the op-ed and implying that she is trying to bolster her own career, juror number 9 began stroking his chin. These are interesting observations. Jurors 8 and 9 are locked on Vasquez. It looks like they forgot how to blink. When Amber Heard begins arguing with Vasquez that she was not incessantly texting or she disagrees with what the title says or attempts to clarify, the jury appears disinterested in her testimony.
I like it when Camille does those little sarcastic little yeah.
Yeah, those are good. and the punctuating questions that she knows Amber Heard either won't answer or will answer in the negative, but you did this. And you need to ask those questions. Those are really important.
There should be more of those.
The jury should be thinking this, but here's the fucking kicker. If they're not, and you don't tell them.
When the jury thinks of it themselves, we're all used to being polite and civil, right? Especially around strangers. The jury may be thinking, well, that's really inappropriate for me to think, but when the lawyer's saying it, then it's open game. Everyone, wow, even she's saying it. We're allowed to think this.
Yes. And even somebody else is thinking this, even if it's like I was thinking the same thing. That reinforcement, it might be what a juror needs to get to the point. So Camille's been doing a very good job of that. Those little punctuation questions. You photoshopped this, didn't you? By the way, She absolutely photoshopped the two photos, or someone did. We've got the tape. Wait, is this it? This isn't the one. Well, I have to find that. Oh, here we go. I gotta carefully pull this up because it's in a DM, and I hate how Twitter doesn't let me just pull a video out specifically. So just a second. Just want to make sure. There's a very short video back and forth of the two photos here, where they're different photos in the defendant's exhibits, but they're the same photos. Look at these two things.
Right.
Here we go.
Camille had those up today.
Yeah. And she asked her, you just photoshopped, didn't you? They're the exact same photo.
She should have done this. She should have done this. She had them side by side, which is not nearly as effective.
Yeah, this is way better, because this is if you've ever played with photo editing software, this is just increased color saturation. It's going to draw reds out specifically. It's going to yellow out blues. Basically, the pastiness is blue light. And so, yeah, that red is coming through, and it contrasts everywhere. So that was clearly intended to be, we'll say, misleading. whether she did the actual Photoshop or not, that's absolutely an increase of saturation. Next, what do we have here? Farmhand says, Farmhand Tom ad. Thanks, Nick. Guys, if you need to get an amber turd smell out of your bed, go to Farmhand Tom, search for Farmhand Tom on Google and get some of his natural smell odor fighting products that are out there. He has a spray that you can just spray. You can spray it directly on the bed, but the quickest way to actually get rid of the odor is to spray it in the eyes of the chick who would take a dump on your bed. And then she will go run screaming out of the house. This is not legal advice at all. Actually, don't do that. But I hear it works. Lancelot 652, watching this cross is so satisfying. It's like when Blood Sports was good with Ralph. Not enough F slurs being thrown around for me. Charles Argo number 2. Do guys normally go and visit a friend with a huge backpack? How many days was he planning on staying? Did you ever see the movie Can't Hardly Wait? I don't know if you did, Mr. Branca. It might be a little bit. It was right when I was graduating high school, like 99, I think, or 2000. Can't Hardly Wait. Might have been 98. Jennifer Love Hewitt is in it, and she's like 18, and still perfect. And the whole point of the thing is this guy's going after Jennifer Love Hewitt. This is irrelevant to this part of the story, but that's the plot of the movie. He's going to profess his undying love for Jennifer Love Hewitt and show her that he's
like everybody else.
He's the nice guy who's been there the whole time. Great movie, super funny. Seth Green is in it, and he's super young, and he is going to get laid at this college party, and he has a backpack, and when he opens that thing, it is full of like 900 condoms and all these different sex toys.
That movie. Now that you mentioned that, that is memorable.
James Franco brought his high school sex backpack to Amber Heard's apartment. He opened that thing up and just a bunch of condoms of different sizes spilled out. He's like, well, I don't know which one I'm going to need. I don't know. God, what a great.
Or it was just his personal use marijuana supply.
Yeah. This is all for me. Or maybe he stuffed Seth Rogen in that backpack. Seth Rogen doesn't have
also
any
his
phones.
personal use marijuana supply. You don't need to bring weed with you if you bring Seth Rogen.
That's the biggest bro trail of all time. When Seth Rogen disavowed James Franco. I mean, I thought that was harsh. Yeah. Well, Franco was going to testify in this thing, and then or was like slated to, but then indicated recently or something came out where he's not going to. And I thought that's a pretty big indicator, but Franco caught a couple Me Too allegations himself. and he's been blacklisted. So I think he was thinking, oh, I'll go testify on behalf of Amber Heard, get some good boy points. And then he saw the way the wind was blowing. He's like, oh, better stay away from this shit because it's a disaster. So, yeah, Franco's got his little problem there. Charles Argo number 2. Wait, I read that one. Oh, wait, he said, she is a Vespa. Every guy rides her. That was the finish of that. Thank you, Charles Argo. I think that's from, that was from South Africa. So big shout out to South Africa. I think that's right. ZAR, I think, is South African currency. Roscoe Coltrane. So Miss Heard, your testimony is that Mr. Depp turned you into a newt. Well, I got better. William Green. What do Amber and Jesus have in common? Both nailed on the cross. Oh, thank you. Thank you for that. That made me smile. Liam, Jesus laughed too at that one, by the way. It's okay.
From the cross.
Yeah, he's like, oh, they got me. That was good. Pretty good roast. Liam H. As an English lawyer, Amber should avoid the UK. She lied in her statement about the donations, up to 7 years in the clink for that. That's why they were pressing her on it yesterday, probably. If they could get a headline that Amber Heard perjured herself in English court and was being investigated for it, it wouldn't help them in trial, but it helped Johnny a whole shitload on the PR front.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know how they do it in the UK, but here in America, perjury's almost never pursued. I mean, people are lying in court all the time.
There is a perjury charge on her in Australia right now, but yeah, you're talking about different systems because
but it's a different dynamic.
Yeah.
Import form, and you're bringing in what's effectively contraband. It's not hard for them to prove perjury.
Right. In the U.S., again, one of the things I focus on when people ask about perjury in the States, it's a crime which requires a proof of some sort of criminal intent. And so getting something wrong on the stand, misremembering something, even misrepresenting something, if you can't prove that the intent was for a specific gain, you're going to have a real trouble making that case. And it's you're going to have trouble getting to probable cause, and you're going to have a whole lot of trouble getting to beyond a reasonable doubt. And if you have trouble getting to probable cause, but you're charging everybody for supposed perjury all the time, government's going to look really stupid and petty, and people are just not going to open up in court anymore. They're going to be unwilling. If I go to court, I'm going to be prosecuted. I don't remember shit ever. I don't remember anything. I don't remember my name. You don't even have the right guy. But yeah, I think she should avoid the UK stuff, but they're going to they'll bring it up as much as they can.
So people in the comments are asking what this is. Folks, this is the flammable vapor sensor for my hot water heater. I had a pipe leak by my hot water heater, sent up a mist of vapor. It shorted out this thing, and now we don't have hot water in the house. So I have to dry this out before we have hot water again.
God, it sucks. Yeah. Not having hot water. That's one of those things where it's like, well, you're not going to die. Nothing bad's going to happen, but my God, you could kill every homeless person on the street because of it. Like, you just walk down the street, just beating people to death. It's like, I had to take a cold shower this morning. God, HMFIC says, Rekieta Law, in my honest opinion, Amber Heard trying to control Vasquez in this testimony, her back and forth. Yes, she is. Absolutely. Her back and forth with Vasquez seems a lesser version of her interactions with Depp. Plus, not hating, but wearing white before Memorial Day is a no-no. Well, I think Amber realizes she got manhandled yesterday. And when she definitely didn't talk this over with her attorneys on the break last night, they probably said, you might want to push back. You might want to take control. And remember what I said, because I'm often brilliant. I said specifically, even though it's Amber Heard and she's not an A-list celebrity, this is still someone who makes millions of dollars off of her face and her actions and her words. So you're just an attorney. Camille Vasquez has to be very, very careful handling Amber Heard on cross. You got to push on the points where you're strong. She's crazy, so push on the crazy. Right. But she's also manipulative, controlling, and to at least a good portion of people, outside of the context of the case, she's charming. And if she's histrionic and borderline personality, she's going to be charming most of her life in most situations. It's only when you get to know these people and have lots of interactions that you see beneath that veneer, and then their monsters are apparent. But to everybody else, borderline personalities are some of the nicest, best people. Go to their funeral, you'll find thousands of people there telling great stories about all those fun times they had because they relate to people really quickly.
Yep. They're endearing, they're helpful, they're supportive. Because they want to get that door open. And then once they're in, it's chaos.
Exactly. Andrew, hey, you just got an interview. A different Andrew. Congrats, man. Go nail it. Go nail it. Like Amber Heard on Cross. Mr. Hart says, do you think with Turd opening the door to the web articles, we might get evidence of Turd confessing to being on 4 different drugs in the Australia incident? Oh, is that in an article? I don't know. I'm not aware of that. Possible. They should already be able to impeach her on that, though. I mean, that's a prior statement offered out of court by a party witness that's inconsistent with her testimony. Impeach her on it. I mean, she'll just say, well, that article was wrong, or I didn't say that, or something. But so let the jury decide.
But that's actually beneficial. I mean, because they have so much of that. Just make a mountain of that. Everybody else is lying except for you. Everybody is wrong except for you. It's not like there's only one material fact here and she's disagreeing and now it's ambivalent. There's 100 of these things. So make a mountain out of it.
Yeah. And I think that's critical. We were talking about that before the break, is just make her say that everyone is lying, and specifically call out each person. You were here for this testimony, weren't you? And well, they were wrong. They were wrong. They were mistaken, or they're lying. What is your testimony here? What are you saying about them? Because they were pretty clear about this. Mr. Baruch said he saw you with and without makeup. You said you never left the house without makeup. Yeah. You said you're calling him a liar.
And I would make it cumulative. I would say, so now this person is lying too. Just like Mr. Baruch was lying, just like the security guard was lying, just like this witness was lying, just all these people are lying. And eventually the other side will object and the judge will tell you to stop doing that. But as long as you can get away with it, that's what I would be doing.
And I think the judge says, we need to move on. I'm just trying to make clear who's lying and who's telling mistakes. This is her testimony. We're recapping the testimony. And the judge will say, you need to move on. That's you too, but no, I agree. Take it all the way. But she's the one who's saying that these people are lying. She's not impeaching their statements. She can't. She's just going to say, without evidence or support, that they're lying because they must be, because she's right. Kal-El, my ex-wife was like that. The only time she ever apologized to me after we separated was for being the victim from what was being done to her. Oh, she apologized for being the victim? That was nice of her. Lazy Bastard says, I pledged to pay my taxes, and the IRS said that's not how that works. No, it is, though. Just tell them you pledge. It's fine. Walter Kurt, watching Amber talk and hearing the maniacal laughing recordings is personally very unsettling for me. And I can guarantee anyone else who's been in a relationship like this feels the exact same, nearly PTSD triggering.
Hey, Nick, I got a DM here from Nate asking you to send him the link, but I guess you did that already?
Yeah, I sent it to him. He sent me back a message a little bit ago that says, I think he said he'll join in just a minute.
Okay.
Oh, I sent Andrea the wrong link. I sent her the link to the stream. Andrea, if you're there, I just sent you the correct one.
Oh, good. Andrea's fun.
Yeah, she's great. And she knows so much more about like what's in these articles and what all the evidence is. She is way on top of this case. Roman Vogel says, shout out to the best wife in the world. Also watching the stream. Hey, awesome. Nanditha Garunath Hari, sorry, I cannot pronounce your name, and I'm giving it a college try, but thank you. Says, being too combative may play into the defendant's side, saying Johnny's side continues to badger our client. If there is jury on Amber Heard's side, Vasquez has to be careful not to be so pressing on a victim. I slightly disagree. I think their posture in this case is that she is not a victim of anything, but in fact the abuser. That means to me, to be consistent, you should be going hard.
Yep.
Because this person chopped off your client's finger
and destroyed his career.
Exactly. What's up, Andrea?
What's up?
Hey.
Welcome to the show.
Thank you.
How's the morning going for you?
Well, I mean, I'm having one of the best mornings of my life. How are you guys doing?
We're pretty good. We're trying to we've been trying to point out a couple of the things that we thought could have gone a little bit better today.
Sure.
But with the caveat that Camille is doing a very good job, but there are just some things that we would have liked to see tightened up. Is there anything that you can give us on that front?
Well, I can definitely tell you from an evidence side, there are some misses that she's had that I think are fairly important for her to go back and fill in. The biggest and most important one in my mind actually is from yesterday, and that's the tablescape photo that
yes,
photograph that she showed with the property of Johnny Depp bought it. And what we have not seen so far is that there are other versions of that photo. She drafted and composed this photo very carefully before she selected the one that she was going to Rocky Pennington. So that, in my view, is absolutely critical to get back to and get that in, because that is demonstrating the hoax in a way that, yes, it's good to establish that she's a lying liar who lies, but the hoax is really the key here. All the way back in 2014, she was putting this together. She's got to go back and get that.
Yeah, I agree. That was my big criticism from yesterday was you showed the table, show all the other pictures of the table, show the one without the box, show the one with the stuff moved around, show the stuff from the different angle, and say, what's the story here, Amber? Did Johnny come back and shuffle things between your photo sessions? Like what is happening that is justifying this? I thought I would really like to see her come back to that.
It's almost like she had a claymation video of Johnny doing coke. You know, it's not real.
Exactly.
Yeah. And so then this morning, a part that I would have liked to have seen when she was showing those photographs from the Bahamas that Greg Williams took, the black and white photo shoot that she did within 2 weeks of the December 15th incident she's alleged. I would have liked to have seen her go back and revisit Amber's UK testimony where she talks about the injuries that she sustained. She did early on use one of Amber's statements, but there is another one that I believe is during her cross-examination there, where she just details very powerfully and specifically, I had 2 black eyes, broken nose, bruises all over my body, broken ribs, hair pulled out of my head. So just reestablish over and over and over again, these are the injuries that you're saying that you sustained. Here we are looking at you 2 weeks later, and we don't see any indication of anything like that healing, anything like that residual, nothing at all evident on these photos. There were also some photos that we saw where she's in the water. She's splashing around in the water, playing like mermaid stuff. Maybe that's not critical, but just to emphasize, you weren't made up for this photo shoot, Amber. This is you being natural mermaid Amber. Perhaps the photos speak to themselves on that. But I do think that getting her actually in the ocean might have been helpful to make that point.
Yeah, and I think they could have tightened up what the timeline was on those photos a little bit better. I mean, Johnny Depp's team has to know the date that those photos were taken, and I felt like they let Amber control the timing of those photos, where I wanted to see them say, you know, this is only 12 days later. This is only whatever it is. But she's like, no, it's a couple weeks later. Well, a couple weeks means really, to me, anywhere between 10 and I don't know, 22 days. You could argue like a couple weeks could be pretty broad. I think tightening those up would have been good. I think talking about the fact that it's a professional photo shoot and there's likely some retouching done on those photos would have helped. But what kills me, and I thought she could have hovered on this for a minute. She showed that one picture. It's kind of like a 3/4 profile shot of her, and her eyes have the same darkness under them that's in all of her supposed injury pictures. Be like, do you notice the dark spots under your eyes? Can you talk about that? Oh, that's the shadows from the black and white. You know, black and white photos accentuate shadows. Oh, it's shadows then. So when we see those in all your other photos, is that just shadows too? No, those are black eyes. Oh, that's an injury, but here they're different. Okay, thank you for clearing that up. I would have just liked to see a little bit more there.
And more forcefully stripping her. You know, Amber Heard's whole life is management of false narratives, right? It's all this fictional creation, her life. She's never at fault. Everyone else is the liar. She didn't do anything bad. Everything bad that was done by somebody else. That's how she lives her life. That's how people like her sustain themselves through life. They have to believe all that's true. And they probably do believe it's true. I mean, they convince themselves it's true. But that's her superpower in real life, is the ability to manage these false narratives in real time. You got to strip her of that in court. You can't allow her to do that on the witness stand. And unfortunately, Camille is letting her do that from time to time. Like this thing with that picture was taken 2 weeks later. Well, was it? I mean, if this matters, you have to seize control of that statement of fact.
Yep.
Well, one thing I do like that Camille is doing is she is letting the evidence speak. I hear what you're saying, Andrew. I'm just questioning whether there is anything that anyone could do to strip Amber of her fake narrative. I mean, that is her entire identity wrapped up in these stories that she tells, and her insistence that the world believe them contrary to what they can see with their own eyes and hear on these videos.
Who are you going to believe, me, Amber Heard, or your own lying eyes?
Exactly. And so part of the effectiveness, I think, of this cross-examination is demonstrating that to the jury, letting them see for themselves. I'm showing you, things that we can all hear, we can all judge, and you're not willing to accept them factually. You're not willing to accept fair characterizations of them. You're continuing to offer these very defensive and improbable explanations. There's not really, in my perspective, a lot of benefit to quibbling with the witness over how they want to characterize things. We already know they're not going to accept your characterization. They're the opposing party. But the whole point is for the jury to be able to see the evidence for themselves, see how she explains it. And that's how we're going to assess how is this person credible? How much does her version line up with the objective reality that we can all fairly capably perceive for ourselves? So I don't mind that she is letting Amber give those answers and get away with it, so to speak, because I think that ultimately it's still helping her.
I agree that it's still helping her. What I want to see more of is I want to see her nailing Amber on the fact that there's, in the evidence that is presented, there is nothing written down about this drug monster that keeps coming up. All of these things, it's like she took the reality that existed and wove it into this narrative when it worked for her. And I thought that she kind of illustrated it with the text messages, and then that recording, that sound that basically was like a play out of the text messages. But I wanted her to punctuate that a little bit more. I wanted her to say, but you don't mention drugs anywhere in this. You don't mention a bender anywhere in this. You don't even say it's going to be just like last time you went on a bender.
And if you've ever dealt with someone who had a substance abuse problem, guess what you're actually talking about? The substance abuse problem. Yeah. You got to stop drinking. You got to stop doing drugs. You got to stop doing this. It's messing up your life. It's not the one thing you're not talking about.
Yeah, exactly.
Absolutely.
Because it comes across like, and I think this is the narrative that they definitely want, is that anytime Johnny wants to leave ever, that it is the end of the world for her. And I think that they could have, I'm not sure exactly how, but they could have drawn parallels to these love notes that they're writing into this. It's like, it's such melodrama. Everything, like, I love you forever and all of these things. Like, he's beating you and raping you. You love him forever. When he wants to leave, you can't let him go. He just can't. Well, it's because of the drugs. But that's not what's jiving with the note. Well, that's the honeymoon. Well, it's always something, isn't it? Mm-hmm. There's never a time in your life where there's just like you two. It's always either you're on fire and the world is your passionate oyster, or you're being murdered. Literally. And there's no reconciliation between these two, except when it's convenient for her. and like I want some more punctuation on those things.
Well, and I think along those lines too, is there is an avenue that has not been explored so far, and that is the story of Amber's revisionism of her accounts, because we already just saw her start to do this in this trial yesterday when she comes back in from direct and she has to fix things that she testified to the last session. And so this is a pattern that Amber also did in the UK. You heard that she submitted 7 witness statements because she had to keep adding and correcting and fleshing out and explaining things. The primary incident of that was her allegations about March 2015. She was being questioned about that on the stand when she was confronted with the photograph of her with Keith Richards at the time that this abuse supposedly occurred. And she's claimed, he smacked her 3 times in the face with his heavy ring, split her lip so hard that blood flew all over the fridge. And of course, there's a photograph of her completely impeccable, uninjured. So then she goes back and does a new witness statement where she revises this and says, no, actually, it was 2 different incidents. There was one that occurred before this and then one that occurred after this. So she's very slippery with accommodating the fact that once something comes in that contradicts her, she's absolutely shameless about, changing what she said and then pretending that she never said that in the first place. So that is part of that story of creating the reality that nobody else sees. But that's the reality Amber Heard is trying to sell. So there is a lot of material to work with that story. We haven't seen Camille use any of that so far.
Yeah, so that's the stuff we definitely want to see coming back from lunch. Hopefully, and again, to the chat, for any criticisms that we have of this, it's really easy for us to sit on the sideline as a team of people picking things apart. Camille's got to keep all of this stuff in her head or in her notes and whatever. And just thinking about all the criticisms that we have, even she's got pages of notes to go through on doing this cross-examination. And this is a good time for her to go in and recharge. Probably not going to eat because it's trial day. And you can, this is not a criticism. You can hear the nervous energy in her voice, and anybody who's done lots of public speaking will know exactly what that feeling is, but you don't want to eat shit. You just want to go do your thing. So she's going to be on lunch, going through, reviewing with her team. What do I need to hit? What do we need to go back and cover? And hopefully they're going to come out with some fire on some of this stuff. I'm really looking forward to it. Briefly, Andrea, though, you have created, you've done the mistake. You've made the critical life error of creating a YouTube channel.
I did. I was on with Alita this morning, and the way I described it is that I have learned that you cannot simply wade in this ocean of legal commentary, because there is this riptide thing that's called LawTube, and it will grab you and pull you out into the great depths. So yes, I did. I got sucked in. I have created a YouTube channel. I'm hoping to offer some commentary on a lot of different subjects. My main interests right now, of course, are the Johnny Depp trial. And then once this is over, I'm going to start digging deeper into the Marilyn Manson lawsuit against Evan Rachel Wood and Ilma Gore. So that's one I'm going to be watching pretty closely as well. But definitely feel free to check it out. Subscribe if you like it. And I'm going to be trying to put things out pretty regularly.
Hint to the chat, it's in the description of the video. You can click on it and go straight there. Just so you know. Just so you know, if you guys are interested. I think some of you might be, so make sure you go check that out. And you're a public defender, right?
I am.
So are you gonna when we have some good defense style cases, some criminal cases, you gonna pop in on some of those too?
Oh, I'd love to. I'd absolutely love to. Just tell me anything you're watching, and I'll keep an eye on it.
I cannot. I'm still waiting for my favorite case. I can't wait.
Pinky swing.
That case is gonna be so good. But yeah, so well, it's good to have you in as part of the community, and guys, make sure you check out our channel. One thing I like about you know so much about this case. Like I'm like walking through like la-di-da, here's Johnny Depp and Amber Heard. I never believed her story. Really, it was too convenient. The timing was too in there. But you're like, well, here's the UK trial. Here's this. I'm like, Jesus.
I've had years with this trial, and I don't know maybe what that says about me as a person, but it's been very helpful in this context to have that background. So sometimes obsession pays off, kids.
Well, normally I would be happy to criticize you, but on this case though, I do think we've had a lot of discussion on my channel about defamation law, about Me Too. Covered a couple of the cases, one of them really in depth, some other ones peripherally, but we've also seen rumblings from the Supreme Court about defamation. And I think when you get to this stage where you say Johnny Depp and Amber Heard, they're these public figures, and that you can see this is one of the big problems with her whole stupid opinion piece, irrespective of the defamation, is that she says, well, look at all the power the industry has to support these men. It's like, lady, your words in this op-ed shredded one of the most profitable, highest power careers in Hollywood in a heartbeat. Like all it took was you writing this op-ed with the ACLU and publishing it in the Washington Post, which all of those parties are happy to do that in 2018 for a Me Too story against someone powerful. And you took him down with nothing. And our traditional notions of how defamation law works with the public figure doctrine is that, well, Johnny Depp is high profile, so he should then be able to counter and effectively rehabilitate his public image. So we want to make the bar really high for a lawsuit. It's like, but there's no counter anymore. And for this case, it's Amber Heard. But for many of these predominantly men, but not always men, who get accused of something, it's just a tweet. It's a tweet. It's a publication in some like D-rate trade journal catches the right attention. One of my buddies was on YouTube talking about election stuff in 2020, making $50,000 a month, and a Media Matters article comes in, names him. Next day, his channel's gone, 0 strikes. And his whole channel's gone. His entire income just destroyed in one post. It's like, well, what is defamation if that's not it?
Yeah.
And yeah, to be clear, Media Matters lied. I should point that out. They lied about him, but
no, I think that's really important. And it's there's some irony in it, I think, because I'm sure you're talking about Clarence Thomas is the one who has made some comments about, you know, we maybe need to revisit this actual malice standard. It's not textually appropriate in the Constitution. It's a judicially created doctrine. If the Roe v. Wade opinion, you know, comes out like we're expecting, it is tending to show a movement towards doing away with a lot of these judicially created doctrines. Gideon is a judicially created doctrine. I have to say, I hope that one doesn't fall by the wayside. Let us keep our Miranda. But it would be ironic if this is the type of case that it takes to raise that type of profile on that type of platform in that forum for there to be a significant change in the law.
Yeah, and I think you know, this case isn't. In theory, it could get appealed up all the way, depending on how it goes. But I think the more important thing is the cultural zeitgeist around defamation law. Yeah. There's just a lot of public perception and misconceptions about defamation. And what I find is that the more you talk to people, the more they find it crazy how difficult it is to sue when someone gets completely destroyed. But it always takes them seeing someone they know and don't automatically hate getting destroyed for them to go, oh yeah, this really is unjust. And I think Johnny Depp is a perfect caveat for that, to raise the cultural awareness. So that's why I say I won't criticize you for obsessing over this case, because I do think it's culturally extremely important. And I think we're seeing that, of course, in the numbers on all of these live streams. Just how many people are watching this is astounding.
Well, I agree. And I think one of the important things about the cultural moment with this case is the absolute demolition of this women never lie narrative. I don't know how this got accepted and how this got pumped out into the public, but it's just absolute nonsense. And so it's a great example of a situation where we can raise the profile on that issue and hopefully start to cut the legs out from under that myth that's just been so pervasive and so damaging.
Well, as a defense attorney, you're one of the people who run into females who lie with relative frequency. I mean, false domestic violence accusations happen. They happen with a level of regularity that might astound people. It's just because an accusation involves egregious offense does not mean that the person is automatically credible or telling the truth. It's not limited to those things either, but that's a place where it comes up all the time in criminal defense, because especially in a case like this, when family law is involved, when you've got various competing leverages, where that domestic violence restraining order, and I cannot believe this testimony was elicited by, I think, her team, that she called her lawyer, who put her in touch with the domestic relations lawyer, who then says, okay, you need to do these things. And then she goes to get a DVRO. It's like, and not wear makeup and show up at the courthouse and come out the public exit. Because if I'm not mistaken, this is the Los Angeles County Courthouse, which I have been told actually has a private underground exit to kind of avoid paparazzi. But she came out the front door.
Yeah,
Like,
she came out the front door, photographed being trailed by her publicist Jody Gottlieb. That was another potential miss on this cross. Who's this behind you, Amber? Why would your publicist be with you at this TRO hearing that you insist was going to be completely private and discreet? So you had no idea these paparazzi were waiting.
I would like Camille to remind the jury, and by asking Amber a little bit more about these pictures and videos that get from her phone into the hands of TMZ. She did it a little bit yesterday, but I would like more. The first time I realized this was because I had a live stream, and it was the video of Johnny Depp slamming the cabinets, and TMZ copyright claimed it. I'm like, oh wait, so TMZ owns this footage, which means someone who's the license holder or the rights holder issued a license to TMZ to do this, that such that they're confident in claiming it. Not that they found this thing, they didn't record it themselves, but they're confident enough to claim it as their own content. TMZ is not a stupid organization. If you can nail them on copyright, people will be suing TMZ into the dirt, because lots of celebrities and very rich people hate what they do. So if you could just nail them on something easy like copyright, they would. Amber Heard sold that footage to TMZ, or gave it, one of the two. Well, I didn't do it directly, but your publicist did, your friend Rocky did, somebody
her iPhone did it.
Yeah. It's like a gun. It just went off, right?
Yeah. Well, and I don't know if you saw the YouTuber Incredibly Average. He's that Brian fella on Twitter who was the OG when it came to outing these audio recordings. He's also got some of the unreleased deposition footage from 2016. And so just yesterday, he put out a piece that is a clip that we haven't seen before, where she's talking about how she didn't want Johnny to learn about the divorce from TMZ. And she catches herself and realizes that, oops, she had let it slip, that TMZ somehow knew this was coming when even Johnny didn't. It was pretty powerful and persuasive, I thought.
Yeah. Guys, to those of you saying court is back, I know you don't know this, but I have the stream up the whole time that we're doing the lunch break, and I've been waiting for it. So do not worry. And also you would have heard it if there was any volume on the court. There was not on this stream. There may have been on a different stream. Okay, real quick. I started reading this one before. Nandhitha Gurunath Hari says, being too combative may play into the defendant's side, saying Johnny's side continues to badger our client. If there is jury on Amber Heard's side, Vasquez has to be careful not to be so pressing on a victim. No, wait, I did read that one. I personally disagree. I think they need to go after her as an abuser. I think they need to treat her as someone who who chopped off their client's finger and then ruined his career. Which is the Mr. Branca said. Joey Big Play says, Branca, would you rather be G word or R word? Hashtag get hard.
I don't know what any of that means except for the get hard part, and that's not appropriate for a family show. So
that's the best answer you could give. Johnny Arbor 007. Did you see the interview with Marilyn Manson's personal assistant? Has video of Thanksgiving 2015 with Johnny Depp and Amber Heard on Colonel Kurtz's YouTube channel. Must see. I have not.
You must see it. Yes, you must see it.
It's a good one then?
It is. She's got a story about that Thanksgiving. She was there with Marilyn Manson. She interacted with Amber Heard and her father. She has a very creepy tale to tell. It's worth watching.
is this the woman that was tossed out of court basically in this trial because she was watching stuff on the internet supposedly?
No, that was a different person.
That's Johnny Depp's assistant. His assistant's wife, Gina Duders.
Okay.
This is a woman named Paula. She's actually been present in the courtroom on at least one day. I saw her pictured back there. But she is Marilyn Manson's assistant. No other connection to Johnny.
Ms. Ryan says, yes, it's abusive behavior. I know because I used to be like that. My behavior was the result of sexual abuse, but I got help and realized my behavior was unacceptable. Enough of the excuses. Get help, you crazy broad. Thank you, Mrs. Ryan. Timothy Reaper. I worked the night shift at a hotel and had a man soon-to-be ex trying to get his room number. She even tried using their children as tools to get what she wanted. She found him in the parking lot, following him around screaming. Oh, God. What a nightmare. Like, the guy's trying so hard to get away, goes to get a hotel. Paul
Unfortunately,
Wolf.
what typically happens with these Amber Heard types is when they're this good looking, they just get away with it for so long that it becomes the reality. There is no fix. It works for them. I mean, look at her. She's got millions of dollars, right? She's a movie star. Everything's going fine for her until they lose their looks. And then they stop getting that kind of attention and special treatment, but it's too late by then. They've burrowed in and they just die and old and miserable with a lot of cats. Hey, Nate.
I can't. Hey, what's up, Nate? How you doing, buddy?
What's up? It's Nate.
You're
I'm
muted.
pledging $1 billion to the Amber Heard Fund, and I'm going to donate it. That's what I'm doing. What's going on?
Not much, man. We're just getting ready for Cross to resume. Very, very excited for it. Oh, I do have to get this big chat from Better Bachelor. Thank you for the big chat. He says, just sending some love. Branka, I'm really enjoying your book, and I love watching with a good whiskey on live streams. Ricada, your insights and commentary are insightful and funny as hell. Hey, thank you. Thank you for that. Have you been
coming?
Oh, go ahead. I was going to ask if you've been watching today, but
Yeah. Amber Heard is probably one of the best witnesses I've ever seen. She's so believable, and it just comes off. It's so truthful, right?
She's killing it.
Yo, as soon as she said the picture with Johnny Depp, she's like, it's photoshopped. I'm like, what? So his picture's photoshopped, but it's like this woman is a pathological liar. It's just, I don't think there's any way around it. This woman is literally pathological. And I also want to make one more point. Camille's cross yesterday was probably one of the best crosses I've seen since we've been doing this. But I think today it's been a little bit more choppy. It's been good, but it hasn't been as clean. Yesterday, I think was clean because she just had no time. She had like an hour and a half, 2 hours. So she had to do the commando raid, get in and get out. Today with more time, I think it's hurt her a little bit because she's been trying to get her on so many different, it's like a blanket instead of being yesterday she was a surgeon. Today she's more or less throwing a blanket and trying to hit everything. So I think today it's a little bit more choppy where she's got to kind of put everything together, but yesterday was exactly what you wanted. Get in, get out, hit all the high points, and just leave them wanting more. So today could be better, but it's not bad. I don't want people to think I'm saying it's bad. I just think it's not as good as it was yesterday.
I think we hit the middle rounds. You know, she came out of the corner very, very strong. She did some damage, and then you settle in. But she got her second wind with those audios she brought up. Yeah. So let's see what she's got now.
Yes, and that's been pretty consistent with what we've been saying today, Nate. We've been trying to point out some of the places that things could have gone better, even though on balance, we think it's a pretty competently done cross. It's getting good stuff.
Sorry.
And we see a lot of bad lawyers here. I mean, not in this trial, but other trials. Covered. We call them out when they're bad. She's by no means bad. She's doing a good job.
She's not bad at all.
No. But she's got to sit up. She got to be up there knowing that some of these lies are just so obviously lies, right?
No, she convinces herself that they're true.
I know someone like that who I will talk to them about stuff in the past, and you remember this, don't you? It's like, that's not what happened. Like I was there.
If it's a lie for a virtuous purpose.
Oh yeah.
Paul Wolf, the monster is the state of mind he enters from abuse, from childhood. Amber is the lion trainer with the whip, able to control it at will. Being able to summon it at will is Amber's drug of choice. Ooh.
All right, thank you. You can be seated. All right, your next question.
You say, "Are you a goddamn liar? Is that true?"
Tom, may I please have you put up Plaintiff's Exhibit 881A?
Plaintiff's Exhibit LIAR.
So I'm going to ask you to take a look at Plaintiff's Exhibit 881A. This is one of the articles containing the counterclaim statements by Adam Waldman. Is that correct?
I haven't seen the article yet.
Okay. Why don't we go to page 8 of this article? Adam Waldman, Depp's lawyer, said afterwards, quote, Amber Heard and her friends in the media use fake sexual violence allegations as both a sword and shield, depending on their needs. They have selected some of her sexual violence hoax facts as a sword, inflicting them on the public and Mr. Depp. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
Is that one of the statements that you allege are defamatory? It's defamatory?
That's correct.
Okay. Can we please go to Plaintiff's Exhibit 881B?
You understand that truth is an absolute defense?
You would admit, though, that you are terrible.
Page 10 and 11.
Here, I'm going to do an impression of the court.
In Plaintiff's Exhibit 881B, Depp's lawyer Adam Waldman said the various discrepancies prove that nothing Heard and her friends said about the events of May 21, 2016 could be considered credible. Quite simply, this was an ambush, a hoax. They set Mr. Depp up by calling the cops, but the first attempt didn't do the trick, he told thedailymail.com. The officers came to the penthouses, thoroughly searched and interviewed, and left after seeing no damage to face or property. So Amber and her friends spilled a little wine and roughed the place up, got their story straight under the direction of a lawyer and publicist, and then placed a second call to 911. But even this didn't have, apologize. You're fine. Okay.
Use the mic, Elaine. Gosh, she's terrible. Terrible at using her microphone. E. Poindexter says, happy birthday to me, sipping my death wish coffee at work until I can toast the fire that is Camille's Cross with the Macallan 12 Sherry Oak Cask tonight. Cheers. Hey, cheers, buddy. Speaking of coffee.
Like a little kitten puppet on Elaine's microphone. That would get our attention.
Just put a laser pointer on the mic button for her. So every now and then she just reflexively hits it. Speaking of coffee, the Quartering sent a super chat. He says, for a cup of coffee for all of you, if only there was a brand I could recommend. Oh, it's I think the Quartering has a coffee brand. It's coffee branded coffee. It is not woke pilled. It is not unwoke pilled. It is just coffee being coffee. Make sure you check it out. I'll be doing a review of the process very soon. I'm not a big coffee drinker, but Lady Rackets is. So I always like to see successful stuff happen for people I know. So if you want to check that out, go ahead and do it. Chopper says, I'm going through a divorce now and I'm dealing with the same ex that Kal-El just described. Like the exact same ex? That'd be weird. A gaslighting narcissist. Brent Naas, Amber's idea of pledge seems a lot like Lloyd Christmas's idea of IOUs. Lots of good life lessons from Dumb and Dumber, but I think she took the wrong one away from that movie. Paranormal Soldier says, I got a gargantuan from Jimmy John's with extra mustard. Not sure if I should eat it or have rough sex with it. Man, extra mustard's a turn off for me. I don't know. I guess that leaves the second option. Don't eat it then. Jason Simidrew, Amber Heard pledging donations like Michael Scott pledging paying for Scott's Tots tuitions. That pledge stuff was such a disaster for Amber last night.
Oh my God. Oh, you don't know. Oh, Andrea, I almost forgot about the crying. I cannot accept that money because to be honest with you, I don't know if she cried or not. But the process of her trying was good enough where I don't even care about the money. It just was just fun to watch. So you could donate.
You
to
are
the
a
Children's
noble man,
Hospital,
Nate.
yeah.
I was going to concede on the technicality, but I
No.
appreciate your sportsmanship.
Yeah. But we needed more than that. So it was ridiculous. She tried though. She gave it the puncher's chance.
I will say when she tried again yesterday, I did actually think she was maybe going to pull it off because if you notice, she was actually able to tap into something that I believe she sincerely feels, which is her own hurt ego being outed as a liar. I thought she was going to be able to draw it out through that, but alas.
Yeah.
Please stop with the cats. Oh, we'll stop with the cats when Elaine stops finding them dead in her closet.
Elaine had some good objections today too to break the flow up, which I thought was good. Even though I didn't think they were going to be successful, but it was good just to break the flow up. Let me get the full document, things of that nature, because she was on a roll. So
killing a lot of time.
Yeah.
Okay, and if we can please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 881C. And go to page 11. This is another article, Ms. Heard, where you argue that Mr. Waldman's statements are defamatory, correct?
I don't know if this is taken from that article because I can't see the article in full.
It's page 11 of the article. And the statement reads,
the statement reads,
what does a statement read?
we have reached the beginning of the end of Ms. Heard's abuse hoax against Mr. Depp. Is that correct? Is that one of the what you claim is one of the defamatory statements said by Mr. Waldman?
I believe so.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Heard, you're not aware of any career opportunities that you lost as a result of Mr. Waldman's statements, are you?
Well, it's kind of hard to point to the jobs you're not offered,
Right.
to the gigs you don't get.
You were not replaced in Aquaman 2, were you?
They released me from my contract and I fought to stay in it and they kept me in it. I just don't know how much I'm in, actually, of the final cut.
And you testified yesterday that L'Oreal actually extended your contract in April of 2020. Is that correct?
In part, they extended it and held me.
And you testified yesterday that L'Oreal extended your contract again in November of 2021, correct?
Not exactly. They extended it because they couldn't use me or any of the materials for me.
And that extension was for 20 months, right?
That's correct.
So you still have that contract.
Ms. Heard, you testified yesterday how Mr. Waldman's statements, quote, torture you every day. Do you recall that testimony?
I do.
And then, and that you look at them every day.
I look at the online attacks, the media, you can't avoid it, to be honest, that those statements are often attached to. I don't look at his statements every day.
And you testified that you just want to move on with your life, right?
I do very much want to move on with my life.
But you've gone out of your way to engage with Mr. Waldman on social media, haven't you?
I have made a comment, I believe, once. I would not characterize that as engaging with him.
Let's please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 1266.
This is the kind of stuff I'm looking for. Now beat her.
Yeah. What is engagement if not engaging.
Your microphone. Yeah. Your microphone.
I don't have this yet, so I'm asking for it to
right
be
there.
given to me
Okay.
before.
Right. The judge,
I think it's just a.
Rick Moranis, really does need a laser pointer to shine it on the
This
microphone.
is your tweet, right, Ms. Heard?
Yeah.
That is correct.
I'm going to move to admit and publish this tweet.
I'm gonna check the relevance.
Ejection, I'm sorry, what was the objection?
I'm sorry, relevance?
All right, I'll overrule the objection, 881C in evidence.
She just testified that she doesn't engage with him. And then here's a tweet of you engaging with him.
Can we please have it published to the jury?
I want to see her slaughtered with Twitter.
I'm sorry, 1266, I apologize. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Oh, manlet jokes.
This is from March
Got him.
26, 2021, right?
That's what it looks like, yes.
And this is after he
Wow.
made the statements you claim are defamatory, right, Ms. Heard?
21, yes.
Ms. Heard, you tweeted at Adam Waldman, quote, "Yes, Mr. Waldman, I may be wearing makeup on this occasion, but on every occasion you will still be short." Did I read that right?
Yes.
She's height phobic. Lack of height phobic.
I'm on her side now, actually.
Ms. Heard, since your relationship with Mr. Depp
Well, she'll never
ended,
get
you
work for Tom
completed
Cruise
your
now.
level 3 sommelier training, haven't you?
I haven't completed it yet. I
You're on
just
level
stopped.
2.
No, I'm on level 3.
You also have had a baby, right?
I have.
And you enjoy being a mother?
More than anything.
You still love to cook?
I do.
And you love to hike?
I've taken a break on hiking for a minute.
You have friends, right?
I do have friends.
And you spend time with those friends?
Occasionally, when I can.
And you exercise regularly?
Every day.
You just filmed a movie in March of 2022, isn't that right?
Yes, the one I just shot in Guatemala that I spoke of earlier.
And you have you had a major role in a major film that's scheduled to be released soon. Is that correct? Aquaman 2?
As I said, I don't know if I will even be in the final cut or how much I will be. It was difficult to stay in the movie.
You struck Mr. Depp multiple times during your relationship, didn't you, Ms. Heard?
There were many times I had to use my body to defend myself, and that included swinging wherever I could. If it meant I could get away, absolutely. If it meant a difference between a sore face and a broken nose,
Ask
you
again.
bet I would.
Yes or no
Is
answer.
your testimony
No.
under oath that you never struck Mr. Depp as the initial aggressor?
Well, he was holding me against the wall by my neck. You know, I might be the first person to have been the first
Please let
one
answer the
to
question.
slap, which happened in Australia, you know, when he was choking me. But I wouldn't say I was the initial aggressor in that situation.
You got physical with Mr. Depp often during your relationship, didn't you?
I had to defend myself as best I could. Didn't seem to make much of a difference.
You just couldn't control yourself, could you, Ms. Heard?
I tried to defend myself when I could, but it was after years of not defending myself.
Can we please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 356? And Your Honor, portions of the exhibit were entered into evidence yesterday, but we moved to admit the entire recording.
All right.
And I can confirm that there's no other voices besides Ms. Heard's and Mr. Depp's. And I intend to play from 129:27 to 130:07.
So I have 356A in evidence. Is any objection to the entire 356 coming into evidence?
If I may.
Okay,
Hold on just for a
sure.
moment, Your Honor. I have to check on something.
Yeah, Elaine is intentionally slowing down every opportunity she can get. I got to look at something. I got to check on. I don't have this. It's right in front of you.
It was transparent earlier when it was with Amber's own Instagram story. Oh, I haven't seen the whole thing. Well, then ask your damn client, Elaine. It's her
For
Instagram.
now, and we'll double check our notes on that because there was one that had something in that we couldn't go, and I just can't find my notes on that.
We'll just call it 356.
Your Honor, I was just
Okay,
browsing
thank you.
catnip.com. I need to.
Yes, of course. 129:27 to 130:07.
All right, and I'm told that we already have a B, so you have to do 356C.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I can't promise you that I'll be perfect. I can't promise you I won't get physical again. God, I fucking sometimes get so mad I lose it. I can fucking promise you I'm gonna do everything to change. Promise you. I'm not going to throw around divorce. I will not say divorce unless I leave, unless it's it. And then I hope you leave me. I'm not going to. And me too. I will leave you. It's fair. I can't do it, you know? And I think, honestly, if we hold each other accountable to that, it's fair.
Ms. Heard, that's you and Mr. Depp on that recording, correct?
That's correct.
And you told Mr. Depp, quote, I can't promise you that I won't get physical, end quote, correct?
That's correct. He was accusing me of instigating something in a situation I explained yesterday.
And you also told Mr. Depp that sometimes you get so mad you lose it, correct?
That's correct. I also explained the context of that fight yesterday.
Isn't that exactly what you told Ben King on your way back from Australia? That you get so mad you lose it?
Absolutely not. I know that that's what Ben King testified to, but I never had that conversation with Ben King.
Everybody's a liar.
Too.
He's a liar.
If we could please
In the
play.
meantime, I'm sorry. I checked and I have no objection to the entirety of 356.
Oh, thanks, Liz.
Entirety will be
Break
in
the
evidence.
flow.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. If we could please play from what's now been admitted, Plaintiff's Exhibit 356 in its entirety from 705 to 743.
I'm not gonna be in a physical fucking altercation with you.
Then don't.
You fucking hit me last night. You fucking.
What about all the other times you split? Come on, you cannot act like that's about that. It's
Well,
not.
we're on a plane. I can't split.
No, and you hit back. So don't act like you don't fucking
I
participate.
pushed you.
So who's acting in self-defense?
That fight. You and I both know that you split when there is no physical violence. And that you do it like at the very beginning of fights these days. And if you split and you go into a different room and you don't actually leave that house, it does nothing but perpetuate the fight. And you don't actually do it respectfully. You don't.
For her, the
Heard, is
problem
that
is
you and
the
Mr. Depp
splitting,
on this
not the
recording?
fighting.
Yes, it is.
Can we please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 343? And I believe that one's been admitted already into evidence.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. And just for the record, we're playing from 24601 to 24720.
I said to Travis. I said no. I said to you, hey, tell Travis what just happened.
Oh, you told me to do it. You told me to. You said, go do that.
I said no. Tell him what just
And
happened.
I lied.
And that you punched me in the
You're right.
fucking thing. And
You figured
in
it
the
out.
face. And you said, no, fuck it. No, I didn't. What the fuck are you talking about? And I
didn't
watched
punch
you lie. And then
I didn't punch you,
and
by
then
the way. I'm sorry that I didn't hit you across the face in a proper slap, but I was hitting you. It was not punching you. Babe, you're not punched.
Don't tell me what it feels like to be punched.
You know, you've been in a lot of fights, been around a long time. I know. Yeah.
No,
I-
when you fucking have a close
You
face.
didn't get punched. You got hit. I'm sorry I hit you like this, but I did not punch you. I did not fucking deck you. I fucking was hitting you. I don't know what the motion of my actual hand was, but you're fine. I did not hurt you. I did not punch you. I was hitting you.
How are you?
What am I supposed to do? Do this?
Just reverse the genders and
About
imagine.
it, am I? You are. That's the difference.
Yeah, if you reverse the
me and
genders,
you.
it's
You're a
not-
fucking
it's
baby.
not even close.
Because you started.
You are such a baby. Grow the fuck up,
You started
Johnny.
physical fights.
I did start a physical
Yeah,
fight.
you did. So I kicked
Because-
the fuck out of there.
Yes, you did. So you did the right thing, the big thing. You know what? You are admirable.
That's you and Mr. Depp on that recording, right, Ms. Heard?
That's correct.
And you said you hit Mr. Depp, right?
Yeah, I had to hit his body to get
Ms.
him out
Heard,
of the door.
my question was, you said on that recording that you hit Mr. Depp, right?
Yes, I did.
Control the
You
witness.
accused him of being a baby for not wanting to be in a physical fight with you, right?
Incorrect. I accused him of being a baby for complaining about me hitting him when he was trying to get through the door. I was trying to barricade.
Can we please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 368?
What? Wasn't a better answer.
Again, Your
Knacker
Honor,
with the bathroom
recording of
audio.
just Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard. I'm going to move for the entire exhibit to be moved into evidence.
All right, any objection to 368?
I don't think so. No, Your Honor.
All right, no objection. 368 in evidence in its
Thank
entirety.
It's a shitty law. Anyway, I opened the bathroom door when you were knocking on it. After a few times I opened,
Good call.
and you know, you just kept going. You just kept going.
I tried to close the door 3 times. You know, please, just don't, you know. And then then I accidentally, I swear, when I was trying to close the door, I guess it scraped your toes. I didn't mean to do that. And I bent down, and you either pushed or you kicked. I think you kicked the door open. I mean, the door, more open, so that it would hit me. And it hit me.
I didn't mean to. I didn't know
It
that.
hit me in the fucking head.
But I did not mean to do that. I don't know what.
I was bent down behind the door.
I did not do anything to her. I did not kick a door or push a door so that it would hit you. I did not. I swear that I don't even. That did not. It was not my intention. I think I remember when the door scraped my toes. I reacted, but this whole the door thing. I remember. I never did that. That wasn't on purpose. I might have done it on accident.
Okay. So let's say that was an accident. I then stood up. I don't even know if I said. I mean, I might have said like, "What the fuck," you know, whatever. Because I just been hit in the head with the fucking corner of a door.
I'm so sorry. I did not. I'm sorry.
And then I stood up. And then you fucking clocked me.
I remember hitting you as a response to the door thing. And I'm really sorry about hitting you with the door or hitting your head. I did not mean to, nor.
You didn't mean to hit me in the head with the door, but you meant to punch me in the jaw.
I meant to hit you, and I did not do this thing with the door. I do remember. I did mean to hit you.
So that you didn't mean.
The door? No, God, no, I didn't.
But punching me in the jaw.
I didn't. Okay, I'm sorry.
punch, yes.
I
The door,
didn't
no.
hit you, but it was in response. I just reacted in response to my foot. I just reacted, and I'm sorry. It's below me.
Your foot? That was why you punched me.
Yeah. But I'm sorry. I'm sorry if I.
Dan, that's you and Mr. Depp on that recording, right?
That's correct.
And Mr. Depp was hiding from you in the bathroom. Isn't that right, Ms. Heard?
Incorrect.
Well, Mr. Depp said on that recording, I opened the bathroom door when you were knocking on it. Doesn't he?
I don't know if he said that, and I didn't hear that.
And Mr. Depp said, when I was trying to close the door, I guess it scraped your toes. He says that, doesn't he?
Correct.
And then you kicked the bathroom door into his head, didn't you?
No, I didn't. And
then you punched him in the
defended
jaw.
myself in that audio. You can hear it for yourself.
Right. And then you punched him.
Amber.
I also
Yes,
did not do that. I tried to make that clear on the audio tape too,
So-
in futility.
So Mr. Depp said, you meant to punch me in the jaw, right?
Are you asking me what he said on the
Yeah.
on the recording? Yes, he said that.
And then you respond, I meant to hit you, didn't you?
As I explained yesterday, I was trying to get him off the door,
And you said, I remember, I did mean to hit you.
meaning the door. The door was on my feet. I
heard
reacted
this-
instinctively to that.
Yeah, you've heard
Yeah.
this audio before, haven't you, Miss Heard?
Yeah, we've already had this trial before.
Yeah, it was played for you when you were deposed in 2016 in connection with your divorce from Mr.
There
Depp.
it is.
That's one of the times I've heard it, yes.
Play it.
So you've had plenty of time to think about how to respond to this recording, haven't you?
I don't know what you mean by that.
Well, let's take a look at how you responded to it the first time.
Oh,
This is
oh yes. Bingo. This is a bingo. Boom. This is a
The
bingo.
next thing that I'm going to play
Your Honor?
to you
Okay.
as Hugh.
Oh, you want to come?
New
Late notes, that's coming. Yes. Let's at least talk about this before my client's case is blown up like a bomb.
Yeah, she knows she's about to get torched by inconsistent testimony.
So this is the kind of stuff I've been looking for the whole cross, because we have all this from the
Yeah.
divorce, from the UK trial. I mean, there's tons of this stuff in there.
Yeah.
Oh,
I
man.
bet what Elaine is arguing on this one is that it's not proper impeachment because she is factually more or less taking the same position that she did take in the deposition, that it was her that was trying to escape into the bathroom, not Johnny. And so it's not a prior inconsistent statement. I don't know what kind of flexibility she's going to have with that, but that's, I'm sure, what Elaine is trying to bring up here.
Good luck.
Oh, here we go. We're back.
We'll see. Come on now. Let's see. Here we go. Erg Gummel says Ms. Heard describes Mr. Depp as an addict, yet she is addicted to consuming marijuana, MDMA, or admitted to consuming marijuana, MDMA, hallucinogenic mushrooms, and alcohol. Has there been evidence of Ms. Heard using the so-called hard drugs like cocaine or other stuff? Yes.
Not to mention the James Franco.
I'm going to read it.
Yeah. In terms of things ingested.
So I will. So, Your Honor, for reference, and I will provide a copy of the deposition, Ms. Heard's deposition in the divorce. It's page 372, lines starting
You're not
at
gonna let
line
her play
5
the audio,
through
huh?
377, line 12.
All right, I think.
Okay.
They're going to make her read it into the
Yes.
record, not allow her to play the audio. That's too
Maybe
bad.
she's just having to identify it.
Could be.
Foundation.
Thank you.
You could tell Camille is like disgusted with her too.
Your Honor, with permission, may we please play?
Okay, good. Yeah.
Okay.
We
Yeah,
just
the
get to-
foundation.
make sure
Yeah, the top of the
everything's-
foundation.
Oh, could you say the page number again,
Yes,
please?
absolutely.
Page 372, lines 5 to 377, line 1 is what I
They're,
have.
12.
they're doing that for
Line
on
12.
appeal because you only have the written record, so they got to know
Yes.
exactly what
You're
they're
on
doing.
to
Yeah.
read it before. Let's play.
I noticed the lumber lawyer and the cute reporter are not in the courtroom anymore.
No, lumber lawyer didn't make it in today. Only
Court
DUI guy
TV
made
was
it.
in because she's wearing the same color as I am, not to get the chat too excited.
Yeah. No, we saw her earlier. She was sitting right about here earlier. She got up and left a little while ago, and I haven't seen her since. She's probably doing some interviews or whatever.
Now, see, this break was good. Was a good tactic because it's now we're trying to remember what is she trying to impeach. So that little time, you know,
It's not going to matter.
well, every little bit helps, you know, and
Yeah.
that's what Elaine's trying to do. Every little bit helps, right?
She's trying to give Amber a chance to recover, and that's the main thing.
Her name is Chansley Painter. I mean, I'm married. I don't care what her name is anymore. Sorry. Like, she's not on the stream. If she was, I'd make more of an effort to know her name out of courtesy, but that's that misogyny that this channel is known for. Sorry. No apologies.
Yeah, I've gotten so much of that now because covering this trial. It's like, oh, Nate, I didn't know you were one of them. I'm like, one of them? What are you talking about? Somebody who doesn't believe liars? No.
Believe all psychos.
Thank you, Your Honor. If we can please have it published to the jury in the gallery.
You can think it's not an impeachment all you want, Elaine. The jury gets to make that decision.
Yeah.
The fact question.
Exactly.
I mean,
Goes
they could
to
do
the
a
weight.
remake of American
The
Psycho
next
now.
thing that I'm
with
going
Amber
to play
Heard.
to you as Hugh. Would you listen to this, please?
Yeah, she looks different.
Just chowing down.
This is good.
That's her 20 calories for that day.
Your Honor, maybe we stop there.
Elaine just can't. She will not let this thing play. She knows.
She knows what's coming. She knows what's coming.
Yeah,
You
she
know they
does.
know what's coming. You know they know what's
Yep.
coming. They're trying to do everything to prolong it.
This is really going to be painful for my case. So if we could just not have it come in, I'd really appreciate that.
So can we go ahead and just build the tension for the jury a little bit more, just so they can see what the fuss is all about eventually?
Do it properly. They can do it through reading the deposition, Your Honor. They don't need to do that.
Oh, she knows how bad she looks specifically.
Ask them to take it off the screen.
Now Elaine's on the microphone.
She's on the judge's microphone.
Yeah.
Could you take it off the screen?
Yes.
Your
She's
Honor,
saying that
our
she doesn't
client
want
looks
it on
terrible
screen.
there.
She wants her to read it. Yeah. I would be asking for the same. If I'm Elaine too, I'm asking for the same thing.
Because doesn't she like roll her eyes a whole bunch and look just
she
completely...
smirks and rolls her eyes. Yes, very bad look.
Okay.
And then she has her snotty answer.
I have no objection.
Can we
to that.
please start it over?
Here we go. So she lost.
We crank the volume up
Audio
to 11,
only.
please.
Elaine won the video there.
Audio only?
That's what it sounds like. Maybe I'm wrong. I'm trying to infer from whispers.
The next thing that I'm going to play
Oh, no,
to
there it
you
is.
as cue. Would you listen to this, please?
Oh, they just had to cover up the transcript.
And skip on. There's the
Just kept going. You just kept going. Kept going. Tried to close the door 3 times. You know, please, just don't let me know. And then wait, and then I accidentally, I swear, when I was trying to close the door, I guess stretched your toes. I didn't really do that. I bent down. Kick the door open. I mean, instead of the door, get more open. So that
I did not mean to do that.
I was bent down behind the door.
I did not do anything to her. I did not kick at the door or push the door so that it would hit you. I did not. I swear. I mean, that was not my intention. I think I remember when the door scraped my toes.
Okay. So you told him in that excerpt that you hit him with the door but did not intend to hit him, correct? Did you say that?
I said whatever I said in that recording. I
Okay.
don't. When you play it for me, it's hard for me to remember every single.
And that's a recording marked as exhibit the punching.
Q. That we
Q.
just played.
Q. Would you continue to listen to exhibit Q?
Are these from the same day?
I reacted, but the door thing, I never did that. That wasn't on purpose.
The most important thing about this is the way she looks and how she's acting.
Yeah.
It's so different than what she's doing now.
I mean, she looks like she's suffering from PTSD. Snacking.
19 out of 20 symptoms.
I remember hitting it.
Laughing and smiling. Smirking.
I'm really sorry about hitting you with the door. Hitting your head. I did not mean to, nor.
You don't need to hit me in the head with the door, but you meant to punch me in the jaw.
I meant to hit you, and I did not do this thing with the door. I do remember. I did mean to hit you.
So that you didn't mean.
The door? No, God, no. I
Put punching me in the jaw.
okay, I'm sorry.
So on the tape, you tell Johnny Depp that you did mean to hit him.
And it also misrepresents what actually happened, which is him trying to get into a room I'm trying to keep him out of. And then he runs the door over my toes, trying to get into the room.
I tried to push him out of it, which is what the hit is referred to. And Johnny, whenever he was injured or touched, it always referred to it in these ways of punching or clocked or whatever. And whether you discussed it with him or not, the last thing you do in talking to him afterwards or trying to reconcile with him is to get into what the definition of those words mean to him. It's never. If he was ever pushed, it was a close. He called it a cold clock. I mean, it's just very dramatic.
Isn't it true?
You're smiling as that audio recording is being played in your deposition, aren't you, Ms. Heard?
Not smiling because of the audio. I'm smiling because of what's happening around me.
You even roll your eyes at one point, don't you?
I was sitting opposite a whole table full of lawyers who were snickering, laughing, and rolling their eyes at me while I was talking.
See, excuses. Their lawyer's fault now.
Is there something amusing about kicking a door into your husband's head?
No, I was rolling my eyes and commenting on what I was experiencing at that time in recounting the
Is
story.
there something
Not a
amusing
chance.
to you about punching your husband in the jaw?
That is not what I was smiling about. And no, I do not think it's amusing.
Ms. Heard, you testified yesterday that all you want to do is move on. Do you remember that testimony?
Yes, I do.
Yeah, your exact words were, quote, "I just want him to leave me alone. I want to move on with my life, and he won't let me." Do you remember that?
Yes, that is correct.
But that's not true, is it, Ms. Heard?
It is very true.
You just haven't been able to move on with your life, have you? From Mr. Depp.
I'm here, aren't I?
In fact, on October 11th, 2018, you actually commenced an arbitration action against Mr. Depp for defamation, didn't you?
I don't recall that, no.
Your Honor, may I approach?
You don't recall commencing an action against him?
Right.
I mean, seems like something you might fucking remember at some point. Like,
oh, her lawyers did it. Now she's not accountable for what her lawyers do, but she's suing Johnny Depp for defamation over what his lawyers did.
oh boy. Here we go.
All right, I'm gonna go try to start my hot water heater. I'll be right back.
Good luck. Jackson Kai says, can't watch it, but my grandfather did pass away today. Just wanted to thank everybody for the prayers and love. I passed along as much as I could. He fought until the very
Pull up
end.
Plaintiff's Exhibit 219.
Sorry to hear that, brother.
Yeah, God bless, bro.
And Ms. Heard, if you could please read to yourself the first page of Exhibit 219.
All right.
Let's see. Okay. So she read
And
it.
if you can also read to yourself the second page of Exhibit 219.
I'm gonna lay some. This is laying some foundation.
Yes.
And if you can scroll down, Tom, again, Ms. Heard, just to look at that page.
Dead air. David A. Hamilton says in announcer voice, hashtag legal boxing
And then
mommy.
scroll down to
Damn
the
it.
next page, please.
I was going to do a chat. And then every time Camille starts talking, I'd much prefer her to talk.
And the next page.
Just read all of the pages.
Let's not push her too hard, Camille. This is the most reading she's had to do in probably since school.
Ever. Look, when I do my scripts, I read one paragraph at a time. We shoot it and then I'm done. Because that's the only role I ever get. If you're Amber Heard here, do you take like 20 minutes to read every page? I'm just a really slow reader. Sorry.
Does that refresh your recollection, Ms. Heard, that you did, in fact, in October of 2018, 2 months before you published the op-ed in this case, that's the subject of this case, you initiated an arbitration against Mr. Depp for defamation?
It's not my understanding I initiated an arbitration. It's my understanding that our lawyers sent a letter to his lawyers after he called me a liar again, effectively, in an interview.
And that's 2 months before your op-ed that was published in December of 2018, right?
That is correct.
And that's 6 months before Mr. Depp filed this case against you, correct?
That's correct.
So you fired the first shot, not Mr. Depp.
I disagree. We sent a letter.
You started an arbitration.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Johnny's whole demeanor's changed. He's setting up. He's a lot more confident. He knows what's going on.
Ms. Heard, isn't it true that you once filled out a customs form falsely so that you could get...
May we approach?
Her character for truthfulness should be in the open season here.
What I really want Camille to do here is say, Amber Heard, isn't it true that you pleaded guilty to lying to the Australian government? Let Amber go ahead and give the explanation. No, that's not what I pleaded to. I just gave false information on a customs form, and that's all I pleaded guilty to. That would be satisfactory to me. I'd take that as a win.
Oh, that'd be good.
That'd be good.
So let me read this chat. David Hamilton says in announcer voice, #legal boxing mommy has come back to the chat. Love the first videos on the channel. Andrea, welcome back to the degeneracy. Any questions for us?
Oh, a million, but I'm not sure any of them can really be answered.
They can't. The chat is an enigma that should be touched only with a long stick from very far away. Doppler radar. Why did the quartering call Johnny Depp garbage during his Legal Bites interview? Ooh, I don't know. I have no idea. Probably for his comments about Trump. I would assume something to do with that, or maybe just a general disdain for celebrities, but you'll have to ask him because it's his words, not mine. Charles Argo says, hi from South Africa. Again, been watching you since 2020. If I sleep with Musk, do you think he will pledge $44 billion to Twitter? Brian Bank, message retracted. Allison S., because of this trial, do you think Maker's Mark will experience a spike in sales? Maybe Depp should be the new spokesman. I think if Maker's Mark teamed up with Adam and Eve, they could do a lovely campaign, an absolutely lovely campaign on new adult toy products with beverages. They had to be just sitting there going, motherfucker. No, it's the bottle of Maker's Mark that did it. I don't think she'll be getting a Maker's Mark sponsorship anytime soon. Alejandro Hernandez, the first question of today's cross should have been, Miss Heard, have you been taking any bumps while on the stand by manner of tissue? No, on that stuff, you better know. You better be able to prove it beyond anything. You cannot come out with an accusation like that. Fun for the public to consume and speculate. I don't think it was cocaine. I think that she may have been using, because she did squeeze out the tear that day, and you two know all about it. I think she may have used maybe a little onion oil or something to get the tears flowing, or some, I don't know, eucalyptus or some other essential oil. If she snorted anything, that's what I would think.
I think she just went on to autopilot when she gets her hands near her face. She's done it a million times. Just do what you've done. Didn't even think about it.
You need performance enhancing drugs for tears.
PEDs. Shoesington says, was listening at 2x speed and finally caught up. It sounds like the Quaaludes kicked in for all of you at the same time. Hashtag returned. Cosby's everywhere.
Sir, you testified yesterday that when you left the courthouse after obtaining the domestic violence restraining order against Mr. Depp, you walked out to, quote, a sea of paparazzi and
lost
cameras,
on the
right?
AU
That's
thing.
correct.
Yeah.
Testified that you were surprised to see the sea of cameras
That's correct.
because it was quiet when you went into the courthouse that morning.
And the divorce had remained under the radar up to that point.
You testified that no one knew about your divorce, so you thought it was going to stay that way, right?
No, I always figured it would come out. I just trying to buy time.
You knew the media had been alerted that you were filing for divorce, right, Ms. Heard?
No, I just knew that it was impossible to do that privately. So you could just hope it was a matter of time.
You knew they were going to be there, didn't you?
No, I did not.
Your
I mean,
publicist-
I assume since it's a public building that there's that likelihood, or not likelihood, but possibility. But I was shocked.
Your publicist, Jody Gottlieb, was there at the courthouse with you, wasn't she?
Yes, she was.
So you anticipated that you might need your publicist?
I thought the filing might make, well, I was told the filing was public, that it would be impossible. There's no way for you to do a private filing. And then the second that I filed for the TRO, it would be public news. I didn't expect all these photographers and cameras to show up at the courthouse in real time.
That's silly.
If we could please
Yeah,
go
that's not how it
on
works.
exhibit 1280, which is a clip from your divorce deposition, and you have at page
Camille has been watching Incredibly Average on YouTube.
Yes, she has.
22.
You said
through
874?
74. Line 22 through 75, line 13.
I'm sorry, just 72.
Look at how happy Ben is.
Line
Yeah.
22 through 75, line 13.
I love this. I am Dave. I didn't expect anybody to show up, but I brought my publicist.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I heard it was going to be a public filing, so I
Your Honor, may we
brought my
record?
publicist. That doesn't make any sense. Like, your publicist isn't going to publish to a publication unless the publications are going to show up. So you brought your publicist because you expected people to be there. I mean, it's a simple admission. It's not even that big of a deal.
Yeah. You needed to be prepared to spin it. I mean, that's all you need to say.
Yeah. I was told it was going to be public. I brought my publicist. That way she could field the questions. But of course, the follow-up question is, but you walked out first to be confronted by all the cameras that you saw. Right. Your publicist didn't go out and field those questions. You went directly into the paparazzi, didn't you? With no makeup, except for what you put on your cheek that day. Olivier Janssens says the way she keeps looking at the jury must make them really uncomfortable. It's also confirming her character. We got some insight from the lumber lawyer yesterday about that. He said the jury's really not engaged with her at all, not paying attention. I think when she's looking to the jury, she's probably trying to see, are you looking at me yet? Are you looking at me yet? Please, please, dear Christ, look at me.
I agree. She's trying to get feedback. See how she's doing. Are they buying it?
And remember, if Dr. Muffins is right, if she is histrionic, she needs that feedback. She needs to feed off of the other person. That is how she validates her
If we
own
could please
behavior.
play and display to the
Or
jury.
I think that's borderline
Exhibit
personality.
1280.
but-
It is responsible.
Ms. Heard, did you send a text message to Jerry Judge on May 24, 2016, telling Jerry Judge, quote, I'm desperately trying to reach Johnny. It's extremely important. Please tell him.
I remember sending the text message that is in front of me right now to Jerry. And I remember sending this because I wanted to tell Johnny or have him told by Jerry or someone who knew him or was close to him. Basically, I didn't want him to find out online that I had or was about to file, or I had already filed for divorce. I wanted him to know verbally. So I was trying to reach him through a third party to tell him. When I say reach, I'm specifically saying I would like him to know information coming from me or coming from Jerry, from me, so that he finds out about the divorce filing or my intention to do so from some other source other than TMZ, which was alerted.
Oh, shit.
Slipped up there, didn't you, Miss Heard? You let it slip out that TMZ had been alerted to your filing of the domestic violence restraining order, didn't you?
I disagree. That's what I'm talking about.
TMZ is
No,
the
you
same outlet that you released the video of Mr. Depp attacking the kitchen cabinets the day before this deposition was taken, wasn't it?
I didn't do that. I don't
TMZ
know how
owns
to do
the
that.
copyright to that video now, doesn't it?
I have no idea.
Did they pay you for that?
I never got paid for it because I had nothing to do with that.
So TMZ was just lucky in getting the inside scoop to your divorce from Mr. Depp, huh?
I have no idea. It is not, that's not my area of expertise. I wouldn't even know how to do that.
Call TMZ.
And also, what does that get me? If I wanted to leak things about Johnny, I could have done that in a much more successful way, in a bigger way, for years.
Not when you were extorting him for $7 million.
Tons of
I was
evidence.
exactly
you
what I was in the state of California, by the way. What extortion?
Tassa Van Ree is your ex-wife, right?
That's right.
Oh,
She's the one that you told this jury Mr. Depp was jealous of, right?
Yeah, well, it was 2013 fights around March, yes.
You testified that he tried to burn one of her paintings, right?
That's correct.
You testified he tried to burn one of your favorite paintings that she did, right?
I don't know if it was one of my favorites.
You committed domestic violence against Miss Van Ree during your relationship, didn't you?
No, I did not.
You assaulted her at a Seattle airport in 2009, didn't you?
No, I did not.
And people saw that.
They've been
That's not
holding
true.
it.
And it was covered in the press. Isn't that true?
It was planted in the press by Johnny's team 2 days after I got the TRO.
In 2009?
Can you please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 1, 2?
Busted.
Amber, it was reported at the time.
She's
fucking
over.
know. I'm in
It's over.
Washington.
That's what they're pulling up right now.
Yep, it's over. It's
Your
done.
Honor, may we approach? Please don't
Please.
show the article that's contemporaneous to the assault because that'll look really fucking bad.
This is it. This is the ball game. Game over. She has a history of domestic violence. They held it to the perfect spot.
I mean, I thought they must have lost on the objection because they didn't
did
go
too.
after it earlier.
Yeah.
But
I
they
did
must
too.
have got either they did lose on the objection at the time and have been hammering the judge
Could you please have that
every
article
night for it.
displayed for the witness?
Here it
This is
is.
an article from 2 years ago, correct, Ms. Heard?
I don't know when this
May of
was.
2020.
That's not when it came out, no. The story started getting planted after I got a TRO, after I got a restraining order against Johnny.
Oh, listen to her voice now.
Yeah, yeah. She knows she's fucked
The
up.
headline says Amber Heard
Objection,
allegedly
Your Honor.
struck.
Objection, Your Honor. I think Your Honor ruled she can't say that.
If you want to approach again.
So
Oh,
she did
God.
rule that she couldn't get into it.
Yeah, we'll see though.
Uh-uh.
Did she open the door in her answers on this stuff? She just said, "No, I didn't do it. No, no one saw it. It was planted in the press by Johnny Depp's team." And even if the judge had ruled that you can't get this in,
The title
commit-
reads Amber Heard allegedly grabbed,
Ooh.
struck her ex-girlfriend at the airport, doesn't it?
Yes, and that's not true.
We're
Yeah,
liars.
of course.
May we approach?
There it is.
Oh, yeah.
There's the question. That's not true. Can we introduce the police report yet?
Now
Your
we get
Honor?
now the
Yes.
police report. Now the police report comes in.
Yes.
Can
She
we
coulda
introduce
just
the
said-
police
she-
report yet?
And all she had to say was, yes, that's what it says.
Yep.
That's all she had to say. If she says, yes, that's what it says, that's it. It's done. She can't even go into it after that because you've copped to it. The fact that she says she didn't do it opens the door. But
Yeah,
she should
this
have been
is-
prepped better for this, though.
I want to see what Johnny looks like.
I just don't think she can help herself. I don't know if you can prep her for this. This is just her instinct kicking in, you know?
But it's a simple thing. If they ask you about the article, say, yeah, that's what the article says, and you're good. That's all you
Yeah.
got to say, right? That's what it says. But
And
as
then
soon
she
as you
can
say, I didn't do it,
She
now you
can
gotta
follow
teach-
up with
The judge is
follow up
waving her
with-
hands in frustration.
So the article, the title is Amber Heard allegedly struck her
Objection, Your Honor.
ex-girlfriend.
She's already,
Overruled. Go ahead.
Thank you. If I may start over. Amber Heard allegedly struck her ex-girlfriend Tassa Van Ree at the airport in 2009. Did I read that right?
Yes, this is another example of the smear campaign.
So Mr. Depp is not the only domestic partner you've assaulted, is he, Ms. Heard?
I've never assaulted Mr. Depp or anyone else that I've been romantically linked to, ever.
No further questions, Your Honor.
All right.
Boom!
Sorry, redirect.
And with the ball.
Then they come out after that article came in and make a public statement it was false?
Of course you did.
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
I should be at least be
overruled.
Thank you.
Of course she did.
Okay. Now, let's talk about the TMZ alerted. Explain to the jury what you meant by the TMZ was alerted.
So when you make these kind of filings, meaning divorce, marriage, things like that, they are public record. And so when we filed for divorce, when I filed for divorce, I asked my team to file in the most discreet way, literally to put it under a stack of papers and file it at the end of day. So kind of had more of a shot of being missed by the paparazzi.
That's not how
and by TMZ
anything
and
works.
Those sorts of publicity
stack of
outlets.
papers.
I believe that we had been remarkably lucky following the divorce, that it wasn't picked up and that it gave me a precious few days of peace at that really fragile time. When I found out that they were going to run the story or that they had the information, I was trying to get a hold of Johnny to clarify that I did not do this in a punitive way. I didn't want him to be mad at me. I didn't want him to find out in that sort of context online.
And who had connections to TMZ?
Objection, calls for speculation.
Do you know?
I do know. Johnny and I spoke about it.
Your Honor, calls for speculation.
The objection.
Did Mr. Depp tell you about who had connections with TMZ?
Yes, we talked about it. His lawyer, Laura Wasser.
Notice how fast she answered that?
Well, I'm going to start at the very
Jason,
beginning
objection was
here.
coming again?
You were asked by Ms. Vasquez about why Mr. Depp won't or can't look you in the eye. And she read out, or she played a tape in which Mr. Depp said, "You will not see my eyes again." Do you recall that?
Oh, I do.
And that was during the
Johnny
mediation
liked that too.
process in July, correct?
That was
Objection, leading.
the first one.
Sustained
Okay.
is the leading.
When was this?
That was in July of 2016. That was the first mediation attempt. We met after that, and Johnny very much looked me in the eye.
Please tell the jury about the next meeting after he said, "You will not see my eyes again."
We met in the lawyer's office. They gave us a moment. Johnny kissed me again, held me. I cried, he cried, and then we had a short exchange, and he put a note in my pocket that said, "I'll love you dead or alive, my Slim," with his new phone number on it.
Where's that note?
I'd like to
Yeah,
bring
what's that
up,
note?
Michelle, if you can, Defendant's Exhibit 1581L.
Okay, let's see. Are they showing us a note?
An undated note. In her
I love you
handwriting.
dead or
in-
alive, but mostly dead.
Should we compare it to the journal?
Compared to the mirror.
Do you recognize this?
Objection, Your Honor.
document?
May we approach?
Yes, ma'am.
If
She
they
knows
have
she's-
the note, Depp's team would have to know about the note and they'd have to be ready for it. So the question
Yeah.
is, do they actually have the note? Are they trying to surprise something or is this something else? Whew. How is she done? Why no more cross? She rested. She rested on the two biggest bombshells that they clearly leaked the domestic restraining order to TMZ. You could see it in her fucking face on that deposition. It's obvious. And the bombshell of you're a domestic abuser. In fact, there's articles about it. The only thing that would have been better is if they could have read it from the police report themselves. Like
Yeah.
that would have been the gravy. But this judge has clearly said, I'm not letting this in.
Yeah. But they got enough in now.
Tell
They
the
got enough in.
jury what the coaster was that he slipped into your pocket, what it said.
Coaster?
I love you forever, my Slim, dead or alive.
And what, if anything, did it have in addition?
His new phone number.
Oh, but you tried to contact him.
Just
And
so
he
we're
blocked you.
clear, on how many occasions in that second mediation did Mr. Depp look you in the eye?
Many.
Okay.
Very
And
specific.
When Ms. Vasquez asked you if you knew why Mr. Depp couldn't or wouldn't look you in the eye here or in the UK, you said, yes, you know. Why? Please tell the jury why.
He's ashamed of beating me.
Because he's guilty.
There it is.
He knows he's lying. Otherwise, why can't he look at me? I survived. I survived that man, and I'm here, and I'm able to look at him.
Turn on the waterworks. Stone faced all day.
You were
Suddenly
asked
you can cry.
about
Do
a
it.
bruise that was on your arm from March 15,
nobody believe her.
2013.
Was that your punching arm?
You recall how long before the picture you had sustained that bruise?
I do.
How long?
She's done.
2 weeks.
You were asked a number of times by Ms. Vasquez if you took pictures from your
Vasquez.
incidents earlier in the relationship.
Yes.
Why didn't you?
It was something I started doing only kind of incidentally. You know, I was commenting to my best friend. I was looking for support from my mom, things like that. There was, I'm ashamed to say, never a thought that this would happen. I mean, not until December and my best friend taking pictures of me to capture it. That wasn't even a thing.
It has been suggested by Ms. Vasquez to you in your questions that you didn't tell anyone about the abuse until the TRO. Is that true?
Objection, Your Honor, leading.
All right. What if any? All right. Who did you tell about the abuse during the time it was happening?
Objection, Your Honor,
It's
leading
not offered to.
and hearsay.
Sustained.
Your Honor, it's prior consistent.
It's leading, it's sustained. Next question.
Okay. What, if anything, did you tell to anyone about the abuse?
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
Your Honor, may I approach?
That's fine.
You can approach. It's still hearsay.
Just so everybody's clear, because even though she's the witness declarant, her statements outside of court are still considered hearsay with 3 various exceptions. So it has to fit within those exceptions. These statements to rehabilitate her are not fitting within the exceptions that under Virginia law. So that's why it's considered hearsay.
Yeah, the exceptions would be that it's an inconsistent statement that's being used for impeachment. The other one of the other ones would be that it is a adverse party statement. So it's being offered to against her interests. I'm not sure what the third exception is off the top of my head.
This one, it sounds like Elaine is arguing it's a prior consistent statement, and that can be admitted in order to rebut an allegation of recent fabrication. So because of the fact that she's been accused of not having, told anybody anything about the abuse, Elaine is arguing this is consistent with her testimony, and it's offered to rebut that challenge.
So
I don't know if she's going to win on that, but that's the argument she's making.
So essentially, she's trying to bolster her credibility after being attacked. Yeah, got it. Yeah.
Yep, absolutely. Right. Rehabilitate.
And that's why these statements would not be allowed in without that prior thing, because otherwise you'd just be able to say, well, I told so-and-so at this point every great thing on the planet. Like you can make any case you want. And if no one else is there or the person who heard it isn't available, you could never even question that narrative. So it's like, well, I used to write to all of my friends that I'm a great person who does a lot of charity work. It's like, well, and we'll see what happened.
Looks like we're moving on.
Yep. Looks like.
Ms. Heard, how many people have you shared the fact of abuse prior to 2015?
Objection, Your Honor, leading. Calls for hearsay.
How many?
Overruled.
Roughly about 10.
Can you name them?
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay.
I think she can, it's not offered, it's just to show that she informed people before. They're suggesting.
Objection, Your Honor. Can we
is-
approach this is again?
That is the truth of the matter that you're trying to get. You're trying to get out that she told people. So when you say, well, it's just offered to prove that she tried to tell people. Well, yes.
Of your abuse. It's so transparent.
Yeah, they're trying hard to rehabilitate Amber Heard here. And
Honestly, this is one where you almost wonder if they let it go because she's going to name 10 people, but she's not calling 10 people as witnesses to say, yeah, Amber told me about all this stuff at the time.
And if she does, you ask them, right?
Yeah.
Like you grill every single one of those people.
You were asked whether you had consulted a medical doctor about any
Elaine
problems
lost
with
there.
your nose, correct?
That's correct.
And you indicated that you in fact had after the divorce,
Objection
correct?
leading.
Did you or did you not consult an ENT after
Would
the
you
divorce?
agree or
Objection
disagree?
leading.
Did you produce medical records
Okay, come on.
to the defendants relating to this?
Objection leading calls.
I'll sustain the objection.
Thank you.
It's leading.
And-
Next
and
question.
Your Honor, if we could,
Move
witness
to
could be
strike.
instructed not to answer until I
All right.
lodge my
Wait
objection.
for the objection, please.
Could we bring up Defendant's Exhibit 1077?
This is why you hire Elaine, though. She will
Do you
steamroll through
recognize this
idiocy.
document?
My screen is black. Oh, sorry.
No, I don't blame her for making the effort. I mean,
Yes, I do.
That's her job.
And could you tell us what it is?
That's the what my ENT, the ears, nose, and throat doctor, told me was
Objection, Your Honor.
the
hearsay.
damage.
All right.
Hearsay.
When there's objection, please stop talking. Thank you. All right. I'll sustain the objection as to hearsay.
Okay.
I'm trying to do this redirect and I can't figure out how.
What, if any,
Camille's right
you
there.
were asked if you had,
Spring loaded.
it was suggested that you had not produced this in discovery. Is that true? or false?
Objection, Your Honor, leading.
Your Honor, she
and-
absolutely did that.
It's leading. It is leading question now. I'll sustain the objection as to leading.
What, if anything, did you do to produce medical records to the defendant, to the plaintiff in this case?
I turned over all of my devices, and they had the Johnny's team had a third party or someone they selected as a third party go and pull all relevant documents from those devices, which I handed over.
Do you know how many were handed?
What the?
I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
What the?
And what, if anything,
I blame
did
Andrea.
you produce to the
Pop
plaintiff
back in.
in connection with your consultation with an ENT specialist relating to your nose?
Objection, leading.
Sustain.
What, I said, what, if
Foundation,
anything, Your Honor?
hearsay.
I said, what if anything?
Cure-all. It's sustained.
What if any?
Oh, Judge just said it's not the cure-all. Thank you, Judge.
About time it's not the
Finally.
cure-all.
When did you see an ENT specialist?
2017 or 2016 or 17.
And as a result of that
Objection
consultation, what did you learn about your nose?
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
I'm
You
not
fucked it up
asking
with
you to tell me
cocaine?
instead.
Yeah, I'll sustain the objection.
She's not asking her what. It's not for the truth. Of course, it's for the truth.
No, she didn't want what was said, but just what she learned through what was said.
What, if any,
She doesn't get to
production
bring in the record.
did
And she
you
doesn't get
make
to.
to the plaintiffs of your medical records with the ENT?
Objection, Your Honor, lack of foundation.
If you want to lay a foundation.
Do you know whether the records, medical records from your EMT were produced in discovery in this
Objection,
case?
Your Honor, lack of foundation calls for speculation.
Where's the record?
Just,
I'm
I'm asking.
overruled if she knows.
Thank you.
Yes.
And do you recall? I'm trying.
Oh God.
Try harder.
What, if anything, did the medical records reflect about your nose?
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
I'll sustain the objection.
You're not going to get there, Elaine.
Do
Give it
you
up.
have injuries to your nose?
Yes.
Please describe those to the jury.
I have
I'm going to
a bunch of
object.
scars.
I'm going to object to the extent it calls for hearsay and lack of foundation
And relevance.
and improper expert opinion.
There you go. That's a good one.
She can certainly testify to.
We'll
To
see
what?
where it goes. Go ahead.
Go ahead.
How can she?
I have a significant amount of scar tissue in my nose.
Objection, Your Honor.
Might that be from cocaine use?
Exactly.
What, if any, difficulty do you have breathing?
Objection, leading.
What, if anything? And that
What if
does-
any is not?
But I'll overrule the objection.
Thank you.
Would you agree or disagree?
You remember the question?
I have a significant amount of trouble breathing at night, and I've been putting off having surgery for it.
Why? Because of all your other nose job surgeries?
Now, you were asked
Been putting it off for how many years now?
about December 15, 2015. And Ms. Vasquez suggested that you did not report the abuse or the injuries to Aaron Falati. Do you recall that
Objection, Your
question?
Honor, leading.
Your Honor, I'm entitled to go into what Ms. Vasquez asked.
The objection is leading. I'll sustain the objection.
It's also an improper characterization of her question.
Yeah.
Did you report, what, if anything, did you report to Aaron Falati about the abuse you sustained
Objection,
on
leading.
12/15/2015?
Objection, leading and hearsay.
Yeah, that was.
It's not leading just because you bury it later in the question.
Right.
Yeah.
Like she was actually, if she said, what if anything, what did you report to her on this date? If you say that, fine. That's an
Yeah.
okay question. But about the abuse specifically on this date, you've lost it then. Now you're leading. You want her to say, well, I reported the abuse that you just mentioned in the question. God, Elaine is flustered on this. And it's bad. Her
doesn't look very happy. She looks shook up there. She's seeing her lawyer get smacked around. She
Yeah.
doesn't like it.
One
I
that-
love seeing Camille on the front foot like this.
Well, the worst part was Elaine saying, I'm trying, looking at Amber Heard. I'm trying to help you. God, I just can't.
It's like one of those old karate movies, like a Bruce Lee movie where the novice is trying to smack him and Bruce Lee just slips every blow and smacks him back in the chin.
It's like, oh God. The translation of I'm trying is I'm dying on this. I'm dying at this lectern right now. This is really bad. I'm sorry. Whoa. Whew. But this is what this is what we've wanted to see. This type
Elaine's
of
gonna
stuff.
get home and all her cats have left the house and replaced themselves with dogs.
she does the Darth Vader
You're
no
not worth
right upon
that.
entry. No.
You're not worth cats.
Mr.
Yep.
Shado says, is Dr. Muffins coming back? And if so, how and in what capacity? She may be called on rebuttal. We'll have to see. I think it would be great if she was, because I think they should rehab her a little bit after the other doctor's testimony about her shoddy work, and then have her rip the other doctor's work apart. I think that would be great. It is clear to anyone watching that the two personality disorders Dr. Muffins talked about is present in Heard's answers. I think that would be great too, to just refresh the jury on,
because now
on
the
what-
jury's seen it.
Yep.
Yeah.
Everybody around them is lying. All their stories, everybody's stories are false. They're never the problem. They're never the cause of any issue. And the reality is, of course, this is me expositing here, but everybody knows that we're all part of most of our problems, at least a little bit. But Amber Heard is not a part of a single one of our problems. Everything is retaliatory. Everything's a reaction. Everything is her being a victim. It's crazy. Literally crazy.
It would be fun if Dr. Curry had, some updated and possibly revised opinions based on what she's observed over the course of this trial concerning, maybe the narcissistic and antisocial features that she's observed.
Which is something an expert is allowed to do. You can ask them the question, has anything you've observed during these proceedings changed or modified any of your expert opinions?
Yes.
And then they can testify to
Now
it.
Amber Heard has 29 of 20 characteristics.
Actually, I would now diagnose her with PTSD after the brutal redirect that she endured.
What's interesting, I thought, is how she was trying to say she produced the medical records because she turned over her devices for extraction, which of course is not turning over the medical record, that's turning over your device. And if they happen to find that medical record, they got lucky. But I also now wonder, obviously they didn't get to go too much into the extraction with her. But it's been an open question with their expert, Brian Neumeister, how much they're going to be able to get into these details that are the subject of the motion for sanctions that was made. And we don't know the ruling on that yet. But if he's going to be allowed to talk about how she delayed it, and consistently and produced all this bad stuff and basically dragged their feet in an effort to try to not disclose this stuff, that could be fun.
Well, the question is, did that testimony we got today, is that enough to bring him on rebuttal? And it might be.
Yeah.
Restless Medic says, did she really just say that he was a baby for trying to get away while she was blocking his exit and then hitting him for it? Holy crap. I hope every juror noticed that. Yeah. Well, you have to understand that her toe was hurt in some way. So therefore she was justified in kicking the door into his face and then punching him.
Well, Amber Heard was just engaged in a classic fight or shite response.
Chansley's back.
It was Johnny's fault. I don't see how Johnny loses this case after what we've just heard today.
Unless Miss Orange is back.
That's what I just said.
Hey, girl.
How the hell do you lose this case? It's like history of DV2.
God, I feel like I recognize that guy. Guy looks familiar. I swear I've seen that guy somewhere. Sorry. Go ahead. No, I think you're right, Nate. He should win the case based on today's testimony. I mean, there would have to be some major rehabilitation, or I guess the possibility they're going to call Johnny on direct in Amber's case, and in theory he could screw up badly, right, and lose the case that way. I can't.
How do you screw up worse than that?
I don't know. Like, look, I'm grabbing. I hate defamation because it's like, it looks like he should just win this thing.
But if you call him as a hostile witness, doesn't that allow you then that allows his team to really cross him, really, on their side. So and crossing your own witness, a non-hostile witness, is like the dream, right?
Did you tell Nurse Filati on 12/16/2015 about the injuries you sustained from the 12/15/2015 attack?
Hearsay.
Objection. I believe I sent her pictures too.
Okay. And did you text with Nurse Filati on 12/16/2015 about the injuries that you had suffered as a result of Mr. Depp's attack on you on 12/15?
Yes, she guided me through a concussion check.
Guided you through a concussion check?
This was the telephone concussion check.
Did you tell Donald Cowan?
Is her skull flat on one side?
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay.
It's prior consistent statements.
All right, I'm going to sustain the objection at this point. Next question.
Oof.
Do you recall Dr. Laurel Anderson testifying that she saw two black eyes?
Objection, Your Honor. Leading.
Sustain as to leading. Okay.
What, if anything, do you recall from Laurel Anderson's testimony in this case about what she observed?
Objection, leading.
12/17/2015.
Objection, Your Honor. This is outside the scope of cross-examination.
It's also leading.
I'm going to sustain the objection.
It's observations for the 12/17, the same day.
Sustain the objection.
Lane.
Next question.
She ruled.
Okay.
He ruled.
May I approach?
Because it's destroying her case. Her case is destroyed.
Yeah.
She can't even get questions out.
Elaine might be pushing towards a reprimand here pretty soon.
Yeah.
I mean,
I'm kind of surprised, honestly, that the judge hasn't put the kibosh on this arguing with her about her rulings. That's just so not a thing to do. I'm sort of shocked to see her doing it. I don't know, any court I have ever been in, you would get smacked down super fast trying to do that.
Yeah, I mean, if there's not supposed to be speaking objections, you're certainly not supposed to be arguing about the ruling you just got.
Yeah, you get your shot. You get to make your objection. You get to, maybe have a one-word explanation as to why it's not that objection. And then
When in December did you see Dr. Laurel Anderson?
Objection, lack of foundation.
Overruled. I saw her 2 days after the attack.
So on what day did you see her then?
That would have been the 17th of December, 2016, and I told her what happened.
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
I'll sustain the objection.
And when did you see Dr. Connell Cowan?
I saw him the next day, December 16th is my best recollection.
Let's jump to East Asia for a moment.
Borkowski would
we
be
saw a
standing on the
number
bench
of
wearing a
pictures
gladiator
from
outfit with a
the
bloody
backless
sword.
press.
That was Tokyo, Elaine, not East Asia.
What, if any, motivation would you have to claim that Mr. Depp was kneeling on
Camille's
your back,
face. What is
knowing
this?
you had a backless dress?
Objection, Your Honor.
Calls for speculation, leading.
Calls for speculation.
Still leading.
What motivation would you have?
Objection, I
motivation do you
mean,
have?
that was great.
All the objections, Your Honor. All
Why?
the objections.
Why did you say that Mr. Depp was
Objection
kneeling
later.
on your back in East Asia?
In the closet of the hotel room in Tokyo, I said that because it happened to me. And it would have been much more convenient if I was making it up to not include that detail, knowing I had a backless dress and I walked a press line and got photographed.
That my lie would be exposed.
So you considered
No.
what would be more convenient for you when you made the statement?
We've heard testimony about Mr. Depp making a total of $65 million in 2015 and 2016 from his experts.
Objection, Your Honor.
Why did
Leading.
I haven't asked the question yet.
Hearsay. I mean,
Why did you not ask for $32.5 million from Mr. Depp?
Your Honor.
Objection, Your Honor. This is
Leading.
way outside the scope of
I said,
cross-examination.
why did you not ask?
Relevance.
I'll sustain the
Explanation.
objection.
Relevance, right?
Objection.
What does this have to do with anything?
Yeah, she's just asking wild questions.
Why,
What the hell's going on?
just
You're
ask, why did you
nothing.
not ask for $32.5 million from Mr. Depp?
No.
Asked and answered. Relevance.
Oh, overruled.
Because I didn't want it. I realized that that's what I was entitled to, but I didn't
Elaine's
want
getting Elaine.
it. That simple.
You effectively actually did ask for $32 million.
Yeah, you did.
You effectively
The
did.
tape recording that was played that has you laughing quite a bit. Can you tell the jury what the context of that particular tape recording was?
I don't really recall a whole lot about what was going on. I know we had been fighting kind of ad
Objection,
nauseum
foundation.
and in this
She doesn't recall.
sort of loop, if you will. And I'm doing my best to not show my pain. That's what I was trying to do. Was trying to be tough, not show what kind of pain I was in.
Now, Ms. Vasquez asked you about how you got your role in Aquaman. Could you please describe to the jury how you got your role in
Yes.
Aquaman?
I auditioned, not Johnny. I auditioned.
Harvey Weinstein
I
called me
worked
up to
really
the-
hard, and I went to where we were filming the first movie, Justice League. I went, I think, 5.5 months early before filming commenced, when I heard that they wanted to fire me, and so I put myself in the job.
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay.
Sustain.
Keep it away.
I worked
What-
really
what they
hard.
said.
I worked really hard.
Amber,
on
did you
that,
sustain
and
injuries
had
to
prove
your
myself.
knees in the course
And
of
I did
that?
that for, even though I was only filming for 6
Andrea.
days, I was there for 6 months.
You're going to make yourself popular
Cut
here.
off. That's why.
What, if any, role did Mr. Depp play in your getting Aquaman?
None.
He tried to have me fired from it.
Objection, Your Honor. Speculation.
All right, I'll sustain. his
Lack of
speculation.
foundation.
How do you know that he tried to have you fired?
Objection,
from?
Your Honor. Calls for speculation and hearsay and lack of
That's the
foundation.
I'm trying to lay a foundation.
All right, if you lay foundation.
Well, no.
I saw it. I saw the emails. I saw the texts.
I'll sustain the objection as to hearsay. Next question.
you saw it, huh?
You were asked about Isaac Baruch and why he and that he saw no marks. What is your recollection of your interaction with Isaac Baruch during the week of May 22nd?
I saw Isaac when I was coming or going, meaning I was leaving or arriving to the building. I saw him at a distance. We did not have a in-depth conversation, nor would we. And I told him actually right after it happened what his friend had done.
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
I told him. Yep.
I don't think it's offered to prove the truth of the matter.
Literally is. You
Objection. Next question.
Stay away from what was said. Can you just tell us what interaction you had with him and his opportunity to observe you with absolutely no makeup?
Objection,
That's
Your Honor,
impossible.
leading.
I'll sustain the objection. It's leading.
Please describe for the jury your interaction with Isaac Baruch during the week of May 22nd.
Well, not only did I have makeup on, but I did attempt to kind of let him know what happened.
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
You were asked some questions
Your herd
about
looks rough
Officer
right
Melissa
now.
Science's testimony. What, if anything, do you recall relating to Officer Melissa Science's testimony relating to your injuries?
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
Your Honor said I could redirect after the cross-examination. When she,
Jeez.
That's on it.
You just need to do it right, Elaine.
Right.
But
poor Herd looks like she's not getting that upgrade to business class no matter how many times she stamps her foot.
Look at how
Elaine,
amused Jessica Myers is.
Elaine keeps doing this though, and Camille's getting really pissed off. You know, she's bringing it up at every one of these sidebars that, Judge, we go to sidebar, so it's not in front of the jury. And Elaine keeps talking about your rulings from sidebar to the jury specifically. That's why she's doing it. Tell her to knock it the fuck off before I knock her face off. I grab two of her cats by the tail and use them like nunchucks.
With that said, I will be back. It's 3:00. Do you know where your children are? And I gotta go pick mine up. Unfortunately.
All right, buddy.
Later, guys.
See you in a bit.
Bye, Nate. Oh, I miss Nate.
Oh my gosh.
What a gentleman, letting me off the hook on that bet. I did set the actual liquid standard, so I was gonna be prepared to concede on that.
I tweeted out a minute ago that this live stream of the trial has become a snuff film. 'Cause, you know, like the earlier part across the middle rounds, as you put it, Andrea, brilliantly.
what, if anything, do
was
you
rough,
recall of Officer Science's testimony in this case relating to your injuries and the property destruction?
I recall her saying that she didn't feel that the state I was in was enough of an injury to her, or wasn't injury seeming to her.
Okay.
Well, no one else remembers that, Amber. So
she claims she did not see any property damage, but I walked
She totally did.
with her over broken glass. So I don't know why she's saying that.
Walking on, walking
Everybody's a
on,
liar
walking
except for Amber.
What, if any, interactions did you have with Alejandro Romero during the week of May 22?
I spoke to him briefly.
Objection, Your Honor, to the extent it calls for hearsay.
Overruled at this point. You spoke to him.
I spoke to him briefly in passing as I was entering, maybe when I was exiting the building, but always when I was on my way out or in from being outside, meaning makeup. I had makeup on always, as I do.
Why did James Franco visit you on the evening of 5/22/2016?
Objection, calls for speculation.
Do you know?
Yes. Because he was my friend and he
out.
lived next door, quite literally lived next door. And I had frankly exhausted my support network with my usual friends and was
Yeah, no
happy to
kidding.
welcome as much friendship at that time as I could possibly get.
Now, the video showed him laying his head on your shoulder. Can you describe for the jury what the interaction was, without saying what was said, what the interaction was that led to that?
He, after seeing my face, put his
Objection, Your
head on
Honor.
my
Calls for
shoulder.
speculation.
That doesn't call for speculation.
It literally-
He sees her.
He touched the side of my
I'll
face
sustain the
too.
objection.
And
Sorry.
again, Your Honor, if we can instruct the witness.
If
to-
you could wait till after the objection, please. All right, next question.
What did Mr. Franco do on the elevator before laying his head on your shoulder?
He touched the side of my face and
None
responded.
of us saw that, Amber.
Yeah, he didn't touch the side of your face. He nuzzled.
Why don't you show us on the clip where he did that, Amber?
Newspaper headlines, and there was one in particular referring to sexual violence. What, if anything, did Mr. Waldman do to you relating to that article?
Objection, Your Honor. Lack of foundation, calls for speculation.
What did he do to her?
Unintelligible. I don't understand what question.
Object is nonsense.
He was
unintelligible.
carrying the
I like that one.
paper that had that headline on it that he leaked and threw it at me at the UK trial. We were unfortunately sat kind of actually literally next to one another with COVID spacing in between us. And he threw the paper down at me as he sat down with that on the cover.
And where was that?
In the UK, at the UK trial.
Objection, Your Honor. This is beyond the scope.
That's not beyond the
No,
scope.
overruled.
Thank you.
I don't know. They
Why did
objected
you
to the
tweet
UK
about
trial.
The makeup and Mr. Waldman.
Now they wanted
Because he was calling me a liar and a hoaxer and that this was an elaborate hoax just to get Johnny.
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay.
I'll sustain the objection. Next question. Next question.
Yeah, okay.
She could see her trying to ask the
I don't have
same
any more
question.
questions, Your Honor.
All right,
We're done.
thank you. All right. Ma'am, you can have a seat next to your
Whoa.
attorney, okay?
Wow.
That's it. That's their
There's
rehab.
no recross.
Rehab.
No, they haven't done recross here at all in this trial,
Oh,
No.
okay.
which I actually prefer.
All right,
personally.
ladies and
I
gentlemen, let's
don't-
go ahead and take our afternoon recess then for 15 minutes. Do not discuss the case with anybody and don't do any outside research, okay?
But he can call her back in rebuttal, just like she can call him in her case in chief, if he wants.
What are the odds that she starts not punching but hitting Elaine during this break?
Elaine comes back with a
Is your next witness a live witness, remote witness, or
With some
deposition?
Amica
Johnny
cream.
Depp hit me.
steak on her
Deposition.
face.
We'll get the TV set up for that.
Oh, damn. They're going to
That's
kill the
3:30, okay?
momentum.
All right, thank you.
Oh, who did they say? Did they say, or did they just say a deposition?
Just a deposition witness, which
Okay.
almost all of her witnesses are deposition witnesses.
It's probably going to be Whitney. I'm just going to guess. Well,
Whitney
no, because
Hurd?
Whitney, she said, was going to be live.
Yeah, I thought there was still ambiguity. Oh, big hugs for Camille and Johnny. You did great, love. Fantastic. Wonderful
come
job.
to my island, baby.
Go get him, Slugger. No, that's cute. It's the big smile on his face. They know that court today went very, very well for them.
Yes.
they got absolute gold out of that thing. And what I was saying before, the court cut me off again. So rude. No, you I think you nailed it, Andrea. We were in the middle rounds. She came out strong yesterday. Today was kind of the middle rounds. You had to slog through a lot of stuff. Got kind of out there after lunch. Came in really heavy. Dropped big bombs there at the end. Closed right on a high note, about as far as they could go on those two issues that have been sketchy the whole time. And it was great. And then just absolutely crushed Redirect. The fact that Redirect ended today is surprising to me.
Man, in some ways, Redirect was more damaging to Hurd than much of the cross.
Not as damaging as your internet connection.
Hey.
You
Inter-
get
Oh,
wrecked.
damn. He's going to murder us all.
You turned into 2 frames per second Branca there for a minute. But
I have
but
the
no,
right to defend myself against that internet connection, by the way.
Yeah, it was pretty bad. No, but it was yeah, I think you're right that in some ways it was more damaging than much of the cross exam was, because it looked bad. It looked like we're trying to get this out. We don't know how. The lawyer looked bad. Amber Heard looked bad. They didn't have good explanations for some of the biggest stuff. It was always just, no, they didn't. I don't know. Not a great look. On that note, I have to run to the bathroom. I'll be right back. I've been sitting here the whole time. So if you guys want to chat at all, go ahead. If you want to sit there in silence, you can too.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe my hot water heater is taking out my internet. Maybe you folks in the comments.
Is it a smart hot water heater? Are
No,
you letting
it's
the
a very,
government
very
tell you
stupid
when to
hot
turn your
water
water temperature down?
Yeah, it's but my router's down in the basement too, so you never know. We had a water leak and it tricked the hot water heater into not wanting to work anymore. So we'll see. But yeah, I thought that Camille really scored those big punches at the end, which is when she should have done it. She timed that perfectly, then dropped the mic and watched Elaine just implode on redirect. That was not at all productive for the
I'm
defense.
really
And it made
surprised.
her look terrible. And she just looked terrible up there. She looked shaken, like she was being exposed as she was.
I'm really surprised that they weren't able to get the Australia conviction in. It's a classic crime of dishonesty. She pleaded guilty to making a false statement on her declaration form. The only thing I can think of is I've seen some, I don't know anything about the Australian legal process, but there was a suggestion that it might have been like a deferred prosecution type of arrangement where she pleads guilty and then subsequently it's withdrawn. You know, she does certain things as conditions and it doesn't end up as a conviction. Typically, like I know in my state, that's not going to save you at all. Like once you plead guilty, that's it. That is a conviction, no matter what happens to it after the fact, at least for purposes of impeachment. So I'm a little bit baffled on that one. It really seems to me like that should have been fair ground, well within the rules for prior
I mean,
convictions.
I
of
have no idea
dishonesty.
how they do criminal law stuff in Australia. I have no idea if the legal standard is some reasonable semblance of what we would apply or not. But if it's not, then that would be a fair argument for keeping it out. I mean, if it's a substantially lower threshold, you know, you prove guilty to a lower threshold doesn't mean you would have been proven guilty or pled guilty to our threshold, which is what ought to be controlling in U.S. courts.
Yeah, I guess that's fair.
And really, they ought to have plenty of. I mean, they got plenty of stuff to work with here.
The thing I think that was really ineffective about this rehabilitation is that she just re-emphasized how everybody but Amber Heard is lying. You know, went through systematically Melissa Sainz, Alejandro Romero, Isaac Baruch. You know, this is not asking Amber to explain why everybody else is lying is just not a productive line for her. I can't imagine why she thought that was going to be helpful. My impression through a lot of this trial has been that it really seems like a lot of this is Amber driven.
I think so. I was going to say that based on just on your last comment, it feels to me like that's what Amber wants.
Yeah,
she wants to be able to explain how everyone is wrong, why they're wrong, the extent to which they're wrong, the manner in which they're wrong, everything that's defective about them. That's what she wants. She wants to be in the witness stand talking about that.
Yeah, and it's just it's drawing on this larger pattern she really has made over the course of this entire lawsuit of just making these strategic decisions that are absolutely terrible in the long term. I mean, just starting from this counterclaim. I mean, had she not brought this counterclaim and made this ridiculous PTSD argument, we wouldn't have Dr. Curry here in this courtroom having the powerful moment that she had. She has opened up these doors because she's so insistent on doing things her way. Now, I'm sure you as a lawyer have run into the type of client who simply will not take your advice. It makes you wonder, why are you even paying me to hear my words if you're not going to do what I say? But I think that's really Amber Heard to a T. I honestly don't know why she even has lawyers if she's going to continue making these terrible decisions that I can't believe any reasonable lawyer advised her.
Yeah. So, I mean, my legal practice now is mostly consulting to other attorneys. I don't take clients directly, but they're self-defense cases. And there's a lot of times when that client, they think in their head what they did was lawful self-defense, but it really wasn't, or it's very ambivalent.
Sure.
and they're offered a plea, and they don't want to take a plea because they don't
Yeah.
think they did anything wrong.
Yeah.
And me and their attorney, the lead counsel, we have to basically beat them around the head saying, listen, we know you don't think you did anything wrong. Maybe even we think you didn't do anything wrong, but the evidence is sketchy. And if you lose on the charge, you're looking at the rest of your life in prison without possibility of early release. Or you do a year, you get out, you have a life again.
And sometimes the question is, you may not think you did anything wrong, but the law disagrees with you.
Yeah.
And that may not be just, and we can fight against it. We can take an appeal and try and get a Supreme Court decision or an appellate decision that'll overturn it. But
I'll forget it.
yeah, well, I mean, but the law that would be if you take this route, or you can plea, and unfortunately, that's the way it goes sometimes. But no, sorry, I had to grab a little food while I was out as well. This has been. I'm very invigorated by what ended up happening today, because I was like, come on, guys, like hammer this home. But no, I think that was good. Am I mistaken? Someone mentioned this in the chat. Did Amber Heard leave before the jury did?
Well, she was escorted out by a bailiff.
Yeah.
A bailiff.
Maybe she had to go to the bathroom or something.
I
Who
don't
knows?
think
I mean,
so.
Yeah, it was.
I think she
mean,
did leave abruptly, but she had stood for the jury while they were leaving. I'm pretty sure.
Okay, I was going to comment that when I watched her leave, I mean, she slams that door. She's livid right now, which is great. I think that's perfect. I think that's where she should be after that. She should be mad at her attorneys, but most importantly, mad at herself, because even though she will blame everybody else, she only has one person at fault in this scenario, and it's her, obviously. Real quick, some channel maintenance stuff for the chat. I'm at 399,668 subscribers right now. Thank you all. Looking like 400,000 will happen today or tomorrow. So big thanks to everybody who has subscribed, to new viewers and returning viewers alike, of course. Also, we're at 18,819 likes on the stream. If you like the coverage, the commentary, the banter, and the jokes, please go ahead and slap that like button harder than Amber Heard ever slapped Johnny Depp. I would say harder than Johnny Depp ever slapped Amber Heard, but we've still seen no introduction of evidence that he ever did.
He ever did.
So that wouldn't be very hard at all.
Well, if I can say real quickly that
course.
I started off today with my new YouTube channel with just right around 2,500 subscribers. And in the course of one day, y'all have got me up to 6.71 thousand.
Awesome.
LawTube is amazing. I am just so blown away by the power of this community. Thank you all. Really appreciate it.
Yeah. And the
You're
only
welcome,
thing I hate
Andrea.
about it is the name.
I take full credit. me and my 30,000 subscribers after 13 years on YouTube.
You just gotta do it right. You need more no tie Branca. I think that would get there. I think that would be.
Oh, maybe when you do this verdict watch thing, I'll join you without a tie. We'll see.
Oh yeah, Andrea. So I'm planning stupidly, and I'll have to double check. I'm trying to work out with my wife to make sure I can do it. Friday the 27th for closing arguments. I'm planning a 24-hour live stream.
Holy cow.
That will start sometime a little bit before the trial, carry on through the jury watch portion of the day, hoping they come back on Friday. I mean, if they come back on Saturday, I'm gonna probably find a bridge and just crawl under it and wait for Elaine to come kill me. But yeah, that's what I'm hoping to do. So you will be welcome to pop in at any point during the day. I'll send links out to everybody, but it's going to be, if I can do it, I think that's the perfect way, because we'll have, plenty of the closing arguments will be there, and there'll be a lot of energy and excitement around it. So I've owed the stream a 24-hour stream since I hit 100,000 followers back at the end of 2020. So it's been a long time coming. All right. I'm going to start reading through some of the super chats that have come in as well. And if you guys have anything, please feel free to contribute. Dirty Dan says, ever see a person's case go up in smoke? Now you have.
No, you have.
Yeah, it's ooh.
Andrea, what's your YouTube channel?
Abercart Law.
It's in the description of the video if you want an easy way to find it, Andrew. I don't know if you've got this video pulled up. Probably not.
No, I'm
Unless
just on StreamYard.
Yeah,
but I can get it. I can get it.
Ortelios says, have any of you been in the situation where, like Amber Heard, is doing anything to avoid taking any responsibility? If so, how hard/easy is this as an attorney?
Yeah, I deal with these people on a professional basis all the time. You engage with denial. It's essentially a day-to-day part of the job. I deal with the people by basically just not really, I already know I'm not going to convince them to change their worldview. So there's no point in trying to do that. All I can do is talk to them about what is in your interests and what a jury is likely going to see in light of here's what the body of the evidence is. You know, yeah, you have a story, but the police officers have a story as well. And you may think it's unfair, but in my experience, juries tend to believe police officers. And, you know, that's a risk that you have to take. If they decide they want to go to trial anyway, then we'll go to trial. It's ultimately their decision. I'm just going to counsel them on what the risks are and the downsides of making that choice. Most people are pretty good at acting in their own self-interest. I will say I've never had that I can think of somebody quite as self-destructive as Amber Heard as a client. But for the most part, it's just something that you take on when you deal with criminal defendants.
I'll speak to it in a little bit of a different capacity because I agree. Criminal defendants are like this all the time. They just can't figure out why they keep running into the police like that. It's like many of you will go your entire life with never having a police interaction outside of a traffic ticket. Many of these people cannot go a month without having a police interaction that involves a robbery, some sort of arrest, a disorderly conduct, something like that. So that's true. But I will say that when the state ends up trying to avoid responsibility for things that they have done in a criminal case, you will see the same types of behaviors from a whole bunch of professionals. And it is infuriating to be on the other side of that bench.
It is. But there's also no real joy in life like there is of exposing a police officer as a liar on the stand. Oh, that one just is the beauty that we wake up for every day.
I'm pretty sure that's the DUI guy's sexual fetish, actually, judging by his YouTube channel. But no,
I all a little warm.
I had a case with an obvious setup for a raid on a house, a drug raid, and all they had to, like, my assertions about their search warrant being invalid were really, I mean, they were founded on thin suppositions, but it was this idea that they had to have a CI and they just didn't disclose the CI to the judge when applying for the search warrant. They called them a concerned citizen, but you have to disclose if it's an actual criminal informant because there's a different calculus as to how reliable the information is. Yes. And they would not say that it was a CI. And so I just flat out accused them by motion.
The tweet, Plaintiffs 3, is a retweet or a tweet that has the hyperlink of the online op-ed in it. And I know that a mere hyperlink without more cannot constitute republication. However, here, when there's additional content that could constitute republication in this matter. So there is evidence of ownership and additional content that the jury could find constitute republication, and that is a factual question.
A prefatory paragraph.
I have a motion
to
strike there.
You didn't just use the link.
Tonight as to count one.
Oh my
goodness. All right, are we ready for the jury? All right.
That's just kicking them when they're down.
Devastating.
Well, Andrea, you got one more subscriber.
Awesome. Thank you.
My pleasure.
And I should quickly announce the chat. For at least 400 of you Mad Lads subscribed. We're over 400,000. Thank you so much to you guys. It's a big day for me. I never thought I'd have more than 50 people ever watch me.
A lot of what's happened in the chats, and what happened is back during Amber Heard's motion to dismiss the case at halftime, Judge Azcarati had reserved ruling as to that third statement dealing with the headline. She just gave us the ruling on that, said, I am not dismissing the case based on that ruling. There's enough facts here to go to the jury.
Right. And it was this was the riskiest one because the question is whether or not Amber Heard published the statement for purposes of the defamation law. But the
thank you. Maybe
when you've got a jury,
All right,
the
your
question
next witness.
is there any material fact in question for a jury to
Our next
determine?
witness is Mr. Io Tillett Wright, and it starts with counsel for Mr. Depp asking questions, and then we'll switch over to me.
All right, thank you.
To the chat for 400,000 subscribers.
Right,
This one's
good
for
morning
you.
again. Have you had any communications with Ms. Heard at all, including text or emails or otherwise, in connection with your preparation for this deposition?
No.
Have you had any? When's the last time you spoke to her?
April of last year, April or May, almost a year ago.
Io is a trans person, correct?
Yes.
I met Amber in
Okay, now I hear
the
it more.
end of 2011.
Very deep voice.
And where did you meet her?
In Los Angeles.
And what were the circumstances of the meeting?
A friend was introducing us to each other so that I could photograph her for a large portrait series that I was doing at the time.
And what was your profession in 2011?
I was a photographer and I worked for the New York.
It's like an animated character from a modern video game.
I don't recall exactly everything, but
In 2011, you were both a photographer and separately worked for the New York Times as a freelancer.
I worked for the New York Times as a journalist and photographer.
And what is your profession today?
I'm a writer and a producer.
What do you produce?
And between 2011 and through the present, have you had any other professions other than photographer, writer, or producer?
Yes.
And what are those?
Amber Heard looks worse right here than in those beat up
A
photos.
television show or two. I made some podcasts. I wrote 2 other books. 2 books, 3 books. 3 books. I've written 3 books.
Did anybody buy them?
God, how could you not know that? I've written a number of books that were so painful.
There are more things that I've always been a multi-hyphenate person. To the best of my recollection, we initially met at a mutual friend's house, which I think I already stated. That friend is also an actor and had met Amber at the Children's Hospital while they were both volunteering, and knew that Amber had done quite a bit of LGBT activism, and mentioned my project to her, and then invited her over to the other friend invited Amber to her house so that we could all meet. And Amber and I discovered that we liked the same books and we liked psychology, and just, laughed and had fun that night. And then I asked her if she would participate in the photo project, I think, or somebody did. And she said yes. A couple of days later, I went to the house that she was staying at and I photographed her for the project. And then thereafter, I went back to New York where I lived. And I remember her texting me and saying that she was shooting a movie in New York and did I want to get lunch? So we got lunch and we became friends.
Okay, please walk me through that.
We met in 2011. We started becoming friends soon thereafter. Very early in 2013, I came to LA to spend a couple of months with my then, I don't know if she was my girlfriend or my fiance at that point, but the person that I was in a relationship with.
I thought it was going to say girlfriend or
in a very
boyfriend.
serious relationship with. And
I was not prepared for that.
during the time that I was in LA, I spent more time with Amber. We both spent more time with Amber. And I was introduced to Johnny. And the summer of 2013, I ended up moving to LA, during which Amber and Johnny and I got even closer, very, very close. And then we remained close, the three of us, for 2-ish years. And then all of this happened, this nightmare, and Johnny and I stopped being friends, and Amber and I stayed friends. And then Amber and I were friends up until the date that I told you that we last spoke.
And at some point in time, did you live on the same property as Johnny Depp and Amber Heard?
Yes.
And when was that?
It was August 2013 until I believe June 1st of 2014. I moved into my own house, so 9 months.
And why is it that you left that property, left living there?
Because I didn't want to live for free in someone's property, and I wanted to have my own house and support myself.
And for how long after that did you
Am I not a man?
with both Johnny and Amber?
I stayed close with both of them. I don't remember. It was sometime in 2015, I think, late 2015 maybe. Johnny and I were no longer. I think the period when I really stopped considering Johnny a friend of mine was December of 2015.
Okay. Well, let me ask it this way. You never saw Mr. Depp assault or beat Ms. Heard on any occasion, correct?
That's correct. I just would like to clarify, Mr. Preciado, that's a question you already asked me. So you're asking me the same question again about whether or not I witnessed Mr. Depp assault Ms. Heard?
That's right.
No, I have not witnessed that.
Let me ask it this way then. Have you ever personally seen Mr. Depp assault or beat Ms. Heard on any occasion?
No.
Now, back to this same paragraph where it says, my experience of Johnny during the time that we were close from 2013 through 2015 was that he could be incredibly kind, generous, and loyal. Can you give me examples of his kindness, generosity, and loyalty during that period of time?
Johnny, when sober, was lovely and magical and very funny. Johnny, when sober, was incredibly lucid and imaginative, and I felt a kindred connection with him and a shared perspective on the world that I've shared with very few people in my life. Johnny, when sober, understood how much influence he had over people, and he was very kind to them about it and generous with talking to them about whatever came up. And he was also, when sober, very he made time for people's nervousness around him, which I witnessed on a number of occasions. He also he had his number of houses on that street, and there was a constant rotation of different people coming to town who could all afford to live somewhere else or stay somewhere else, who he would let and enjoyed having in those houses, which I find to be generous.
In the next paragraph, paragraph 6, you refer to
I hate
Mr.
these.
Depp's struggles.
There's so much extra in
with
them.
respect to OxyContin. You say that in late 2013, after dental surgery, he became hooked on OxyContin. Did you ever experience him while he was on OxyContin?
Yes.
I like how he looked confused.
And while he
at
was
his
on
own statement there.
OxyContin, did you ever experience him to be mean or vicious?
I can't answer that with any accuracy because I don't know whether or not the times that I did see him be mean or vicious, he was also on OxyContin.
In paragraph 5, where you say that he could be incredibly mean and vicious, especially when he was drunk or high. When you refer to drunk or high, what substances are you referring to?
Guys, they need this boring testimony after that.
Yeah.
They need
The substances that
They need
I
to
saw
disengage the
him
jury
ingest
from
with
what
my
happened.
own eyes were
In my opinion.
cocaine and hard liquor, marijuana, ecstasy, mushrooms, wine. Probably some other things, but those are the immediate ones that jump to mind. Cocaine and any kind of alcohol would bring out a very, very ugly side of him. Very misogynistic and cruel and other things.
Buzzword.
And when he would take any kind of psychedelic like ecstasy or MDMA, he would become paranoid. When he would drink alcohol, he would become paranoid. Yeah, I think that I answered your question.
You mentioned that you witnessed him having had cocaine. Did you ever have cocaine with him?
No.
Were there
No,
any
never.
drugs or substances that you took with him?
I don't smoke marijuana. I don't do cocaine. For the entire period that I knew Johnny and thereafter, I did not drink alcohol. There was I think 1 week period during the peak of my breakup, during which Johnny offered me some pain pills to get through the intensity of that situation. And that was the only time that I took any substances for 3.5 years. No, that's not true. That was the only time that I took any substances with Johnny. And yeah. All the other things that I had stated previously about what I do and don't do are also accurate.
You left
So
out
I'm sorry,
heroin,
just to
MDMA,
summarize that.
fentanyl.
Is your testimony that when you witnessed Mr. Depp drunk and high, you were not also either drunk or high? Is that your testimony?
My testimony is that during the entire period that I knew Mr. Depp, I was never drunk or drinking or consuming alcohol at all. My testimony is that for a 1, maybe 2 week, possibly 2.5 week, I don't remember, period, on a sporadic occasion, I took some pain pills that Mr. Depp offered me to get through an extreme emotional pain situation. When I witnessed Johnny doing cocaine, I was not drunk or high. Other occasions that I witnessed Johnny drinking, I was not drunk or high. There was a very narrow window during which I was taking some mind altering pain pills.
Wait, they were non-mind altering. What were they doing for an emotional state?
Did you ever witness Miss Amber Heard drunk or high?
Yes.
And did you ever
Literally
witness her drink alcohol?
Yes.
Did you ever witness her ingesting cocaine?
Are you asking like ever in the history of time have I ever witnessed Amber ingest cocaine?
It's
Yes,
2001
did you ever?
The answer is no. Amber was vehemently against.
Then why'd you ask for the clarifier?
Did you ever witness her smoke marijuana?
No, marijuana is not her drug.
What is her drug?
What is her drug?
I haven't spoken to Amber in a year, but as far as I know and have known her for the last 11 or 12 years, Amber doesn't have a narcotic of choice.
Then why'd you say it wasn't her
Have you seen
drug?
her ingest ecstasy?
Yes, I believe so. Yes.
Is
How
ecstasy her
many
drug?
times have you seen her ingest ecstasy?
I can think of one instance in particular when she took it for her birthday, like a celebration. Wasn't
Kind of
recall what year
looking
that
like
was?
you conferred with her in preparation
Other
for
than the
deposition.
What about the cuddle puddle at the
narcotics and
wedding,
alcohol, that I've
She doesn't
mentioned,
do marijuana, except she sent
did
Johnny
you ever witness Ms.
asking
Heard
for marijuana.
ingest any other drugs?
Are you asking me if, other than, what did you ask me about? Cocaine, ecstasy, and mushrooms, I've witnessed Amber taking any
Hard for
other
me to remember. I'm currently on
narcotics?
Ambien.
Or are you asking me about prescription medications? Can you clarify?
Anything.
Narcotics other than prescription narcotics.
I don't know, but I don't actually think to know.
Okay.
Amber drinks red wine.
Red
When she's not
wine.
training, or let me rephrase that. Amber, when I knew her, drank red wine in the evenings fairly regularly, with the exception of when she was training for an acting role.
See, fairly.
Have you ever witnessed Miss Heard
tonight?
intoxicated?
Yes.
And how often would you estimate that you witnessed Miss Heard intoxicated?
I don't know how to quantify intoxicated. If you're asking me how often I witnessed her drunk, is that your question?
Yes.
Why don't you define it, Mr.
Amber
Wright?
is strangely immune
Answer
to
it.
getting drunk unless she's really drunk a lot. So I didn't see her drunk very often. I saw her
All these people are immune to getting drunk.
drinking often, but I
Developed
didn't
quite a
see her
resistance to red wine.
out of her faculties very often. Like, you know,
Even
I
get-
saw that
even get
I
buzzed
think
with bottle
in the
three.
11 years that I knew her.
And how would you describe how alcohol affects Miss Heard's personality based on your experience?
You know, it depends on the circumstance. If it was during a moment when she was celebrating, it would make her loose. Like if we were salsa dancing, then, you know, she would have fun and
So it's alcohol.
fun and at a party and
I'm waiting for this guy to say
integrating
Amber Heard's the
and dancing
kindest,
and
bravest,
having
warmest,
fun.
most wonderful
If she
human
was
being I've
in
ever
a
known in my
stressful
life.
situation,
A
I
real
think it
life
would just
superhero.
kind of exacerbate whatever the feeling of the moment was.
I'm going to ask you to state your name for the record. Nobody has yet.
This is me.
This is me. We know, Elaine.
All right, go
My
ahead.
name is Io Tillett.
Let's bring up Depp exhibit number 1 again, please. Mr. Tillett Wright, you were asked some questions by Mr. Presidio. And I'm going to take you back up to the first page.
I hope
where
they made
you were
Amber
asked
turn
some
over her
questions.
wine receipts since the divorce on Discovery.
And he started out with, I'm just going to draw your attention to paragraph 4. And you indicated you met Johnny Depp through Amber. And you hit it off immediately. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And then you explained to Mr. Presidio that you considered Johnny to be a close friend and you cared very much about Mr. Depp. Is that correct?
He became a close friend and I did care very much about him. I still care very much about him.
All right. Could you please describe that relationship that you had with Mr. Depp up until I think you said December of 2015?
Sure. Okay, Mr. Depp and I first met. Amber invited me over to his house with my then partner, girlfriend. I don't know if she was my fiance yet or not. in, I think, February of 2013, right at the beginning of 2013. And we all hung out, the four of us hung out in his house, in his living room, and just kind of talked and got to know each other. And it was sweet. I was mostly hanging out with Amber and kind of meeting this person. It was a trip to meet someone like that, you know, and see his house. And he was very friendly and very welcoming and very kind. And then the next time we saw each other was at, Amber and I both like to do what we call family dinners. So we invite people over and cook for them and have a dinner party. And Amber did an elaborate family dinner at her house, and Johnny and I and my ex and Amber and I believe Whitney were there. I don't know if anyone else was there. I'm sure other people were there. I don't remember. And Johnny and I really connected at that dinner. We were sitting either opposite each other or just catty-corner from each other. And I left feeling a very intense connection to him. And I was like, well, yeah, sure. Everybody probably feels an intense connection to him because of who he is. I'll forget it. It's ridiculous. And then a couple of days later, Amber had another dinner, such a dinner at her house. And Johnny and I had another really good time and felt very connected and really laughed a lot and whatever. And at the end of the dinner, as I was standing to leave with my ex, Johnny came up to me and said, I don't really know how to say this because it doesn't happen to me very often, but I think I love you. And I felt
I love you, man.
Strange because I felt the same way. And I said, that's funny because I had that same experience after the last dinner party too. And then we joked about how crazy and ridiculous that felt.
Wow, so weird, right? And then we made out.
We exchanged phone numbers and then he texted me wanting to talk about Amber a couple of times. And I felt that it was like kind of violating her privacy. So I said that I was happy to be friendly with him and happy to
so friendly, but not friends.
I don't remember exactly what I said, but something
No
to the
problem
effect of, like,
talking to Amber about him, right?
I'm happy to give advice or to help you guys stay in concert with each other, but I don't want to violate anybody's privacy with the other one. And I think he really respected that and really liked that because he also values his privacy.
Okay, we're going to talk about Lily Rose Depp and her privacy when we get to the break.
And then, I was in LA for a couple more months, and I don't know, I think maybe we hung out more during that period. I'm not sure. I don't remember if they came to New York during the next stretch of time or what happened, but basically by the summer, I came back to LA to write and had a very bad breakup with that fiance and was going through some things personally that Johnny, he was like, I recognize what's happening for you. It was like particularly bad anxiety related, trauma related things. And I didn't expect him to offer me any support around that stuff, but he just was like, wait, I see what you're going through.
Have more pain pills.
This is my experience of it. I have the same thing, and let's talk about it. And like, if you need anything, I'm here. And I was like, thank you so much. I didn't really expect that. And I went back to New York to be with my family for a couple days or maybe a week or something. And it was very painful to be there. And he had said, if it's painful to be there, just let me know and come back and stay here. And so I did. And I came back, and I originally was going to stay at Amber's house because she kept her apartment for a number of years while they were together, even though she stayed at his house a lot, that she paid for, etc. And she was, the person that I'd known longer, so I felt more comfortable being at her house. And then the consensus was that I should be closer to them. And so he said, oh, there's this house that's just sitting empty at the end of the street. Just stay there. And I was very hesitant because I didn't want to take advantage of him.
Sure you were.
He was hesitant, but he did it.
And he was insistent, and he was very kind about it. And he said that he understood fully what having PTSD and anxiety could do, and that he wanted to help. So I went and I stayed there. And then that was, I'm guessing, in August of 2013. And then in September, I think, Amber went to England to shoot a movie. So I was there, and Johnny and I would hang out on our own. And Johnny doesn't have a ton of friends because he can't. And I would go up and hang out with him. You know, we really enjoyed each other. We really liked each other. And so we would just hang out, you know, on a daily basis, eat dinner or watch movies. And I'd hang out with his kids and got, you know, very like into like a very sweet uncle niece nephew relationship with his kids. And they called me Uncle Io. And
Mr. Tillett, did you ever call Mr. Depp brother, or your brother, refer to him as your brother?
Yes, I did.
Now, I'm going to take you to paragraph 5 of Depp Exhibit number 1. And Mr. Presidio asked you about this paragraph as well. And at the end of it, you had said, and he could be incredibly mean and vicious, especially when he was drunk or high. What did you mean by that?
What I meant by that was on a number of occasions, I saw, you know, Amber or he, I think, also would ask me to come and help. He and I had more of a like mano a mano kind of relationship, and she and I had I was kind of like the only person that would check either of them for a while. And so they would both ask me to do that with each other. So I saw him.
You were that person.
For example, I remember there was a time when
I'm totally neutral, except I'm on one side.
I was down the hill, so I went up the hill, and he was outside by the pool with a glass of what I understood to be whiskey, and she was inside crying, and very upset in the kitchen, I think.
If the whiskey's good enough, she better be crying.
And talked to him for a long time.
Oh, that's what tequila was for.
Situations like that, or
some people in the audience
he would
are
say
confused.
things. He said something to me that night that I thought, that night by the pool, where I thought,
this is a trans person, born female, transition to male.
things like,
I see some back and forth in the chat.
And all she's got is her looks, and you know, she has no talent, and when her tits start to sag and her face gets wrinkly, nobody is going to be interested in her for anything. And she, you know, better like figure out another way to survive and shit like that. Sorry, pardon me, things like that. And
she better learn to act better. That would work.
Also witnessed him when Amber was in England. Marilyn Manson and Paul Bettany came over at one point, and there was a great deal of cocaine and alcohol involved that I witnessed them doing together. I don't specifically recall if Mr. Bettany did or did not partake in the cocaine, or really much of anything except things that he said and his personality. But Mr. Manson and Mr. Depp partook in a lot of cocaine.
What, if anything, did Mr. Depp tell you about his struggles with drugs?
She was doing it at Depo.
And we sat on the couch, and he told me a number of things. He told me about his childhood. He told me about growing up in Kentucky. He told me about growing up very poor and how his mom was verbally and physically abusive. He told me that when he was very, very young, like 13 or something, he started drinking and taking drugs, I think, or at least drinking quite heavily. He was even kind of like, yeah, it's crazy, I know. but I've been doing it my whole life. I'm built like a tank. And so that was kind of the nature of the conversation. And he told me that he had struggled with ever not drinking or ever not doing drugs. And he also told me that he didn't particularly enjoy being sober, but that, you know, people around him were very concerned. He was very, very concerned with his children, and he would express
wasn't the question about how
shame
mean
or
and awful
regret
he was?
about times that he had
Did I lose that?
inebriated to the
No, you
point of
didn't.
falling down or embarrassing himself, you know, urinating on himself, things like that, when his children were around, and that he was very grateful to the people who had kind of shielded them and whisked them away. And he
I like how earlier this guy said it's hard for
told
Johnny
me
to have
that
friends. Like, yeah, dude.
in his
Just you.
relationships with previous women, his drug and alcohol use had been an issue, but that he just didn't really like life sober, and that it was too painful to be alive without imbibing or getting high. And he also told me that he had experienced great bouts of jealousy in relationships that had also led to a lot of drinking and a lot of rage activities. He told me that happened with Winona. He told me that happened with Winona Ryder and Kate Moss. He told me that had happened with Vanessa Parody.
Mr. Tillett-Wright, what, if any, observations did you make about Mr. Depp abusing OxyContin?
Over the course of those 2 years, Mr. Depp told me verbatim that he was addicted to OxyContin. And I have a text message from him where he expresses that it's extraordinarily hard to kick, and that it
Again, we know Johnny Depp's a drug addict.
the words
What
that
is
he
the point
uses,
of all
but
this?
he referred to it to
Borowski
me
would have
verbally
killed himself with this
many
cumulative
times
testimony.
as like the hardest thing that he's ever tried to kick, which he's tried to kick most things. He said it was harder than heroin. So he was very open and verbose about OxyContin, having gotten addicted to OxyContin.
So what, if any, observations did you make about Mr. Depp smoking cigarettes and joints, marijuana?
Mr. Depp, as far as I could see, always had a cigarette or joint in his
Light
mouth
Giver
at
asks,
all
why is none of this
times,
hearsay?
to the
These
point
are all
where I
party
was
admissions
confused about how
against
he
their
could
interest.
function. He also showed me his
So anything Johnny says is going to be
marijuana
admissible
closet that had,
here in this context.
And it doesn't mean the jury has to believe Johnny said any of this, just for purposes of getting it into evidence.
What, if any, observations did you make while you were staying at Sweetser? I think you said that
I'm
was
gonna turn this
August
down a hair.
2013 through May of 2014, with respect to the type of alcohol and the amount of alcohol that Mr.
Mainly
Depp
because
was
when we
consuming.
talk, it's
when I
drowning
saw
us
Mr.
out.
Depp drink,
But this isn't interesting to me at all.
it was often hard liquor. I believe it was whiskey and gin and tequila, maybe.
Again, there's
could also be
this is
vodka.
so
I don't know. He had a
punitive.
full
There's
bar in his
no reason to go into
the house that
Johnny's
they-
substance
with his
use.
recording studio in it that they
He
must
had a
have
full
stayed in.
bar, the horror.
Wasn't even
I
just
know
a half
whiskey
bar; it
for
was a
sure,
full one.
and there was also red wine.
Also red wine.
Full bar with whiskey and red wine.
When you
That's not a full
talk
bar.
about the
That's not
whiskey
even
and
close.
red wine, how much did you observe Mr. Depp consume on any given occasion of those?
I don't know.
So again, we all know people who
The one
ought not
occasion I
drink
know
because they have
specifically was
a bad
the
reaction. They get
before
violent, they
during
get
the
angry, they get argumentative. But we
so
also know people who drink and are perfectly
and I
happy.
remember it
They're happy
being
drunks.
like,
As far as I can tell, that's Johnny Depp.
remember
None of this is
clock
associated
because
with
I
any bad
grew up
conduct in his
counting
part.
people's drinks. I remember clocking that it was a very large pour in the glass of whiskey.
Large pour.
What's a large pour?
Those,
Are you a bartender?
Was,
Do you have
what
any
if any
idea?
observations did you make, or did
How big was the
Mr.
glass?
Depp ever tell you?
What's a normal
about
pour
him
look like in
blacking
that
out?
glass?
Mr. Depp
This is really putting me in the mood for a Manhattan.
was very open with
Go grab one.
everyone that he was a heavy
Yeah,
user.
careful drinking with Nick.
And
Yeah.
he told me about, I know there was one instance where he had this very large house property. So if suites
Before
are
you know it, you find yourself not wearing a
this,
tie. Everything goes sideways from there.
house that I was staying at, 76 is down
I'm
here.
gonna
then
check
there's
DUI guys'
78,
Twitter
which is right
timeline,
here,
see
and
if the
then up here
jury's
is
hung
80, and then
themselves
across
yet.
the street, I guess, is
Yeah, right.
82. And 82 is a very
Jury's passing around a
large
flask.
compound. So he and I were staying, I was at 76 or up at 80, and then 82 they lived in for a brief period of time. And he told me about like vanishing into 82, into the like the property, into the like, because it was very lush and a lot of trees, and went up quite far up the hill. And he told me about kind of like blacking out and going in there. On one instance, he told me, he told me that in Australia, he had blacked out. But he also told me that he fucked up. So I don't know. In terms of specific blackouts, there were a number. I think he said on the plane, he said that he didn't remember what had happened.
What, if anything, did Mr. Depp say to you about whether he wanted to become sober and clean?
Mr. Depp expressed to me that he wanted to get sober for Amber, that he didn't enjoy being sober, that it wasn't
Well, that's
fun,
not gonna work.
and that it was distressing and exhausting, and very hard to do. He really resented having to be sober.
I don't want to be sober.
Yeah,
I'm sick of
he didn't
feeling
want to be.
hungover.
And what, if anything, did Mr. Depp say to you about his perception of Amber's role in him becoming sober and clean?
He expressed a number of times that he felt like she was his leash and she was holding him back from doing what he wanted to do in terms of substances and alcohol.
She was his Obi-Wan. He was her Anakin.
I want to go back to another incident that I remember. He told me he blacked out, was on the island. He went to the Bahamas. There were two different instances. One was, I guess, like they had only recently met, and he told me that he passed out face down in the sand while his kids were there, and that the staff had like whisked his kids away so that they didn't see it.
Mr. Tilleray, when you said that Mr. Depp used the term monster, what do you recall him saying about that?
And the language that ended up being kind of settled on was that there was a side of him that was the monster, and that it was not who he was, but it was something that lived within him that he had to battle. And the language that he always used was that of battle and battling the demon, battling the monster, so that the monster, he would say things like, the monster will not win.
Who cares? Oh,
I
God.
will not be that type of man. I don't.
No one
want
has
to-
ever
I don't want
defined
to
what the
be that type
monster
of
actually is.
man, husband. I don't want to hurt.
Except for Johnny.
Her Slim, our
I
Slim,
think.
our girl, referring to all of her friends and him and her and I. Yeah.
What, if any, observations did you make of Mr. Depp both in terms of physical as well as temperament, when you perceived him as having too much to drink?
Mr. Depp would drink and or take drugs. He would get very mean, very surly, very paranoid, extremely paranoid.
Mean, surly, paranoid. What does this mean? What would he do?
In which Amber was having affairs with every man that she ever worked with and every woman she ever came in contact with. He became very demeaning. Johnny is incredibly intelligent, incredibly smart and witty, and he would point his jokes at people, Amber's appearance, her talent, her lack of talent as he perceived it, why he thought that she was actually famous, which he always implied was just because of her looks. And because he thought that everyone wanted to have sex with her.
There was a time when a lot of people
would insult his fans. He called them
Oh, nice try, Io.
moras, which is a type of sucker fish that attaches itself to the hull of a ship and puts a hole in it and then sinks it.
I bet all of Johnny's fans believe this weirdo when he says that.
I know, right?
Rail against his mother and his sister, sisters, pretty much, you know, anyone that he felt had crossed him or could cross him, he became very nasty about.
What, if anything, do you recall Mr. Depp saying about his mother and comparing his mother to Amber?
Mr. Depp told me that his mom was viciously cruel to him during his upbringing, and that she was also viciously violent with him and with his siblings and with his father. He referred to her, pardon my language, as a bitch and a cunt a lot.
Not to a face.
And he seemed to kind of compare them in the sense that he said at one point, something to the effect, I threw it here actually. Yeah, I already have a mom who was a bitch to me. I don't need another one in my life. There was a fair bit of that kind of my mom's been awful enough to me already. I don't need another woman who's gonna also.
Oh, it's devastating for Johnny.
What, if any, discussions did you have with Johnny about the fights he had with Amber?
We had a lot of discussions about his fights with Amber.
What do you recall?
In the very beginning, he expressed that she made him feel crazy, that he was so in love that it made him feel crazy.
Accurate diagnosis.
The very first time that I mentioned, September of 2013, when he and I were alone together a lot, he expressed that he thought that she was cheating on him and sleeping with her co-stars in England on the films. And I said to him, or in the film, and I said to him, listen, I know her, I think, pretty well, and I talk to her a lot, and I think if she was having an affair, I would be one of the very few people that she would tell about it.
And then I would violate her confidence.
I don't hold secrets or lies for anybody, and I would tell you if that was happening so you could make your own decisions.
Didn't he just say he didn't want to get in the middle of all this stuff?
Yeah.
As far as I know, that's really not the case.
Everybody has a friend like this.
You, and I think that
the individual confidant to everybody, and then tells everybody else their gossip.
Both of you are used to being sex symbols on Earth, and both of you need to just accept the fact that you're really in love with each other and lean in and be together and love each other. And he told me that sometimes his jealousy would make him feel crazy and outside himself, and that he had to get it under control, and that it would cause them to fight, to be specific in regard to your question.
Well, thanks for that.
He told me about the fight that they had the time that I went up there. Are you asking for specific instances, or are you asking about the nature of their fights?
No, I am asking for what he told you about their fights and specific instances, yes.
So to continue with what I was saying from before, he told me about the fight in the middle of the night when I was living down the hill at Sweetser. When I mentioned that I saw him with a heavy pour of whiskey, I went outside to the pool and spoke to him.
I'll show you a heavy pour of
about
whiskey.
the argument that they had
Tonight at
and
11.
that she gets mean during fights, and that it really hurts his feelings, and that he then lashes out at her, and that, she called him old, and he then calls her soon to be ugly and talentless, and that they get really ugly with each other.
Did you ever see him punch her, kick her, shove her, spit on her, jump on her, sit on her, stab
About a
her,
fight that
lick
they
her
had.
face,
We went to England
eat her eyeball?
that September. It was Whitney's birthday, I think. Amber's sister, Whitney. And Amber was stuck working. My birthday, Raquel's birthday, and Whitney's birthday, the three people who she was the closest to, all have birthdays in September. Raquel's just before at the end of August, whatever. We're all Virgos, and she couldn't be with any of us on our birthday, so we all went to England to surprise her. And during that trip, Johnny proposed to her, and they then, I'm pretty sure that night after the proposal, got in a huge fight, which they both told me about separately. And he said, I'm pretty sure that he trashed the hotel room. Let's see. I spoke to him after, I went and talked to him after their fight on the plane.
So that's the Boston LA plane incident, is that right?
That's correct.
So Mr. Telleright, I'm going to ask you about the Boston LA flight incident. You talked about it a little bit earlier, and
Yes,
you just
please
said now
ask
that
about
you spoke with
anything.
Mr. Depp about it. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. What do you recall of your discussion with Mr. Depp about the Boston plane incident that happened in May of 2014?
Well, it started with the Boston
And I went
Tea
upstairs
Party.
to his bedroom, which was like blacked out, and I woke him up. I remember shaking his shoulder and saying to him, hey, buddy, like, wake up, which was not something that a lot of people did to Johnny, wake him from his slumber. And he woke up, and we had a conversation about what happened on the plane. And he didn't really remember being on the plane. He didn't really remember getting off the plane. He didn't really remember much detail of anything. And he swore up and down that he was going to stop, and he was going to stop drinking and taking drugs, and he was going to never do it again. That was that incident.
What if any meetings related to alcohol did you and Amber attend in this time frame?
I understand, because we didn't go to many meetings. I took Amber with me to Al-Anon, which is it's like a sister program to AA for the family and friends and loved ones of addicts and alcoholics, which I regularly
She didn't testify that he brought her
So
to
she came with
Al-Anon.
me to
If
a
I
number of
remember, I
Al-Anon
thought she just said
meetings,
she
and
went
also
to
had,
it.
I think 1 or 2 phone calls with my dad's wife about how she dealt with helping him get off of his drugs and drink less. And she read a number of books about it. She was watching documentaries about it. She would listen to any radio show she could get on, like anything she could get her hands on that would give her some tools for how to deal with this, she consumed in that period.
What, if any, communications did Johnny have with you in this time frame about wanting to get back with Amber after the Boston plane incident?
We went to New York, and I remember we were staying at the Ace Hotel in Midtown. And Johnny started reaching out to me. He went eventually back to Boston to start filming again. Would have been in like the next day or two because we weren't there for that long. And he reached out to me and basically said something to the effect of like, you know, I have to fix this. I will do anything that I can. And then while he was in Boston, he let me know. And I think he was trying to reach Amber too, but she wasn't ready to talk to him. He let me know that he had engaged Dr. Kipper and that he
to the chat
with every fiber.
Curious about leading questions
to get sober.
I'll explain in a minute, but it's proper.
The nature
in
of the
this
conversation at that point was that he was going to beat this thing. You know?
Yes, please describe for me what transpired, what you discussed with Johnny and Amber relating to Australia in 2015.
After because they were married in February and they went to Australia in the spring.
I'm going to interrupt you just for a moment, and forgive me, I just want to keep it chronologically there. You described earlier that you were present for the wedding, correct, in February of 2015?
Yes.
Okay. And you also had discussed about Amber wanting Johnny to be sober for the wedding. What, if any, observations did you make about Johnny at the ceremony and with respect to whether he was sober and clean?
You know, I don't actually know whether Johnny was. I don't think Johnny was drinking on the day of their wedding. I really don't actually think he was. Let me rephrase that. Before the ceremony on the day of their wedding. Because I was going back and forth between their respective like private preparation quarters where they were getting ready, because I was technically her best man and his son Jack was his best man, but I wasn't one of the girls and felt more comfortable over there with them, but I was helping all the girls. So I was running back and forth on this golf cart between, I was also taking pictures. I was one of two.
Isn't this a Patrick Dempsey movie?
With them that had worked as a photographer, so I volunteered to take pictures. So I was
at my best friend's wedding,
very intimately with Johnny and Jack leading up to the wedding, and he wasn't drinking. I don't think. I don't remember seeing him drink.
And then let me ask you this: after the ceremony, as you were walking to the reception, what, if anything, did Johnny Depp say to you about Amber?
As we were walking back from the ceremony, we were coming into Cafe Los Cabrones, which is where the party was happening. And I was walking with Johnny and congratulating him that they pulled it off and that they did it, you know. And he said, we're married, now I can punch her in the face and nobody can do anything about it.
So I'm going to now turn your direction to Australia, roughly a month later after the wedding. You weren't present in Australia with Amber and Johnny, correct?
That's correct.
I'm showing you what has been marked as exhibit number 3.
Tell us what you heard about it.
Anybody in this picture?
I do, yeah, myself and Miss Heard. I do, yeah.
Please describe what you see.
I see a number of long, thin cuts.
And what, if any, similarity are those to the ones you just described, having seen after Amber returned from Australia?
Very similar.
All right. And are they the same or are they different ones?
I would have no way of knowing if they're the same or different ones, but they're similarly long, skinny cuts like the ones that I saw after she came back from Australia.
I'm going to show Mr. Tiller.
Finally,
I'm
at
going
the
to show
point
you
of
what
this
has been marked as
testimony, at
exhibit
least.
number 5, and it's a text message exchange. Do you recognize this text message number here below Arrow's Arc?
That's my old phone number, yes.
Okay, so does this represent the text message exchange between you and Amber Heard on 12/16/2015?
Yes, it does.
Okay, and I'm going to start you at the top with the blue. It says, "I need you." Do you recognize who is sending that message?
Yeah.
Mr. Tiller, I'm going to ask you to take a look at what has been marked as exhibit number 6. Do you recognize the person in this photo?
Yes, I do.
Please describe what you see in this picture.
I see Amber Heard, and I see an injury to Amber's scalp.
Okay. And what, if anything, do you recall about
Remember that the jury's looking at this
seeing
going,
anything similar
is that an
to that
injury?
when you arrived in December
a pimple?
2015?
Is that some dark
at
hair?
Amber's penthouse?
I remember this being one of the injuries that I was shown when I arrived at Penthouse 3 at the Eastern Building on December 16th, 2016.
And does this picture that's marked as exhibit number 6 accurately depict what you recall seeing?
I remember this being one of, I think maybe 2 scalp injuries that there were. I remember there was another one as well, but I could be mistaken. I believe there was another one on a different part of her head as well.
Do you recognize the picture that is set forth as exhibit number 7?
Yes, I do.
Please describe for me what is depicted in this picture that you recognize.
Ringworm?
This was a picture of Amber's scalp.
And does this accurately
I see
depict
no
what you
pores
saw
missing hair.
when you were shown it as
This
you
is a
testified
ripped down
in
hair.
December
No
2015?
skin broken.
Yes, it does.
Mr. Tiller, I'm going to show you what has been marked as
I mean,
deposition.
this is where
exhibit
allegedly a
number
clump of
8.
hair was ripped out.
Do you recognize
There's
this
her split
picture?
lip.
Yes, I do.
Please describe what's depicted there.
It
This
just
is
looks like a
Amber Heard's
chapped lip
face.
someone bit open to me. I don't know.
Yep.
With a very swollen lip.
And does
That's
this
a very swollen lip.
accurately depict
Kourtney Kardashian would like to
what
know your
you
location.
observed when you arrived at Amber Heard's penthouse in December 2015?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what has been marked as deposition exhibit number 9. Do you recognize this picture?
Yes, I do.
Please describe.
This is the clump of hair that I was shown, I believe, when I arrived at Penthouse 3 on the night of December 16th, 2015.
And does this accurately and genuinely
other
depict
picture of it.
the scene that you recall seeing?
Yes, it does.
Thank you. Now,
Oh God, we're
did-
getting close to the end. Only like a fifth of it
what
left.
if any plans was there as of December 16, 17 of 2015 for Amber to be spending Christmas with Mr. Depp and his kids? Do you recall?
Taking the pictures down while we talk. Yes, I do recall. There was a plan for Johnny and Amber and Lily Rose and Jack and Raquel and her boyfriend or fiance at the time, Josh, to go to the Bahamas. Oh, and Raquel's mom and Amber's parents to go to the Bahamas and spend Christmas on the island together. Yeah.
Mr. Tillett, I'm going to ask you, what, if any, conversations did you have with Johnny Depp about the December 15 incident?
I don't think that I don't know that he and I had a direct conversation about it. I'm not sure if he and I had a direct
So what, if any, I'm going to show you, Mr. Tiller, right, what has been
He
marked
teleported
as
out of his
Deposition
jacket.
Exhibit number 16. It's a text message exchange dated 2/10/2016. Do you recognize this document?
Yes, I do. It's a text exchange between me and Amber Heard about a video that she sent me.
Okay. Now,
If
it
one more
starts
article
out,
of clothing comes
"Hi,
off this guy, I'm
Steve
ending the
left me
stream."
a voicemail at 5 a.m. And that's from you, correct?
That's correct.
Do you remember what the voicemail message was?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Johnny called me at 5 a.m. and left me a voicemail in the character of some kind of management, of like a property manager. And he said something about, yes, hello, this is management. And I don't remember what he said, but it was something to do with like, we have a situation that we need to change out the something. And it was just a lengthy, just off the wall nutbag ramble.
So of course you saved that.
Of management.
Mr. Tiller, I'm going to show you what has been marked as exhibit number 17. And then Alex, I'm going to ask you to play this.
Damn it, that's so loud. I hate phone cameras, phone microphones.
Motherfucker.
Yeah.
Motherfucker.
What happened?
Do we know what actually happened this morning? Like, is there speculation? Did he get a call that his mom died or that his money was gone or something?
Yeah, it was one of those things. I forget exactly. I think he got bad news about his mom being in the hospital, something like that.
I can identify with trying to open something forcefully and it closing back and opening it harder the next
Nothing
time.
happened this morning. You know that?
Were you in here?
No.
So then nothing happened to you this morning.
Yeah, you're right. I just woke up and you were so sweet and nice. We were not even fighting this morning. All I did was say sorry.
Did something
It's
happen
no morning. They weren't even fighting this morning.
this morning? I don't think so.
No, that's the thing.
You want to see crazy? I'll give you fucking crazy. That's crazy. Oh, you're crazy. Oh, you're crazy.
Phone, it says 2:30.
It's going. But really? Really? Sneak that shit on me, motherfucker.
I didn't. You were smashing shit.
Bye.
Again, did anything happen to you this morning?
Thank you,
No.
Alex. You can take this down now.
To me, this isn't the gotcha. It's a dude having a
Mr. Tiller,
bad
right,
day.
Do you recognize that video?
Yes, I do.
Was that the video that Amber sent to you on the text message exchange on February 10th, 2016?
Yes.
Do you recall watching that video on February 10, 2016?
Yes, I recall watching that video at the time that I received those text messages.
So I'm going to take you to 21 May 2016. What do you recall with respect to a telephone call you received from Amber?
Sure. I was in New York. I was there visiting family. I was in Greenpoint, Brooklyn. I was walking down Manhattan Avenue, and I got, I believe, a text message from Amber that said something to the effect of like, "Can you talk?" And so I called, and I was walking down the street as this happened. she put me on speakerphone. So I was talking to both of them. He just stopped by to pick up some of his stuff. And he has a theory that he either he wants to ask you about, or and I said, okay, sure. And hello, Johnny, like, you know. And I think it was he said or she said, Johnny thinks that you and I together defecated on his pillow. I think the words used were shit on his pillow.
Stop acting like you don't say these words.
Laughing.
Oh, I hate that.
And I was laughing, she was laughing, and when I realized that he was serious, I was like, okay, look, you know, first of all, I wasn't there that day. And so he got very agitated by the fact that she and I thought it was funny. And he started to get more and more agitated, and I could hear him walk away from the phone. He came clomping back down the stairs. I heard like a noise, and then the phone dropped. And he said to her, oh, you think I hit you? You think I fucking hit you? What if I peel your fucking hair back? And then I heard the phone drop again.
Poop is too big a word, but fucking is okay.
I remember her screaming.
Well, when Johnny says it, they'll say whatever. When they're like, oh,
and
shit.
I hung up the phone, and I called Raquel immediately because I know that she lives one door away, and her and her boyfriend Josh, who's a big dude, would be able to get there the fastest. And I called her, texted her right away, and I hung up with her and immediately called 911 in New York. And then I called a friend of mine.
Wait, are you crying?
In LA, who I knew had
You're
met
crying?
Amber a number of times, and I think I may have placed a second call to NYPD. Now I'm all frazzled and I don't remember, but I think I called NYPD.
Mr. Waldman made some statements in April and June of 2020 that quote, Amber Heard and her friends in the media used fake sexual violence allegations as both a sword and shield, depending on their needs. They've selected some for sexual violence hoax facts as the sword, inflicting them on the public and Mr. Depp. That was made on April 8, 2020. What, if any, impact did that have on Amber based on your observations?
Amber retreated. Amber became isolated, embattled, extraordinarily distressed.
And then on June 24, 2020, Waldman accused Amber Heard of committing a, quote, abuse hoax against Depp. What were your observations of how this impacted him?
I think that my previous statement encompassed that.
During the time that you were friends with Johnny and you were speaking with him up until you testified December of 2015, what, if anything, did Johnny Depp ever tell you about Amber Heard being physically violent to him?
Nothing ever at any point.
Do you agree with me that Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard had many verbal arguments?
Yes, I do.
And you were a witness to a lot of those verbal arguments, correct?
I was a witness to some verbal arguments.
Okay.
And you never saw
And
any physical violence, correct?
Did you ever hear Ms. Heard say anything mean to Mr. Depp in those arguments?
Yes.
And did you ever hear Ms. Heard say anything vicious to Mr. Depp in those arguments?
Yes.
So would you agree with me that when they argued, they were mean and vicious to one another in what they said?
I would categorize it very differently.
Wait, what?
Well, you testified that you heard Miss Heard say mean and vicious things to Mr. Depp when they argued, and vice versa. Is that accurate?
Yes.
And although you witnessed arguments, verbal arguments between the two of them, where they exchanged mean and vicious statements, you never saw Mr. Depp assault or beat Miss Heard on any occasion, correct?
Objection.
No, I never saw either of them physically assault the other one.
Did you ever experience him become violent as a result of or because of smoking cigarettes or joints?
As I've already explained to you probably 8 times, I've never seen Mr. Depp become physically violent with Miss Heard. So if that's what you're asking me, if he smoked a cigarette and that made him violent, I think you know that that's ridiculous. And the answer is, again, no.
Remember, chat, that we're seeing like an hour of this. This is like a 7-hour process.
In any manner, on account
Most of it's
smoking
edited out.
cigarettes or joints.
If you want my honest answer is
Yes.
that Mr. Depp mixed substances constantly. And I keep trying to tell you that. He mixed all kinds of things together when he got crazy and violent. So, and
But you've
upset.
never seen him be violent.
So, and I never knew what he had taken.
When you say when he got violent, when did you see him get violent?
I saw Mr. Depp throw glasses and dishware on at least 2 occasions, which I would characterize as physically violent. And do I know if he'd smoked marijuana or cigarettes? Before that, I don't know.
When were those 2 occasions?
Sometime during the time that I was living in Sweetser.
Sometime.
And once at the Eastern Building.
And prior to throwing those dishes, did you witness him imbibing any drugs or alcohol?
I couldn't tell you, but seeing as Mr. Depp always was smoking cigarettes and marijuana, my assumption would be yes.
Therefore,
why all the cigarette
monster.
talk?
You just testified that cigarettes didn't make him violent.
Man, I smoked for 20 years. You want to see me violent? Take away my cigarettes.
Do you recall?
You know, you joke, but that's one of like the common crisis team interventions is just get the guy a cigarette, thumbs him down right off the bat.
When you saw that,
It wouldn't work for me. I need a Cuban cigar specifically. Otherwise, I'm punching more people.
It was allegedly pulled from her head by Mr. Depp. Is that right?
Well, if you want to get technical,
yes.
My understanding was that their fight happened very late at night, which is technically the morning of the 16th. And I arrived at her house around midnight, the night of the 16th. So technically, it's not more than a day after. It's in the same 24-hour period. So technically, the answer to your question is no.
Okay. So I'm just talking about the hair on the ground that you saw. When you saw it, was it your understanding that it had been there for more than 20 hours?
I have no idea what time their fight started or ended. So I don't know if it was 20 hours or 16 hours or 13 hours.
But you just said.
My understanding, again, was that we had gotten into a fight sometime in the morning of the 16th / late at night on the 15th. I don't know at what point during that fight in which the clump of hair was ripped out of her head. But
I can tell you at what point it was ripped out of her head.
That would be the never point.
My understanding was that clump of hair had not been moved since it was ripped out of her head.
All right. Completes. All right. What's your next? Who's your next witness?
We have another video deposition, Raquel Pennington.
This one's 20 hours long, Your Honor.
All right. Let's go ahead and start. We'll go ahead and start it today. At least get 30 minutes in, if we could.
That's fine. Yeah.
All right.
And Your Honor, just for your benefit and the jury's benefit, the questioning starts with Ms. Vasquez on behalf of Mr. Depp, and then I question Ms. Pennington at some point, which will probably be tomorrow.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, really quick, guys. They can do cross-exam style examinations
Please have you
on
state your name
these
for the
video
record.
depositions because
Charles
you named the
what city and
you
state
noticed
do
the
you currently
opposing
reside?
parties' witnesses, so you
Los
go
Angeles,
first. So you're on
California.
direct.
You've been deposed
It's
before,
weird,
right?
but
Yes.
depositions are
And you were
different than
deposed in Ms. Heard's
in-court
divorce
testimony.
proceeding for Mr. Depp. Is that correct?
Yes.
Have you been deposed in any other matter?
No.
What was the purpose of the declaration that you submitted during Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard's divorce?
The purpose of the thing that I wrote, which I don't know if it was technically called a declaration or whatever it was to write down my account of events as fresh in my memory as possible.
And Ms. Heard asked you to write down your witness account. Is that correct?
I do not remember actually. I don't know.
Did Mr. Depp ask you to write down anything in support of any legal filings?
I don't remember.
So it's your testimony sitting here today that you don't remember one way or another, whether it was Mr. Depp or Ms. Heard that asked you to write down your witness account during their divorce. Is that correct?
I wrote down my account. That is the memory that I have. I wrote down everything as clearly as I could remember it, as soon as I could.
You provided a witness statement in the UK proceedings. Is that correct?
I believe so.
Do you recall how many witness statements you provided?
Just one.
And you provided this witness statement to the son's attorneys?
I don't know who it got provided to.
Did you testify in the UK trial?
I don't know what country I was in.
And for which
I
party
don't know what
did you
testify
testify
means.
for the UK trial?
I believe it was the publication.
And by the publication, you mean the son?
Yes.
When was the last time you spoke to Ms. Heard?
Too recently.
Perhaps 6 months ago, maybe more.
What did you and Ms. Heard speak about?
Probably.
Probably.
It was before her baby was born. So we were mostly speaking about her baby at that point.
Did you speak to, when was the last time you spoke to Ms. Whitney Heard?
Around October, November of last year.
And when you say last year, you mean 2021?
Yes.
When did you first meet Ms. Amber Heard?
I believe it was 2003.
When you met Ms. Heard in 2003, you developed a friendship. Is that right?
Yes.
Would you say you were best friends?
We became very close friends.
Your friendship with Ms. Heard, it persisted through her relationship with Mr. Depp. Is that correct?
Yes.
And you were friends with Ms. Heard through her divorce from Mr. Depp as well. Is that correct?
Yes.
Other than when you lived at the Eastern Columbia building, which we'll get to, did you ever live with Ms. Heard?
Sounds like she's reading off a
Yes.
Ouija board.
When was this?
Ouija board says yes.
She's just eight-balling it.
2017 to 2018. Yeah.
Are you actually
Where did you
conscious
both live?
right now?
We lived on Holly Drive.
Was that a home?
Yes.
A
And did you
house
pay
is not a
rent?
home.
No.
Did Miss Heard?
Yes.
Sitting here today, do you still consider Miss Heard a friend?
That would
I
be a
wouldn't
no.
consider her not a friend.
What the hell is that? That's the most
What does that mean?
passive aggressive answer I've ever
Thank
heard.
you, Camille. What does that
We
mean?
don't speak.
Like when you ask a girl for a second date.
We are not enemies.
We don't speak.
Why
but
don't
we're
you
not
speak?
enemies.
We grew apart.
Good one.
Rhonda, can I please have my question read back?
Yes. Sitting here today, you can't give me one reason why you grew apart from Miss Heard.
I wanted to spend more time with other people in my life and prioritize other relationships and other
The non-crazy relationships.
other relationships.
Why was she needy? Did she demand your
I'll discuss
time,
your
not let
friendship
you
with
leave?
Amber Heard. Did you ever see her using illicit drugs?
Can you define illicit drugs?
Not prescribed.
Good definition.
Yes.
Did you ever see her use cocaine?
Yes.
How many times?
I don't know.
Countless?
No.
Outlet?
Less
Countless.
than 10?
Yes.
Less than 5?
Yes.
If you remember, when was the first time you ever saw Amber Heard use cocaine?
I don't remember.
This isn't great for her.
What about any of the
Did you ever
times?
do cocaine with Miss Heard? Amber Heard?
Under
That's a yes.
testimony that she
Yes.
hasn't done cocaine since she's
How
like
often?
17 or something.
No is an immediate response. A long pause. Yes.
Not often.
Was there a point in your relationship with Miss Amber using more cocaine?
No.
It was always a lot.
Did you ever see Miss Amber Heard use cocaine while she was in a relationship with Mr. Depp?
Guys, the chat froze because the chat was bored too. Like the actual chat window was fatigued by these
It's like
pauses.
I can't take this anymore.
I don't think so. No.
How hard are these questions that she has to take days to answer?
You know
If this
what
were the LSAT,
Provigil
she'd
is?
fail on losing time.
Yes.
Are you aware that Miss Amber Heard has taken a drug called Provigil?
Yes.
Do you know when
That's
she
what
started
I'm on.
taking it?
No.
Do you know whether Amber Heard continued to take Provigil during her relationship with Mr. Depp?
No.
Did she ever tell you that she had stopped taking Provigil?
She never told me that.
Are you familiar with any of the side effects of Provigil?
I am.
No.
Headaches and awesomeness.
Did Miss Heard ever tell you that she was experiencing any side
Also
effects
stinky
as a
urine.
result of Provigil?
She
Is she
never
saying,
said
saying provisual? I guess that's
Provigil.
Provigil.
about that.
You testified
Modafinil.
you saw Miss Heard use mushrooms less than 5 times, yes?
Yes.
Each of those 5 times, or less than, was she in a relationship with Mr. Depp?
Did you say
Take home
each
message here,
of the
folks.
5
Just,
times?
just hope to God none of your friends ever get involved in a lawsuit.
Not each of the 5 times.
How many
This could
times
be
have
you.
observed Amber Heard use mushrooms? Was she in a relationship with Mr. Depp?
Maybe 3.
Multiply every number
Do you
of
recall
witness
the
drug
specific
uses by at
occasions
least
when you
3.
saw Amber Heard use mushrooms while she was in a relationship with Mr. Depp?
The first Coachella that we went to. The second Coachella that we went to.
And then the third Coachella that we went to.
And maybe at Hicksville. But I
Was
can't
Mr.
be
Depp?
sure of that.
Was Mr. Depp at Hicksville?
Yes.
Around June of 2014, you moved into one of the penthouses in the Eastern Columbia building. Is that correct?
I don't remember which month, but I did move into the penthouses.
Approximately in 2014?
Approximately.
And Ms. Heard at the time was in a relationship with Mr. Depp, correct?
Yes.
And it was Mr. Depp who invited you to live in one of the penthouses, right?
They both did.
When you say they both did, they both sit you down and invite you to live in the penthouses?
I don't remember how the invitation happened, but it came from both of them.
This was a penthouse Mr. Depp owned, right?
Correct.
See, Isaac Baruch is the only
And
one
specifically,
who's
the
got a
one you
believable
lived in, it was
penthouse
referred to
invitation
as
story
Penthouse
for me.
1, right?
Yeah.
When did you move in?
Correct.
The next day. Are you kidding?
And when you moved in,
He's the only one's like,
you
well,
got
you know, I
this
didn't want
nice
to.
view to all the penthouses.
I didn't want to take charity. You
Right?
know, it felt weird to. He was like, no, man, are you kidding?
$1.5 million
It could have
place
been
for
one of
me?
his assistants.
When you say one of his assistants, you mean one of Mr. Depp's assistants?
Correct.
One of his assistants
So
invited you to
either
live in
Mr.
his
Depp
penthouse.
or one of his assistants gave you a master key to all the penthouses that he owned, correct?
Yes.
Mr. Depp never charged Mr. Drew for rent while he lived at Penthouse 1, did he?
He did not charge him
To
any
the people
rent.
saying shush in the chat, you
Either of
cannot
you
tell
get
me you
physical?
care about this video deposition
No.
at this point. I mean, it'll eventually have some good info.
And how was
Right
this
now is
argument
ridiculous.
resolved?
We talked it out.
You recalled another argument with Ms. Heard at Holly House, is that correct?
Mm-hmm.
What was this argument about?
Oh!
I think that we were setting up for Thanksgiving, and we were looking for maybe some glasses or some dishware. We had just moved in, and we couldn't find them anywhere. And then she finally found them in a place that I thought I had looked, and
Funny story.
we started arguing about that. She thought that I wasn't looking hard enough, I think, and I told her that I thought that I looked there. Yeah, I think that's what their argument was about.
We're starting to see why you aren't friends anymore.
Was this just a verbal altercation or did you get physical with each other?
Physical.
Yes.
Yeah, I believe that I pushed her.
What a bunch of
How did
psychos.
Ms.
They're all adults when this
Amber
is
Heard react
happening.
to that?
She She either pushed or hit me back. Yeah.
Yeah.
You know where she hit you?
I think it was on my cheek.
Do you recall any other physical altercations that you've had with Miss Amber Heard?
No.
How did she push you on your cheek?
Do you
I'm
recall
sure
any
you remember she did hit
instances
you.
when you saw
Not put
Amber
you-
Heard get into a fight with someone else.
No.
In the time you've known Amber Heard, have you ever seen her wear hair extensions?
Ooh. Yes, this is Camille doing the questioning
Yeah.
for now.
Yes.
Yeah, I have. Oh, well.
Did she have hair extensions in while she was in a relationship with Mr. Depp?
I don't know when exactly she had them throughout the time of knowing her.
I'm going to mark as Pennington Exhibit 1, Ms. Pennington's witness statement in the UK proceeding, which is dated June 16th, 2020. Ms. Pennington, first and foremost, do you recognize this document?
Yes.
Ms. Pennington, this is a sworn witness statement that you provided in the UK, right?
I understand. I wanted to get to the bottom and make sure that this was the one that I signed and saw the date, and that was the full document. I just finished it. Yes, this is the document.
Did you write this witness statement yourself?
Testy. No. You didn't write the witness statement yourself.
Yes.
God, why did they lie about
I'm
this?
sorry, I didn't catch that.
Yes.
I didn't catch that lie. Could you repeat that?
Did anyone help you write this?
No.
Did Amber Heard help you write this?
No.
Did one of her lawyers?
Did Amber Heard's counsel help you write this?
No.
Of course they did.
Other than your attorney, did you speak with anyone about the preparation of this witness statement?
No.
Could please turn to the 10th page of the document where your signature is.
I like this.
or
Reno
a
Fabia
signature is.
says, to be clear, you had a physical altercation because you didn't look hard enough for dishware?
Is that your signature on the 10th page of this document, Ms. Pennington?
That is my e-signature, yes.
Are all the statements in this document true to the best of your knowledge and recollection?
Yes.
You previously testified that you went on a trip to Hicksville with Ms. Heard, Mr. Depp, and some other friends. Is that correct?
Yes.
Do you recall when this trip occurred?
Not off the top of my head.
Do you recall who else went on that trip?
Yes.
Do you not
Who
remember
else was
because
on
of all
that
the
trip?
mushrooms?
Whitney Heard. Nathan, who was one of Johnny's assistants. Brittany Eustace. Kelly Milano.
Got red hots today on the table.
Anyone else that you can
It's
recall?
just a trap for his lawyer.
Trying to remember.
Steals another candy.
Those are ecstasy, Ben. You shouldn't have eaten 4 of them.
No, I don't remember anybody else.
That's my bag full of MDMA.
Where were you all staying?
At
Don't become
Hicksville
violent
Taylor
now.
Park.
Did you personally witness Mr. Depp become, quote, angry and aggressive, end quote, toward a friend of yours?
Yes.
Relative to where Mr. Depp was, where were you when this occurred?
We were around a campfire.
my question is a bit more specific. Relative to where Mr. Depp was when this occurred, where were you sitting or standing?
I was at the same campfire.
How close were you
In
to
a
Mr.
circle.
Depp?
6 to 10 feet.
What time of day did this occur?
Evening.
Have you consumed any drugs or alcohol at this time?
Most of them.
Only what I could find.
I think so.
But then again, I have a history of not looking
What do
very
you
hard,
recall
so I didn't find
consuming
very many.
at that time?
I don't remember.
When you love it,
Likely wine.
all your witnesses are
I don't
on some
remember
sort of
specifically.
mind-altering substance
Do you smoke
at
any
the time
weed?
of all of these instances.
No.
Did you consume any cocaine?
No.
Have you consumed any mushrooms?
Yes. Notice that.
Are you still on mushrooms?
No, no. Have you consumed any mushrooms?
Have you consumed any MDMA?
No.
Thank God I grew up poor, man. We only had one illicit drug at a time.
Quote, angry and
Didn't have
aggressive.
this whole basket of options.
Kelly Sue.
It's like a tea bag of
How did
drugs.
you
You just
know
put it
her?
in your mouth, chew it up, and pull out a cheesecloth later.
She was
Like one of those carousel spice
married
racks.
to a work friend of mine.
Do you have any independent recollection of how long you had known Kelly Sue Milano by the time Hicksville?
Yeah, guys, this is not the UFC Rocky Pennington.
It is not the UFC Rocky Pennington. I know it's a very remarkable
More than 1
coincidence
year,
with the
less
name.
than 2.
What did you witness Kelly Sue Milano doing that evening before Mr. Depp became, quote, angry and aggressive?
I witnessed her hang out with the rest of the group.
Did you see her consume any alcohol?
Not that I remember.
Do you see her smoke any weed?
Who this shit is Kelly Sue Milano?
No.
Is that the chick that was hitting on Amber
Consume
Heard?
cocaine?
But
Yeah.
Johnny threatened to break her
No.
wrist or whatever?
Did you see her consume any mushrooms?
Who I assume is not deposed or called in this case at all.
Maybe 1. So I'm genuinely trying to remember.
Yeah. Says every sincere testifier
I
everywhere.
saw her eat some amount. I don't know how much.
Did you see her consume any MDMA?
No.
I figured they had no idea
You
what this
testified
chick's
that Mr.
name
Depp
was.
said words to the effect of, quote, get off my woman, end quote, to your friend. Is that right?
I testified that.
Did you personally hear Mr. Depp say that?
Yes.
Is this the quote,
Get my
angry
wife's name
and
out of your
aggressive,
mouth.
end quote, conduct by Mr. Depp that you testified to?
Yes.
Other than telling Kelly Sue Milano to, quote, get off his woman, end quote, what did you personally observe Mr. Depp do that was, quote, angry and aggressive, end quote?
That was what happened. Then I think Kelly and Amber were hugging on a chair out by the fire. He came out of nowhere, said that, and then I think that Amber and Johnny went back to their trailer.
Other than hearing Mr. Depp say something to the effect of get off my woman, what did you personally observe Mr. Depp do that was, quote, angry and aggressive?
That's it.
Did you hear Amber say anything to Mr. Depp?
I don't remember her saying anything.
Did you hear Amber Heard raise her voice when speaking to Mr. Depp?
No.
What, if anything, do you remember about Amber's reaction to Mr. Depp's behavior?
She was trying to comfort him.
This evening in Hicksville, did you ever see Amber Heard consume any drugs or alcohol?
I didn't see it.
You didn't see Ms. Heard drink any wine?
Yeah, I don't remember a specific time watching her take a sip of a drink.
Was she holding a drink?
I don't remember.
And this evening in Hicksville, did you see Mr. Depp consume any drugs or alcohol?
I didn't see any specific image in my mind of him consume.
Did you personally witness Mr. Depp, quote, in a rage, end quote, that Ms. Heard described?
Did I personally witness the rage in the trailer?
Yeah.
No.
Did you hear Mr. Depp yelling in the trailer?
No.
Did you hear Ms. Heard yelling in the trailer?
No.
Did you personally see that the trailer was, quote, trashed, as Ms. Heard described?
The next morning?
Yeah.
Yes.
What specifically did you see in the trailer?
The thing I remember specifically was the light fixtures had been knocked off.
So you didn't see Mr. Depp knock off the light fixtures in the trailer, is that correct?
I did not see it.
So the only thing you know about what happened in that trailer is what Ms. Heard told you and your observations of the light fixtures being knocked off. Is that correct?
The only thing I know about what happened in the trailer is what she told me and what I saw the next morning.
And the only thing you saw the next morning was that the light fixtures had been knocked off. Is that correct?
That was not the only thing I saw. It is the specific thing I saw.
What else do you recall about
What
the
else
trailer?
did you see?
It was in a general disarray.
Kind of like your memory.
What does that mean?
Was
Like, were they packing maybe?
trash. It was torn apart.
What does torn
besides
apart
the light
mean?
fixtures were thrown apart?
What else is broken?
I've already
Was
told
there
you
debris?
specifically. I remember
Things
the light
turned
fixtures,
over, things broken, things
rest
off the
is a
walls,
general-
things hanging.
disarray.
What is a general disarray to you, Ms. Pennington?
Stuff off the counters, cushions thrown around, things strewn about on the floor.
Did you see Ms. Heard shortly after she returned from Australia?
All right, why don't we just stop
Yes.
right there? So that'd be a
Thank
good breaking point, I think.
God.
Okay,
Thank you, Judge.
perfect. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's go ahead and break for the evening. Again, do not discuss
Judge threw in the towel
this case with
15 minutes
anybody, and don't
early
do any
today.
outside research, and we'll see you in the morning at 9 o'clock, all right? Get some sleep. Okay?
Look at how thinned out the jury gallery or the gallery is. Way less. I mean, people are just piecing out. These video depositions are a complete drag.
Yeah. Yep.
Oh.
All right, I just have a few items. Just for the record, I want to make sure exhibit plaintiff 1248 from yesterday actually should be corrected in the record to plaintiff's 1248A. Is that correct?
That's correct, Your Honor. Thank you.
Okay, good. All right. And so the witnesses tomorrow, are they live, remote, or do we need a
We have
web link?
one live witness tomorrow. The rest are all video depositions.
So they're all depositions, so we don't need a WebEx link?
No.
Okay. All right. Other than that, jury instructions and verdict forms. I have received jury instructions from both parties. Thank you for that. However, I have not received agreed upon jury instructions as requested. So I'm not sure if that has happened or not happened as far as getting don't
I've got a
agree.
pretty good guess.
So we have been trying to meet both of them for a week.
But, you know,
Your Honor, they're identified and emailed to Sammy.
okay, so the ones that you agreed upon?
Yes.
Okay, that's fine. So if you could do the same and just give me which ones you agree upon, I'd appreciate that. If we can get also by Thursday, your objections to the ones that you don't agree upon in writing to me by Thursday morning, okay?
Yes,
Can we get that? Just so I know what you're objecting to, because I only have 2 hours on Friday morning from 8 a.m. to 10 a.m. to deal with this issue. So I want to make sure we're all prepared to get that done at that time frame, okay?
Understood, Your Honor.
All right,
Yes.
great.
Your
Anything?
Honor, I just want to make clear, we haven't seen what they sent until they sent today. So
Okay,
we've been
that's
trying to
fine.
meet and confer about this for a week and have.
I'm not
I
interested in
don't
anybody's finger pointing, but I understand, but we'll just go forward from
Very
here.
good.
And if I can get them Thursday morning, that'd be fantastic, okay?
Understood.
All right,
Thank
great.
you,
All
Your
right,
Honor.
have a good evening and we'll see you in the morning, okay?
You're still a week and a half out from closing arguments. We're trying to meet and confer with them for a week. She doesn't care. You got plenty of time to hammer out the jury instructions. If this were 2 days before close, that'd be a different story.
Yeah.
So someone is saying that, look at the TV. Oh, it's going to sink down. Oh, I want one. People are saying that, that Law and Lumber had reported yesterday. I don't know if this is true, but it reported yesterday that there's an alleged scuffle confrontation between Amber Heard and Elaine. So who knows, but I'm not sure I've seen any evidence of that. Elaine was doing the testimony today, but I haven't actually seen the that allegation from Law and Lumber either. So that would be interesting to find out. I have no idea.
So I have some background information about Io Tillett-Wright, who was the witness before this, and they conveniently did not go over the reason why Io Tillett-Wright stopped being friends with Johnny in the fall of 2015. And so the reason for that was because Io did another one of these LGBTQ photo projects, just a online campaign thing where he takes portraits of LGBTQ people and went behind Johnny's back to his 16-year-old daughter, Lily Rose Depp, and persuaded her to participate in this project. Lily Rose, by her account, wanted to support the campaign. And so Io took her photo, released it on the internet, and announced to the world that Lily Rose is somewhere on the spectrum of the LGBTQ. Lily Rose is not on the spectrum of the LGBTQ and ended up, there was a big media explosion, of course, when that comes out. Lily Rose Depp announces she's bisexual. So she ended up having to make a statement correcting that, saying, no, I'm straight. I just was trying to support this project. So Johnny Depp, I think, understandably, was a little bit upset about how this unfolded without his consent. And that is the reason why in August 2015, when this campaign happened, he cut off the relationship with Io.
It seems hard to get on Johnny Depp's bad side, but it seems like that's one way to do it.
Yeah.
pretty understandable. And again, for people out there who may be thinking, well, I mean, what's the big deal? I mean, this is a celebrity kid, and every announcement from everything that you do in your life is scandalized, scrutinized. Someone is trying to profit from it. And some celebrities are trying to shield their children from as much publicity as possible and let them be the kids that they are, rather than, can you imagine? I mean, if she actually came out as some stripe of LGBT, there'd be people trying to bring her to the Met Gala, for example. There'd be designers trying to exploit her status as much as possible. So what a nightmare that is. Yeah, I probably would have uppercut him to the freaking moon for doing something like that with my kid. Woo. Well, any other takeaways from the testimony, the deposition testimony. I hate these video depositions. I hate them.
They're really boring. I'm a little bit let down so far with Raquel, just because I had gotten my hopes up going through the exhibit lists and seeing that some of her text messages in a Celebrate report were part of Johnny's evidence. And so I had high hopes that maybe she had cooperated, but it doesn't look like that is the case. She is just sticking to the UK line as closely as she can. Raquel is not the smartest witness, as you can see. She deviates from Amber's version of events in many ways. So I expect it's just going to be more picking her apart on the details and the inconsistencies with what the other folks say.
Yeah, but they said it's a long one, so we're in for a bit of a stretch starting tomorrow. Overall, thoughts on the day? Was it good or bad for Johnny Depp? Either of you want to contribute to that?
Well, good day overall, sure.
Very tough question.
I mean, it ended on this horrible low note. These are the last two depositions, video depositions, but
yeah,
good day for him. He should be happy going home today.
And the video depositions are a low note in energy, but I don't think anything in the video depositions of either person so far has done any damage to Johnny Depp. So all of the allegations about what happened are just, they came from Amber Heard. Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
except for Io now putting a bunch of words in Johnny's mouth. Supposedly, Io is his confidant. All the people he's been close to for years, he's never told any of this stuff, but Johnny chooses to tell Io. I mean, I think the credibility of that is going to speak for itself.
Right. It's a mess. The one lesson everybody should learn is be more discerning about your friends. Everybody should take that away. If you ever get filthy, disgusting rich, don't just buy everybody a penthouse and 17 houses and call it a day. They're all leeches. And this is the thanks that you get back, of course. The support of these weird, what look to be, to me, false allegations against you. Okay, well, I'm gonna delve into super chats. There are quite a few of those. If either of you have to go at any time, please do. DUI guy has the link. I don't know if he's gonna come on to the chat. They're saying get him on. I don't have his phone number. I don't think, but I'll ping him real quick on this messaging thing.
So I'm going to pop out at some point, but I do want to say real quick before I get there, thank you for getting me to 9,100 YouTube subscribers.
9,100.
Up another 3,000.
Great.
Guys,
I know. That's crazy.
No. Guys, that just means she's 900 away from 10,000 subscribers. I know there's 900 of you here that, like Andrea, want to see her content, want to hear more of her insight. Click on the description. Go hit that subscribe button right now. Let's get her to 10,000 as fast as possible. She has done so much work on this case, knows so much about it, and her insight's so valuable. Make sure you go ahead and hit that subscription button on her channel, please. Like I said, you can pull up the description right below your video and just click the link. It'll take you right there.
And Nick, I'm going to have to sign off, but before I do, thanks for having me as always. Andrea, great seeing you again. Congratulations on your rapidly growing YouTube channel. And I'll just remind folks, I am having one of my full-day Law of Self-Defense advanced courses on this Saturday. Still time to sign up. Few seats left. That's the URL under my picture there, lawofselfdefense.com/live online for that course. All right, folks. Again, thanks, Nick. And I'll look forward to joining you all tomorrow, I guess. Take care.
See you later, man. Have a good one. All right. I think you hit 10K. I think you did.
We can do it. I know we can. Oh my Lord. Look at that. It's at 10,300. My goodness.
All right. All right. Awesome. Well-deserved, well-earned.
You guys, the power, I have to tell you, it's almost a little intimidating.
No, it's good community looking for good stuff. They like this kind of content. They like, this exposure to the legal world that you couldn't get. I mean, just a couple years ago, you have to go through Court TV or a CNN correspondent. Oh my God, God forbid
Yeah.
you have to deal with that. Now people can get direct access, but with qualified commentary to go with it. I mean, it's just, it's something great. And the community out there in the chat is, you know, they're okay, I guess. I'm going to berate all of you later. Once we get to 11 p.m. showtime, I'm going to berate all of you. But for now, I'll say, I guess you guys are kind of okay.
We're kind of all right.
With that, I'm going to start reading super chats. If anybody joins, they'll join. Andrea, when you have to go, not a problem. Just let me know. And so I can say goodbye. And then until then, here we go. California girl says, I want Camille to make her fake cry. She didn't fake cry until Camille left. And then she tried to fake cry, but she's so bad at this. There was no way a fake cry was going to, or like a real believable cry was going to come out of this woman. I think they learned that after the first day, and they really kind of tamed it down. I thought she would try and cry to break up Cross before they started, but she couldn't do it. An orange sea lion says, I watched the Timcast with Matt Bender. Oh, it looks like Bender, and kept going objection non-responsive when he would try to deflect. In other news, the future of Amber's OnlyFans career will be interesting for science, of course. Well, if she's going to hit it, she better hit it hard. Because, I mean, when you look at Amber a couple years ago for her deposition, she looked a lot more marketable than she does today. I don't know what it is. Maybe I'm just a misogynistic jerk. I think it's her cheek fills. I think her face looks fuller and rounder, and not in a positive way. I think she pulls off that like gaunt Calvin Klein model look pretty well, and she lost that. So,
well, there is some speculation that she's had actual implants, like actual cheek implants, and they don't seem to be very well done. They aren't proportionate. They don't seem to really suit her facial structure, and that's part of what is making her face look moony.
Yeah, it looks really weird, and the way she does the makeup, because if I'm her and I'm looking in the mirror every morning going, my cheeks don't look right, I wanted them to look sharper, more pronounced. Now they just look big. She does that highlight up top, and she really shades down below, and to try and draw the image in to get back to what she looked like. I think she's got a lot of regret around it. To me, it does not look good. Texas Red says the only thing that looks deader than Princess Diana in a French tunnel is Amber Heard on the witness stand. Oh, damn. Let's see. Christopher Schaffer says the only way to end Cross would have been with, so not only did the cop in Austin lie, but X lied, Y lied, Z lied. The only person this entire trial that has been honest at all is you, right? Or that would be the only better way to end Cross. That would be good, but I think that line gets a little bit, it goes on a little too long. I just think the boom of, this isn't the only person you've physically abused, is it? Not just Johnny Depp. I've never abused anyone. No further questions. That's it. I think that was a good mic drop and a good exit point. Crushing on Curry says Amber claims that bruise on her arm was there for 2 weeks before she took that picture, but every instance of injuries to her face healed in under a day. Please use this in closing. Wombat Mommy, thanks for the donation. Wick Dipper says, well, and their closing argument doesn't actually have to get too into the weeds on any of this stuff. I mean, really, this is a defamation case. So the closing argument has to come basically in this form. You've heard a lot of testimony from all sorts of people about the relationship of Amber Heard and Johnny Depp. Most importantly, you've heard from those two. And what we can definitely say is that their relationship was tumultuous. It was chaotic. It was hot and cold. But what you cannot find is evidence of actual abuse from Johnny Depp to Amber Heard. And that's what Amber Heard claimed in her statements. That's what she told the world. And more importantly, as we heard from Richard Marks, the entertainment lawyer, that's what she was telling the industry. And that's why they canceled Johnny Depp. And I think you really get down to that. But there's a lot of fun internet speculation that goes on. But if you start getting into a closing argument, you will make hours and hours of details and spirals and spider webs all over the whiteboard. And I think that can get a little too to be a little too much for a jury when you want to hit that simple point of this isn't what she said it was, and that's what defamation is. Wick Dipper. Sounds like the judge or someone at her conference may have watched some coverage of everyone ripping her apart about objections and is done with Cat Lady making her look like a fool. I was unreasonably happy when she said it's not a cure-all to say what if anything. That was, I've been saying that for days now. Tofu Poncho with a big chat. Whoa, thank you. Says, I never would have been here live for this epic spectacle, let alone appreciated it without the great commentary. We got to world class. Those words have lost all meaning. What if any? What if Annie? What a fanny? Thank you, Tofu Poncho. No, that she closed out cross-examination extremely well. Much better than it was going into the lunch break. The troll, formerly known as I Can Taste Fried Food, is Amber's team going to file charges against Mommy Camille for elder abuse? They should consider it. They should consider it. I'm really curious. What am I thinking here? I'm really curious what about that Law and Lumber comment that I saw about him alleging a fight between those two. It happens. Attorneys want to go one way, client wants to go another way. Attorneys are like, this is really a terrible plan. Client says, you're going to do what you're paid to do. And some attorneys don't like that. So who knows?
Yeah.
Don Booze says, Google Chanley Painter bikini. You're welcome. She was Miss Arkansas, so I'm sure there is a bikini picture of her somewhere. Sophia MBA says, God bless Johnny Depp. He sucked us all into the hell that is Amber Heard. Lies, multiple personalities. Webster's needs a new definition for Amber Heard liar. You law tube gurus need to tag team this kind of evil. Okay.
I'm down to tag team evil anytime. Tag me in. I'm there.
There we go. I never know what that means. That's that I don't know what that looks like. But if it involves a sword or a hammer or something, I'm game. Lace Zay says, sorry, I am behind. Why was the TMZ thing a huge deal? The TMZ thing's a huge deal because Amber Heard testified that she basically had no idea how any of the press got there. She didn't know, she tried to do this quietly. Remember, her narrative is, I was trying to protect Johnny Depp, which is why I filed for a public domestic relations order, which is why I sent one demand letter without entering into any sort of negotiations. Like, because
I threatened to serve him on the premiere of his new movie on the red carpet.
Right. It's like you actually can do a very quiet divorce, because all of these things can be settled as private settlement matters. You can have both parties agree to a mutual dissolution. Judge will just rubber stamp the order and say that it's been, handled according to the parties' agreement, and it's all good. It's done. And that's how many celebrity divorces go, because they don't want to get into all the financials and all of that stuff. It gets very sensitive very quickly. That's the way to do it. What she did was about as public as you can make it without literally standing there with a bullhorn.
Yeah, calling a press conference is about the only thing she didn't do.
Right. And she kind of did. She leaked to TMZ or had someone leak to TMZ, brought her publicist, who may have been the one to leak to TMZ, the video, the filing itself. And then when she shows up, miraculously, all the paparazzi are there just waiting for her to exit.
The one day she doesn't wear any makeup.
Right. Yeah. The one day in her entire life, according to her, because just being out in the sun is damaging to her skin. So she has to wear makeup and at least sunscreen, but none of that on that day. But yeah, the whole reason it was a big deal is because she told the jury that she tried to do this as quiet as possible, to have her say, because TMZ had been informed, and do that. Oh,
yeah. The visual was just beautiful. To literally shut her mouth with her own hands. We all saw it. It was great.
Yeah. That just, it destroyed her credibility, whatever she may have had. It just shattered it with a hammer. Mike Doherty says, for your Foley catheter fund. Love the content. Thank you. Olivier Jansen says, will Amber face criminal charges for lying on the stand? Not in the U.S. There are now rumblings that have been coming out today that Amber Heard is facing a potential perjury charge in the U.K. related to her testimony. That is reported by, I think, Daily Mail. And I saw some people on Twitter talking about that from a quote unquote reliable source. We'll have to see what happens. This is the danger of having multiple testimonies in multiple jurisdictions and not sticking to the same story is a big problem. But I think the reality is her being able to be cross-examined in the US when did they even get to cross-examine her in the UK?
They did get to cross-examine her, but the process works quite a bit differently because they're basically limited to the witness statement. And essentially, there's just a lot of ways that the proponent of her as a witness gets to control the narrative that the defendant is able to elicit. So they're very limited in their ability to do an effective cross-examination because they don't have the discovery tools to be able to put that evidence in front of her, like we saw Camille doing, just carpet bombing her with the facts.
Right.
They were hamstrung with that in the UK. So it was a very limiting process.
But now she has made statements under oath that contradict testimony in the UK, because if I'm not mistaken, her testimony in the UK was that she had actually donated. Well, I mean,
Yes.
Camille read that from her transcript. She had donated the money to the ACLU and to the Children's Hospital. That had happened. It's in the past tense.
Yes.
And she can try and say that, well, I'm using them synonymously. I don't know what the perjury laws in the UK are, but I would much rather be charged with perjury in the United States than in the UK or anywhere else in the world.
And when you look at that statement too, in the context where she wrote it, it's an entire paragraph specifically dealing with the fact that Johnny has challenged her credibility by referring to her as a gold digger and suggesting she was motivated to make up this abuse hoax for money. And so she's explaining, obviously that's preposterous. I had no interest. I was financially independent my whole career, and I gave away my entire divorce settlement. So it was in her entire intention that people would believe that she had, in fact, kept none of the $7 million, because that's what she's trying to imply. It doesn't have the same effect if you're like, well, I kept $6.8 million of it. you know, so that doesn't undercut his argument that you were doing this for the money.
Yeah, and the real crazy thing, of course, is had she just pledged a portion of it, like a sane person, this would never have been a problem for her. She just said, I'll be making sizable contributions to these charities, from this divorce proceeding. This isn't about money for me. I'll be making some, and then, she makes a couple $100,000 contributions. Even has Elon make the 500,000. She gets to walk out of there donating what, 750,000 to each, quote unquote donating, and looks really good. I mean, anybody's like, man, you get $7 million. You give over 20% of that to charity. That's not a bad look at all. But she played herself.
Yeah. Story of Amber right there. She played herself.
Yes. Angelo James says the current panel is by far my favorite. Not a simp, but Andrea has great analysis. I agree. Mike likes tacos. Thank you for the huge donation, Mike. Sorry I missed it earlier. Says if you're enjoying the Heard trial, you should look into Holden D Snuts. Cheers to 400,000, you shyster lawyer. Thank you, Mike. Very much appreciated. See, Goody, congrats on 400,000. Can we get a toast? Seems fitting. Only took like 2 years to get that 24-hour stream you said we'd get at like 100K. No, it's been a year and 5 months. Okay. Or some nonsense back then. You might owe us 2 now. Here's to hopefully many more milestones. After this 24-hour stream that I owe on you, I don't think I'll ever do one again. They're just a nightmare. But I can do a little toast to me. Well, mostly to you guys, but mostly me. Smartass 69 says a suggestion for a stream with you and Andrea. Do an overview of the Vic case and get her reaction. Oh, that one's.
We'll chat.
I'm waiting for that appeal to come back, and we'll see what happens. To the chat, being so generous with their clicking of buttons, with their watching of videos, and with their super chatting selves. Thank you so much for joining us, joining me, and making this weird accident into a career. May you make many more careers with many more people. And also, cheers to Andrea on 11,000 subscribers.
Almost at 11.5 already. Thank you guys.
Oh my goodness. Here we go. No Guard says video depots so boring. Even the lawyers are falling asleep. They're hard to watch.
But it's the beauty, because if everybody else is falling asleep, the jury is also falling asleep. None of that landed. All that they are going to remember from today is what happened to Amber Heard in that direct examination, and how Elaine could not rehabilitate her client to save her life. After that, we might as well take a nap. There's really nothing worth paying attention to.
Yeah, I think, and I think the strategy is actually maybe smart to pad a bunch of video depositions after Amber and numb the jury's mind. I mean, today it's bad because they're going to go home thinking, but there's no way around what they're going to go home remembering from today. But if they have all video depots tomorrow, it's like 8 hours of just a disaster. The jurors are they're going to hate it, but it's going to be, it's going to be whatever. It's going to be done. And then they may not remember how bad Amber was by the time the next live witness gets on the stand. So we'll see. I don't know what else you do with Amber Heard as a witness. Steve C says
you try to bury her in the middle, like you said, and I think that's all you can really hope for.
Yeah. This guy, Steve C says, this guy is why OnlyFans exists. Wait, I.O. Pennington or I.O. not Pennington, I.O. Tell it right. That is, I swear that name is prejudicial, right? Like it just, I hate the way that sounds. It sounds like a claim to honesty. Lil Pug, my fetish is dressing up as a policeman and being exposed as a liar by Andrea. Oh my God.
Oh, you want to be a dirty cop? You want to be a dirty cop?
Not on the stand, Miss Andrea. Sir Zarek says, congrats on the 400,000 subs, Nick. It's been awesome seeing your channel grow. Hey, thank you. DZV Titan, Johnny, when sober, was magical, wonderful. Sounds a lot like how Turd describes Johnny. Wonder if she stole the descriptions from him or if he's just regurgitating what Turd told him because she's such a good ally. Margot Rana, congratulations on 400K. Been watching daily since 2019. Now I'm frantically packing up my apartment, preparing to move across the country for law school, and it's all your fault. Thanks for all you do. May God have mercy on me for creating even one more lawyer. Good luck. Good luck, Margot. Do well, read up, and participate in your class, and you'll be great. D what? Sent a woot sticker. Thank you. Tara Rayner, put some yellow spikes on Io's head and it's Bart Simpson post-puberty. The answers are creating on my brain. Asking to clarify a coherent question gives time to answer. Positive to Amber Heard. No longer friends. Anyone know why? Andrea explained it. Very, very shady stuff. Why aren't they cutting these pauses out of the video depots? I mean, some of like pause between question and answer from Rocky Pennington when she goes, no. On the mushrooms question, like, okay, keep that in. But there are some of the edits. It's like, why are you leaving a lot of this dead air in here still? Cut it down. I mean, these things are already too long. You're on a time constraint. Ugh. Quicksin LV says, I love when Andrew the Great pops in. Bring Buffy back. Wait, bring Buffy back.
Buffy's my puppy.
Oh, okay. I was wondering.
She's being a very good girl, being entertained by the husband right now.
Are you a Buffy the Vampire Slayer fan?
You know, it's funny. It's actually not a Buffy reference. It's actually a Jimmy Buffett reference.
Objection, Your Honor. Non-responsive. Are you a Buffy the Vampire Slayer fan?
I have never seen Buffy the Vampire Slayer.
Okay, thank you. What's your favorite Jimmy Buffett song?
Margaritaville.
Margaritaville's good. I like He Went to Paris. I think that's my favorite. I think that's what it's called. I don't know. That's what I think of it as. Winning Reality says Andrea has a friend with a channel called Colonel Kurtz. She's been covering this from a psych POV for years. She'd be a good addition to this crew right here. Branka sounds like a survivor. Hope he talks more from that POV. Yeah, his first wife stories always crack me up and then make me feel very sad. Felipe Move, hey, Nikki Rich, congrats on the 400,000 subs. More signed guitars in your future. That's true. Call me when you get one signed by Paul McCartney. I didn't buy them. I think at that same auction, I could have bought, I don't know if it was Paul McCartney. I think it was a Ringo Starr signed drum pad or something like that. I decided not to. By the way, I pledged this same amount in dollars to you. Oh, thank you. Perfect. Again, it's so nice when you guys pledge things so I can just go rely on that. Just me. I know it's a bad time for this joke, Andrea, but you said you had a plumbing problem. Or no, Andrew Branca. But you said you had a plumbing problem. Ask 100 people what they call the thing that heats the water in your house. 99 will say hot water heater. Hot water doesn't need to be heated. Well, there you go. Carrie Collins. Nick, Google this train wreck. Dear Lord, what a mess. Who? IO? I don't want to Google IO. Patricia McKay, thank you for the donation. We've got Tina Lewis. That pic of Amber's lip is a fever blister. Yeah, it looks like a fever blister, like a cut chapped lip that is kind of healed over. It did not look like someone whose lip got punched into a tooth and sliced. Those look a lot different. The cut isn't out here. It's inside or through, usually. So I don't find that credible at all. Brandon
It's not
James.
a contusion. I've seen a lot of people punched in the mouth. You get a bruise on your mouth, just like you get a bruise in other parts of your faces. It's small, it swells, it turns purple. It's a bruise. That was not a bruise.
Yeah. It swells below the lip line too. Like that looks like a wound on the lip, just a facial wound on the surface of the lip. Having a bruised lip or like a fat lip from getting punched, it swells around the area. You get discoloration below the red. There's none of that there. When Io testified that it was a fat lip, I'm like, it doesn't look swollen in any way to me. Brandon James, the idea that a Hollywood actress would suffer a broken nose from a punch and not go immediately to at least a plastic surgeon is ludicrous. Any movie star's career depends greatly on their looks. Yeah. I mean, that is a problem with a lot of this. Same with any of the scars that she would potentially have from any of this stuff. And especially they brought that out during some of the testimony. The split lip, you would need to have it treated by a plastic surgeon if you want to continue your career in Hollywood, because scarring right on the lip is going to ruin a lot of shots or cause a lot of makeup or digital post-processing. They want to minimize those. Keith Ray, covering the transcript is a win for Johnny Depp because it forces the jury to look at Amber Heard's face and not read the transcript. Oh, yeah, covering the transcript on the video. I don't know why Elaine had such a problem with the categorization of words that was on that video. I don't know if they're inaccurate or something, but yeah, I think I agree with Keith. That seemed like a win for Depp.
I think, like you said, it's just what she needed to do to break it up, to try to put off the inevitable, try to give Amber whatever opportunity she has to compose herself and prepare for what is coming.
Yeah, because they know what's on the tape, and there's no way to make it look good. The rolling of the eyes during during this fight that is so impactful that she's telling now it's this tearful thing. It's very violent. She was, Johnny was trapping her and all this stuff. There, she's rolling her eyes and smirking and eating during deposition. Like, I mean, I might do that if someone sued me over like an internet thing I did. I might do that because I would do the video later and it'd be funny. It looked like an asshole, but I mean, not in this, not in a serious case. You eat during your break, like a normal human. A Savage says, when
the
was
bathroom incident too now is another one that she got caught out, and so she split that into separate incidents, right? So she's now saying there's two bathroom incidents. One when she was trying to get Johnny Depp out of the bathroom. She was trying to break in to get him out of the bathroom because she was afraid he was going to choke on his own vomit.
Right.
and then the separate, toe scraping violent incident. So again, she just makes all this stuff up when she can't keep track of what story she told last time. And when she gets confronted with the evidence that contradicts her, just on the fly, it's so easy for her to fabricate something like, oh no, Johnny was going to choke on his vomit. I had to break into the bathroom.
Yeah, and that same thing happened today with, which I think was one of the weaker parts of Camille's cross-examination, just because I don't think she punctuated it well, but it was with the sexual assault story of grabbing her by her genitals was this. She's like, it's not here on page 57. She's like, well, it's on page 64. And the question should be, why the hell is it on page 64? Well, I didn't remember it was from this date. Oh, so now it's from this date. You just decided at this point that it is because it's convenient to ham-fist it in here. But you just kind of wrote this down as a nebulous accusation to save for later. That's not how this works.
Yeah.
A Savage says, when was the fight between her and her sister that was proven by the producers of the reality show Whitney was trying out for?
I don't remember the date of that reality show. I did see that on Twitter. I think it was actually on Andy Signor's channel last night. He had the producers from that reality show that have confirmed Whitney told them that Amber had beaten her up, and she showed up, with bruises and stuff. So they showed this reality TV show in the UK trial, this little section of it, and Whitney, denies that anything is happening on camera, and her explanation for it at the UK trial was, oh, this is just fake, this was just scripted. And so now the producers are apparently not having that, and are going on record that no, this was real.
There you go. Sherry Law says, oh, excuse me. Dear Amber Heard's baby, when mommy mentions Winnie the Pooh, run far, run fast, just get the hell out of there. Oh, this is from Yellow Flash 2. He says the TMZ video is after he found out he got screwed out of $650 million of his money by his old manager. Yeah, my understanding of the timeline is that maybe he got the phone call that morning, had he's pissed off at the world, so he's smashing some cabinets. Who hasn't done that in their life? And then, because cabinets suck anyway. And then I think 2 days later is the meeting in her birthday party, which would come. So, but yeah, I mean, I don't know that it's confirmed, but it's reasonable to infer that he would get a phone call that says, Johnny, you're in serious financial trouble. We need to have a meeting as soon as possible. When can you be here? And that's the kind of message that he's got. He already knows he's in some sort of financial trouble, right? Because that's why he's hiring the new guy. To look into things. So
yeah, good point.
One Last Idiot says, please remember IO can also mean several things: input, output, or a power symbol on off. I find it funny to use that for name with their pronouns. Next, Juan Sex 51 says, just catching up, but Cat Lady never brought up the charity fraud stuff on redirect. Are they just marking up yesterday as an L and not letting the turd get herself into more trouble? Tug, I think, accurately portrayed what happened. He said Elaine just rage quit the redirect. And I'm shocked that we got through redirect before the second break and before the day closed. Frankly, I thought they had so much work to do on redirect, but Elaine couldn't get through even a single question without getting just bombarded with objections from Camille, which was really excellently done. And it was, she looked frazzled, and she looked like that thing ended because she just didn't know where to go. But yeah, I think they left a lot on the table. They left a lot uncontroverted, and man, you wish they could do a summary judgment motion right now because I think Johnny would win. Cameron Mason, if I was on the jury, I would be the hell asleep. These witnesses being snappy makes them look bad, in my opinion. Talon's here singing, I saw her eat NDMAs and mushrooms. Okay, there you go. I saw her eat NDMAs and mushrooms. Next, Beep Ats. Hey, Nick, love your streams. Can you say hello to my dog who is both late and gay? He's bordering on being breaded. Hey, what's up to Beep Ats' dog? You are late and gay, and you were definitely breaded at this point. Catherine Ferris, thank you for the donation. Also says, hey, Nick, did you see Amber standing by herself as the court adjourned? Her lawyers are probably, yeah, I did see her kind of standing off to the side. Her lawyers are probably so tired of this gal and her open mouth, my way testimony. They're having to clean up. Cat Lady may have to retire after this. Well, I think Cat Lady may be able to retire with a bunch of either Amber Heard or Elon or ACLU's money on this one. That'll be one of the interesting things on damages that could really be kind of salacious in this case. Not relevant to the case particularly, but that question of who's paying for all of this for Amber Heard. Is there an indemnification agreement from ACLU? Is Elon Musk paying for it? Someone else, a studio. I would love to see that in damages discovery. Next, we have Deadly Vigilance. Do you think Camille's end of cross or her handling of redirect was better? They were both great. I couldn't put one above the other. Their ending of cross was literally about as well done as it could be done. The judge was not going to let any more of that domestic violence allegation come in. And the other big bombshell was the deposition thing. I mean, those two things back to back crushed her credibility. The only thing better, and the judge was not going to allow this, it seems, was to get to the nature of her being arrested because a police officer witnessed the violence. Yeah. And if they could have called that cop to come testify or to put in a video deposition, they would have happily done so. So no, I think they ended on a high point, but yeah, her redirect was phenomenal. Lydia Schwitz says the jurors, hey, what's up, Lydia? The jurors have been watching Camille. So says the DUI guy who has been in court. Yeah. I've been seeing him say the same thing, and I agree. Cynthia, $40 for 400,000, but really for C Goody for keeping at least 20 females here. Thanks, C Goody. You did it, brother. Closing up on the end of the larger chats, and then I'll move on to the rest of the chats. Rayona 1868 says you should go to Urban Dictionary and type Amber Heard or Amber Turd. Both of them work. Oof. Not a good way to be remembered. Over on Rumble, Slowpoke159 says, notice how almost every picture Camille puts up is immediately zoomed to best show the relevant region. No concerns about pinch and zoom and pixels or algorithms here. Well, also there are none of those. Nobody is alleging that there's a phantom gun raise being pointed that would be a violation of the law, which would change the entire case in a surprise video that hasn't been produced to both parties with adequate time. Bob Ricada, hey, what's up, Dad? Says congratulations on 400,000 plus subscribers. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. That's one of the two major reasons I exist in this world. Lieutenant Hobbit says, if you need fitness gear or some yoga gear, check out buyfitnessgoods.online. It's a small business that could use a boost. Support if possible. Over on Odyssey, let's see. Kurt wants on Uncivil. I sent you the StreamYard link earlier today, brother. It should be in your... I texted it to you at 9:40 a.m. You have it. Where was it? Oh yeah, here we go. We're over on Odyssey. See, Tuxedo. Oh wait, 12345 says I pledge 1 million Libri coin. Oh, thank you. God, these pledges are great. Mix, do you think when Netflix does a documentary on this, Amber's story might be more believable when they get a good actress to play her? Yeah, that'll be funny. But they'll do Amber's exact cross exam, but they'll have like, I don't know, a competent actress, like maybe Margot Robbie or something, play her on the stand, but she'll be actually believable and everybody will wonder how she lost. That'll be amazing. Hey, what's up, Kurt?
Yeah, thread. That's why I didn't see it. I didn't see your text message, but thank you for sending it to me.
You're welcome. You're welcome. How you doing, buddy?
This was I have so many strange feelings that I don't even know how to completely resolve in terms of how the day went. I'm not even really kidding. Like when the first part of the day when you know she was on the stand, and it's just listening to her and listening to the language she's using on these tapes, and you know the way she's just brazenly just, she doesn't seem bothered at all that what she's saying is completely contradicted by the evidence. They just ask, like, you, I mean, this was true yesterday too, but it felt more impactful today for some reason, where it's like you didn't see any marks, you know, you didn't see any marks on your back, you didn't see marks on your face, you didn't see marks in here. And then we got even more of that, and just like her ability to just blatantly deny it and like not care was amazing.
The lack of awareness of they're not visible to you.
Yeah.
Like, who do you think the jury is? I mean, the jury can't see the wounds either.
Yeah. And then like
She doesn't realize that, though. I really don't think she has that perspective of being able to see things the way an objective person does. She's Amber Heard's version of reality is all that Amber Heard understands.
Well, I mean, she's looking to the jury to see if things can play. So, I mean, that presumes that she can tell whether or not things are playing or not.
Yeah.
Maybe she just doesn't know what to do about it, that it's not playing, but I don't know. But I got really just, I don't even know what the right language is. Sad, depressed. I just felt like I was just being snowed, and the cognitive distance, I think, was the thing. It was just like I couldn't deal with the disparity between what I was seeing and what I was hearing. And I was just listening to it, and I was getting really like upset by it.
How'd you like Camille's handling of Cross?
It made me feel a lot better. I'll tell you what, it brought a real big smile to my face after my existential dread. Camille's Cross made me smile, and I was very, very, very happy.
Yeah, I thought it was great saving the domestic violence stuff for the very end, because they got into a little bit, and I had thought they had just lost all hope of it. But they had enough to get just the headline in, but apparently it seems like no official police record. So in doing that was great. And saving those depots for the end was brilliant, brilliantly done. Yeah. What about redirect?
The redirect made me even happier. I was shit-eating grin, man, during the redirect. I was just shit-eating grin for days, man. It was great. It's like, and you know, I don't know the degree to which this is necessarily Elaine's problem based on what we were hearing about from the courthouse yesterday in terms of her arguing with her client, because I think it might be true, although I don't know for sure. I think it might be true that she's doing what she's doing in terms of asking these leading questions and trying to like give her as much material, because she has no confidence in Amber Heard's ability to give an answer. Like every time she just goes off the path anyway with hearsay. So it's like, well, maybe if I feed her all the things and just ask her to give me back what I'm giving, maybe that will work. And so I think, I mean, I couldn't say for sure. Maybe she's not very good at Cross. Maybe she just doesn't know what to do, but that's not my first thought. My first thought is she's trying to sneak one by Camille Vasquez, which is just a total non-starter, because this woman is just absolutely poison on Cross in terms of objections. She's just absolutely poison. And she objects a lot more than I would, but I mean, she's just outstanding.
The moment, I would say in depending on who your opposing counsel is, she might have objected too much, but with Elaine, I mean, you could tell from the first part of yesterday that any objections started to rattle her very quickly. And so I thought she played that really, really well.
I think Camille Vasquez's like soft tone, which she maintains for the most part, is also very good for the jury, because it can be very frustrating to the jury with objections, because it's like you're denying them what they want to hear. But maybe it's a combination of her soft tone. Maybe it's just a combination of the fact the jury doesn't really want to hear anymore. So whatever she's doing, though, she's absolutely getting away with it in terms of my opinion, in terms of my view, in terms of asking these objections. It's not coming with any of the negative consequences that can sometimes result. So I think she's just absolutely killing it. And then just to add insult to injury to the whole thing, when she's done with the redirect, which lasts for 5 seconds, when she's done with the redirect, the judge says to Amber Heard, "Go sit at your counsel's table," which sounds suspiciously like an order. Amber Heard doesn't do that. Before the jury has any chance to leave, before anyone has any other chance to leave, she just gets off the stand, walks towards table, and she just keeps going. She goes through the door. The jury is sitting there the whole time.
So she did leave before the jury.
Oh yeah, we went back
Yeah,
and
I
watched
didn't
it just to
realize
double
that.
check because we couldn't believe it ourselves the first time.
That was
I'm gonna have to go back and rewatch that because I missed that.
We
I
couldn't
saw
believe it the
her.
first time either.
I saw her walk out in the huff, but I thought that the jury was already out. I totally missed that. I'm gonna have to
No.
rewatch
If you go
that.
back, I mean, yeah, I don't blame you because it's just like your eyes won't believe what you're seeing. But it's like as soon as she's done, the judge says, "Go sit back at counsel table." She just gets up and she walks and she just goes right out the door. I'm like, wow. So not only are you disrespecting the court's order, you're disrespecting the jury, and I'm like, you're done. You're done. You're toast. I don't know what we're covering for the next 2 weeks or whatever, but we might as well cover something else than the Johnny Depp trial because it's over, baby.
Yeah, the thing I've been saying for quite a bit of time during this case is this all comes down to, does the jury like and trust Johnny Depp or Amber Heard? At the end of the day, that's the critical question. And you can maybe bolster them with some outside people. You maybe cover up a blemish or two in their testimony with something. But I mean, if either one of them tanks their credibility, and so far the only one who has is Amber. And yeah, someone in the chat had mentioned that she left before the jury, but we didn't go back to verify it. But all I remember was her, like, she slams her hand into that door. The bailiff is following her out and she bolts straight out of that thing. And it was like that, even that to me, I'm like, if the jury sees that, they're going to be like, whoa, okay. Even if I wasn't thinking this was bad, I now think this was terrible. And for her to leave before the jury does is
unheard of. It's unfathomable.
Yeah.
It's just
She's showing such disrespect.
Again, it's just such a remarkable contrast with Johnny Depp, who got grilled in what I thought was a very petty and largely unfair kind of way. You know, mega pints, come on, but you saw the humor. He kept his humor throughout that process. And that is what I think draws such a big line under who is behaving more like an angry abuser in this courtroom in front of your very eyes. Johnny Depp, who's laughing off the opposing side's challenges, or Amber Heard, who stomps off in a huff.
Yeah, it's that's crazy and astounding that's that's that. But this is, again, this also implicates the credibility of her expert, because someone who acts the way she has acted looks like they've got borderline or histrionic personality disorder. She's acting consistent with the diagnosis exactly laid out by Dr. Curry.
Dr. Curry's diagnosis is looking real good right about now.
Yes,
They should just call her on rebuttal and she can just say, see, and then they can let her go. Like, that's it.
Yeah.
Dr. Curry,
One
anything
question,
you want to
any
say?
thoughts? Dr. Curry just gestures generally. Thank you. No further questions.
It goes away. No, it's and that's what you want. You want consistency on your side of the argument, inconsistency on hers. And I just think the angel making that they've been trying to do to Amber throughout this whole thing has been a critical error. It's probably client directed, but if the attorneys are not saying you have to show some blemish, and your blemish cannot be that you retaliate, your blemish has to be that you are an instigator of some of these altercations, not physically, but that you start screaming matches, that you controlled Johnny, that you would not let him go. They're not going to make you look that bad. People fight and they want to keep fighting, and those people don't deserve to be hit. So it's okay if you do these things, but the refusal to accept any responsibility for a single fight in their relationship is, while there's inconsistent texts, that's the other part of her saying, sorry, I'll be better. I won't start the fights. We won't do this. I won't bother you. I won't harangue you. All of that stuff being there really undercuts this angel making that they did. And I think that's a big error on their part.
I think I was physically ill, and I think I might still be, to be honest, because of her testimony today.
Oh, it was bad. It was bad. Tuxedo Blackfoot says, make no mistake, enabling abusers like Amber Heard is why Me Too exists, along with #BelieveAllWomen. Abusers don't want their victims to be capable of defending themselves or to get the truth out. I think there's some truth to that statement. Again, there are people who have legitimate claims, and many of them may have been involved in the Me Too movement in some way. But we also see a lot of people with patterns of abuse stepping down from the Me Too movement when those are exposed. Asia Argento being a big one. That was a big problem. But it is ripe for abuse because it came with so much power. Again, whenever you have a case like this where there's a publicly powerful male, they're purported to have all of this power, and then we see this movement come in and just shatter them entirely with an accusation. I mean, the fact that Harvey Weinstein was brought down at all should baffle people. Unlimited amounts of money, unlimited amounts of influence, connections up the wazoo. Some people come forward with some accusations, credible or not, like even credible accusations. You in 1986 probably would not have toppled, the Weinstein brothers or whatever. No. Elgonza 1000, I have no idea how to go about divulging private videos, but if I did, I would have done it better. Malik Foxon says, Elaine, here's how you do it. It's you give it to enough people to create deniability, and then there's an anonymous letter that goes to TMZ with a DVD in there. That's it. Or a thumb drive, as it were. Malik Foxon, Elaine looks like Biden up by that podium right now. Philibooty, can someone plead the fifth if they are facing prosecution in another country? I plead the fifth so I don't incriminate myself in another country. Could that be why the Australia pleading was not allowed in, as it is a pending case? I think the Australia pleading, I don't know that she actually raised her character for truthfulness sufficiently to impeach her general character for truthfulness. And then the Australia, my understanding of the Australia false statements is not specific enough to this case, or the allegations of this case to make it not overly prejudicial. I think the judge is being very, very conservative on prejudicial evidence, other acts evidence and stuff like that.
I was amazed they were able to bring in video depositions at all. I mean, I've never heard, today.
Yeah, I was surprised at that.
Yeah, well, when the objections came in, we thought they lost the ability to play it at all. And then we thought they lost, or I did at least. I shouldn't say we, but I thought they lost the ability to play the video and maybe just have audio. But it turns out they were just going over the text at the bottom, which I thought that's not a win for you. But no. Oh, real quick. No, you cannot plead the fifth for prosecution in another country, to my understanding.
That's a good question. I don't know about that. Jeopardy in another country.
I don't know.
Is that
great question?
That's probably a good Supreme Court case.
Yeah.
Malik. Let's see.
It's also interesting because every country has jurisdictions over its citizens, no matter where they go. And there is some U.S. law where you can commit crimes in other countries and still be prosecuted within the United States. And I can think of some examples. So I wonder if there's any possibility that, at least on some sort of hyper-technical level, because she committed perjury in Australia, she's potentially facing some federal charge in the United States, and that would give her a Fifth Amendment claim?
Oh, yeah, because we have that weird federal law where you cannot violate an international federal law, which is why eating certain types of lobster at certain types of year could really be a federal
The Lacey
crime.
Act.
Yeah.
Yes, the Lacey Act.
That's a great one. That's a great one, the Lacey Act. And also with the under 18 tourism.
Right, the sex tourism
is illegal. So if you go to a country, say, for example, Thailand, for the purpose of the under 18, even if it's legal in Thailand, it's still
when you come back,
in the United States. They can still prosecute you. There's a federal law on it. It's the more you know.
It's one where I agree with the principle behind it, but I have problems with the legal principles behind the idea that you can prosecute someone here for something they do outside of the jurisdiction of the U.S. I just would prefer to axe.
It's the same reason that they can charge you income tax no matter where you live. They have jurisdiction over you because you're a citizen. They have jurisdiction over you everywhere.
Yeah. 12345 says, "Hey Nick, a lawyer I follow on Twitter named Jay Winkler has tried to contact you to get on the show." No, he hasn't. I know who Jay Winkler is. You liar. He specialized in domestic violence cases. He would definitely be an addition to the panel. Please give him a chance to hop on. Thanks. Gonzo, so the UK imports kangaroos for their legal system. Yes. And then can Camille be charged with arson/murder soon? Yes.
Yeah.
Probably good that you skipped on those Ringo drums. Not only are the Beatles the most overrated band of all time, Ringo is the least talented of the three non-talented Beatles. I will never forgive Paul McCartney for that fucking Christmas song. So,
oh God, why did you just say that? Now you have implanted it, and I'm going to be stuck with it for a week. Nick,
Paul,
I hate you.
What song is it? I can't quite remember. Could you sing a bar?
No. Okay, I'm going mute. I'm going mute.
Jelly Miss says, Nick on Direct, Turd literally said that she has never said an untrue thing in her life. What are you talking about? Nothing for a truthful character. Okay, well, true. That is true. She did say that. They maybe they tried to raise that. I don't know. We don't know what happens at Sidebar, but that's a good point.
That's a pretty weak sauce to try to bring in this stuff. I know, but nice try.
Casey says, Nick, can I have a toast to my liver? My doctor said that it's not great. I guess it's time for sobriety.
I'm thinking about a mega pint of margaritas right about now. Let me tell you what.
I guess we can do a little toast to your liver. Oh my gosh.
Andrea, you want some margaritas?
Oh, do I want some margaritas?
To Casey's liver. The doctor didn't give it much time. Sobriety will hopefully save it. If only Casey can pull it off. Cheers to you, brother. Hopefully you're not doing dialysis this time next month. Timothy Reaper says she left early because she needed to go to bed. RGK86, Nick, can I get a toast to my amazing wife? She's a nurse, great mom. More importantly, nothing like Amber Heard. Thank you. To RGK's wife and to all of the ladies out there who are not the Amber Heards of the world, be good to your men, and men, of course, be good back to your ladies. Cheers. Keon, where did the J&A recorded conversations come from? Both of them, my understanding, is that they each recorded conversations. They had a general consent to record their arguments, which is probably why they agreed to allow most of them in, even though California is a two-party or an all-party state. But fighting over them would have gotten tricky because I think Johnny Depp even testified specifically that we agreed to record our arguments because they would criticize each other's argumentative tactics that they felt unfair. And the other person would not acknowledge that they did the thing. So they said, well, we'll record the arguments. Then you can hear yourself being a bitch.
I think they just stipulated to it because both sides want to use the other person's stuff, which necessarily includes their own words. So they just both stipulated to save the problem.
They seem pretty private, so they're recording on their own conversations. Yes. Or was one of them recording secretly? I think that TMZ video was intended to be recorded in secret and was without consent. It doesn't seem related to an argument, but again, that's going to come in maybe because it's, public at the time.
I think they just agreed to it. That's what I think the answer.
The recording she made in San Francisco, he's also said that one was done without his knowledge and consent, but nobody has really made a stink about that.
Yeah.
I also think that the cabinet slamming doesn't actually hurt Johnny Depp really, because she admits that she wasn't there. Nothing bad happened to her. She's just showing some concern for why he's in a pissy mood. And that doesn't bother me at all. And congrats on 400K.
And what does he do? He leaves and she chases him down the hall.
Yeah. Here's what doesn't make sense to me. I mean, I've never been in such a situation, but putting myself in a mindset, it's like if I were a victim of domestic violence, such as Amber Heard claims to be, and my partner came in and started just beating up the cabinets and closing them with force and just making a mess of things. I would think that the next thing that's going to happen is he's going to start beating up on me. And maybe I would be afraid / coward / concerned in some way that this is now going to result on beatings on me. And that didn't seem to be a thought that occurred to Amber Heard, which seemed very strange for a victim of domestic violence to my mind.
Yeah, I agree. She didn't seem concerned in any way that he was going to be violent towards her.
Yep.
And that video ends up to me looking in part like a setup because of that.
Yep.
Okay, so here is the
moment.
Here's the walkout. That Star Wars girl sent this 30-second clip to me. So let's take a peek at it real quick. Here we go.
I don't have any more questions, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. All right, ma'am, you can have a seat next to your attorney, okay?
Look at this. What's up?
You can go have a seat next to her. That's fine.
Look at this. Just gets up.
Bailiff comes around.
Just walks.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's go ahead and take our afternoon recess then for 15
just
minutes.
keeps
Not
walking.
with anybody and don't do any outside research, okay?
Just keeps walking.
Yeah, not the best move. The jury should not see you walking off like that. That is, yeah.
She's toast. She's toast. Her appeal is gone. Because like if I'm the Court of Appeals, I'm just like, but she walked up in front of the jury. Fuck you. How's that for some legal analysis?
Well, and again, I mean, so looking back on what's happened so far, I'm finding really hard questions for appeal outside of motions in limine that we may not be privy to. But those motions in limine seem to strongly favor Amber Heard on prior acts. I'm not aware of allegations of prior acts against Johnny Depp that they'd be trying to get in and didn't get in. They seem to have been able to go pretty roughshod over him on evidence. And he kicked open the door anyway to whatever they wanted to ask. I mean, he said, all I care about is the truth. I'm passionate about the truth. Everything I want to be completely open. Everything is open. So like, as the Court of Appeals, you got to be like, well, I mean, if you didn't want to ask the question after that, I don't know what you needed as permission. Like, did you want it? Did you need a valet? So with that, so on the other things, I mean, I can't see, the judge still is not allowing most of this stuff. She's ruling pretty consistently on objections in favor of both parties. There's no, there just does not seem to be any issues at present that would really be strong appeal points.
And evidentiary issues are not good appeal issues anyway, the overwhelming majority of the time, because the judge has a massive amount of discretion to make those decisions. And the burden is on the person saying, who is trying to offer the evidence to prove this would have changed the outcome. And when you have so much, that has come into a trial like this, that can affect those decisions. And ultimately, it comes down to a case of credibility. The jury is the ultimate decision maker on witness credibility that cannot be challenged on appeal. And so the verdict can always be sustained by the fact that they simply did not believe her. And I just don't see a lot to work with there from a motion in limine standpoint.
Yeah, the way you'd get like an evidentiary appeal would be something extremely prejudicial. This person has multiple records of pedophilia that are unrelated to the dispute, and so therefore that's brought in. It clearly prejudices the jury in that way. And it should never have come in. It's clear error or abuse of discretion by the judge. So that's how you do that. The main issue that they might have appeal on right now, which is extremely weak, is just her rulings as a matter of law on the motions to strike, which the only one that they could maybe win on, I think, would be the third one. And I think that's a really big stretch, because at the end of the day, the standard is for the judge is there a question of material fact that needs to be resolved by a jury in this issue? Well, the question of did she republish the thing by adding her commentary to it in the tweet becomes a question of material fact. Is that a publication for the purposes of is that a publication? Yes or no? And so as long as that's there, and she said in her ruling, the jury could find that she has sufficiently added material to make this a publication. And so you're probably not going to win on that one. And that's like her strongest appeal claim. And that's only one of the three statements. So it doesn't
She's
even get
probably
you to a
going to
win.
bitch and moan about her photographs not apparently being allowed in, from what we're seeing. But that's a classic situation of, again, judicial discretion. She's either held it out because of authentication problems, which, she's going to get to be the decision maker on that, unless Amber can show no reasonable judge would question the authenticity of her photos in light of all the evidence. She's not going to win on that issue. The only other option is that Judge Azcarate kept it out as a sanction.
Yep.
And sanctions as well are an arena where the judge has an enormous amount of discretion under the circumstances, the failure to produce and what was disclosed in the motion for sanctions. I don't see anything in there that would, be a big red flag for Judge Azcarate being overturned.
No, me either. What photos are there photos that are allegedly not being allowed in? I'm unaware of
She seemed to
specifics
suggest
on this.
that. She said that she basically said as much that there were photos, and I'd love to be able to show them to you. But that's up to them and stuff.
The
Like,
ones that she produced
it's a
to her
little snotty.
attorney.
There's so many photos of
Yeah.
the things I love to show you.
Well, the photoshopped ones.
Right. So the question is, well, the other question is, are those excluded? Are those photos of what she suggests that they are? That's I would love to find out the information on that. But because those were certainly curious questions. It's like, what do you mean about these photos? What photos? If you produce them, where are they?
Yeah.
So that clears that up a little bit. That there may have been some exclusions. JC says Amber should dress sexy for the rest of the trial. All she needs is a few distracted jurors. I don't know that she's going to get it at this point. I think that ship has sailed.
Yeah.
She tried with the see-through dress on the first full day of her direct examination. But if that didn't get the jurors, then I don't think she's got a
Was
hope.
it see-through? I didn't even notice.
Well, sheer. I mean, see-through may be a little strong. Sheer.
I missed a sheer dress. I wasn't paying attention. Shoot. Wait, was that her Handmaid's Tale? Like she had the cardigan over it? Is that the one?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, you really see it when she's walking back to the council table. It's a light-colored, fairly thin material dress and shadows and all that. So.
Sure. That's what I would do. Not as Amber Heard, but as me. That's how I would. Let's see. I think. Okay. Yeah. I'm about to enter into the smaller super chats. I've got a ways to go through that. I just like to warn everybody here. So I'm going to start going full in on those as soon as I scroll to the list. YouTube's got to load it. Come on. Here we go.
Guys, you got me to 12. I really appreciate it.
Awesome.
Oh, congratulations.
Congratulations on 4,400, by the way.
Incredible for a day when I started at like 2,600, I think. It's
just
quite
like
a rising tide.
It's a minor quintupling or whatever. It's not a big deal.
You got a quintuple?
I am going to have to pop out now. So thanks so much for having me again. Always appreciate it. And we'll do it again.
Always a pleasure. See you soon.
See ya.
Bye.
Since at least 100,000 of your new subscribers probably don't know me, you can also pop over to my channel on Civil Law and subscribe to me. That'd be great.
Absolutely. I think I've got you in the description
Excellent.
already. I do.
See, there you go.
All of my panelists today are in the description. Uncivil Law is included.
I think you should make a link to my
my
subscribe, a pinned comment in the chat.
Tell you what, if a mod wants to do, he already did. Here we
There you
go.
go. See?
I'll do that for you. Thank you to C Goody for sharing those links.
Thank you.
Andrew Sellers says, what happens if Heard runs out of time, but Depp has more left? Do they just get to go without opposition? In theory, yes.
In reality, I think yes. I think this judge will absolutely do it.
Yeah, that's what Law and Lumber has suggested, that she is that tight on the clock, that is her thing. You know what? That's the one good thing about Elaine's meltdown during redirect, is that she ended up just quitting out rather than dragging this through the end of the day and burning a bunch of time. Because I thought there's no way they were getting done with redirect before the end of the day. I thought maybe they would carry it to the end of the day. or like carry it to tomorrow morning and then say no further questions right at the beginning, just in case they thought of anything overnight. But man, that's their one saving grace is they saved about two and a half hours of time that they'll probably really need. Okay. Holy cats. Where do we go? I gotta find the place. Shoot. Richard S. This is appropriate. Morning Shyster. What's the over under on Elaine's psychotic break today? Well, I think we got close. We got close to it. I'll call it a push with the house on that one. The Toast Boy says my $3.5 million pledge to the Shyster in Chief. Oh, thank you. Stars says, how long has Johnny had his team of lawyers? Some longer than others. Camille has been on this thing through the UK trial. And that's why it's been great to see her do this takedown of Amber Heard. She's been training for this her whole life, right? Like this is the culminating moment of what she's been dealing with for the past several years. Timothy Reaper, you look a bit uncomfortable, Miss Heard. Do you need a bathroom break or a bedroom break? But seriously, do you think we'll hear about the dog poo incident today? They didn't even go there, and I think it's smart.
Yeah.
Because it doesn't, it's salacious and silly, but it doesn't really show abuse of Johnny Depp. And all she's going to do is deny that it's her.
Yeah.
And so you could really go on it, but I think they did it right. Boojalicious, different arrival reactions never get old. Winged Paragon, she walks with the light of God. We saw this yesterday when she began cross, which is more than fitting, despite the raping. Oh my God. Blossom and Gin, a couple of coins thrown your way for my favorite shock jock, very unbreaded. Kaiser Kyoshi, she wears white, so all witness her victim's blood. Fair Frozen, Conan the Barbarian, what is best in life is to stain your white coat in the blood of your enemies.
Yeah, a little bit.
Unless it's a wine turd, then that's just nasty. Timothy Brown, don't make me laugh too hard. I'm 4 stories up on a scaffold. Oh my goodness. Lurkmore, I've failed in my attempt to not simp for Camille now that she's dressed as the angel of death. Please accept a small pledge for $3.5 million as penance. Thank you. Ian Mack, do you think the brutality of yesterday will have a chilling effect on upcoming witnesses for Heard?
There's only one live witness left.
And it's Whitney, right?
I actually don't know.
I think she's the only
logical conclusion.
Live witness. By the way, guys, I can't wait. I'm so excited. You have no idea. I have been invited to appear on the Jesse Lee Peterson show. Have to work out a time. But he's my favorite interviewer on YouTube, hands down. Oh my goodness, I'm pumped.
I don't know who it is, but have fun.
Jesse Lee Peterson?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. You need to watch Jesse Lee Peterson interview Destiny.
Okay.
It's one of my favorite interviews ever. Oh gosh, he's great. Oh wait, I can show you who he is. He's this guy. Hold on, here we go.
Do you love black people?
Well, Kurt, answer the question, Kurt.
I love all people.
Do you love black people?
All people?
Do you love black people?
Yes.
Beta.
Oh, I love that guy. He's so funny. Oh, he's something else. It's a dream. It's a dream come true. Okay. Phoenix Lord Asterman, Runkle looks so out of place when he's not on Ulthuan. I agree. Rogue Ryan, my parents just went to New York City from London and couldn't believe how much more everything cost. Far cry from when we used to visit Florida in the early 2000s. Yeah. Oh, I don't even want to know how much everything costs in New York now. Good Lord. Brian, I want Camille to go back to the Coke table photo and bring up the other versions. Remember when we talked about this photo? Oops, This is a different version. Mic drop. Yeah, that'd be good. I really did want her to spend some time there and she didn't, which makes me sad, but I forgive her. That somebody 7, only DUI guy made it in seated in second row. F the line cutters pushing Rob and Runkle out. Cheryl Fodel, DUI guy is the only law tuber that got in today. God, that would piss me off. Tacitus, Kilgore. Can we loosen Branca's tie? Maybe get it off by the end of the stream. I think you got to throw singles at him for that, or like stuff him into his pant waistband. Jinzo Crash, Trump / Rand Paul, Camila's press secretary, 2024. Light Giver, the photo of the cocaine, clean ashtray, Johnny CD taken from her apartment prior to moving in with him. She planned to destroy him from the beginning. Femme fatale. Normally I would say no, like these long elaborate plans, but she might have had some sort of plan for this thing. Maybe not a plan to ruin Johnny Depp, but maybe a contingency if things weren't going the way she wanted. Some people set things up just in case. Skeleton, Nick, can you read tonight's Unbreaded in the style of Amber's sniveling testimony? Oh God, that'd be so hard. Thanks. Keep up the good work, my guy. I'll think about it. You and Young, just in, Amber Turd to be cut from Aquaman and the Lost Kingdom, but will be starring in Mullet Man and the Lost Pledges. Matthew Self, DUI guy made it in, the others didn't. Max Murrah, Andrew / Adam, I predict the same way LA Law got people to look at law school. Camille V's performance this week will do much more. Therefore, got to freshen up your videos on getting into law school. Mishka, yesterday, Turd wore bee earring on her left ear. I heard someone say that. I don't know what the bee earring is supposed to be significant of.
Well, except for her dog stepped on a bee. And wasn't she wearing like tie with a bee? Wasn't that a bee on it? Or was that
Maybe.
the Johnny Depp was wearing?
Maybe she likes bees.
She likes bees.
Oh, yeah. Maybe he was wearing a bee thing. And then
maybe she is a bee.
Yeah. Shut Up, I Can Cook says, Nick, do you and Uncivil love black people? I do. I think they're great. Wow, DUI guy, no Runkle. Kurt, look handsome. Nick, you will not keep me up tonight. I adore you, but no, lol. Thanks for the stream of free speech. Or is it the only stream of free speech? Well, you're welcome. I'll keep somebody up tonight, though. Dr. Frost says, please talk over this for the love of God, please. The landlord, step on me and cut me, mommy Camille. Dr. Frost, holy smokes, is illegal teabagging. Ralph Mack, so cross-examination include mud wrestling, right? Hambone, thank you for the donation. Hambone, Maker's Mark, make her scream. Oh, it's a strong ad for Maker's Mark. I think they should try that. That would be a good marketing campaign for them. Next, Brian Nielsen. No shit. 11 Bravo Crunchy. Can you ask DUI guy to get Orange Shirt's phone number for me, please? Brian Nielsen, how many times do you think she practiced her cross with a knife in one hand and a bottle of wine in the other? Not enough. Martin T, if the bottles don't fit, you got to quit. Little restraint. Effing love you, snout boy. Keep up the great work. How wide can you flare your nostrils? Not very wide. I'm more of a length rather than girth on the nose. Jedi Mind Trick. Nick, you may have covered this, but anyone else notice how all of a sudden she does not need her glasses while reading on the stand? I bet Dr. Mommy noticed. It's been commented on. Angelica White, Camille's going to make her cry for real. Nancy Focus, like Johnny said, Amber cannot be wrong. She will not admit to wrongdoing. She wants to play semantic word games, and it looks bad and not clever.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that was evident today quite a bit. Nate the lawyer had some really good wisdom. I think it was yesterday. He came on and he said, your objective on cross as a witness is to get through cross. Like, you should be fairly agreeable. You know how they want you to answer the questions, answer through it, and let your attorney come in and rehabilitate you on redirect if you have faith in your counsel. But
she obviously doesn't.
Yeah, the bad news for her is she's way too deep in this to get new counsel. I mean, there's no way.
Well, she has plenty of counsel, so if she wants to fire one of them, I guess. But I don't know. I don't know they'll allow that either, because it'd be so prejudicial not to see one of those faces at the table.
Right.
Like, now you're stuck with them. Deal.
You could backbench someone.
Yeah, you could backbench.
That'd be about it. Skeleton just came back. Amber looks absolutely pissed. I'd be mad too if I was in her shoes and had my whole case crumbling in front of me due to my own lies. Lindsay Brillhart, she is funny. Dario Sussman says we need more lemon pledge. Satan the Sir Gaming and something says Amber is doing the Grosskritz thing of turn to the jury. Yes, turn back to Camille. Repeat. Legal Vices, they fight, they bite, they fight, and they fight, they bite, they bite and fight and bite, bite, fight. The Itchy and Scratchy Show. Masty the Crow. I know you've covered this, but what's the difference between impeachment and perjury? So impeachment is someone says something and I have a statement or piece of evidence that contradicts what they say. I can then impeach their statement. I can attack that statement. And then the jury gets to decide whether that impeachment was useful or beneficial to them. They may just say that didn't do anything. It didn't contradict anything to me. Or they could say, oh, that was the most grievous contradiction ever. Perjury is a criminal charge. That's a crime where they prove a criminal intent to lie and for some sort of benefit or to the detriment of someone else. Shut Up, Mike and Cook says, Nick, you and your chat know me, though. Lol are now legend. I adore you. I can have fun and nobody dummies have to deal with the wonderful C. Goody. Thank you, Nick Manager. Okay. An orange sea lion. I didn't assault. I hit him. It's different. Gee, who's the child lawyer next to DUI guy? I don't know who that guy was. I have to ask DUI guy. Call me blonde. Is Amber Heard so confident about her lies because she knows her experts will say that's totally normal for someone with PTSD? So the more she lies and confuses everything, the more proof with severe PTSD. I don't know that helps her. So I don't see the benefit in that strategy. Victor Borges says, I'm pledging a US $7 million super chat. Oh, thank God. Brent D, Twitter purchase delay makes sense now. Elon has pledged $44 billion. Got the idea from Amber Heard. Yeah. Well, I pledged the $44 billion. I'll buy it sometime in the future. Sweaty Van Halen, I just bought a house, and since I didn't have to pay it all at once, here's $5. Hey, thank you. Cancerous Cockatoo, here's a $5. I pledge $1 billion, and it should arrive any day. Jack Hutchison, Camille's white outfit was definitely a psychological power move, like showing up to someone else's wedding wearing white to let everyone know you're the actual star. Go Camille. Catherine Smith, for all the... Wait, I read that one. Boosh McFadden says, I think Camille is a survivor and hates Amber Heard. Very possible. Dan Raver, Amber Heard pledged a turd to Johnny's bed. Thankfully, the trial made it impossible for her to make any more scheduled fecal payments. Gonzo says, textbook psychopath. Seriously, look it up. JJ Chili Dogs, Amber Heard donated $7 million worth of pledge cleaners to clean the ACLU. Nothing will clean the ACLU at this point. Lucas, I'm a broke Australian, but I pledge all of our emus to your service once I become king of this great fake land. Oh, excellent. I will use my emu army to conquer Australia yet again. JB, it's definitely pink. Kinky AH is drinking. Oh, you think she's filling her Fiji bottle with pink kinky? That's a rosé wine, if I'm not mistaken, right? Yep. G says, who's the child lawyer sitting next to you? I guy again, don't know. JH, what are the chances Amber is charged with perjury after this trial? Almost zero. Although she's working towards it, but
the UK says they're looking at her, which isn't a surprise because the UK has been so thoroughly embarrassed. They're very well motivated.
Yeah. But in the US, perjury charges are still extremely unlikely. And I'll say that until she gets charged. Then I'll be wrong and that'll be happy. Cincinnatus, Your Honor, I move to strike the cross-examination as harmful to my client. Camden Brewer, this evil lady can't even tell that she has a piece of hair dangling in front of her soulless eyes. Also, it makes me mad at how she looks at the jury during answers. She's over trying. Yeah, my theory on the jury is you turn a 45 degree between the jury and the attorney. If you have to back up a bit from the mic, you do that. And then, then the turn isn't so pronounced back and forth. Find a nice middle ground and make it more natural, like you're telling a story to a class. Of course, if you've never taught in a classroom, you have to kind of scan the room over and over. You address someone in the eyes, then you can go to someone else, and then you can go somewhere else if you have to. I think that would be a better look for her, but it does look very mechanical. Jay McAfreak says, do you think Elaine does squats every morning to prepare for the number of objections she's going to make each day? No way. She doesn't want to tire those large leg muscles out. She's got to be ready to up and down at the bench. Tor says, this is more exciting than esports. Maybe a new way to create entertainment. Love your shows, Ricada. Thank you. Jake Wallace, I pledged $5. Bam. That's how it's done, lady. Super chat was for $5. Drummerette says, the love bombing is outrageous here. Oh, that love journal. I wanted to gag the entire time. How'd you feel about the love journal?
Yep.
It's again, people who are in abuse situations definitely have spells of peace and spells of violence. That's a common thing. And they will say that the peace is a good time. They're typically not manic though. It's not like the peace isn't good because there's so much like love and wonderful adventure and exploration. The peace is good because they're not getting hit. In my experience, it's not so 180 on each thing. Stania Gorays, can you review the top snap takeaways from today's cross? I missed the one related to her UK deposition in TMZ and want some deets. The UK deposition and TMZ takeaways have already been uploaded by me. Whoa, we're at 401,500. Thank you.
Awesome.
Have already been uploaded in a video titled Bombshell Cross Exam. Wait, no. Let me see. Amber Heard's case destroyed by Johnny Depp's lawyer. Lawyers react. I'm going to have to edit that. I got to edit the title because there's an improper apostrophe there. Thanks, editor Ryan. Just kidding, buddy. Got that taken care of. But yeah, that's already uploaded. So if you want to see those two bombshell snap moments, they're in a short 6-minute video. You can go right to them. But the quick summary on those is that the UK, well, the deposition was not from the UK. It was for her. It was their restraining order deposition. And in that restraining order, or no, it was the UK deposition. My bad. It was the UK deposition about the restraining order. And in that deposition, she accidentally admits that TMZ had been informed of the thing that she claimed she was trying to keep private. And she literally goes like this, because TMZ had been informed. It was one of the most ridiculous moments. And you know that they had like the biggest high five ever that they recorded that deposition by video instead of just an audio recording or transcript. Like that was such a giant happy moment for them. But yeah, that's the TMZ thing. So there you go. Jordan Patterson says, I have a daughter being born next month. How do I make sure she doesn't become a soul sucker like Turd? Well, if the stories are to be believed, Amber was abused as a child by her father. Whether or not that's true, who knows? But one main thing is love and don't abuse your children, and you're well on your way. To that. It's never a guarantee, but that's a very strong start. Socknuts 19, Camille in white and Amber in black, literally good versus evil. Cubus SC7, she was put on birth pills. Someone forced her to take them. In the pro-feminism West, someone is forcing her to take birth pills. I think I took it more of she was prescribed birth pills for something, maybe hormone regulation or whatever. I don't think it was a force thing. That was my take. Garrett Jaffries, for context, Steve and Slim are lovers in the movie To Have and Have Not. Far Side SC, the first few years of my marriage were much like Amber Heard Johnny Depp minus the drugs. I was diagnosed with OTSD years after the abuse, or PTSD years after the abuse. For those with bipolar or borderline personality disorder family members, read Walking on Eggshells. It helped. Tortheo, the switching handwriting is creepy. Yeah, it was a little weird. Kyle Mitchell, is the hardest part of being a lawyer being in Elaine's position? and you have to act like your client is right and you know you're screwed. The hardest part about being in Elaine's position today was that. No, I think you got it. I was going to say something else, but I think you got it. They know they've got a tough factual position here at this part of the testimony, and there's just no way around it.
Yeah, for sure.
The end is near. Beware. If this was the movie Training Day, this would be the scene of her getting asked about getting her shit pushed in. Ever have your sheet pushed in, Holmes? Fauci lied. Puppies died. Why does some chick in her 30s need a personal nurse, for Christ's sake? It wasn't a need thing. That's luxury. You have a doctor who can, let's be honest. Those nurse practitioners were pill dispensers. They carry a big bag of pills wherever they go. They have a license to distribute them to their clients, and their clients can get whatever prescription drug they want with very thin veneer of pretext to them. Oh God, my ADD is acting up. Please give me Ritalin or whatever. That's what you get for paying $100,000 a month. Show Bob and Vagine says Amber's face looks beat up right now. She brought evidence. Alyssa Wilkins, she must have the healing powers of Wolverine. Jenny Foster, the metadata should contain date info. They don't have a lot of the metadata. And yeah, I think that was about the black and white photos, which I would suggest were probably manipulated for the purposes of the photo shoot and the artistic sort of vision of the artist, and would probably contain edited metadata at that point. Not nefariously, just by cause of action. David A. Hamilton, an intimate Branca reading of the Turd Diaries. MHL, you should do a side-by-side of Amber and Gage looking at the jury and saying that is correct. They're both pathological. Bubba Hotep, it's hard to keep my statements in line because it's hard to keep a series of lies consistent. TTV Truck and Chuck says, me and jury, stop looking over here. We ain't here for you. That's 01 Delicious says, this is clown court mental gymnastics. Holy Diver, Johnny pulled her hair and whispered something sexual. Crimson Caliber. 3 questions. 1, can the jury at any point make a verdict before the final day? No. 2, can she make an appeal? Yes. 3, would it start all this all over again? No. No, she would go through the appeals process, which is not a do-over, and in fact is typically much shorter, mostly done on paper with maybe a short hearing involved to make some oral argument. And by short, I mean, you're talking like an hour to 2 hours, something like that. Clamface, it's crazy how she'll tear down the statements of other people supporting her case just to make her story seem true. That's not a good tactic at all. Devin O, can we remember this thing has a baby, a child? We should probably pray for that child. Can you imagine Amber as a mom? A says, I make the poo-poo. Bill Hennessy, eager to see Amber go berserk and throw her water bottle at Camille. You know it's coming. Married 4, is it just me, or does it seem that Johnny was in every serious lawyer meeting and Amber just sat at home and told them to take care of it? Mambo Fuego, fact, guys, I'm trying to study for my LSAT, but can't turn you off. Damn you. Don't worry, buddy. If you fail your LSAT, you can take another one. There's always a second LSAT. Michael Kennedy, if a Maker's Mark bottle fit, Elon and Johnny must have more than just a big bank account. Oh, come on. C, is it possible that any of these supposed witnesses, doctor, nurse, bodyguards, will sue Amber Heard after the fact for lying about their covering for Johnny Depp? No. She's covered by a privilege in court. Mm-hmm. You're not getting anything like that in.
Yeah.
Bubba Hotep, the one thing about this trial that I would hate as a person on the jury is how scattershot everything is. Trying to keep a timeline seems impossible from testimony alone. Yes, it's been my problem the whole time. I'm like, I can't follow when all of these events were. And I think a good visual from either side might be helpful. I'm not sure it's helpful to Johnny's team. I don't know. Let's be real excited to sub for her OnlyFans, though. Amber? Maybe. Evie Warner, they only have so much time. They got to pick and choose the things they want to push Amber on. If they want to cross other witnesses and or recall witness for rebuttal. That's true. Sean Clark, thank you. David Hamilton, yesterday's time crunch focused Camille better. I agree. King Christophus says art thrown on the bed / floor intact. The spilled wine was on an outdoor carpet, stain resistant. Jars in kitchen were simply on their side unbroken. Magnolia Girl, I was really surprised when the handwriting on the mirror and journal were the same. Maybe it will come back up later. That was a real thing for me. They could have put them next to each other, but I guess they just kind of let it roll. Austin C, is the audio feed popping every few seconds? No. An orange sea lion, she pledged the wine to her liver. Ooh, that's a good plan. Michelle Brovey, thank you for the donation. Bo Stoker, I believed when I was using a good drug user is knowledgeable. MDMA dumps excess serotonin already in your system into use. Thus happy. You're far more likely to have a negative trip on shrooms. I have. Isabel Jimenez, she testified to going to Al-Anon. She would have been taught about crossover addiction and enabling. Boom her, Elaine, Amber pledged to pay me in cat food. That was one of the big problems with Amber's testimony for me is that she was unwilling to quit any of her substance use. Right? Like that. His demons are such a big deal. It's like, but you're not willing to get rid of the alcohol issue in your own house. Like you're not willing to clean that out. It must not be that big of a deal. It's a difference if she would have said, I'm not doing alcohol anymore ever. And he always left to go get drunk, or he would sneak alcohol in, but that wasn't the case. She always had wine coming to the house. She always had drugs around. Ex-Bubba Hotep, I've had a lot of vodka because I'm failing and I can't find exhibits and I really need to stall. Oh, as Elaine. Michael Brovey, did she have a baby through surrogate to fake motherly? She did have a surrogate baby, yes. Sarah Helena Storm, I bet she smells like catnip. Michael Kennedy, Elaine's firm is sponsored by Chewy. Kangarilla, Branka, you rock. Chap Mort, read that one. General Joker says, happy birthday, Norway. Sarah Helena Storm, Amica cream with an undertone of catnip and desperation. Gross. Gidi Ferrer says, heard use the term hen party as an American, lock her up and find for the plaintiff forthwith. Mr. Taco about it says, Johnny Depp and Amber Heard should have a suck off. Crushing on Curry. Bingo on my Heard cross-exam bingo card at 10 a.m. See it on locals. Mr. Exilbilly says, watching Johnny's face during that recording twist as Amber sits there stone cold. It's me, Andy T. I love if the jurors instantly agreed and deliberation was just half an hour or so and they came back in favor of Johnny. Richard Fata says, this is terrifying. Her vocal changes give me flashbacks of my ex. Never wanted to remember that shit again. Cody Manor, can Amber's team walk out mid-court for feeling like they have had enough of this lie? They would all be sanctioned and possibly disbarred for doing that. In a high-profile case like this, they all just walk out mid-court. Be very, very bad. Sony Monkey 5, the switch after the recording. Your yikes. Tortheo, barely needed to ask questions after Amber Heard Joker performance. America Real, Sherlock Turd, searching for clues. Let's see. I'm not sure how much longer I can read tonight. I will, if necessary, I'll finish them tonight on the live show where I will be celebrating 400,000 subscribers with something. Shut Up, I Can Cook says, hi, Nick. Can I no longer use the red angry emoji? I have no idea. Is it fun? It is fun. Say yes or no. If yes, get your mods and chicks and chat off me. Thanks, darling. Whatever you say. I mean, I don't care what emojis you use. Doesn't bother me. But though my mods are gay, I tend to support them. Whatever they do. I'm like Io in that way. Gee, can Amber really just disagree with and explain everything? She's avoided giving an answer to every tough question, but Johnny Depp had to or be cut off. You know, it's up to how you want to control the witness. Camille cut Amber off several times, but really just let her go. She's a liar. She comes across as a liar. Comes across dishonest. Julie Wilson, if her mouth is moving, she's lying. Changed my mind. Anakin's ashes, looking for clues. What is she, Sherlock Holmes now? Because he also had a drug habit. Tortheo, who's the real monster in this relationship? Misheard. Objection, asked and answered. Bets on the back roads. Why doesn't she declare hostile witness? Amber Heard, the hostile witness declaration is for your own witness. For the witness that you call. If they're on cross, they're already hostile to you. Lady Stardust, Amber, I did not donate you. I was pledging you, okay, but you're fine. Oh my God, you're such a baby. Grow the fuck up, Johnny.
That's a good one. I like that.
Let's see. Georgia at the lake, mind numbing that messed up Amber was allowed to purchase a child recently who will grow up surrounded by madness and will probably write the next Mommy Dearest. Intellectual iconoclasm. This is before your most recent nose job, correct?
Is anyone else thinking the timing of the surrogacy thing is maybe potentially slightly odd, relevant to relevant events based on what we've learned about Amber Heard?
Elizabeth,
in other words, that she's doing this, she became pregnant and had a child deliberately for the purpose of trying to gain sympathy, like Elizabeth Holmes, sort of.
Yeah.
Yeah. Anyone thinking that's a possibility?
I think so.
Yeah. Yeah.
It makes a lot of sense to me. I mean, and how easy is that? Like, you don't even have to
Heard,
go
not
through.
That hard. Well, apparently you get someone else to do it for you.
Yeah, I'm saying if you have the surrogate, then it's magic. I mean, you don't have to worry about all of the stuff that you'll be going through because someone else goes through it.
Yeah.
But intellectual nose job or intellectual iconoclasm says this was before your most recent nose job, correct? You felt you didn't look enough like Hillary Clinton before this nose job, correct? JC, all hail LawTube, sketchy blue flag. Good to see Amber went to Gage Graduate School of looking at the jury to answer every single individual question. Fictitious Dave Savage, overlay the two images, same image. Mambo Fuego, no real knockout blows during this cross. Not at the time. They would come later. Dave Soft, loving your work. Racket, Steph Ard. She reminds me of Gage. Tucker Dixon. Listening to Amber makes me love my wife so much more. The trial might solve divorce because the next one might be an Amber. Damn. That's horrid. David Todd read that one. Gino read that one. That one. T. Odom. She's crazy AF. Tortheo. Unlike Jen Psaki, Camille did circle back. Big Lean, they don't let phones in any courthouses where I live. Attorneys can often get around that.
Yeah, and it seems like in this particular courthouse, they let anyone though. The last time I was in Fairfax Court, because I used to live there, they didn't let non-attorneys bring phones in. So it seems like that rule's waived or something, or it's been changed.
Yeah, I think they're getting, I think with as many media people are circling around this room, the judge may have just thought, well, I can't keep the media people and the attorneys who are coming here away from having phones. And then it'll be a mess in the gallery if people are reporting other people's phone use all the time. So maybe she just called it a wash. Said, if you photo the jurors, I'll kill you.
Yeah. Now, what's interesting is the federal court in Alexandria in the Eastern District of Virginia doesn't allow anyone to bring in phones or electronic equipment because they have a lot of national security cases in there because of their proximity to DC and the fact the Pentagon is there.
Yeah,
you can,
that would make sense.
I've had that fight with the federal marshals before about that's like we don't let anyone bring electronics in.
Yeah, I usually just when I go to a courthouse, I pull out my attorney card when I walk in. I just walk in with my phones and everything, and that's too bad. Too bad for everybody else, but that's where I keep my calendar and everything like that. So what are you going to do? Sig Saucer 25. Why does Johnny look destroyed during every recording while she sits there smiling? Well, we got testimony about Johnny not looking Amber in the eye ever. So he's looking down through her entire testimony. And also someone is trying to still ruin him on the stand.
Absolutely.
That's not fun. You have to just sit there and you can't do anything or say anything about it. Mr. Meister Cube, what do LawTube, Catboys, Kira the Wolf, and Rage Pigs all have in common? They're all part of the Medicare extended universe. Bustler 2020, thank you for the entertaining commentary. Thank you. Lurkmore says, over 45,000 nerds watching Nikki. Lady Stardust says, wish Camille would tie me up and call me victim. Nice to lizards. Amber mastering the Gage Groskowitz head swivel. Tamara Holloway, every time Amber Heard says believe her, I get more pissed. Jin Karaya, Amber is very hostile. Don't know why the judge lets her get away with it. One of the things, the believe me, all of these things piss me off from Witness. Believe me, I know this sounds crazy. This sounds so stupid now. And then all of the fucking adverbs, extremely angry, loudly stomping. It's like, okay, we get it. Give us details, not a bunch of extra words. Those extra words are put in there to bolster the claim without supporting it with a fact. And that's, to me, if I hear a bunch of adverbs from a witness, I start to believe them less pretty quickly. Jim Correa, I read that one. Ashton, judge has to be seriously considering dismissing the counterclaim after the defense rests. She won't, but good Lord, if she did, much respect. Reform. I mean, unfortunately, I think a jury could determine that Waldman was speaking on behalf of Johnny Depp. I don't know that they get to the defamation parts of this. They really didn't put forth a strong case for their counterclaim, but there's something there. Reform. Is she looking at the jury during every answer? Is this normal because it looks really weird? Yes.
It's not that abnormal. The way she does it, though, is really creepy, but it's fairly common advice for lawyers to tell them to look at the jury when talking or every once in a while, because you're trying to they're the most important people in the room. Like the attorney should always face the jury. They should always be speaking in the direction of the jury. So it's not uncommon to have witnesses looking at the jury. The way she does it, though, is a little bit creepy.
Yeah, you want it to be natural. You want to, you don't want it to be so pronounced and obvious. You want to just engage the jury a little bit.
Yeah.
Because you're going to be telling them your story and you need their support. You want them to believe you. You want to show them you have some integrity and honesty beneath it. But then when you immediately do this thing, like it's not good. Dino says, this is Amber Heard's vast right-wing conspiracy. Nova G.O. Camille seems a bit weak today, but not bad either.
I don't know what they're going to do. If I say if with only the most technical sense, if Johnny Depp wins, because like the only thing I thought the Amber Heard was going to try to do was like, this just proves that victims can't be believed, but she so thoroughly destroyed herself.
Yeah.
And so I was like, I don't know what any PR agency can do at this point. I don't know what, I guess just try to pretend the whole thing didn't happen and ignore it. But
I mean, whatever contracts she has are likely waiting till the outcome of the trial. But when the trial's over, done. I mean, even if she wins, I think she's done. Because if she wins, I think it'll be on a very technical argument about defamation, rather than the critical matter of what happened. I don't think anybody right now is believing her case. It's amazing that she's torching it as hard as she is. Graham Bradley, Hillary, wipe it with a cloth. Amber, attach it with a paper clip. Convenient ignorance doesn't work, ladies. Ron Lobo, when is the final verdict going to be declared? Sometime after the on the 27th or later. That's all we know. Matt Thrower, what happened to Amber's need for reading glasses? Gone with Dr. Muffins. Muzian 87, why is she doing the Gage Gross Nowitz thing where she looks at the jury every time she answers a question? Does that work for or against her by constantly looking at him? All depends on how you do it. And we don't know. We can't see the jury. We can only guess. That one guy, Kaz, Amber seems to be going out of her way to be cheeky, and it's super off-putting. When Johnny did it, it was very natural and mostly endearing. Jane Adams, thank you for the donation. Same with GWRX18. Liam H, read that one. Junkyard Tuners wonder when Depp's bottle story will come out. Alex Iao, polygraph good for attacking Supreme Court Justice. Huh? I don't know what that means. Extremely happy simmer. Second row on the left, woman next to the guy in white shirt looks like Meghan Markle, trying to get tips from Amber for divorcing Harry. Jane Adams, why didn't they call James Franco and ask him what happened after the elevator? They cannot compel anybody who's not in Virginia to appear at this thing. That's why we get so many of the video depositions. They can force them to do a video deposition, but that's about it. They can't force them to show up. Virginia does not have that power. Spinworks says, Amber, what hurts more, Maker's Mark or Camille? Felipe 556, if Amber Turd wins, she lost in the court of public opinion. Sarcasm and Glory. Nick, advice on taking parent like Amber Heard for custody. I have no idea what that means. Jake Wallace. Lumber said jury was young. Adults would never buy it. Felipe 556. I doubt she'll work in Hollywood again. Hashtag justice for Johnny Depp. A troll. Didn't Amber first say Johnny was nice when he came back, but now it's suddenly the opposite and he's violent when he comes back? They had to address. Wow. Oh yeah, that's a different inconsistency. But
I did like where she tried to walk back today, where Johnny isn't always wearing rings. That was a nice thing.
Yeah.
Yesterday I was like, Johnny always wears rings. I never known him not to wear rings. He's like, well, it's only sometimes.
Yeah, well, it's not always.
Well, no, that's kind of what you said yesterday, very distinctly.
Yeah, pretty clearly. And Camille pinned her on it today too. I mean, to her credit,
Camille pinned her on everything.
Yeah.
Camille
Twitter.
me.
Dexter says Twitter DM for proof she faked evidence obstruction. It's not going to help me, man. We're going to get through the super chats, but unless you're talking about, if you're talking about that, the picture where it's clearly the same picture with just the saturation increased. I mean, we looked at that earlier and that definitely happened. Felipe 556, all this online backlash. She says is all tug. Creative time traveler, perfect time for lunch break. Dino, the pics she claims are taken in different lighting are 100% matched. Same pics, color edited. Dubious Prime, the poor stenographer getting stenosis while sitting through that bullshittery. Jane Adams, why didn't they call James Franco and have him testify if he had relations with Amber after the elevator video? Again, I mentioned they can't bring him into court. They could have done a deposition of him. If he would have cooperated within time without fighting it and all of that stuff, they may not have been able to get it before trial. I mean, the expert's testimony for Amber Heard was done just in March. So, or April.
This isn't supposed to end till next Friday. I want to know what they're doing with all the time. Because
they got rebuttal.
3 days and 5 days next. I know that, but still, I mean, like.
Well, Amber has 80 witnesses listed, presumably with several video depositions. Now, I think
we all know she doesn't have anything.
Yeah. I don't know, man.
Io didn't add anything to the picture.
Yeah, Io was useless. Rocky's looking useless. You got what? You maybe be able to bring in Whitney. That's kind of questionable right now.
Not sure about that whole thing in terms of how that panned out or not, but whatever. Well, I guess we'll find out.
But if you got Whitney, you got 2 days there, probably.
It's like, I'm not even 100% sure at this point I care what she says, because it's like she's just the sister and like, you know. And also, like, Whitney can be crossed because there's that tape of her. Was it on a reality show or something like that?
Yeah, there's the reality show tape for Whitney. The other thing is there's the letter written to Whitney by her best friend, which basically says that you told me that this didn't happen and you need to resolve that. So they can, if they call Whitney, they can impeach her statements. Right. With those prior inconsistent statements.
Yeah.
Very, very, yeah. I don't know what their plan is, but
the stuff on the reality show comes in because it's biased. Take your pick, you know? It's why it's relevant to Whitney. It's like you're afraid of her or whatever. It's like goes to bias. That's admissible.
Yeah.
And also statements against interests to the extent that she says anything contrary to that, which she has to kind of on the stand. And like it's because she's testified. It's also rebuttal against Johnny Depp's cross-examination of Amber because of like, oh, I never was violent, never lied. That was nice.
Oh, they're calling Depp back. That's going to take a chunk of time.
I don't know why. I mean, the only thing I can think of is because it probably can't get worse. So why not throw that Hail Mary?
I think it's the worst idea, but they're going to call.
What are you going to get out, Johnny Depp? What are you going to get?
Some admission.
What is the dream scenario?
I guess him saying, yeah, I told Adam Waldman to lie about you. Yes, I sent emails to your producers to try and get you fired from Aquaman, you bitch. I mean, I guess that's what they're trying. They should know that they're not going to get that because he was cool as a cucumber on his own cross exam. So you're not going to frazzle him into it.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, that's
well, Amber said she saw the email. She says she's seen them, so they must exist. So I'm sure we can cross Johnny Depp on that.
She's but that's 2 days at least calling Johnny Depp back, because once they call him, I mean, you burn a ton of time as Johnny Depp's team using Cross to just talk about whatever the hell you want.
Pretty much.
It's
where
such
you can just lead Johnny Depp for days.
Yeah, it's such a risky move. I think they call Dr. Muffins back. Not that I think it's necessary, but I think it'd be useful to rehab her testimony after the other doctor attacked her credibility.
Dr. Muffins will be great. So it's just like one question, like, what do you think? And maybe just gesturing wildly towards the jury and be like, no further questions, you know?
Call Isaac Baruch back because he's so damn charming.
Maybe.
I mean,
I think they've won. So at this point, I'm just trying to figure out what the cherry on my parfait is at this point.
Yeah.
It's like, we're not going to ask any questions or do any more cross. We're done. We're just going to sit here the whole time. We're good.
See you on the 27th, Judge.
Yeah.
Pablo Mendoza says, I tweeted a link to the article/website. Seems the same defense Washington Post used when doxing libs of TikTok. Oh, the quote is, I tweeted a link to the article/website. Yeah, kind of. I mean, that was, she tried to get that. That was terrible. Obviously, like, you cannot just retweet a publication and be like, oh, I didn't look at it when I retweeted it, or when I not even tweeted it out by including the link. Well, I just didn't look at it. I can't change the title. Well, you could have either not included it, or you could have said anything about it, like, hey, this title is misrepresenting things. But didn't. Joel Reese, can they recross? No. Do you think they will wait for redirect and then nail her on recross so they can keep that fresh in the jury's memory? There does not seem to be recross in this trial. Judge doesn't seem to be allowing it, and I prefer not having recross personally. I think it gets too back and forthy. Randall McCollum, Your Honor, my client couldn't have shit the bed. We can all see she's obviously full of crap, even to this day. Cure, I feel like that Titanic statement in the op-ed is a missed opportunity. So you are the iceberg misheard, innocent on the surface, and the monster underneath, waiting for the next big ship to sink. Twisted Life, hey, Nick, just shut down the stream for the day. Went great. I'm not monetized, but wanted to throw some shekels your way. Think I'm going to keep it going. Work allowing. Cheers. Hey, good luck. Good luck. FLX VSN, Nick, Amber's dressed like Dr. Evil today. Your Honor, I am suing for $1 bajillion. That was yesterday. She was dressed like that. Roman Vogel, shout out to the best wife in the world. Read that one. James Trammell, my Mr. Heard, does this recording sound like a woman who lives in fear? Does a woman who is afraid of violent reprisal mock/belittle their abusive spouse? Kyle Bird, I would have sent $7 million, but you cracked wise on In the Army Now yesterday. Horsehead says there's research showing men take longer than women to process emotion, which is why they fish, drive, or whatever to cool down. Women need to let them. Muzian 87, Nick, you know the Emperor is sitting in some dumpy apartment waiting to launch the unification wars, and I believe that if he's watching this trial, he's thinking, yep, it's about that time. 10th Planet, Rittenhouse lawyers had stumbles, and they still proved his innocence. Cross-exam here may be finicky, but the message is plain for jury. Heard is nuts. No, again, Camille ended up this day very, very well on cross and on redirect. Satan the Sir, gaming and stuff. Biggest failures of the judge are ignoring how much Amber's team opens the door on excluded things, letting them get away with their narration without allowing Johnny Depp's team to dispute. Jensen Zeiger, Your Honor, requesting permission to slap a beach and show her what abuse actually is. Sarcastic Superhero Girl, as a medical coder, a lot of MDs also copy paste things from the chart to chart as well as templates, so it could be a simple mistake as that. Salty Berserker Ricada something. Cross isn't going exactly like I want it to, but Amber is definitely way too combative. Camille needs to keep it tighter. Joel Reese, can the judge go F this and just JNOV the case? On a motion, I don't think the court can do it sua sponte. I think they'd have to wait also till the defense gets to present their case. Blue-eyed Roof Korean the Bay says, Mr. Branca, the other Megan Fox, has toe thumbs. Devin, I'm so glad Rittenhouse gave us Branca. That's all. Megan Halligan, why hasn't Camille asked about Botox or filler? Both can leave bruises on the skin. Chris Roberts, Andrew, why didn't you shoot the ex-wife and show off your skills of law and self-defense? In Exile, Daily Mail has an Amber perjury story today. Pizza MILF, there was either text messages, audio, witness statements, and it was Amber speaking with Kipper and someone else after the finger cut off. She apologized. She didn't mean to hurt him. Why didn't that get used? Don't know. So much stuff. Almost, in 8 minutes, I gotta wrap it up. We're through many of the chats. There'll be a little bit more tonight, but I only have a limited amount of time with the kids, and I would like to spend some of that before they go to bed. Harry Orid, in the UK, if you're found in perjury, you can be fined or sent to prison for 5 years. Sandy Pez, hey, Nick, just by the way, just between you and me, met you through Krigler show, but I can't support him. I'm barely a boomer, and your sensibilities match mine. Keep my secret. I will keep your secret, Sandy. Tina, Tina AA, thanks for the stickers. Sion Arkyle says, just got my old decent paying job back. Listening to your coverage between clients. Keep up the awesome coverage. Got some Jefferson Reserve Ocean on the docket for tonight. Nice. Steve, today I'm 7 years sober. I know it's boring, but more whiskey for everyone else. It's not boring. Not boring at all. Sobriety is not a boring thing, in my opinion. Very, very admirable of you, Steve. Stay away, far away from the sauce. Susan Svensk, thank you for the donation. Jordan Bolduc, shout out to my wife, who I told to watch your stream. She's hooked now. Also, if you can find it, Eagle Rare bourbon is phenomenal. I like Eagle Rare. Very good. Very good. Things to do. Misleading. She has witnesses, dead bodyguard, and flight attendant no one heard from. Sven said, Amber and Johnny sound like two junkies arguing. They do. They do. That audio made me uncomfortable. Maddie Steves, is it just me or does Amber Heard remind anyone else of Cersei Lannister? Dr. Diddler, what do you mean women lie? You liar. Art Mills, my first ex-wife had borderline personality disorder, and I have recordings exactly like this. She's crazy. Don't ask me about my second ex-wife. This is a $10 million pledge. Umpty Madhu says, imagine how surreal it'd be to get called in for jury duty and find out it's a Depp versus Heard trial. Yeah, that'd be weird. That'd be when you're like, oh, that's cool. Wait, 6 weeks? Golden Green decided to quickly check in during lunch and noticed YouTube auto sub me to Law and Crime. WTF, just because I'm subbed to a lot of LawTube. Law and Crime paid money, big money to YouTube. We're offended. You're offended. Says my wife and co-host smells like burnt toast. Jason Bouchard, 4-year divorce for me, same as Kal-El. Jeff W. Amber's pledge is like George Costanza's donating to the Human Fund in Seinfeld. Agramontis says Amber's body movements and expressions are coming off like Dolores in Westworld, and it's creeping me out. We're offended. You're offended. Says also tell her to stop being racist. No. Volpe Fox, this lady with her online attacker sounds like a crazy witch that was on Ramsey's Kitchen Nightmare. Should check out Amy's Baking Company sometimes. Daniel Williams, if the roles were reversed, Johnny Depp would have been hit with a domestic violence charge for blocking the door. How is she not charged for that? Well, because he's strong. Jeff Mousseau, the second, I think Camille has been lining up a kill shot, not because it's standard in a practicing lawyer, but because she knows this is high pro in a circus. Oh, high profile. Yeah, I agree. Sigurdi says, need to talk to you at some point in the near future. Sent a message in Discord, but don't have too many details in it to interest you enough to respond, but enough to at least talk to you about a serious business inquiry. Yeah, I'll get back to your Discord, buddy. I saw it. I skimmed it. James Stacklicky says, never met an evil, raping woman beater with a beautifully bound love journal. Stronger than Stone just hopped on. What's happening so much? Purple Oblivion. Amber has been extremely breaded this entire cross. Josh Wilk. I love how the closed captioning calls her misheard. 7 witness statements and long live the Shart cameo last night's stream. Free Mind Thinkers. I'm loving the stream. Great. Winston Dupree in the previous deposition. She said Johnny was trying to get in the door. Now she says she was trying to get in the door. I agree. Cat's Crazy Life. No one caught in her deposition that she claimed she was pushing Johnny from getting through the door. Flipped it again. Narcissist twist. Dank Count. Camille can kick in the door in my face for the rest of my life. Harambe. The real pandemic is one of cluster B personality disorders. Thank you for shining a light on this case and extracting so many important lessons. Anthony Pena. Barricading a door to keep someone from leaving is kidnapping in Virginia. Robert Dolvik Silvertson. Love from Norway. Great streamtainment. Thank you. Thank you to Norway. Let's see. What is it? Iasanam. Gavita Bord Atadrega. Pogasord Guta Edda. Astogat Safovemat. Iasanam. Amen. That might be Swedish. Noel P-Bone says Johnny does Maker's Mark commercial. It's hard to differentiate between the red wax seal and all of the blood. Richard Fata. I hope Johnny is drawing a Honda Civic with A in it. Oh, with Amber in it. I think that's about it. It was a prayer. It was a Swedish prayer. It was either Swedish or Norwegian. I can't remember. Let's see. Richard Fata. OMG R4 Gaming says, can I file a planetary restraining order against Amber Heard? I don't feel safe with this woman walking on the same ground as me. You're from Australia, so you don't need to worry about it. You don't exist. K-Dub Smiles. Notice no tissue this week after the debacle with the bump issue. Matt B. Buck status broken. Adolf Hitler. Press X to spit. Daniel Williams. Shock and awe in the courtroom. These donuts. Can someone please move Elaine's litter box to the street? Jesus Davila sent a cool sticker. David Hamilton. Elaine showing just how badly this is by jumping up there like a cat lady getting the zoomies. Kapong. Is there any possibility that Depp will lose this? At this point, it's looking like he's definitely going to win. Chronic. Yeah, we went back and watched the video. Okay, guys. We'll pick up tonight at 11 p.m. Thank you all for being so supportive of the show. It's fantastic. It's very encouraging. There will be another show. There will be the 11 p.m. show tonight, and then another show tomorrow, 7:45 a.m. I got to go catch a wink and a couple bites of food, and then we'll see you tonight. All right, guys. Thanks for hanging out. I guess Kurt's not here, so that's cool. We'll see you tonight, 11 o'clock. Otherwise, see you tomorrow. Peace, guys. Peace.
Oh, he drinks a fair bit, but you realize that it just helps get his noggin jogging along. With his glass by his side and his kids asleep tight, we'll hear some lost-plaining tonight. With his microphone muted, we'll laugh at this boomer until he explains it's all part of the plan. Watch his face become redder as he becomes meta, raging at idiots from Twitter and Erland. From the white shores of Maine to the hills of Glen, limit. There's no one who explains the law better than Nick. So pour out a glass for the ones who have passed to make the law what we have now. Oh, his lady is fair, and she handles herself with the grace of one who has borne many children. As the wife of a lawman, she makes sure that he has the time and the place to provide for them there. So pour out an odd bag of Balmore at La Brogue. Spirits flow as the ones who get unemployed. So pour out a glass for the tea post on Twitter. Let's be here lost planning tonight. From the white shores of Nam to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no one who explains the law better than Nick. So pour out a glass for the ones who have passed to make the law what we have now. Oh, the guests are all plentiful, from Dundee to Drexel. They bring their perspective and spice to the mix. But the reason we're here and the one that we cheer is the one who is showcasing us his career. Get unemployed. So pour out a glass for the tea post on Twitter. Let's be here lost planning tonight. From the white shores of Nam to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no one who explains the law better than Nick. So pour out a glass for the ones who have passed to make the law what